He's literally rapping Method Man on television shows. Like,
Okay. And when he runs for
let these
president,
people
he
be
won't be able to do
themselves.
those things. He can do those in
Yes.
Maryland. That's what's Maryland? 30% black, D plus 40. When he runs for president, he won't be rapping Method Man. He'll be at the Army Navy game like he was last week. He'll be doing football. He'll be doing all talking about his military service. He will not be talking about bombing philosophy. Fuck, I forgot the lyrics. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Abomatomically,
But yeah,
Socrates'
he won't be talking about
philosophies and
bombing
hypotheses.
atomically.
Yeah, sure.
Yes,
Yeah.
he will not be doing that when he runs for
Can't
president.
define.
Lyrically perform armed robbery. Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
exactly. He won't be doing any of that stuff when he runs for president. I don't know. I just sometimes think too that some of these people who don't have larger aspirations should check in with others who do have larger aspirations and who are above them and say and maybe not do it. I also don't like Brandon Scott as mayor of my city, but that's a different discussion. So maybe that's also coloring my thing. I'll mute up.
I mean, Donald Trump sold an NFT that's worthless, by the way, of himself as Superman. Mm, I don't think what young Brandon did was wrong. I mean, it's just pop culture. They make references to pop culture all the time. The things that Donald Trump shares on True Social of himself as a boxer and all this other weird stuff, and people love it. I mean,
His
I'll just,
cult loves it.
but his cult was
Wes Moore
effective.
doesn't have a cult.
But Wes Moore didn't even do it. It was the other little
I,
dude that did it.
I know. We're talking about Wes Moore because the other dude, he won't win another race after he's done being mayor of Baltimore. Furthermore, I hate to do it. I'm glad Justin's not here. Donald Trump is a singular figure. The stuff Donald Trump can get away with, I would imagine we would all know by now, other people cannot get away with.
Justice here.
Oh no.
Wait, wait.
Yo, y'all start shit.
He
Well,
did on
I was
purpose.
saying something that you would have read as positive about Donald Trump, so I didn't want you to crash it.
I don't
Gad,
crash. When you
Gad,
was gone, I stopped crashing.
Gad
No,
is
you
good.
didn't.
He did.
That's a lie.
You
No.
crashed on Mac and Doll yesterday.
Ooh.
You was
That was
in here?
deserved.
No, they told me about it.
Oh,
Yeah, but he said some really fucked up shit in his honesty.
Well, he was flirting with them, they said.
Oh my God, he
I
was. He
didn't
was
know
like,
that was Ish.
he was
Yeah,
like,
I
so
Oh.
think he.
just,
We kept
what do
trying
you
to tell
do with
you.
your penis? Like, bro,
We kept
whoa.
telling you that Haitian kept trying to tell you. He was like, "Yo, this is ish. This is ish." I guess it wasn't sinking in, and that's why I was just like, "Okay."
He was trying to sink it in. But
Uh-oh.
I don't know, man. At a certain point, maybe black politicians need to go back to black politics and remember they play the game. They have to play the game differently. I know it seems cool for like to analogize. Well, first of all, is that actually cool to analogize yourself to Death Row Records? Is that actually cool?
Not in 2024.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Okay, just making sure. But I'll meet up.
I'm a bad boy killer. Jay-Z died too. Looking off a mob deep, nigga, when I find you.
Oh dear. So you all know about Death Row, can talk about Death Row, rap the records, but you can't mention Death Row.
Because we were
Really?
15 when it came out, and that was 30. And for some of these people, that was 30 years ago. And we're not
Yes.
running for
And
governor.
I want to be
For
clear. I
president.
didn't say that you can't. I said specifically, I don't think it's a good look. Period.
Where is Suge Knight?
In jail.
Prison.
In jail.
I mean, in prison.
Who
Hey,
compared
to
Jail
themselves
be
to
ain't
Death
honest,
Row?
jail ain't prison.
any rapper that's used in politics, it could be spent that's not a good look for black people. I'm gonna be real with you. We've spent the last 4 months listening to people talk about Megan Thee Stallion twerking and Glorilla. You know what I'm saying? So any rapper that they use, it could be spent. Just like I told them Trump supporters, y'all had Brooklyn drill rappers. Y'all had a nigga who's on bond for murder right now on stage with Trump right now, like during this campaign rally. So any rapper that you use could be spent. But the reality is you have to appeal to certain voters. And in my opinion, you can use rap music to appeal to a lot of voters and not just black voters because it's a lot of people who love hip hop. Now, is that going to turn off some black voters? Possibly. That's why I think they need to get the messaging out to the black voters who that'll turn that off. Hey guys, we're still going to come to y'all directly, but we have to come to them in a language that they understand. And they need to figure out how to get that divide between the black crowd that frowns at everything quote unquote ghetto and ratchet or anything related to that culture, and for people in that culture to stop looking at the whatever the bourgeois crowd like they sellouts just because they carry themselves a certain way.
I don't know when Obama did, you know what you got to do with your haters? I don't even, what is it? Brush your shoulders off, shake your shoulders
Brush
off.
your shirt,
I
dirt
thought
off
that
your
shit
shirt.
was ghetto as hell.
Okay,
I actually liked it because it made
It was
sense at that.
ghetto. It was ghetto.
the person that's being cited in this thing is in prison. Like, I don't. First of all, I was typing it in. This is not respectability politics or elitism. There's a lot of life between death row records and elitism. Just if people think that's your only option, like your main option is to just not do anything. Like, but Mickey, you cannot say analogizing, doing a brush the thing off your shoulders live and fleeting is the same as styling yourself after Suge Knight. Do you know who Suge Knight is?
Yes. Okay, but I didn't get that out of this picture.
No,
I
you didn't. But when Westmore runs and the propaganda machine gets going, a lot of swing voters who aren't black will get that. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not about now. I understand 200 comment, 2,000 comment. People enjoy it now. But just like they went back and found that video of the lady talking about the transgender surgery in prisons. Remember, that was from the 2020 campaign, not 20. They're keeping an archive of this stuff. That's what I'm saying. Like, people are, the Democrats are really behind. It's just reactive. So Democrats now just want to do stuff to do it, to make it seem like they're in the game. You have to do things intelligently and with foresight. So if you start styling yourself after murderous, thuggish, uh, incarcerated 90s rap icons, who are also many people think are notorious gangster, they're going to bring that up when you're a black man married to a black woman with a bald head and muscles and sound like a dude. They are going to paint the man as a beastly black beast, and y'all know it. But hey, what do I know? I got the prediction wrong, so I can't possibly know about how white supremacy has worked in America for 100. How long has it been? 250 plus years. 250 years coming up. 250 coming up. Not
And and and,
250.
no,
and,
I
and
agree,
again,
but
250?
but wait a minute, Mickey, because
Wait,
I
240?
want to make sure I understand
2
that,
240?
when people make their opinion, why is it um that people want to change their opinion to what they perceive versus just asking questions? If I don't think it's a good look, that doesn't mean that I necessarily think it's ghetto. I just don't think it's a good look. I haven't explained why I don't think it's a good look. To be honest with you, I haven't really even checked in with myself to figure out why it's not a good look. I just wouldn't want, you know, the representatives that are supposed to be leading us in a good fashion, right? To also have the representation of what I know death row, I'll say it the last time, death row records implicates. So in my mind, I'm just like, that's just not a good look. I mean, I get it and how people are like, yeah, this is great. But for me, it may be okay for everybody else. As Monique keeps saying, there's 32 people that liked it. I don't give a damn if it was a million people that liked it. That doesn't mean that I have to like it. I'm not a numbers person when it comes down to that. Just because everybody else like it doesn't mean that I'm going to like it. And that's okay. It's okay not to like what you don't like. And it's absolutely okay not to be a part of the populace because the populace is what got us where we are now with Trump in office.
Firstly,
So
when you
I
check in with
have
yourself about how you feel about it, could you do that? Could you do that off mute? We'd like to hear how you check in with yourself. Thank you.
Sure, I will.
so
Thank you.
so I have two readings of it. So to what Goat was saying earlier, I would say that that's why I find the meme funny, because those people are like so ungangster. Like, seriously, so I find the irony appealing in that way. Now, on the other hand, given the reputation of Baltimore, like as a city, and given that I think Maryland still holds this, that they have two of the most economically, oh God, I don't have any words now. They have the two zip
Rich.
codes that the richest
Mhm.
Black people, right? So there's a Black about Maryland and Baltimore specifically, and so branding it with this whole gangster thing, like First Lady said, that's like not a good look. So I think you could read the meme, in both ways. So
What
So,
everybody's
happened?
Dr. IG,
right.
you know textual
Everybody's
irony.
right.
What happened, y'all?
Dr.
Y'all calling
AG,
people ghetto?
Dr. AG, textual irony in American politics vis-a-vis African Americans. Come on now.
Yeah, no,
That's not an effective political strategy.
no, it's not. I'm not as a political strategy. That's what I said. It could go wrong.
Now, if an artist put that up and they put like Obama stuff, it'd be you go to the museum. Oh, this is a charming, ironic display that recalls the flag work of David Hammond. Like,
Yeah,
okay, but for a sitting official to do it with a guy who's going to run for president in 4 years and is trying to make a national step, it's just bad politics and bad optics. It's not
yeah.
class warfare. It's not being bougie. I don't know what's going on with Fish Belly. It's a weird thing. It's not. It's just that for black politicians, you cannot align yourself with people who the country sees as thuggish. I know many people in here, because you have white partners and stuff, think we're in a post-racial America, and you go to the Whole Foods and you get your acai bowls and you get your
So
what's that fermented drink? What's that fermented drink? Your kombucha.
kombucha.
And
Kombucha
because
wasn't
you
my
like the
thing, but it
smell,
wasn't my
you
thing.
actually think when white people are wet, they smell good. I know many of you think that like we are in that kind of post-racial America, but we're not. These kinds of things actually do matter for black politicians. They are double standards. I can't believe that person in here was earlier saying, "Wait a minute, so you're saying white people have privilege in America?" And it was a black woman that said that. I mean, was I the only one here for that? I don't think I was.
So this is my question. I agree. I do think it was a bad move. I guess my question is, for me, how much of an analysis does it take to have something like this stick on to Westmore if he was to run for national office, right? And how much of an impact would it actually make to his overall candidacy for national office? And of course, we can't predict the future, but it seems like obviously because of the distance, probably do 2 terms as Maryland governor, let's say, the distance would attenuate it a bit. Um, and then also, I just feel like there has to be a little like it's going to require a certain kind of approach to that would have it land enough for it to even have any kind of impact on him. It's like, oh, he referenced Death Row. Death Row was this record company that had Suge Knight, who is currently in prison. Like it just feels like it seems so indirect that it's hard to come up with a talking point on it. And again, the distance, the time frame from when it actually took from when it took place to when he would possibly run for national office would also just kind of lessen the blow a little bit. That's my take on it.
Are you sure about that? Because as I know, people that are non-melanated have a way of spinning everything. I mean, literally, we all saw it unfold yesterday when we had a Musk go on crazy in his Twitter or X or whatever the hell you want to call it, and then all of a sudden the deal that they had has gone awry, and they're flipping the story and saying it's the Democrats' fault. So you talking about a photo that happens 4 years um, prior, if we skip to 2028, 2027, and you think they won't go and dig this up and try to put a story on it and make it a narrative? Are you kidding me?
No, that's not my argument. My argument is that how much of an impact would it have given the distance it would have and the kind of analysis that would be required to let it to stick enough to where it would have an impact on them.
How much impact did the trans ad have, which was 4 years earlier?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I mean, I don't think that. I mean, let me get my position because people are sort of arguing off my original positions. I mean, I don't think this particular thing is going to cost anybody an election, like specifically. It was the meme of 2024. No, what I'm saying is that the Democratic knee-jerk reaction to do something without thinking through what they're doing will lead to small things that will matriculate, grow, aggregate, accrete. There's a nice GRE word for y'all. Well, y'all woke, so y'all probably are anti taking standardized tests. Oh, we don't believe in standardized tests because they're white privilege. Oh, well, we just learned white privilege didn't
Does the
exist in here
GRE
an
still have
hour ago.
vocabulary
So,
terms?
I did my
GRE, I
master's
got a GRE.
thesis on that,
GREs are
sir.
white privilege, but y'all, we just learned white privilege didn't exist from some black woman
Sir,
about an
I
hour
did
ago.
my
But anyway,
master's thesis on the bias in standardized testing,
yeah.
sir.
Yes. White privilege doesn't exist. We just heard that from one of our sisters about an hour ago. So let me just finish. I'm not saying this specific thing. I'm just saying that in the aftermath of the election, there's a lot of like, gotta do something. Just chill. Just settle down. That's what Dems need to do. Just sit back. Yeah, just sit back. The Dems aren't ruining the bill. It's internecine intra GOP conflict. That's all. So I'm not saying this particular meme is an issue. I'm just saying if they're just going to do stuff to do it, it's not effective. It's not effective. It's like when y'all start kissing the back of your partner's leg, thinking you're adding something exciting. They don't feel it. Just go back to basics. Done speaking.
But Goat, while we're focusing on Westmore, don't you think that them bringing up the little snafu he had with his service in the military will be more important? I mean, I'm just saying. Remember that?
Yes.
Hello?
I think death row is the least of Westmore's problems, is what I'm saying.
It's the multitude of what can actually be brought into the story. They said I
Oh
remember
shit.
yeah, go you on mute.
That's wild. How'd you know I was on mute? Because you couldn't
Hold
hear
on
me?
now.
We can see it. We can see it. We can see it.
No, Mickey, I would say he's gonna have to work through a lot of stuff, just like Obama did with Jeremiah Wright. Um, but I'm just saying that the in the aftermath of the election, Democrats thinking that they're doing stuff and just by doing it, it's effective. You're gonna get a bunch of small stuff to matter. I'm gonna tell you one. I don't think this one's matter, but I'm gonna tell you one on AOC because everybody's now pushing the AOC thing. I watched her do a live stream, and if I could find the video, I know Republicans have it in their archive because they archive everything Democrats do. Like everybody records the rooms in here, like they, it's in case one of y'all want to run for office or something, they'll throw it on you later. That's why they record these rooms, but you just whatever. Nobody's on everything. I watched a whole live stream of her defending the use of how do you pronounce it? Latinx? How do you pronounce how do the woke people? How do you guys pronounce it?
It is
That's
Latinx.
correct.
Latinx. Latinx. She will never be. She's doomed. Now I believe something like that matters. So I'm just saying, but in their rush to do things quickly, they can do these small things that these Republicans are masters at spinning. It might not be the death row records. I agree with you on that, Miki. But the Democrats need to just chill. Just chill. You just learn how to do the thing. The election was just 2 weeks ago. Somebody was saying we need to hear from Carmelita Harris. No, we don't. She just lost. Let her have her vacation. She'll need to say shit.
So let me ask you a question.
I'm done speaking.
If you remember, was JD Vance at that Nazi rally in MSG?
Was he at the
Who were the
Nazi
big
rally?
time players that's supposed to be running for president that were at the
The
Nazi
Nazi
rally?
rally.
Which they're
You mean
more
the
than
Nazi rally that played no role in this? You mean the floating garbage thing that had 50% of Latinos voting for Republicans?
yeah, but If
Yes, he
this
was.
death row thing is an issue, that should be an issue on that
I
side that
didn't
we're
say
talking
that. I'm not
about.
talking about the death row thing.
I'm not
I
even
see why I
arguing
want
with
that. I'm
you.
not
Slow
talking
down.
about the death row per se. I
Okay.
said it's reflective of a knee jerk reaction to do stuff, and a small thing that's not thought through could come back and hurt them. Like Carmelita Harris had no idea that when she sat down with an ACLU, I think it was ACL, no, she sat down with somebody after doing an ACLU survey, no idea why ACLU does these surveys anyway, that interview when she talked about giving people health care would doom her presidency chances. That's what I'm talking about. And no, it's a double standard when you're on the right. So when you're on the right, you go to a quote Nazi rally, people like it. And JD Vance is not a Negro. Or are you also saying white privilege no longer exists? I'm learning a lot coming back on the app. This is
Wow.
great. So now we know white privilege doesn't exist.
Did I say that? Or are you
I'm
making me
asking,
say
so
that?
how are we comparing JD Vance to Westmore?
Well, you were talking about when he runs for president in 4 years, blah, 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 all this
Right,
other
because he's a
stuff. Yeah.
Negro.
So he also is running for president. I was just asking you if he was there at the Nazi rally and what were his remarks. Just
I think he
asking.
was there.
Monique, you're a Zeta? Oh my God, I never knew that.
I am. Hey, Sora. But
Hey, Sora.
I guess let's not do that because, we don't want to take away from the stirring arguments that we've got going on.
Oh,
I have a question. I have a question. This is Gad.
everybody gets upset when I disagree with them. Go ahead.
Hold on. Yeah. So I'm just.
Hey,
This is
Gad.
just. Hi. So.
Now
Hey,
Uh,
Monique's mad at me too. Oh
okay.
my
Yeah.
gosh.
I don't need. Good morning,
this
everybody.
you needed it. You
No
needed
more
it
greetings
earlier.
needed.
Look at this first lady. Now he don't need it.
Well, can somebody
Exactly.
talk,
I told you
please?
that the
Like,
other
what's
day.
going on, y'all? Shit. I'm
What's
on stage.
going
Y'all just
on?
want to pick and talk and not let anybody else talk. Um.
Oh, that's the wrong
We
person.
want to see
Go ahead.
Gad in action.
I can't hear because you know. Um. I have a question about the AOC discussion about Latinx. What was her position, and do you think her discussion was helpful to the Democrats or harmful, and why? That's my question. To Goat, I guess, because Goat brought it up. I'm curious.
Uh, what was her what? What?
What was her position on the use of Latinx? Do you think that her discussion about her position was helpful or harmful
You can let
to the
Monique, Dr.
Democratic
Goddess, or
Party?
Kiki answer. I'm done.
No, but okay, I'm not trying to get into that. You
You
know,
can get the
people.
stirring. You can get the stirring convo from them.
No, well,
The
you're the
stirring
one who
What?
brought
argument.
it.
Don't
Oh,
in your
come
bush.
Why?
on, Goat.
Why am I in it? What is
But
happening?
hold on,
'Cause
y'all.
that's
Can
I
y'all
love
didn't mention you.
please?
because he
Can
loves
y'all?
to do
I
that.
Can
said
y'all
Dr.
just?
Goddess,
Can you please
Yeah,
Kiki.
hold
don't
on a?
me.
Hold on a second.
I love it too. I think it's just
I'm
hilarious,
trying to
Kiki.
bring the temperature down, so nobody needs to
How can you
get
bring the temperature down?
because I'm Gad. Okay,
Oh, okay.
No,
that's
That
you're
how.
that was
not.
kind of funny, Otis.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
first
I know
we
Miki's
tried.
not talking,
You
so
you didn't know
No,
you
I'm laughing.
were
I've been the mediator today. God damn it!
okay,
I'm growing up.
which is rare.
okay.
Well,
So
very rare for all you light skinned women.
can I
Damn,
get
Dr.
my
Goddess.
can I get an answer to my question, please? Because go you brought it up, so I am curious. I haven't watched it. That's why. Do you think what was her position? Do you think it was helpful or harmful? I'm curious. Oh wait. Oh he. Yeah.
What?
What was her position on Latinx? Was it helpful or harmful?
What
I'm
do you think
curious.
her position was on Latinx?
Um, my guess is that she tried to defend using it.
Okay, and do you think that's helpful or harmful?
Harmful
Okay,
because,
so you answered your own question.
but
Get your own stirring arguments.
yeah, I'm not
No,
making
I
any.
want Hurricane back. I'm tired
No,
of Gad. I want the crash outs. I've been off the app for
let
weeks. I want crash
no.
outs.
Let me tell you because
What's wrong with saying Latinx? And
so
isn't she?
Latino
It's
voters don't like it, and they swing to the right when politicians use it. We have empirical
she's
evidence on it.
Latino,
I
hold on.
know.
Okay, so
so we need to mind our
then
business.
no, I'm
No, no,
about to
no.
answer
I'm
the
telling
let
you, the
may I
Latino
answer.
voters don't like it, and they swing towards Trump and Republicans when politicians use it, including and especially Latino politicians. They have actually, it's not even like a theory, they have empirical evidence.
So just in a nutshell, um, the push to use Latinx instead of Latino, Latina, Latine, um, is interpreted by many members of the Latino community as an attempt to colonize the language, turn it white, tell
Which
them
is
to fuck
ironic, by the
themselves,
way, of course.
to yeah, to tell them to fuck themselves and take away their agency, all those things. Because for a very long time, people who are Latino have managed to use Latina, Latino, Latine in ways that respects gender identity and sexual orientation, and there was no problem. At least that's how they felt about it.
Mm.
And when you look at the roots of this Latinx thing, what you find at the root of it is a lot of white people not minding their business once again.
Okay.
And so it alienates a lot of it has alienated a lot of Latino people. It's
Oh my
also it
God, this is a long way of him saying that Latinos find using the word Latinx racist and
no,
colonialist and linguistically imperialist, and it probably
okay.
is.
Go
White
okay.
Latinos.
Let me finish,
All
please.
Latinos, because you're using English, you're literally using English, a kind of English suffix, politicized suffix on their language, so they see it as Anglo colonization.
hmm
I,
Yeah.
I, but I
I
thought
don't
the
know
term
why
was an
Gad has to
inclusive
use all
term.
these words. Now, when Gad is cussing people out in another frame, he can get right to the point. Now, when he has to explain, y'all are boring when you're not crashing. I just
So
realized we're boring. So
I
it's
can
time to
tell you why.
crash.
I can
Monique's
tell
ready
you
to
why.
crash. Dr. God's ready to crash. Mickey's been ready to crash. Let's crash.
Gad is not
Y'all
going
want
to
to crash?
crash.
Let's crash.
Gad is
Let's
not going
go.
to
Crash,
crash.
nigga, crash.
Let's crash.
Gad is not going to crash. Okay. Gad has
Motherfuckers is
onion.
boring. Get the crash
Gad
on.
I
It's
thought y'all was
Friday.
gonna
Let's
be a
get this
Gad
big
payday.
Negroes.
Gad has onion juice in his eyes. He's making egg scramble, and I'm trying to
Y'all got
stop
your
my
little
feet.
checks early for Christmas and you're feeling good. We heard Jesse Jack. I'm out
Wait
Christmas
a minute.
shopping. I'm out Christmas shopping. Because he normally gets paid on the 27th, but they paid him earlier so he can go
Oh
Christmas
God.
shopping. Let's
Let
crash.
that
How'd you
Y'all in a
man
know?
good
shop.
mood.
Let that man
Go on
shop.
mute. Go on mute because you're
Wait a
chewing.
minute. Otis,
And how'd
did
you
On
know
you
I
get
mute.
got my check early?
did you get kicked?
No, what are you talking about?
His name
Okay.
is Gad.
My name is Gad. I don't understand like why you're asking me
Oh
late.
my God.
You're asking me late questions.
And you didn't explain to her what your call and response is, and then you tried to stunt on me and first lady.
I
Well,
wasn't stunting on nobody. I just had a question and I
Sounding
was
like
trying
my
to get it
daddy.
answered.
mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'm beyond the call and
Gad, you
response
don't
is
even know
just
what
for the
stunt
first week.
means.
Really? You're telling
Gad,
me
define stunting on someone.
a gay man doesn't know what stunt is? Try
We're
again.
not talking about that stunt. She was talking about a different stunt.
Oh no,
Oh,
trust me. We know stunts, okay?
Hold on. Gad is gay too?
Dad is good and gay.
Oh, too many G's.
gay
You're
mean happy. Amen.
not gonna get me off my square, go. Not gonna happen.
Brother Messy, not Gad being messy. No, Gad is not messy. Mm-mm. Nope.
Gad is not messy at all. Gad is
Never.
good.
Gad is good
Okay?
all the time.
And all the time.
Gad is good.
That's right.
But speaking of the Latinx, we do need to have a discussion one day about why the Hispanics do not support their own largely um, in elections, which I think is rather interesting. But never mind.
Wait, is Gad Latino or Latinx?
Child. I mean, I am Jacob's seventh son, so
What
you
is
know.
Latina? What the fuck is that? Latina? What kind of accent is that, brother? Latina? What the what? Why are you at an H in there? I'm confused.
He didn't add an H. You don't know how to speak Spanish. You don't know about soft consonants.
Okay. Okay, so you starting this already, Mickey? Okay. 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 Y'all want content. I'm not gonna do it.
No, but wait a second, Mickey. Do you not know the difference between hard consonants and soft consonants?
Latina?
Yeah,
I'm not.
That's a
I'm
soft
not.
T.
I don't know how to pronounce it properly. Does anyone know how to pronounce it properly?
Well, I've asked you twice about soft consonants and hard consonants. You don't know the difference?
I've never heard anyone say Latina.
I know, yeah, but did you hear my question about
Your
soft and
question is
hard
irrelevant,
consonants? It
Gad.
is actually it's not.
I say it's irrelevant. I
It, I
say.
can I can tell you
Don't
why
make
it's
me
not
do my
irrelevant.
my Bridgerton.
No,
I
it's
say it's irrelevant.
yeah, it's relevant because we're talking about pronunciation. If you don't know about
Y'all
linguistics,
need
just
to
say
stop telling
that.
Latinos what they mad about.
No, the
But this is
Latinos are
the
mad
thing, though.
about it.
Just
Just
the Latinos are mad about it
Mel, what say
because
you?
it
Matt,
because just as a matter of like language,
Was
it
mad about
takes.
what?
Uh,
Hello? Oh,
Hmm.
I guess nobody could talk.
what you said? What you said, Mel?
I said mad about what?
Well,
Them using the term what is it? Latinx.
Yeah,
old ass people
I ain't
give a
wearing
fuck
that.
because they're retarded on Clubhouse and they
Yeah.
think that people give a fuck in real life. Voters can give a fuck because voters are retarded. They just voted for Trump. So please don't tell me Latinos are fucking smart right now. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't give a
Matt
fuck.
just said.
Secondly, let's get into the fact that nobody young gives a fuck about that shit. People who are young actually embrace non-binary identity. Old bitches that are gonna die soon don't. So that's where we're at. Fuck all of these retards. Moving on.
this person is
Thank
Cuban. He's not even Latino.
you. Thank
Yeah, I am fucking Latino.
No,
I'm
let's. It's
Cuban. I'm
time to
part of Latin
crash.
America.
I'm
I'm
about to
good.
crash on
Okay.
you.
you. Oh,
I'll crash on you, bitch. Let's go.
Oh God, Gad comes, and then all the girls come. This is the worst.
Sick of these niggas.
Well, we're sick of you.
We sick of you.
We're sick of you.
Go, you're
Bitch,
honorary
fuck you.
girl.
Oh my
Oh God,
Don't get packed up,
What is
bitch.
here.
I'll
there?
turn your
So
ass into a lamb,
y'all
bitch.
said I'm a
These
straight Misha.
fucking
What is the
girls are
word?
here.
no.
Shut
Is
your ass up, bitch.
Bring all
go
the
You
is a
gonna
girls
be
gay
on a
here.
Misha.
Fucking
motherfucking, you
girls.
gonna be on a motherfucking
Fucking
shister
girls out of
ride,
this
bitch,
motherfucker. He's
getting
the one that gonna fucking go. If you want to
bitch.
motherfucking go,
Shut
we
the
can
fuck up,
motherfucking go. Cause you think you're the only one that can go,
bitch.
motherfucker. Just
Bitch,
because you
shut
have some
your ass
motherfucking
up. You
creatine
gonna be
and some
on a
motherfucking
shister bar,
steroids in this
bitch,
bitch,
getting ate
don't
up
mean I
and
won't come
spun
after you
around in
motherfuckers just
circles
because you
by a
motherfucking
herd of
swole up like a
Indians, bitch,
motherfucking Latino,
that just
Cuban,
got into
nutty professor in
goddamn
this bitch.
country,
I
bitch.
don't know
They
fuck
gonna
what
be
your name,
sick of
motherfucker.
me
Let's
I do a
go,
blowing your
motherfucking
ass
machine
Focus.
gun
up,
Kelly
bitch.
too, bitch.
You
You're not
gonna
the
be
only
out
one,
there on
motherfucker.
the
I go drag. I might be a
motherfucking
goat,
like
motherfucker,
getting
but I'm not
burned up,
blown up like
ate
a
up,
motherfucking
slurped
Michelin
up,
dog,
bitch.
motherfucker. I don't give a fuck
You
what
gonna be
you
a
say,
suit,
motherfucker,
bitch.
because I don't
We
give a
gonna
fuck what
have
you say,
goat
girl.
motherfucking wardrobe, bitch. Goat
Oh, is
furs,
that what you
bitch.
want to say?
We gonna have all the motherfucking goat outfits, bitch. Stay mad
Wait, do
about it.
y'all
Argue about
remember?
it.
Do y'all remember at the beginning of Booty Call when Jamie Foxx got cussed out by the girl? That's how Goat just sounded. She said, "And
Oh,
fuck
this
you,
motherfucker! I
motherfucker."
got kicked out of the motherfucking room because this motherfucker kicked me out of
Bitch,
the room
I don't
like I
know
was
why the
going to
fuck
the
you think
She
you
said,
gonna
motherfucking
"And
end up
fuck you,
getting
ass
me
motherfucker.
in
machine
You
your
think
because
you
ass,
slick,
motherfucker got to
bitch.
keep
motherfucker."
abs because he don't have to
I will
wash machine.
poke
He
a
got to
hole
dry
in
his
your
motherfuckers.
brain,
I
bitch.
will
You gonna have
drag
weak
you
brain like
from here to
Arnold
Planet
Schoolgirl.
Fitness, bitch, because
You
you
gonna
can't even
have
afford a
brain
Planet
worm,
Hollywood,
organ
bitch.
worm, bitch. You
You
gonna
don't
be
want
a
to be the
house
one,
worm,
bitch.
bitch.
I'm not
You
the
gonna
one
be
you want to
mad
fuck
all
with, bitch.
about
Because
it,
if you
and
want to
your
come to me,
brain is gonna
motherfucker,
be
I
so
will take
motherfucking
your ass to the
deformed, girl.
motherfucking
I'm gonna
Equinox.
stitch you
But you
together,
can't be in the
girl.
motherfucking
You gonna
Equinox
be
because we
suited
don't
up
have
with
girls
these
like your
young
Equinox,
bitches
bitch.
like
Because last
motherfucking
time we took
Lynn
a motherfucking
Pagans,
Latino
whore.
like you did
What you
motherfucking
talking
Equinox,
about,
bitch,
girl? You
you
came right
stole
from
all
the
the
ass
motherfucking
mad as
Kiehl's
hell.
products,
That
bitch.
Dr.
You
got
was
his
stealing
taxes
Kiehl's
up and
products,
you're
bitch.
mad
And you
about
used
it,
the same
asshole.
motherfucking bag you put
You're
your
mad
Goya
you
rice in,
taxed your
bitch.
ass
I don't give
up
a
and your
motherfucker what
eyes
you want to
don't
say, motherfucker.
care,
I will
bitch. We
drag you
don't
from here
care.
to the
The
motherfucking
voters don't
gym,
care.
motherfucker. I will
Kim
drag you
Doc
by your
don't care,
motherfucking
bitch.
protein, bitch.
Black
Do you
Twitter
use
don't
motherfucking
care.
whey
And
or
you're
soy
mad and you're
protein, bitch?
upset that you
I don't
got
give a fuck
backed
if
up
it's
by
soy
Dr.
protein,
Weisenberg.
if
That's
it's
why you
whey
calling me
protein,
a
bitch. I
fucking
will drag your ass from
bitch.
here to
And you're
motherfucking
upset
Arnold
that we're
Schwarzenegger's
moving
house, bitch.
on.
I will
You're
have you
upset
doing
about Latin
tricep
X.
curls
You're
and
upset you
bicep
were wrong
curls
about the
and call you the
election.
girl.
And you're
Because I'm
mad
not the one
about
to go
it.
after the
And you're
motherfucking bitch. Okay,
upset
I'm not the
because
one to.
guess what, bitch? You won't be able to predict
All
28
right, man.
either,
I can't. I
or
don't have the
26,
man. I don't have
or
the
even
airspace. Pause. I'm out of
2032.
breath. Man,
Yeah,
I'm out
still
of breath.
going, bitch, because I can keep going and you can't.
Man,
You have
I'm
to
out of
take a
breath.
breath, bitch.
Stop.
I am an unstoppable winded force, bitch.
Oh my god,
I
that
am an
was fun.
unstoppable
Matt,
force,
stop.
girl.
I'm out of
I am
breath.
an air sign, bitch. I control the air, bitch. I know what the fuck I'm gonna say, bitch, before you know what the fuck I'm gonna say.
I didn't
And you're
inhale it.
mad
Yeah, so
about
much.
it
I
because you
didn't
calling
inhale
me girl. Can't keep up,
Oh, this
girl. I could
girl, man,
bench
I will
press
drag
you,
you from
bitch,
here. The
and
Equinox,
crack.
bitch. There be so many
Get into
motherfucking
that.
kill products
Get
on
into
your
all of
motherfucking
it,
fake
bitch.
ass
I don't give a
motherfucker. Did
fuck,
you have
bitch.
motherfucking
I can
coffee
take
this
what I
morning,
want to
or did you
take,
have a
bitch, and you can't
creatine
take
lay, bitch?
me.
Did
Bitch,
you have
I
a
got
steroid
creatine, bitch. I got
cappuccino,
all
bitch?
the teens,
Did you have a
bitch.
double
And you
motherfucking
got
shot of
queen nut,
creatine, bitch?
right? You
Or did
got
you just eat
finesse,
motherfucking
bitch.
salmon,
And I
bitch?
don't
I
know
will
why you
drag
mad
you,
about it,
motherfucker.
bitch. I
I
don't
will
know why you
drag
so
this big,
upset. You
swole,
came back
light skinned,
mad,
nutty
bitch.
professor
And guess
wannabe,
what,
bitch.
bitch?
I
I'm
will
about to
drag
make you
his big ass
sad.
all the way to his
And you're
motherfucking cousin's
upset
house,
because,
bitch.
bitch, if
I
you
don't give a
can't
fuck who
take
this
me,
motherfucker
you
is,
can't
bitch. I
take
don't
me.
care,
And you're
motherfucker.
mad
Cause
and
guess what,
upset that don't
girl?
nobody
I
give
don't
a
give a fuck. This
fuck.
motherfucker come up here. He
Bitch,
got all
go
this
read a
motherfucker
book.
say he's a
Stop playing
motherfucker
a book of
Latino, what a
shit in
motherfucker is you.
here,
How
hoe.
you a
They
motherfucker
about to
Latino,
squirt
motherfucker
some
you.
Mexican
What
in
you
your
talking about?
brain,
Baruch the
bitch.
Ta
Bitch, you got
Danai,
such a big ass
Jorge and
brain,
motherfucker. We
bitch.
will drag
And you
your ass
think you
to
so
ice and to
motherfucking
motherfucking
Did you
Israel,
say
intelligent,
bitch.
Baruch
We
Not
smart,
will
and
get you up
witty
Jorge.
out
as
of this
hell,
motherfucker, bitch.
bitch.
I don't
Jorge?
give a fuck
Booty
what the fuck
ass
you talking about,
niggas,
motherfucker.
old ass niggas, dead brain rot,
Baruch
RFK, motherfucker,
Atadadai,
brain rot ass niggas. That's
Alehu.
what the fuck
Not
y'all
God.
is.
Jorge.
Shut the fuck up,
Not
bitch.
Jose and
And
Oh
you're
Jorge.
mad
God.
about it.
He just
And
said
All
you're
right,
Baruch
Matt.
mad.
Pause.
Atadadai.
Matt, let's take a break.
And you're mad. I don't need to take a breath, bitch. I can keep going. That's
He
why you
said
keep
Baruch.
mad,
I'ma
bitch.
Can we
die.
And
reflect?
that's
Can we
why you
reflect
keep
Oh
for a
mad
man,
second?
because
Matt
you're
is the best.
upset, bitch.
Can we
Matt is the
reflect? Can
best,
we
man.
reflect for a second that
LOL.
Oh
that
man.
goat said Baruch Atadadai and Jorge? Like that's wild. That what?
Oh man. Matt is the best, man. Y'all need to go back and forth with Matt. Matt is the best drag on this bit. I died though. I don't have the lung space. Pause. And the airways. Pause. I can't hold
And
my breath as long
unpause
as Matt
and
paused.
unpause.
Oh, and good morning to you, Matthew.
Mm-hmm.
Girl.
Mm-hmm. Right. Miss Mama's sister. Right. Yes.
Baruch Atadadai. I'm dead with that.
Well, for the record room, I am tired of looking. I cannot find any of the pictures that I was looking for.
Oh no, Dr.
And
Goddess.
I can't find it. This man, he got reelected. He tweets a lot. I literally just cannot find it. And I'm tired of scrolling. I also didn't even see I didn't even see the image that First Lady has in her tweet. So I didn't even see that. Yes, I can let it go, Damon. I don't have any problem with it. But for the record, like I don't have anything to lie about. I know what I read. I know what I saw. So that's that. And my only thing is maybe from his previous tweet, they decided to upgrade to this one and maybe it was deleted. I don't know. But I can't find it. So that's it.
Somebody said you better make one on Canva.
I saw
God, I oh, why would
that
I
was
do
good.
that? To try to prove a point? Why?
That was good.
And like Mayor Scott, he was literally one of our speakers at Netroots Nation this year, which was in Maryland. So you can sigh all you want to, like nobody see this is what I'm talking about. Like
I'm catching my breath, man. Didn't you hear me
shut
just go
up,
back and forth with
shut
him? I'm
up,
not
shut
responding to
up,
you.
just shut up.
You shut up.
You shut up.
We
You
got
shut up, man. I'll
content.
come after your ass. I got motherfucking machine. Come on your ass too, motherfucker.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad, sir.
Dr. Goss, it's
Not
not that
doing that.
serious. Calm
It,
down.
it's it's not. It really isn't. But you said I was
Ghost
lying.
sounded like supersonic up in here.
No, but
Exactly.
I'm literally trying to catch my breath because Matt,
I ain't even trying to
Let
keep
him catch his middle-aged
I'm
breath.
literally trying to catch my.
no, ain't
Ma'am,
nobody
I am
trying.
31 years old. Hello?
You
I
should not be
thought you
that
was
out of breath at 31
29.
years
Nigga, you
old.
were
I
That's
29
had a
too
2 weeks
young.
birthday.
ago.
Oh,
Nigga, you were
okay.
29 2 weeks ago.
I had a birthday
And it
Why
advanced
you
you
out
three
of
years.
breath at 31 though? Damn.
because I had just come up the steps.
No, sir. No, sir.
Mickey,
But no,
how
we're gonna
when was your
find
birthday?
love on this Friday. I have found love. But here's the thing. I want to know this. So what is impacted? Who's impacted when the government shuts down? Can somebody help me with that, please?
Child,
Can
nobody.
we get back? No.
Nobody,
You think we
bro.
motherfucker?
Mm-mm.
Look, I'm about 5 seconds in. I'm at my full breath back, and I'm gonna drag Matt from here to Planet Fitness, girl.
Child,
We ain't talking about
nobody.
no motherfucking shutdown because motherfucking Gad came in here. This motherfucker want to come in here, he don't want to be a hurricane. Want to have come in here with all these motherfucking words, motherfucker has to go, and then all the girls come. Well, I'm not one of the girls, but I'm gonna take the motherfucking girls
Girl,
from
I
here to
don't go to
motherfucking Eclipse,
Planet
girl,
Fitness,
because I'm about
bitch.
to
I
drag
am
these
not no
motherfucking
cheap
bitches. I
ass
drag these bitches
two
from here
cent
to
hoe.
motherfucking kingdom come. Because I'm not ready to talk about a
Hello,
motherfucking government shutdown. I'm gonna shut down
girl.
motherfucking politically correct. But before I shut it down, this motherfucking Matt probably want a soy protein shake because he don't want a motherfucking chest. He want motherfucking titties, girl. That's what he wants. So he gonna
Bitch,
take
I
whey
don't drink
protein,
no
girl.
nasty
This
ass
motherfucker
soy
wants a motherfucker
protein, bitch.
because
I
he
don't
got
want my
motherfucking
dick to
sipples,
fall off,
nigga.
bitch.
This
I don't
motherfucker
drink
had a
soy
man just you know
protein.
his sipple.
Hello.
He said, "Oh my god, how come milk coming out of this motherfucker looking like Stewie when he was sucking on motherfucking Peter Griffin's titties in that episode of
Girl,
motherfucking Family
Stewie
Guy,
died in
girl." That's
episode
what I'm talking about,
608
girl.
of
So we not
Family
talking
Guy,
about a
bitch.
motherfucking
Shut the
government
fuck
shutdown,
up.
girl. I'm shutting the motherfucking girls down. That's what the fuck I'm doing,
Girl,
girl. I'm out of breath. Oh god.
I go to Equinox, bitch. I am a high price, classy whore. Okay, bitch. I don't go to ghetto ass Planet Fitness with that $10 membership and that hydro bed and that ghetto ass
You ain't a
candy bar.
motherfucking classy bitch. I
Bitch.
saw you standing outside the
I
motherfucking
do.
Equinox waiting for the bang bus, motherfucker, because you was
Guess
trying to
what
get
they
your damn
got
because
at?
the
Guess what they
motherfucking
got at
bang
Planet
bus came by,
Fitness?
motherfucker. I saw
Girl,
you
I
over
go
there,
The
to
girl.
same
You ain't a
machines.
Equinox
motherfucking classy.
Fitness.
Just we ain't talking to you, motherfuckers. We ain't
Girl, you
messing with
really
you.
trying
You
to
might have been here, the
make
motherfucking
shit
Rikers, but
come
like I will
good.
drag you
Bitch,
as well, just
you
just
gonna
because you think you
drag
got a
ass trying to
motherfucking
You
deep
influence
right.
voice,
me
You
and this
because you
will.
have
motherfucker
high
think
price
he
You
Joe
got
from
it.
Old
You
Man
got
River.
it,
I
sugar.
will Old Man River your ass just because you
right.
like a motherfucking Barry White.
You
I
got
will
it,
Barry
sugar.
Black your ass,
She
nigga.
really
I will
is
Barry
trying
Black
to
you when I shut
she's
this
really
motherfucker
trying to
down.
dress
It
like
won't
she
be
really
politically
fucking
correct.
with
It'll
the
be
girls.
motherfucking.
Like
It will not be politically correct. You know, I'm just shutting this motherfucker down. That's what it'll be called
hello.
real time with Patty.
Why do black people like to cuss? And then y'all like, why does Mickey cuss all the time? Free your inner nigga. That's all I got to say. Carry on.
Not you, Kosa.
Mickey,
What
not
Shout
you.
out to the
Carry
niggas.
No,
Shout
y'all
out to the
always like, oh
niggas.
my
the
God, why does Mickey cuss so much? Go been like, motherfucker, motherfucker,
Right.
motherfucker.
I actually want to crash, but not on go. So I'd like for y'all to ping in some of the MAGA so I can crash on them. Thank you.
Not you got the appetite now.
Hey, Notorious, why don't you get on stage? Because I ain't dragged you in about 3 months. So it's your turn.
He's not fun to drag because he doesn't fight back. He don't fight back.
Yeah, Notorious just gonna say something like, Look at it. Look at you how you're doing, Zell." Mhm. It's like, okay, old man River, got it.
Notorious, shut the fuck up.
He ain't gonna say do nothing but say something like your granddaddy would say.
Respectability,
Your young asses.
that piece of shit. Talking about ladies don't cuss, but you a fucking MAGA. Black men don't stand down, Notorious. But look at you.
Get it out, Dr. Goddess. Let that shit out.
I
Somebody pinging that faggot man
I
back in because I
sense
Oh,
want to hack him.
I sense some
No.
Philadelphia in that Dr. Goddess. Detected a little.
Oh no. Be clear, just I'm from New York. We moved to Pennsylvania. I'm from New York. And
uh,
and, and I can name the neighborhood, but I ain't. So I don't fuck around. But I just don't. I don't go off regularly because one, I do regulate my emotions, and two, it's not necessary.
Listen, we need to reduce the amount of incense and
Notorious,
sage we use.
please, you are Black MAGA. You got the nerve to put fire emojis behind Black MAGA. Like y'all are embarrassing as hell.
Maybe you should jump in that fire, Notorious. That's in your emoji PTR thing. Maybe you should just like leap into it. Thank you. And bring that
Notorious would be
energy with
like,
you.
Notorious would be like, I don't mind jumping in the fire because my Lord is gonna protect me.
Wait,
That's
does
what's wrong
he really
with you.
talk like
Y'all ain't
that?
got no faith.
Wait, just does he really talk like that?
No.
Notorious act like a old civil rights leader, but he just not about civil rights.
I'm crying.
He just missing the subject matter, but Notorious um act like I don't know, John Wilkes Booth or somebody. He act like he from the
John Wilkes Booth.
1800s.
Ping a coon in the room.
So I'm glad you guys are in a good mood today. We're always in a good mood. Like, what are you talking about?
We should at least go on TikTok before it goes away so that people can send us little hearts and cupcakes and stuff.
Sure. I think they said Kim Kardashian is trying to buy it or something. Is that, did y'all hear that? Or was that just a rumor? Hello?
All they want is for it to have American ownership. So I think
Wait,
it would
is
be
it
a good
true
thing.
that Kim Kardashian is a Trump supporter?
Yes,
I heard.
I think she is.
her entire family is. They've known them for years and are besties with Trump, Ivanka, and the son. I think it was the son got
And
caught
y'all be buying
making
them
a
panties that
nude.
that girl be
Uh,
putting out.
well, he posted a video that went viral on YouTube, basically him calling Kamala, and all this other like racist shit. So the whole family is retarded Trump supporters, including the children.
How y'all think Kanye became a Trump supporter?
Good point.
Thank God,
Earth is ghetto.
kept our niece away from the Kardashians. God bless her.
Who?
Obama
Who's
didn't
our
show him
niece?
love, and so he was sad
Blue
about
Ivy is our niece.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Blue Ivy. Well, the way people attacking her daddy, she's probably gonna be like, "Fuck all of y'all."
Well, that's fine. But she won't be doing that stuff that other little girl be doing online.
it.
And
North. That's that child's name.
Yeah,
yeah, and
whatever her name is.
Kim wondered for years why Beyonce didn't like her. I mean, hello.
Right.
I'm sorry, Dr. Goddess. I only have two nieces.
Listen, ma'am, you have three nieces. Okay.
How long until y'all think
Mary,
President Musk and Vice President Trump fall out? Because I give it May and then it's over.
You
yes.
think May? I got March.
So you might be, yeah, you might be right because I think I'm giving them too much.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
got
got
May
I,
and March.
I got I got February
Yeah, that's what I was
up
about to say. I
strong.
think they're gonna make it to March. Hell yeah.
Not February, not even a month.
Right, yeah,
After
around
that
about the
inauguration,
20th.
it's gonna be on.
By Feb 28th, they should have that wrapped up and be into
Mm.
full full. They'll be going at it like Go and Matt just did.
It's
Oh,
gonna
Wait,
be
girl, I
which
need
one
a
definitely
of
word
you?
from the
divorce court.
comment.
They're
Wait,
gonna be in divorce court for sure.
which one of you said that when Elon Musk tries to like lobby people, like he introduces something and then he'll tweet about it nonstop on X. Which who said that? It was in the room the other day. I mean, I don't
He's
remember, but
I
he's
said it
already
earlier
doing it
today.
now. Yeah.
yeah. Oh, okay, okay. Well, so I think that's correct, and I think that Trump, like Trump still is with Truth Social, and even though he's with Elon, I don't know what they plan to do, but I think Trump's people are they're seeing Elon Musk like his attempts at manipulation. And also because Elon Musk is like notoriously immature and narcissist, has ego problems, he's not going to be able to take these repeated defeats because he doesn't know how democracy really works. So yeah, they're going to fall out. They're going to fall out big time.
Why is this man even in politics? Like, why is he this bored that he decided he needed to go destroy the United States? Like, why is this man that bored? I mean, I guess when you're the richest person on earth, you're just like, well, I might as well just go kill some more people and destroy their lives. Because what else am I gonna do? Go golfing? I mean, I
And
don't
he's on a
understand why
drug.
he's so invested.
He's on ketamine. You got to keep that in mind. This man is not in his right mind. He's crazy.
They should. That Luigi boy went to the wrong CEO. Shout out to my nigga. Free my nigga Luigi. Yeah, free him. I hope he gets out. I'm gonna pray that they keep his books filled, his commissary, throughout his entirety of his sentencing, which is probably gonna be the rest of his life. But yeah, he would have saved the country if he would have went after the correct CEO. So yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but about those tweets, to me, that speaks to his, just like overly clingy kind of behavior, obsessive, like just I can't keep still. I, I don't know that Trump can deal with this much longer. I just really don't see it happening. Trump seems like he gets agitated very quickly. Um, and I know that they have started this process together. I just don't think they'll end it.
Hmm. And I mean, Trump was just trying to. I mean, he was trying to be in charge, but he was also trying to get rid of all of his charges. So, um, once that's done, I mean, he's what is he? He's up three, down only down one. Once this last one gets removed, he'll be all right.
Don't they vote for speaker in January?
You mean
Don't
like
worry, they'll have that
replacement
on the
for Michael?
TV playing above. When you go to the gym today, they'll have that on the TV playing above the bench,
I do
girl.
go in and
So you'll
out
be
of
able to see, girl,
yes.
when they're gonna have the vote. You don't come over here asking for motherfucking rules. You need to know
Girl,
the
my
motherfucking rules. Nah,
wig.
I'm just joking.
Girl.
Anyway, yeah. I think it's after the new Congress is sworn in. So that's like what, the third? So they'll be
That's what I
down.
thought.
They'll be down. I think they'll only have a 2 or 3 seat uh
Majority.
majority. And one person, was it Thomas Massey? I forgot who it was. Said they
Mike
weren't
Lee says he
voting.
wants Musk to be the speaker, and so do one
No, but
other.
no, but somebody in the House actually said they
Breaking
weren't going
news.
to vote for Johnson. Was it? It was somebody
Oh.
already. So they in
Breaking
trouble.
news.
Well,
Breaking news.
Marjorie Taylor Greene says she's not voting for him. She says she's voting for Elon Musk.
Oh, breaking news. New
Hmm.
GOP plan drops demand to raise the debt ceiling. So they drop his demand to raise it. So maybe it will get passed and they can vote on it.
I
Hate
mean,
moments like this because this is actually a good idea. Like if there's a good idea for the country and Donald Trump proposes it, they should just pass it. The United States, I think, is the only major country in the world, one of few countries generally that has a debt ceiling. It is the dumbest idea. They got to get rid of it. Anyway, I'm mute up. I'm done.
But
well,
does
all
that
36 people are going to be supposedly primaried by Elon Musk. I don't even see that happening. I think these are just veiled threats that will not actually amount to anything in 26. I think he's talking shit. There's no way he's going to actually keep account of all these people that are defecting and then actually do it. I think he's just talking shit, personally.
so go if they got rid of the debt ceiling, does that impact the currency of the United States dollar?
Mm-mm. No, it just would get rid of like all these. There's a metaphor they use, like I guess playing chicken or whatever. But like because if you get to the debt ceiling, then Treasury can't make certain payments, and then you get default and all this kind of stuff. If you get rid of the debt ceiling, you just pay what you owe. Like it allows people to negotiate. So I guess they feel like they don't like it, but it's really dumb to have. I forgot when it was instituted, sometime in the mid, might have been instituted before the World War II. I can't remember exactly. I can Google it, but it just doesn't. It just means like Treasury. So if you're about to hit the debt ceiling, Treasury can't pay out interest payments to, I don't know, whoever has a bunch of T notes, right? So Japan, I guess Japan has the most foreign debt, so they can't pay Japan, whatever. Then the banks, lower the credit rating, and we do this thing where all of us act like we know what this means, and the politicians act like they know what they mean. Then they raise it anyway, and it's just like it just becomes a dumb dance that creates a set of like a set of artificial um, uh, uh, constraints on what we could do or what they could do. I don't know. Like I know we all dislike Donald Trump. That's cool. But like when the man actually is for president of the United States and is proposing stuff, we're not in camps. That's the caveat. But like that we should have got rid of a long time ago. Just let them get rid of it. Let them do it. Whatever. I don't know. So, but no, it doesn't. It's so stupid.
You said go ahead and let him do it. What is it? What's
He
your
wants to. He said that he wanted to
increase
raise
the
the
debt?
debt ceiling,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, to 2029. So through his presidency, the fact that he said 2029 was kind of crazy.
Do
Um, but then he said, or get rid of it completely. Ding, 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 ding. Just get rid of it completely.
Mm.
That's what they should do is get rid of it completely. And I wish they would just have a
Mm.
clean vote, one page. Herewith, uh, all present Negroes, Latinx, they, them, him, her, on the land that was stolen. You have your land acknowledgments. Do whatever you need to do to get the woke vote, the black vote, whatever you need. We hereby abolish the debt ceiling and let him sign it with his dumb signature. He's got a dumb signature and just be done with it. Because we're going to deal with this, I guess, in a year. They deal with this shit every year. Then all of a sudden you're going to see the Treasury Secretary. Well, if we don't pay the. Remember little Janet yelling, this is little, gee, we represent the Lollipop Guild. The Lollipop Guild. She's like 2 foot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're not going to be able to pay our debt. And I need Congress to authorize. And so then they just do it. Just get rid of it. The United States. Because if you have it, you can default. If you don't have it, you can't default. Makes no sense. But I'm going to mute up and have some coffee. I'm
Oh,
done
you
speaking.
haven't had coffee yet?
Man, it's
This.
12:15 in the afternoon. I'm on like cup 6.
Oh, got it.
And if
Okay,
Matt
great.
and if I had
Okay,
had those
thank
2 bumps of coke I'd originally planned, I would have dragged Matt's ass from here to the motherfucking Gold's Gym. But he don't have no motherfucking money, so he goes to Silver Gym, girl.
Girl, I
But I
go
don't
to
have no fucking. But
Equinox,
you stop fucking
bitch.
with me.
I don't go to
You go
Solstice.
to
I
motherfucking
go to
Bronze Gym. That's what you
Equinox.
do.
I
And
don't
you
go to
get your
that
motherfucking
purple and
protein
Wow.
yellow
from
bullshit.
Luna bars,
Right.
bitch.
I go
You one
to
of
a
them girls
nice
that eat Luna bars,
bougie
bitch.
ass
That's what you do,
gym
motherfucker. You
with
eat Luna
nice,
bars,
wealthy,
bitch.
rich bitches, rich bitch
You
energy.
eat
Also,
Luna
when you
bars,
SpongeBob,
bitch. That's
get
what you
into
do.
her, bitch, because you can't get out of her and you're mad at
Yeah,
her.
that's because you eat
Lululemon?
a motherfucking Luna bar. This
L
motherfucker ain't been to
O
Lululemon. He gets Lululemon knockoff, some motherfucking. He gets great value
L
Lululemon, bitch.
bitch, and you're mad about it.
This motherfucker got a motherfucking Black
Girl, I'm in the
Friday
gym bench
Walmart,
pressing
bitch.
your body, bitch. I'm over there
Pause.
bench pressing all of it, girl. I got the
You ain't
muscles,
you ain't
bitch.
you ain't
Pause.
pressing
I
shit
be
except
in
them
the gym,
man
bitch.
titties
I
from
be,
all that soy
bitch.
protein,
I can
bitch.
be on the phone on the treadmill, girl, running all my
You ain't on the
motherfucking
treadmill
time, bitch.
because your
I be
titties
on
keep
that
hitting
bitch
you in the eye, bitch.
45
When
minutes,
you be running,
hitting
your
bitch, hitting
motherfucking titties hitting
sprints
you in the eye.
on the
You know
phone,
that's soy
rapping
protein,
and
bitch.
popping my shit to my woadies,
You ain't
and
got
you
nothing
mad
to pop,
about it,
bitch. Only
girl.
thing's gonna pop are those fake
Right.
ass muscles because
And
you
you
on
mad
creatine
about
and
it,
steroids,
girl.
bitch.
Right. I be
So,
in that
about
bitch
the Second
running it.
Liberty Bond Act, yeah, that's where they created that and the concept of an aggregate limit on government debt.
Yeah, what was the
Well,
year was that?
1917? Before
Yeah.
1917. Yeah, before
Did that
19.
stealing? Yeah, not yeah. That's stupid.
Hmm. Okay. But do you see the benefits of it, or you just think it's all stupid
No
with no
benefit.
benefit? No benefit at all.
None at
But
all.
what if you have somebody that's corrupt? Then, like, they just be printing money, and nobody has a way of knowing. You like what?
Oh, they can do that anyway. It's a matter of what you can spend money on. So you can't go over the debt. They just keep raising it and raising it. So I just looked it up. Only Denmark and the United States have a debt ceiling that is set at an absolute amount rather than a percentage of GDP. So that's the other thing. You can peg it to
Mm.
GDP. They just give dollars. Well, our debt ceiling in the house, girls, boy, come over here. Our debt ceiling for the Christmas gifts, I think Santa Claus said it's going to be $285. That's what we got for the debt ceiling. Then your little boy learned how to ride the bike. You did the push bike. You want to get your little boy a real bike with no training wheels. You take yourself to REI. Can't afford that. You find yourself like Matt at the Walmart. And so you want to get the boy a bike. You take the bike. Oh my God, Betsy, the bike costs an extra $20. We're going to actually be our debt ceiling $305. Now, what do? Do you get little Bobby? Bobby, come on over for dinner. Great song. Do you get y'all don't know about that company, but do you get Bobby the bike, or do you say your debt ceiling was $285? No, you just go get Bobby the bike, and that's what the government does all the time. But for the nights leading up to that decision, you and your wife are stirring in the bed and not in the good way. Well, the debt ceiling was 285, honey. What are we gonna do? Get Bobby the bike. Now she don't want to touch you. You don't want to touch her. You wake up mad at each other, and all of a sudden you end up getting Bobby the bike anyway when you could have been getting some from your husband and your wife. Just raise the debt ceiling by getting rid of it. That's what the government does. They stir and stew at night. They decide that they're having arguments, Republicans and Democrats. Nobody's smashing, nobody's brushing their teeth. Now, most of you people in here don't brush your teeth at night anyway, so you have no idea what I'm talking about. Let me break some news here. You're supposed to brush your teeth at least twice a day. In the morning when you wake up at some point, and before you go to bed at night. Many of you only brush your teeth once if you do that. Now, let me also give you some other advice. Do not brush your teeth immediately after drinking coffee. Why? Because you're essentially brushing your teeth and opening up not only the pores on your gums, but on the teeth itself and then the enamel, and it's getting all that acid in there. So you should take some water, drink it after. That's a different discussion. But you're supposed to brush your teeth twice a night. So many of you aren't brushing your teeth. Many of you aren't making love. Instead, you're arguing about the debt ceiling, going on TV, talking about the debt ceiling. If we had no debt ceiling, absolute dollars, they could just pay the bills. And here's the thing, First Lady, the bills are already, you've already spent the money. So Social Security, right? So the way they pay Social Security, it affects the debt. I'll be done. I'll be real quick. They will buy
Take your
T
time. Take your
bills.
time.
Take your time. Remember on Five Heartbeats when Robert Townsend goes into church and he goes, I feel like, and he goes, take your time. When him and Baby Doll is singing up there, she's
Yes.
going, oh, I don't know why that character, she never, anyway, uh, cute lady, but that character wasn't very developed in the movie. That's a discussion.
Crazy.
I'm gonna take my time. So anyway, so they print out, they go to the treasury. We need $100 billion in T bills. That goes into the debt. The people who bought the, so the bill, they have to then pay the interest, right? Social Security. They're going to give Mima her Social Security anyway. But now you're like, oh, we can't pay the interest on the T bills because the debt ceiling is at whatever $1 trillion. So what do? They hem and haw, they fight, they fuss, and they come together right now and raise the debt ceiling anyway. Just get rid of it. Literally two countries. Denmark. Nothing good is in Denmark. Nothing good has ever come out of Denmark. Even Hamlet, who's supposed to be at a castle in Elsinore in Denmark. That's the best thing that came out. And that was written by a British man, our dear brother, William Shakespeare, who we now know was really a black woman named Laquita Kilolo Jenkins. I'm done speaking.
Who the hell? So wait a minute. So when I read that, right? Trump saying or get rid of it, I thought he was saying get rid of the bill, not get rid of the debt ceiling altogether. But now that you say it in the context, I get it now. But I didn't
Yeah,
get
yeah, yeah.
that. I didn't understand it that way.
Yeah, it's a good idea. We got to give the brother. Yeah, that's turned to the Goat Show podcast. So I'll mute up in a while. I take my walk. These bones. My hands are turning into grandma's hands. Going to
You're only
church on Sunday
29.
morning. I'm 31. I had a birthday.
Oh, okay.
But anyway,
Topless. You
But
were 29 the other day.
I gotta get it right. 31. Happy birthday.
Not goat agent and prime numbers.
well, no, I skipped 2 years because I was born in a leap year.
Okay.
But if okay, whatever.
No, but you see why it's just stupid. It creates unnecessary political fights, which is why deep down, the leaders of the parties know if they have the debt ceiling, this is a way they can get stuff. So it does serve political purposes to get policy that you want or pork or whatever. But from a fiscal standpoint and a common sense standpoint, it's absolutely stupid. But I'll
Okay,
mute up.
but if no, I don't know who said that. Stop paying attention to these people. I'm trying to understand something. So Trump gets into office and he doesn't have a debt ceiling. How do you think that would look for him? Like, what do you think that he would be, you know?
Howard to do?
I feel like, yeah, I just feel like that would be like an open checkbook.
Nah.
Wait a minute, father says so.
Yeah, nothing will come of it. Nothing will come of it because it's money already spent. So it doesn't provide a check on him.
Okay.
Um, it wouldn't do anything. I'm telling you, Donald Trump has 10 good ideas that aren't necessarily his, but should be done because they'll only do it under the Republicans will only vote for him, and this is one of them. They should get rid of the It's so stupid.
Well, it's supposed to be checks and balances, and the problem is that they do use it for political theater. But I hate to say this, but government spending is rampant. Trump wants to introduce all of these new federal agencies. It's funny that now he wants to talk about cutting spending when he's the one that literally created Operation, or what is it, Space Force, whatever. So at least we're having these conversations. Are they being performative about it? Yes, but it's just ridiculous to constantly have to go in and raise the debt ceiling. Like it's pretty bad. That's all I'll say.
And does that impact the dollar in your eyesight or no?
No, so it long term does impact the dollar because, a lot of people dismiss BRICS, but I don't. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And long term, that reasoning, along with others, has been used to, as Goat mentioned, lower the ratings on our debt, right? Or like our bonds or treasuries, because it's foolishness. It really is. It's just foolishness. And it indicates that we're not serious about anything. Constantly having to have this discussion for the United States, a country that has dollar dominance, and a lot of other countries that depend on investing in our debt because they generate income. It makes them want to do other things with their investment dollars. And honestly, I can't blame them, right? I
Mm.
can't blame them. So I think it's foolish for the long term. Does it disrupt the dollar in the short term? No. But where that could impact the dollar, just like China has divested themselves of a lot of our treasuries over the last 10 years, and it's decreasing over time. So if a lot of other countries decide to do that, we're not going to have that influx of cash. And it's kind of like, um, you have a credit card that you keep maxing out and they keep giving you grace, but eventually if you don't have any money to pay that balance down, right, you're going to go into default. There's not that much that can happen, plus you're paying interest, which we all know at some point costs you more than the actual spending you did on the card. So I just don't agree with it.
Okay. So, but it sounds like you were going towards possibly getting rid of the debt ceiling, just based off what you just said.
He
No, I
did.
think that there needs to be something.
Okay.
And again, father is a wonderful example of I hate the country, but I also believe in American exceptionalism, which is just very cute at my point. Everyone does not have to use the dollar for anything. Our dollar dominance has actually decreased, not exponentially, but again, if you look at things over time, people are pissed off with the United States. It used to be just kind of like a thing. Nobody really liked the United States, but you dealt with them because you had to. But what we're finding is outside of that American exceptionalism, because I get it, the average American, you just believe so much in the
Mhm.
majesty and greatness of this country. But you're going to have other options. Crypto, for one. I'm not a Bitcoin fan, but we have to acknowledge that Bitcoin is no longer a disruptor. It's almost a standard in some places. So I just don't think it's a good time to be grandstanding and being foolish, especially with how people view the United States and Donald Trump coming in my opinion.
Mm.
Yeah, I
Go.
mean, Lady Chi, you can get rid of the debt ceiling or raise the debt ceiling or whatever and not hit it. So say, just to use easy numbers, say the debt ceiling, for the house is $300 or for the country is $300. That doesn't mean you have to have $300. You have to hit it. You could be at zero or positive. You could have a surplus and no debt. Well, we won't have any debt because of Social Security and stuff. But you know what I'm saying? So just because you get rid of it doesn't mean you have to spend it. Denmark has it, and I was reading about it. Apparently, Denmark, when they instituted theirs in the 90s, it was at such a high level, they knew they weren't going to hit it anytime soon. Oh, that's a theme for many of you in the room. You're not going to hit it anytime soon. But anyway, um,
You need
uh,
help?
yeah, I mean these people. But then the United States, when we raise it, we just raise it with the next year or 6 months or maybe 2 years in mind. So you have to come back and have these fights. Like I said, if they're not going to get rid of it, to Trump's point, at least 2029. I wish they would project out. I don't know how much is the debt now. Can somebody tell? Is it 20? How much is the debt? 30 trillion, 20 trillion? How much is the debt? I forgot.
It's
20
it's
something.
up there
34?
and
20
increasing every
trillion,
day.
right? Yeah.
I think
I
I
know
don't know
it's
I
how much.
120, but yeah, go
yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, if they're not going to do GDP tied to GDP, and they're going to do absolute dollars like we do it, Denmark, the only two countries, they should raise it to 100 trillion. We're not going to hit 100 trillion in, well, I'm 30, so 31. So probably in my lifetime, I'll be alive for another 50, 60 years at 31. Raise it to 100 trillion, and then I wish what they would really go back to. I'm telling you, Republicans would probably win the midterms if they did this. If they went back to regular order in writing these appropriations bills and having budgets like they used to back when we were kids, well, not when I was a kid, when y'all were kids in the 90s. I was born in no, I was a kid in the 90s, yeah. I can't even keep my lies straight because the math is not working. But anyway, that people will really probably like that. These continuing resolutions, these debt ceiling fights. When is the government shut down? At midnight tonight? Apparently, is it tonight at midnight? First Lady.
Apparently, yes.
12:01.
Yeah,
12.
if I had to bet, I don't know what the poly market says. They seem to be right about everything now. They write about this election. They want to write about the midterm. Right? I bet you that poly market probably has it at 50-50 odds of not being shut down. Mickey said it earlier, and we have to give Mickey credit, y'all. Mickey finally said something correct in the space. She said they always get it done by the end. They do this all the time. And she was exactly right. Now, how many times can we say that? But outside of that, God bless, I'm done speaking.
It's 31.4
They're, yeah, they should say 100. They should raise that, get rid of it or raise that bitch to 300. And then they just
Wouldn't it
worry
be
about it.
better? So
Uh,
Trump can't Trump raise it on his own next year?
he
No,
can
I
remove
think,
it. He's saying
no.
that he wants to remove it
He
altogether.
didn't he it get raised during his presidency? Was that Congress or was that him?
No, I think it has to go through Congress. Yeah, I think it has to go through Congress. I think there's some extraordinary measures, there's theories. This is where Father gets a little cuckoo. He's in some of these cuckoo MMT print to coin people
Oh
where they think
God,
that,
not
you know.
that.
Well, everybody's kooky in their own way. This is how Father's kooky. This is only kookiness, but Mickey, you have kookiness as well. Let's start with that Zydeco. But anyway, I don't think the president can do it. There's this idea that president can do stuff like the people were saying the president could just cancel the student loan. I don't think so. I think to raise the debt, I think it has to be done through statute, through Congress. I don't think the president can do it by himself. But somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Um,
Not
I
too
did
much on
had a
Zydeco.
I did have another question when we get to another when y'all ready to talk about something else. I had another topic.
Sorry, I think there's a reconciliation process that takes place if the debt ceiling is not is not doesn't get lifted. And so the
No,
Republic no?
no, if the debt ceiling doesn't get lifted, they can default and they don't pay the bill, legally not paying the bills. They can use reconciliation to pass a bill that would do it, that would raise it. But I think it has to be, I'm almost certain it has to be done with Congress because if so, Biden would just, I think there was a little mini crisis in 2023. They could do it. Oh no, you gonna MMT me, Father? You're not gonna MMT me now, are you? Come on,
No,
brother.
but no, I'm not going to
Okay,
MMT.
thank
Doesn't
you
it
very
seem
much.
like if the Democrats sign on to this, agree to the debt ceiling being raised, they folded, they didn't get anything out of it, like they're not um they should
When
negotiate for
in
something
23? In 23 or now?
now.
Oh well, they'll only vote for the one that they want. All right. So the Democrats are doing this thing. It was in the room earlier where they are lying about stuff, giving false information. So there's this thing going around. Some of you saw Twitter that Elon Musk in the new version of the bill got rid of this child cancer thing. It's like $190 million. Have people seen that? Lawrence O'Donnell said it in the thing.
Yes, it's
Yeah,
going around
this
today.
is so this is Democratic manipulation, and it might work, but it's not even a half truth. So they did remove it from the CR. So this is quote something Democrats want, but that bill already passed the House. All it has to do is pass the Senate, and the president would sign it. So he did not pull that. They're not pulling that out because they don't want to give children cancer. Schumer could have passed that in the House. Now there might be reasons why not to pass it. So the Democrats want certain things, and they just won't vote for it if they don't get those things. But they're in the minority. It's not on them to pass the bill. But I'm done speaking. We'll let Father go kooky for a minute. Go ahead, do your thing, brother.
They're blaming that on
I'm
Elon.
not going to go
Um,
kooky. I just
Okay.
Goat.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So is that, I'm sorry for interrupting. Is that true then? Is Elon responsible for them cutting that? Is
I
that
don't
part of
know.
like,
He may have he may have pulled it out. I mean, I think they pulled out all the non quote unquote necessary stuff. But if the Democrats really wanted that as much as they want, they could simply pass it. It already passed. It passed in the summer. I looked it up on the Congress tracker, and it's only $190 million. You know, you're talking about I don't know how much is the CR, hundreds of billions of dollars. They're being a little bit disingenuous. I mean, they're getting better at lying. It's a pretty good lie. It tugs on the heartstrings. This kind of worked a little bit, but I was just say, go ahead, Father. I cut you off, sir.
Oh yeah. No, I don't really have that to add. Really, I mean, I just like I don't understand why you calling it kookiness. Like, have you read the books? Have you done the research on this? Have you
Yeah,
really
I just
looked
don't
into it?
understand it. Yeah, it seems totally legit. I just don't understand it, so I just call it kookiness because I'm
Okay.
wallowing in my ignorance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's hard to understand or hard to wrap your mind around it because it seems counterintuitive. But basically, it's just saying like the government is the thing that sets up the game for us to play, and it's issuing out this currency for us to play this game and do the labor and all this stuff. Like for as far as the American government, the position that it's in the world, like it established itself as the dollar as the world reserve currency after like during World War II. Basically, countries were using it as something to back their own currency with, and they've been using it to trade for I don't know, goddamn 80 years now. So like the idea that they're just going to like get off of it or switch to something else is just silly. Really, I mean, what happens is that with this debt ceiling shit, it's political theater. It's saying we're going to default on these things when we don't have to. We could just pay it. We're in a position, we're in the world where literally we can print money and that gives the money its value and everybody wants that goddamn dollar. That's the situation. There's no
Yeah.
limitation. There's nobody we have to answer to. That's just the reality of it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I understand it as broad strokes, and it's intuitive. What do they call it? You know, fiat. Is that fiat? That's fiat currency, right? Fiat currency.
Yeah.
Um, but you know, the politicians get so far having that political theater that I just don't see a world in which they will do that thing. So,
Well, I mean,
I,
yeah, you're right about it, but part of it is that we allow them to do that because nobody understands what the fuck is going on.
right.
So they give us this narrative like, oh, it's like your household, and if we default on this, and we raise all this debt, is there's no way we're ever going to be able to pay it. When in reality, okay, who do we owe and what do we owe them? We sold bonds and we owe them dollars. So if we produce the dollars and we owe them dollars, we could just give them the goddamn dollars. It's that simple. There's no other person that's in the way that we have to answer to. That's just the way America has set up the game. So I don't know, people are gonna keep like falling for this scam, like that there's like some limitation to what the government can do as far as printing the currency. The real limitation is really about labor and resources. That's it.
If they did that, so many people, I mean, they would be ending their own career because there's so many people like what's that guy, Thomas Massey? What do you call those people? Like the libertarian hawks, the fiscal hawks, and many, many others that, they'd essentially be voting out their political existence because they know that that's true. Like I was always, and someone explained it to me many times. I don't understand it. It's that if they don't raise the debt ceiling and they don't, excuse me, and they don't pay, you know, something. Well, yeah, the ratings go down. I think Miki was talking about this earlier of the U.S. Treasury or something. I think they go down. What does MMT see? Yeah, well, I have to go listen to it. Like, why would that even matter? given the power of what you just laid out, or you're saying that doesn't even matter.
It doesn't matter. Like they keep saying, like, okay, all right. So the issue is them like concerning about whether or not America is going to default on its loans. And as I'm saying, there's no reason America has to default on its loans because what we're telling people is we're going to give them dollars, the very thing we control. It's completely different than when we were on the gold standard because we had to back up the dollars with gold, something that is, there's a limit to how much gold you can actually have. But when you're talking about dollars, it's just like cotton and fucking paper and ink. We can produce that at will. It's not like there's no reason why we couldn't produce dollars. And even if we ran out of cotton for some weird reason, we could switch it to something else, because it's like it's a currency that is based on the idea that it's backed by the government. And as long as the American government is functioning, we're going to be able to produce that currency. So that's the game. Like we allow them to play this political theater about what the government can actually spend money on, and really, it's the conversation should be where should the money go versus how much money is being spent. And we spend a lot of time, for some reason, when we talk about poor people, always an issue about the money. But when we want to cut taxes and allow, like play this game about the revenue and all this stuff, or when we want to spend money, give money to a bunch of companies that already have money, like it's ridiculous that we allow this shit to happen when, in actuality, our government can invest in the country and improve the quality of all of our lives.
Well, the last part I understood. The first half, there are people in the chat. Maybe you guys can come up and y'all want to keep the convo going. Miss talking about treasury yields. I can't really talk to that much. I mean, I know that means basic, but I can't talk to this. Ade. Oh, Ade, how are you? Atutu Wama. Oh, Ade. I'm sorry, wrong language. Talking about too many dots. Talk about inflation. Somebody was talking about other stuff. If y'all want to do it. I can't.
Well, the
I'm
inflation,
now out of my depth.
the only real thing, like I said earlier about labor and resources, and this is where the inflation thing comes into play. All right, so the concern really is not about all of us having so much goddamn money that the dollar decreases. The concern is will we be able to produce the things to keep up with people's buying power? That's why the real concern is like it's not a concern about whether or not you have enough dollars. It's what, like, for people that buy blueberries, whether or not you have enough dollars for them to have is, can you produce enough blueberries that they like for their consumption? That's the issue. Can you produce the labor to pick those blueberries? That's the issue. And if you can't, then you have to you have to increase the value of the thing to limit the consumption of it. And that's where the inflation comes in play. So like, I don't know, like,
Oh, I see what you're saying. So let me break it down because this is well, I don't know. Maybe people don't want to break it down because I kind of understood what you're saying. The blueberry example. So you're
Go
saying
ahead, break it.
it's not the dollar. Well, I'm kind of breaking it down like this is like for idiots because I don't know this very well. So I'm asking questions,
yeah,
and
I'm
if I'm
trying to
too,
I'm trying to explain it simply too, but I don't know
yeah,
if I'm
that's what I'm
being.
saying. No. So I'm gonna break it down. But if this is too remedial for everybody else, I can mute up. I don't need to because I'm very
No, I
remedial on this.
said
So,
break it down.
okay. People don't want to hear me, so
Break
I don't
it
want
down.
to.
I don't care what they want to hear. People want to hear.
Yo, we want to hear you. Go. I'm an idiot.
Look at that. The fan. God bless you. Look at that. First lady, keep that sentiment in about 3 hours. I'll talk to you later. Anyway,
Oh, help.
so the blueberry. So you're saying it's not the printing of the dollars as such, but rather it's because there are so many dollars and there's more spending power. The price of the blueberries is raised because there's not enough blueberries to go around to match that spending power. And
Correct.
because there are fewer blueberries, which might be a matter of either resources or supply, or resources and supply, the price of that inflates to go to the person that has the most spending power, and they get the blueberry. So it's not about the dollar circulating is what I was hearing, but it was the labor and resource on the other side. Did I break that down for the idiots like myself?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Okay,
So
I
it's
just making
like,
sure.
so, and this is what they talk about in the book, like as the book I keep telling people to read, because it really goes through example, like history, like throughout history, breaking this down. And like, what I'm getting at is like, there's a section of the book is talking about,
Which book? They want to know what book you're talking
oh
about.
yeah, oh, the deficit myth.
Oh, the
So,
deficit myth. Okay.
yeah, yeah. And there's like a bunch of other books that I can give, but these are like, those are more academic books that just going to talk like raw economics. This book is actually talking about the political side of it. And like, it gets into all of it, answers all of people's questions, except for like, how this plays out internationally, because, that's a little complicated because each country has its own thing as far as how they set up the currency. But anyway, that's a whole different thing. So in the book, what it talks about is like, all right, yes, it sounds like this is telling people that there's a free lunch, but no, that's not the case. You still have to have the labor to produce things, and you still have to have the things. So like, it's a balancing act as far as like giving out the currency to like keep your economy going, and also not like creating a situation where there's so much demand that your economy cannot keep up. Does that, do people understand that, or is
Yeah, yeah, no,
like
no, but no, we found this is good. This is people will soon start to leave the room because this is too thoughtful and adult. So we can cut. We'll get some content soon. We'll do a crash out in 5 minutes, so people will stay in the room. But while we wait for the crash out, so now I'm just using. This might be a bad example. Like I said, this is not my wheelhouse at all. So I'm being the useful idiot. But I guess I'm frequently the useful idiot. So take a country. Does everybody remember? Father, you probably remember when Zimbabwe, Uncle Bob was still alive? I think he still is still alive. And they was printing like £1,000,000. I don't know what they use. £1,000,000. They don't use pounds. Whatever they use, notes, say pound notes. What does Zimbabwe use, y'all? Whatever it is, dollar, $1,000,000. So you're saying, well, I guess that's different because obviously that's the world's reserve currency. But I'd use that as an example. Say, just pretend it pertains. The
well
issue there was they didn't have the resources, the labor, and the industry to meet the demand on the monetary side. Is that what the book is suggesting, or is this specific to the United States as the reserve currency? Just break that part down a little bit from the book.
well part of the issue is that America's in a unique place where, all right, so I talked about the Brethren Conference in the chat, and this is something
Right.
that everybody needs to like go and look at. At the Brethren Conference, what America essentially did is said, okay, all of these European countries, they're running out of gold, they're in debt, they're coming to us. We're going to set up a new like global system that is going to allow for free trade, and it's going to allow for us to give out loans to different countries to stabilize their country, whatever, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where you get the IMF, the World Bank, and all of this
Mm-hmm.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There was a debate between Keynes, because he's a British
Matrix.
economist. Yeah, and our economist was what was it, Harry White, and what Keynes wanted to do is have this international bank that would be able to create its own currency to give out to the world, and this would be a bank that basically everybody would have to answer to, and yada yada yada. What America decided is, okay, we'll create this bank, but the currency is going to be the dollar. So to back your currency, you're going to have to use the dollar. To do trade, you're going to have to use the dollar. So this limits these countries because they have to answer to an outside source in regards to their own creating their own currency. Like, so do you understand what I'm saying? So like,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
when we're like, so because America does not have that limitation, and it doesn't have that artificial limitation of we're going to back everything by gold. There is no like limitation as far as how much money we can actually put in circulation. There's nothing like that. So that's a major difference between us and Zimbabwe, but also it's like that thing of like the resource thing and the labor thing, and all of that plays a part too. And what people don't understand is like America is also in a unique position of being one of these countries where it has so many vastly different like environments and regions. It could damn near produce the things it needs right here, where a lot of countries have to do trade.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So that's another thing that like people don't understand, but that's plays a part also. So, but yeah, it's a completely different conversation as far as like Zimbabwe and America. But
Versus the U.S.
people always go to the Zimbabwe example because that
Or
just,
Venezuela. You'll hear
yeah.
Venezuela. Yeah. Okay.
The
So
countries,
another question.
third world countries that depend on other governments to back up their currencies.
Currency, right? So the one thing I do want to say is less a question, but I don't want people to straw man your argument. So, Father's not calling for unlimited printing of money. He's
No,
saying that the conversation around the monetary conversation is actually that we have the money. Well, you kind of making 2 points. Just to recap, and then we can get to the crash outs. So we'll mute up. So I'll do a quick recap from what I heard. The first one is that the debt conversations are artificial and political theater, which is true because they always raise it and nothing crashes. I mean, if you think about it, they've raised it every time and nothing goes away. So they could have raised it before and not had the political theater. And then the second thing was it's less a matter of the money, but where the money's spent. So he wasn't calling, from what I got, for unlimited printing of dollars, but rather was calling for better uses of money. And because he's an Adosian and cares about working people and poor people, he's specifically saying you can use those monies internally to better people's life worlds. That's what I got. But it's 12:50. I said 5 minutes. So we'll meet up and y'all can crash out and cuss each other out and call each other the N word and stuff. We'll meet up. See you there.
Sorry. So
not
what
only
I
that,
under
but I want to add this other piece. What people don't understand
Did
is
I
that,
represent you well before you do
yeah,
the other piece?
yeah,
Okay.
definitely. I agree with all of that.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's this other piece. Like, what people don't understand is that there's two piles. There's two piles of money. So there's the government's money, and then there's the private economy's money. When the government spends, there's only one place for that money to go. It goes into the private economy. Like when it spends, like it overspends, it deficit spends, that's where the money goes into the economy, meaning more money into our hands. And what has been shown is that over time, what you see is when the government overspends, shortly after that, there's a great boom in the economy. And then when we start to do the austerity things, because there's only one place for the money to go from, if the government is collecting more taxes or it's not deficit spending, that means that more money, the money that's in our pile is going into the government. And that money is just it's not, it's considered destroyed at that point. It means that it's not in use, it's not in circulation, it's not being used for anything. So in actuality, the better thing would be to have our government continue deficit spending. It's just that we just need to understand the balance, concern ourselves with inflation, and also put that money in better places. If we understand that it benefits the economy when there's more money circulating amongst us, why not give it to the people who are going to spend the money, the poor people, versus giving it to the rich who are just going to hoard the money?
Yeah.
Oh,
So I'm sorry, let me just recap what I understood. What I understood is how can we have a deficit when I have a money printer in my backyard that I could just print out what I want and we can spend what we want. So there is no deficit. So the point of the deficit is moot because I can print out as much money as I want.
no, that's not how it works. Mm-mm, not at all. See the Confederate currency if you want a good lesson in what not to do.
Okay, so the Confederate currency during a war,
I mean, do you remember what happened to that currency that they just
because they
created?
kept taking out debts and other people's currency because they were like it was a war. This is what I'm saying. So the reason why America was able to position itself the way it has during the Bretton Woods conference is because all the other countries were at war and they needed to come to America to get loans. they started taking out debt in America's currency. That's why. Never mind. You got it.
I mean, you're suggesting that the government give money to lower income people and that will stimulate the economy. Um, is there a precedent for that?
Yeah. I mean, isn't that what they do? Isn't that what the whole point of the the checks during the stimulus checks? The when didn't George Bush do the same thing during his years where they just gave out money? Like the idea was to stimulate the economy. Wasn't that the whole idea?
No, the idea was to help people when the government was shut down and to give them a little bit just to kind of get over that, that little harmful cliff, which is why it was income based. But what Jerome Powell actually did to stimulate the economy, and it worked, was lower interest rates. Now, how many people took advantage of that in terms of loans, purchasing, investing? Because as Mr. mentioned in the chat, the interest rates were extremely high. They're actually just starting to come down, by the way. So this is going to sound icky, but this is just how it is. So, for example, in 2008, you had white collar workers that lost their jobs. We know all of the financial firms that did terrible, terrible things, and they were laid off. You had a ton of white collar workers who made six figures or more. Shout out to that magic number that actually lost their jobs. But what did we find during the tiny market drop in Q1 of 2020? You did not have white collar workers lose their jobs. What you had was lower income workers that lost their jobs. And what did the economy do? Barely anything. It actually started to flourish after Q1, right? Which is why we had great numbers and we still have a robust economy. Why? Because the economy does not care if lower income people are not employed. The dollars that they spend to stimulate the economy don't really stimulate it that much in that manner. When
Wait, I'm
people who
trying
make
to understand. So you're saying that when you give millions of people money, and then those millions of people go to businesses and they spend that money, you're saying that does not stimulate the economy?
So if you are a lower income person, right? So I'm not saying that it doesn't stimulate the economy, but you going to the grocery store is not as much of an investment as the SoFi president that's I believe it's the SoFi president that said he's going to put, you know, what was it, $1 billion or something into the economy, right? You're not big business. You're not corporate spending. You're not going out and buying a
Who,
vehicle. You're
who
not going out and buying a house. So when the interest rates were lowered, right? That's why we really didn't have a real recession. I was one of those people that thought we were going to have a recession. So Obama and I had this argument all the time. He was right. I thought the economy was going to just go I thought it was just going to not sustain itself. But what did we find? Which, by the way, economists are still not clear on why we didn't have a significant recession when a lot of other countries really, really were harmed from COVID and the slowdowns and the supply chain issues and people dying and staying in your houses. Because what happened was people just lost their damn minds. Credit card spending increased to the highest levels it's ever been. We saw people buying houses sight unseen. That was not lower income people. That was people that were stimulated like crazy by the low interest rates.
Okay. And all right, so the MMT people also said there wouldn't be a recession. And these were also the people that, like, the author of the book that I tell you to read, right? She was a part of the Biden administration. She advised them as far as like to spend the money that they spent to stimulate the economy. Like this is this. I mean, I guess, because all the people that were on the other side saying, "Oh, you spend all this money, it's just going to cause during the pandemic, it's just going to cause the economy to go worse." That's your side. Your side got it wrong. So you go ahead and tell me how it works.
I literally just told you how it works. Never
Stop
mind.
grace,
It's
Miki.
fine.
Stop giving grace, Miki.
No, because Dr. Goddess, honestly, I do think that,
You shouldn't involve yourself in this either, Dr. Goddess. Like,
Well,
yeah,
stop it.
just
just be
Because
quiet.
you've been doing this, like, you've been trying to challenge me on this app for years, and every single time it has ended badly for you also.
I
Oh,
So
think you were
stop it.
speaking to me.
you are so delusional for
Dr. Goddess,
mind.
what is
Like,
the
get
advice
grow
you
up.
gave to
But let's
me,
go back to Mickey's. Let's go
ma'am?
back to Mickey's.
Yes,
No.
no, no.
Mickey,
Let's
you're
just move
okay.
on.
What
Because
And
I'm
here's
saying
what
is,
I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do.
may
I'm going
I
to
answer
give
the
people
question, please?
books.
I'm
I'm going to
not
give
getting
people books to
emotional
read.
about this because the economy is not emotional. That's why I dismiss half of the things you say. Number one, because you speak from
I
that
don't care
vantage
if you
point.
dismiss what I say.
Money is
I'm
not
going to,
emotional. God damn it,
okay,
money is
that's
not
cool.
emotional,
You're the
niggas.
person that's yelling.
Money is not
I'm not
emotional. Math
emotional.
is your
You hear
friend.
my
That's my
tone?
crash out. Math
You hear
is
my
your friend.
tone?
Math
Do
is
you
your
hear my
friend.
tone?
Math is your friend. What's
Do
up?
you hear
Math.
my tone?
Math.
There's
Get a
not
calculator.
emotion in my
Get a
tone.
calculator.
This is a crazy
Calculate.
woman.
Shout out to Whitney Houston. May
So
I
here's what I'm going
fucking
to do.
finish?
I'm
Goddamn.
going to give
In
people
2008,
sources.
did the economy have a major recession because lower income people lost their jobs? Yes or no? Anyone want to answer the question? Did we have a major recession? Did we have a fucking Great Depression in 1929 because lower income people lost their jobs? Anybody want to answer? Anybody? Anybody?
Well, I think the conversation about Great Depression and the lessons from it is in response to the Great Depression, right? And that stimulating the economy in standard Keynesian counter-cyclical manner actually works, right? You run it when there is a drop in the demand, right? You stimulate the economy, stimulus checks, et cetera, to run the cycle over again. And this is, we see both in Biden administration compared to other countries, right, that counter-cyclical policy actually works. We have a better results that we can compare it to other countries like Britain and others that run a little bit more. They did stimulus checks, right? European countries, peer countries, but they didn't do to the extent, mostly because of the EU limits and German constitutional law on European central bank spending wouldn't allow them constitutionally to do the same thing that the United States did. United States fared better. We can compare it to the response during Obama era, right, where Obama, while did quantitative easing, it didn't go far enough, and it had bad distributional effects that concentrated profits in like top 10% or something like that, right?
So which
Uh,
administration, Philip?
yeah,
Because I know you really studied this
You
stuff. So
notice
what?
how they
yeah.
notice how they listen to the white man. It's
Ah!
hilarious.
Because he's not talking about the book that he read constantly. You read that shit 15 years ago. Niggas, read the fucking book. I don't want to
Well,
read the
it's
book.
the
God damn it.
you
Well,
Shit.
he did
should.
actually. He did cite that book in the thing when he wasn't in
Yeah,
here when it first came out. He actually is talking about the same book. Oh man, I'm dead.
I
We're
don't
on the same
care. I'm not
side.
I,
reading the book.
We're
If
on
you
the
I mean,
can
same
they're
preface
side.
your
literally
words
saying the
by
same
saying,
thing,
I read a fucking book,
She didn't
but
even
they're saying the
understand that.
same
being
She
thing.
didn't
They're
even
saying,
elementary
understand
school,
that. She didn't understand that we're
can
saying the
we
same
just let
thing.
the man speak? You
She's a
easily trigger
fraud.
motherfuckers get on
She's
my
a fraud.
goddamn nerves. Shit.
I don't know what's going on, but but this is not only Stephanie Kelton, right? At this point, this is, we're not talking specific MMT interpretations of it. This is standard Keynesianism, right? Like, I don't think Biden administration did anything according to MMT. While people on MMT economists were influential, particularly on Twitter, in shaping that, everybody remembers Summers debate, right? Like whether inflation is transitory or not transitory. And Summers kind of lost that debate and got excluded from the Biden administration. Yeah, a lot of this policy was happening in real time on Econ Twitter. It was pretty influential at the time. Uh, and
well, I
in
don't
with
know if
the,
you could.
yeah,
Well, hold on, let me get it. I don't know if
mhm.
you could peg it specifically to the MMT people, but they've definitely influenced and had influence in the Democratic Party because the level of spending, I mean, you know the numbers better than I think, but the number, the amount of spending, the GDP, I think was the highest since that first year, the highest since FDR, right? I think he passed LBJ in redistributionist percent of GDP. So
Yep.
you're right. It is standard Keynesianism. That I understand. And I don't, I'm trying to understand MT stuff, but it's definitely a different Democratic Party they've had some influence. The Kelton, I don't know if she's speaking to them. I don't know if she worked for the administration or advised, but they've had some influence. I think it's fair to say.
Well, not anymore, right? Like about halfway into the administration, they reverted back to austerity.
They did.
This is Kalecki insight, another Polish economist, right? Where in crisis everybody becomes a Keynesianist, but it is tested whether you're actually a Keynesianist or even to the left. When the crisis is over, everybody reverts
If you
back to
switch back, if
austerity.
you revert back,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
why, which administration, I mean, why do you think that Obama didn't do enough? I actually am a huge fan of Obama's economy. I think that
Well,
there's very little that he made missteps considering what he inherited,
The
which
economy
was
where
a
black
total
people
shit.
lost all their houses.
Did he
yeah.
do it,
You were a
nigga?
fan of that? Okay.
Did he cause the great crash? Like, what? I'm confused right now. Are you blaming the Great Recession on Barack Obama?
No, but
Well,
that was his economy. That was the economy he was dealing with, right?
He inherited the economy. Do you
Oh,
think that
Okay.
in his
So
oh
administration?
you're a great fan of the
God.
okay, whatever,
That
yo.
wasn't Obama's economy. I'm talking about I was a great fan of his 8 years in office. What the fuck is going on right now?
we
What
we
is
we
going
we
on?
can we
Niggas want
can
to nip at
Yeah.
my nuts. I don't have any fucking nuts, nigga. Can you
Right.
shut the fuck up? You know
Right.
what?
he
I said I wasn't going to crash out. You
It's okay.
fucking got it.
It's okay.
he he
It's
had
alright.
obviously. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, 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 no. Go ahead, Philip. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Philip, what is it
Oh,
like being a white man from Central Europe to get in the crosshairs of Black American crash outs? Like, do you feel like does your
That's a good
toes
question.
curl? Do you start blinking uncontrolled? Like, what is that like? Like for us, it's just normal. I mean, do y'all do this in your Scottish? Like, what's the like? Let me hear you crash in Polish. Just do that for a minute. Let me hear how it goes.
I don't know Polish. I'm Armenian. We're
It
like,
doesn't even matter. I
we're
know what it is. It doesn't matter. That was the point. Just let me hear what a crash out would sound like in Armenian. Just do that. Let me hear it for like 10 seconds. Just do it real quick.
I can't. I need
You can't
another
even go have
Armenian.
an espresso and
I,
some
I
Coke and two Romanian prostitutes. I bet you can crash out. But I'll
Not
mute
the
up
I
real
coke.
quick.
can't do it in English. That's the thing. I can do
That's
it
what
in
I'm telling
Russian, which is a native language.
Oh,
I
do
can
it in
do
Oh
it
yeah,
in
do it
Russian.
in
Armenian.
Russian. A
Crash
crash
out
out
in
in
Russian.
Russian.
Go
Yeah,
ahead, Philip.
crash out against conservative. Crash out against. Here, I'll give you a topic.
Pro
Austerity is good for
Russians.
the
Pro
economy.
Russians. Pro
Yeah,
Russians.
do
Give
yeah,
me
yeah.
pro
Now go.
Russians.
Let's hear it for
Yeah.
15 seconds. Go ahead. Let's hear
Oh,
Russian crash.
I can't. But give me a pro Russian supporter. I'll work myself up.
Okay,
Uh,
we'll bring him in.
yeah. But on Obama, I mean, he has political constraints. What he could do and what he did could be a different conversation, right? But what he did is just on the economy. Two major criticisms. One is it didn't go far enough because the economy only recovered during Biden, thanks to Biden response post COVID, during COVID, right? All of that period since the recession was pretty bad for the US economy and only recovered during Biden. The other big criticism, which might be even more important than the overall package of quantitative easing policies enormously contributed to income inequality because it concentrated the gains in uh, securities, real estate, equities rather than labor, right?
So you
And
mean all the
that,
things that people typically invest in to generate wealth?
well, not typically, because not a lot of people in the United States are basically the curvature of like investment of who is invested in those things is extremely unequal. So it contributes, accelerates income inequality enormously. And it's like if you open a graph of, for example, if you go to realtimeinequality.org, I don't remember, just Google real time inequality. It's like a graph dashboard. You'll see the recession and how it affects income distribution between, especially look at like bottom
Okay.
50, bottom
All right.
30%. It's pretty bad.
Yeah. So I'm not even sure where you are right now because you lost me at the beginning of when you started about the critique. Because you like Biden inherited it, but we had Trump that inherited before Biden did. And Trump got into office and was able to have a good old time. And Biden now has cleaned up his mess. So I was lost throughout the rest of the conversation because that, yeah.
I'm talking about Obama.
Right, but Philip, no president is going to achieve income equality. I don't think that's a good metric to judge Obama by. And the
Yeah.
reason that I asked you that question is because a lot of the things that Trump inherited, he inherited a very robust economy. Unemployment started going down from Obama's administration. All of the things that Trump basically praised and that allow Biden to achieve like lowest amongst the lowest recorded unemployment, that's because of what Obama did to set the stage. He had to reinvigorate real estate, which is why in 2010 he did something similar to what Kamala wanted to do. He had, I believe it was $7,500 or $7,000, the tax credit for purchasing a house. Because I know a lot of people that took advantage of that. I think that Obama did a fantastic job considering that that was the shot heard around the world in terms of the 2008 economic crisis, right? Remember, it's always the Dems that have better economies. They always have to clean up after the Republicans. So I don't think that's fair to say he didn't achieve income equality. One of the best things that Obama did for me was that he allowed crowdfunding. You didn't need to be an accredited investor. So private equity prior to Obama was basically for wealthy people. You either had to have the $1 million, right, in liquidity, not including your residence, right, or make like three or $400,000 a year. There's like three different levels of being an accredited investor. So Obama basically came in and said, you know, you can do crowdfunding, which means that you can start investing in private equity as you know an average American. So I don't get the hate. I love Barack Obama's economy. I think it was wonderful. I think it was great. I think he did slow and steady things to allow the economy to grow at a normal pace, and we're still benefiting from Barack Obama's economy to this day. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know where Trump came in. I wasn't comparing it to Trump of all people.
No. You had
Yeah,
said the economy. No. You had
yeah,
said the economy didn't fully recover until Biden. That's
yeah.
what you had said.
It
That's
it
what he said,
didn't.
lady.
That's
Yeah.
just fact.
Yeah, that's what people say. But she had heard something else. But yeah. You just
Yeah,
triggered
and I
her,
don't agree with that either.
first
I
lady.
don't agree with that. The economy is just recovering under Biden. Biden has done some great things, but if we did not have that sustainability from Barack Obama, then COVID would have been much worse for us as a country. That's my belief.
As well as, what are we talking about? Obama came in during the time that Bush had ran us into the hole. Hello? And all the things that he did, recovering, the troops, all of those different things. I know people say that he didn't do too well in that situation, but I think he did what he needed to do in that regard. But when it came down to the economy, he picked us back up. Like even after that whole debacle with the housing and everything, he continuously kept making the um economy great. They had stimulus checks during that time, which would obviously go to what I believe you were saying in the beginning regarding, or at least father was, in regards to stimulating the poor. So yeah, it helps to build the economy up. So I'm not sure, like, I just,
The
some of the
idea.
tweets I
I
just
was
wasn't
unemployed
following.
at the time, and he extended the unemployment checks too because I wouldn't have had nothing. He
The
extended
idea.
unemployment.
No. He's not saying. Oh, you guys are doing the thing. See, this is the thing. Now y'all being emotional
It's
because it's the
okay.
black
Just
man.
show me. That's all.
It's the black man. Show
Shut
me
up.
that you love me. Heaven's waiting down for me. Shout out to John Legend, who really can't sing, but that's a different discussion. So let me put it in terms you understand, because you know Donnie McClurkin, right? You know when Donnie McClurkin says "We fall down, but we get up." You know that song, First Lady. First Lady, sing that hook for us real quick, First Lady. Go ahead.
We fall down.
Weird key, but yes, that's
We
the song.
get up.
I don't know why you picked that key. That was a weird key. But anyway, yes, that
First
song.
lady.
So what Philip is saying is, if when Obama came in, you were completely down, Obama picked you up, but it wasn't until the last year or two where you were fully standing strong and tall. You're the bravest lion of them all. You weren't fully standing. So he's not saying. So he's saying that it took a long time for a lot of these macroeconomic metrics to be regularized. But he's not fully bashing Obama. He is bashing Obama, but not fully. We know you black ladies get triggered when they bash your Kenyan superstar. Kenyan
That's true.
superstar, that is what you are. Run away from me.
No, I just didn't agree with the fact that we didn't see the outcome of his doing until Biden. I feel as though, based off of the timeline that you just provided, would have started while he was in office, who traded over an economy over to Trump, and Trump took it and made a mess of it, where Biden had to actually pick up again. That's how I see things. I could be wrong, but that's how I view it.
The
So
economy
anything
wasn't a mess
outside of
under
that,
Trump. Now, see, now y'all doing that thing again. Y'all doing that thing
no,
again.
no, no, that's not what I said. I said
Oh,
Trump
I'm sorry.
inherited a good economy, but it came from Obama.
Oh, for sure. But it is the case. Yeah, that's fair. I think y'all will agree. But yeah, I have to
Okay,
translate
very
for the
well.
whites because you guys don't talk to white people in real life. So I have to translate for Philip.
That's a lie.
You talk to white
I
people in
got
real
a
life?
All the time, love.
No, you
And
don't.
oh, okay.
I
Yeah,
got a
no.
question about
Oh,
I've got a
sorry.
question about private equity buying houses. So I've read that private equity firms, specifically PIMCO, has bought hundreds of millions of dollars worth of Fannie and Freddie um, uh, uh, what is it called? Mortgage-backed securities. So I'm wondering why they're doing that. What is your view of why they're doing that?
Because they're making money.
They got cash, lots of it.
Mm, You guys forget that corporation builds houses. You go into a developed neighborhood where someone similar to private equity, right, either funded them or took advantage of it. And that's why you have, your neighborhoods, right? The suburbs were not just random, it was intentional and deliberate. Um, we have home builders, and those are large publicly traded corporations. So private equity is going to go wherever the money is. So it's I
But
mean,
they're
they build
they're
these
selling
houses.
their
They don't have to sell them to you. Their point is to make money. So the renting kingdom is actually something that is not new. It has been in
but
development for
Fannie and
a
Freddie
little
doesn't.
while. But they don't have to sell the houses if they can generate income. That's kind of like the real estate bros and the LOC bros, right? They buy a house, they pay for it, or they get a mortgage, um, and then they rent it to you because it's going to generate long-term income. So that's why private equity, corporate America, whatever is into residential housing because that's where the money is.
But that's when you have to contact your local politician, right? Whatever your city, state, town, however it operates, and see if there's anyone in the area that is proposing laws to limit um, how many um, how many one can buy, right? Because I think Atlanta had something a while back for Airbnb laws, saying you could only own two Airbnbs or three. And that's the type, if you want to get private equity or businesses in general out of that game, that's the stuff that we need to collectively support. But that's at a local level, was where I see it happening.
Sin, there's a bill in the oh, this is sad for you Democrats. I think it was Sherrod Brown. By the way, all the people that are saying, "Oh, the Democrats should have been populist," there was no more populist than Sherrod Brown, and he got his clock cleaned in this election as well. So that whole the Democrats need to go populist. Yeah, Sherrod Brown went populist and lost to a private equity finance guy in Ohio. But anyway, there's a bill in the Senate that Carmelita Harris was championing to do the very thing at the national level, and I think it was going to cap it at 50 houses, and then all the benefits go away. But not going to get it because they're not going to pass it, and Carmelita Harris didn't win. But there's some movement at the national level among the progressive Dems in the Senate to do the very thing you were talking about. So it's local, but there was also a national bill too. Sherrod Brown introduced it. I think they introduced it in 2023, but they never voted on it in the Senate. So.
Good. That's
Yes.
what needs to happen. And I think more so than private equity, it's LLCs, right? And then LLCs have all those like anti-transparency laws, but it's the LLCs that are buying up all the properties in addition to maybe not all, maybe I think 20%, 15% of the market. But when you have, very few homes being built, that's that's a lot, that's a huge chunk.
I mean, you also have the boomers that are staying in their houses, and I don't actually blame them because why should they move? But um, I've said this before. There's a lot of people that are competing for a house, entities, individuals. People aren't getting married like they used to. People are also living longer. So maybe 30 years ago, grandma and grandpa would have passed away, and the third generation would have inherited that house. But that's not happening because grandma and grandpa are living well into their 90s. Um, so I don't see this as a problem that's going to get fixed. If you piss off the corporations go elsewhere. There are states like Georgia that actually prohibit individual builders. Um, so I think that this is going to be a long-standing issue. Yeah, I'm in Houston, and they have rent-only neighborhoods actually that are really, really quite nice and have very, very high price points. Think of it like apartments, except now it's houses. So I don't really. I mean, we've seen this transition coming for a very, very long time. People aren't staying in one location for 20 or 30 years anymore. You're not marrying your high school sweetheart and staying across the street from your grandparents, right? You're how many times does the average person switch jobs and move about the country now, right? So you're going to continue to see this as a problem. And when all those boomers houses come on the market, they're going to be too expensive for a new home buyer to buy. So again, people rejected Kamala and wanting to build more affordable housing, whatever affordable means right now, right? Because it's not the same as it was 10 years ago, and give people more of a housing credit for first time homeowners. But that was rejected. So good luck. Yeah, Georgia's a crackhead. I go into some of the real estate rooms, and there are a lot of small developers, the LLC bros. But they're buying multifamilies. It's also a way for, if done properly, I will say that, yeah, people can accumulate, income. But yeah, they're making it really, really hard for small developers, sadly.
Philip, what are the I don't know Europe, but there must be all kinds of restrictions on private equity and these kind of holders on housing, right, throughout Europe.
Not really. It's
No, not
freedom
really.
for
Oh wow.
yeah, it's freedom for capital everywhere almost.
Are they
Well,
seeing similar issues, just not as exacerbated as the U.S., or are there other policies in place, or is there just not a culture of this happening to the same degree? Like, how's it manifesting there, if
I
it is
don't
at
think
all?
there is. I don't think there is an equivalent anywhere in the world to the U.S. housing market. To be honest, this is like a uh, unique part of the world economy rather than U.S. economy. U.S. housing, part of the, well, obviously the crash of the housing market and securitization of it just doesn't happen anywhere else to that extent. Uh, so yeah, you wouldn't find anything similar to that. Anybody in the world that gets a little extra money and enters like on a world level, I don't know, 30% of the top wealth distribution buys a house in the United States, and that's where yeah, it's a safe investment. Um, and yeah, the distributional effects is partly in that. And anyway, it's a whole political conversation about boomers and turning housing into an asset and a security over a living arrangement.
I mean, they should get some benefit out of it, right? I mean, thanks to the United States, you never really own your home if you don't pay your property taxes. You get the homestead exemption when you're 65. And like my neighborhood is completely new about 22 years ago, 22, 23 years, 24. But I was president of the HOA, and I would literally go around telling people to apply for the homestead exemption, even if it didn't come into place yet. And you know how many people didn't know that? Why? Because if your parents weren't homeowners, and no one just told you about it, it's not like when you get your little packet from the builder that they tell you to go and apply for this exemption, right? But I intend to stay in this little house forever because it affords me a level to do other things versus getting stuck with a, you know, $500,000 mortgage. No, thank you. You don't want to hear my rant on mortgages, but I mean, I don't see this changing anytime soon. Like I said, the boomers are staying in their houses because people hate the boomers for what they did, but it's a great financial decision. It's going to be way too expensive to move somewhere else, even if it's smaller. Although there are a lot of estate sales here in Houston because people are moving to assisted living places that are still quite expensive. So y'all can always go to Mississippi.
Most of the Europe is the opposite. Trying to compete with the United States and attract real estate investment, offering citizenship deals, and it's relatively cheap, like golden visas, stuff like that. With uh, I don't know, you can buy a whole condo in Italy for under $100,000, starting 40,000, or maybe even lower.
Yeah, I guess Europe is different too because there's a whole different set of topographical and spatial distinctions between the U.S. It is funny when we compare this. What do we call them? OCED. What is it called? The
OECD.
OECD.
OECD. Yeah, that when we compare those countries, a lot of times it's like resources and topography and space and population density before you even get to culture really shows the differences in possibility and uh, different outcome possible horizons of outcome, different outcomes possible, different possible outcomes. That's the phrase. It's just it's just different. Um, France is just different than the United States in many ways. But I don't
Y-
know.
Yep.
y-
This is where. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and Europe is broadly because of the like weird quirk of the uh, Maastricht Treaty, foundational treaty of European Union, and the importance of the central bank and
Yeah,
German constitutional order with their trauma of inflation, like runaway inflation.
yeah,
Europe is basically stuck in the Obama era type of policies, right? They're
yeah.
still super technocratic, super neoliberal, and very
You want them to go back to
wary,
the 1930s America, right?
and they're very wary of spending, right? Uh, the both French, uh, just recently, right? Both the French government collapsed
Yeah.
and the German government
German
collapsed.
government. Yeah, they have
Both of
elections in
them,
February.
yeah, both of them collapsed because German government collapsed because the coalition was held together by the promise that they're going to be able to use the mechanism they used for COVID stimulus to uh, for additional finance, basically, and earmark money in that fund. They will be able to spend it. They need spending because Russia-Ukraine war and the previous business model is not working, which was reliant on cheap gas, right?
Right.
And the French are trying to pass their retirement bill and normalize it to retirement age, which is like average across Europe. And everybody's protesting and hate Macron for it. Both government collapsed because budgetary decisions and inability to spend like United States spends.
Yeah, I was reading about the German thing this morning, and was it ADF? It's the right wing party is polling second, I believe I read this
Yeah.
morning, and so they might, have a say in who takes over the government. And I believe Elon Musk tweeted support of the far right wing party in Germany, which is, should give everyone pause. A far right wing party in Germany, but maybe they've changed. I don't know.
Oh no, they haven't.
I
They're
know.
like semi-openly Nazi,
Yes.
AFD, and yeah, same. Well, to lesser extent, same thing in France, right? Uh, both centrist and left wing are struggling some type of a grand coalition politics that are gonna.
Yeah. What's
Uh,
Mitterrand doing these days? Crashing out?
I have no idea. I'm not following the French
Oh, you're
one
not following it? Oh,
closely,
okay.
but I only know that the this time around the center right coalition collapsed. Now Macron is going to attempt to do a center left coalition, but he keeps appointing extreme centrists basically, and both the left and the right hates them more than they hate each other at this point, probably. So, um, yeah, this might be a very ineffective government that will just do nothing or the minimum, basically.
And his elections next year, right?
I think
For the
so.
presidency, it was a 26. I think
Yeah,
it's 25, right?
yeah.
I think it's
But
25.
he's toxic at this point. He's toxic to everyone.
Yeah, but vis-a-vis Le Pen, he'll probably get reelected, don't you think? The left will fall in line, I imagine, like they did during the elections this summer. Remember how they had, was it a week between the two, and they thought the right was going to take over the parliament or
Yeah.
whatever, and so they'll fall in line. Leftists fall in line in Europe in ways that,
Well,
well, we don't have that combo. I'll mute up.
maybe not, unless there is somebody else. He's really toxic, and he initially played that thing well, where they they nominated left wing candidates and people voted for them in those elections, right? But then because the left received most of the votes in the French election, it is tradition that the what's the title? Not the president. The prime minister would be appointed from those parties. And Macron betrayed them basically and appointed the center right one in like a semi coalition with center right. So the left feels betrayed. And yeah, I don't know.
It was the
It,
party between his party and Le Pen's party, right? He didn't use,
yeah.
yeah, that's what I thought. People, we're probably boring people, so we'll mute up. You guys go ahead and crash out, call each other the N word, and cuss for a little while.
So, what is the retirement age in Europe? Because I do think that is interesting that, people are revolting against that. But I don't think that Europe can afford to take care of its constituents that way. I mean, it's an icky reality, but that is the reality. People are living much, much, much longer. And I don't think that any of these programs took that into consideration. But again, how could they?
I think the average is 65, and um, it's earlier in France. So Macron is trying to get it to somewhere around 65. I don't remember the specific numbers. And yeah, well, it's a French tradition to revolt uh, against the government. But I I I think this is also like the bankruptcy of this type of I hate overusing the word neoliberal, but neoliberal austerity politics where people are told that uh, discipline is required, and it just doesn't work anymore, right? Both right and left have different. The same thing happened in the United States, right? Both Biden and Trump embrace um, a level of more government involvement in the economy uh, and beyond the economy. But Europe has a much stronger streak of this type of centrism, and they're constrained by laws.
Constrained by what? Laws
Yeah, the founding
of the
uh,
EU?
EU central bank, and more
Right,
importantly, German constitutional
right,
framework, in which basically running a deficit is prohibited to a certain extent.
right.
Oh, so you mean all the people that want us to go back to the gold standard? That's a bad idea. I'm just being facetious.
Well, I think someone mentioned in the chat the birth rate is declining in Europe, as it is here, right? Because the birth control I feel like is more readily available over there than it is here. Over here, you need a prescription. I don't think in Europe you need a prescription for birth control. But anyways, I know so many people that have moved to Europe and they love it. I did a semester abroad there. I love the quality of life. I've met many people who spend a couple years that are European. They spend a couple years in America and decide to go back home. And then some actually stay in America. But a lot of people really find the quality of life in Europe to be much better, depending on the country, of course. But Croatia, like my friends in Croatia, they would definitely prefer Croatia over America any day.
I mean, Croatia is beautiful. Um, well, I've been watching a lot of people who have left the country, Americans who have left the country and have either sought or seeking retirement, elsewhere. And they're saying that, like the ownership part of the house, like there's not, that you end up with not enough money to leave your children assets, to have quality health care and housing in your old age. And then I think it's also factoring in medical costs. They're saying that it's like a zero sum game. And I don't know enough about it, honestly. So that's why I was thinking of, that's why I've been asking these questions in the chat and was going to bring it up to you, Miki, what you thought about that.
I mean, for me, my thing is do whatever you wish with your money, but just make sure it's protected. So, my advice would be if you are trying to get a home outside of the country or even a job, you need to research how American taxes are going to impact you. There are some people that even, have problems having banking in other countries. So and just make sure your estate planning is in order. Sometimes that means you have to be a citizen in other countries in order to own land. That is not the case in the United States. But I would just do my research because yeah, it's kind of like cute and trendy right now. I want to go to Portugal. I want to go to France. But what, like you said, Dr. Goddess, what's the point if when you pass away, your heirs either cannot afford to go to France, number one, right? Because that's a reality. Number two, if that home that you put money in cannot be inherited by someone outside of the country, which is why you need to do your research. Because sometimes these assets are held up. We don't understand how these things work out of the country. And also, you need to leave your heirs liquidity or cash in order to take care of these things, right? Because those flights are expensive. Like, who is going to go to Brazil to take care of your home, right? So yeah, that's just my consideration. But do what you want. You just need to understand that you may also be placing a financial burden on people that are left behind, in my opinion.
But is that true that like that in America, what older people are finding is that they don't have enough money to do all three, like to take care of their home, pass it down to their children, and also afford their elder years, be it like assisted living and medical costs.
I mean, my only perspective is people that I've worked with professionally, and unfortunately, they kind of have all of their things together. I will say that, like for Mexico, they're starting to have a little resistance against Americans because they don't really like you; they like your dollars. And what they're doing is, they're causing inflation because they're moving into these areas, they're taking over, they're being very American, right? They're spending a little bit too much. So people are getting kind of pissed off, the locals, just like, what we find happening in other places. When you have an influx of people, it can be disruptive. So I don't know if that's the case, Dr. Goddess. I mentioned before that huge black people in Portugal group. There are a lot of us that are just going elsewhere. even to travel. They're traveling, they're making plans to move. I don't think this has anything to do with the administration. It's just something that people have wanted to do. And I guess that Portugal is friendly to Black people. But yeah, I don't know. As with anything, make sure that you can well afford it, because sometimes the plan is not to leave assets to children. I think some adults actually leave the country to get away from their children, truth be told. I could see my mom doing that.
Sometimes you can Airbnb your home for more money and use that money to just live overseas. So it depends. You have to think about what country you're considering and think how much money it costs to support yourself in that country. Outside of US, I mean, you can live very well in countries for $1,500 a month, $2,000 a month, not necessarily buying, but renting. And so there's different options. I guess it just depends on the preference, but I'm seeing more and more people get out of this country because it's just, so expensive. Mexico is one option, but there's plenty out there.
Yeah, yeah. People are going a lot of different places. But I was just sad to hear this is one couple. I mean, they're actually an interracial couple, but uh they were just basically saying that like the American dream is a farce. That you can't that most people can't do all four things. Um, in terms of the ownership of their property, and I guess I mean, I may have, well, yeah, I mean, it was that they wanted to leave their children something. They wanted to maintain their property. They wanted to have affordable living for their elder years and health care. And that when they took a look at it all, it just didn't add up for them. Um,
Well, I don't know how old that person is, but imagine the rest of us that don't have pensions. Like my parents were able to retire early in their 50s because they, my dad had a really good pension. He did construction most of his life. So, he had really good options and he had rental income from a property. So it's like he I don't know if he ever like sat down with with my mom and spoke about retirement, but definitely like that was the example that I had. So to me, like I've been saving. I'm like a little squirrel. Like I'm like saving because, when I grew up, I saw my parents retire and I'm like, whoa, I'm gonna get older. And in my job, I'm seeing, a lot of my clients that, I mean, I work in foreclosure prevention. A lot of them can't retire because they don't make enough. And so they're in their 70s and they can't retire. And it's like it's really, really scary. And because I see it every day, it's like it kind of forces me to look at my situation every day.
yeah, yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, it's just I've just been just watching it. I've been thinking about it like, hmm. Also, because I have heard some developers, say that renting is better, and I was just, that threw me off because I've been it's been drilled in my head that ownership is extremely important, especially in Black communities. So I was,
Yeah,
wait,
renting is better in a lot of situations. So yeah, the old mythology of you have to do something, I would throw that at the window because but I don't know, Miki could say more, but she's probably gonna disagree with me, but that's okay.
It's to each his own, and that's what I tell people. Because there's a woman that I absolutely love. Her name is Michelle Singletary. She's a columnist for the Washington Post. I suggest you follow her and have your grandparents and parents follow her too. She gives excellent advice. And there was a couple that was extremely honest. Because here's the thing, right? It's not like it used to be. I'm from the country. 99% of my family is from Lafayette, Opelousas, Lake Charles, southern Louisiana. So when you leave a home there, even if it's not a $500,000 house, there's going to be somebody to move into it because everybody is still back home or they visit back home or it's somewhere for y'all to stay. Y'all don't live next to your parents. Most people don't. So there was actually a couple, and it was a black couple. I wish I could find the article, but I don't feel like looking for it for y'all right now. I'm sorry. But they had a very frank discussion with their children. They had 3 children, and all of them were quite well. They were professionals, they were doing well. And their parents were upset because the kids did not want the house, right? None of them lived in the same town as their parents. They visited, they visited grandma, grandpa. They did not want the house. And they were like, Mom and Dad, if you leave it to us, we're going to sell it. So Mom and Dad were pissed, like, wait, it's our house. So that's the reality. What is your situation? Because you know what? All of this generic advice, when I'm having a conversation with somebody, I don't mention stats. You know why? Because it doesn't fucking matter. What does it matter? Oh, well, Sin decided to do such and such. Who the fuck is Sin? And what does that have to do with me? Exactly, Mr. and Mrs. Such and such. Let's talk about your financial situation. Let's talk about this house. Does one of your children even want to inherit this home? Now, remember, things can change. Maybe somebody gets a divorce or somebody's spouse passes away. But you need to have these conversations now because a lot of people are selling Big Mama's house. This is also an issue in the Black community because we have not been taught to hold on to generational wealth because a lot of people are like, oh, it's just a house in Mississippi. I don't really care. That house is an asset. So you're selling these properties. And guess what? People have figured out that we sell these properties at death too because they look at the obituaries and they come in with cash offers. There's a couple of people on this app that do that and they make quite a good living getting these properties. They will even go to the probate courts because there are no wills left in place for Big Mama's house and they were offered 30 or 40% cash and guess what? People take it. So do your own research on your own family and be honest. Are you going to leave that house to a child that can barely take care of themselves?
Yeah, I kind of agree with that because just to give you a personal example, I grew up in the country too in Georgia and now live in Atlanta, and there was no way that I was going to be moving back to my hometown. So when it came time for my mom to transition to independent living or buying a house together or whatever the case may be, um, we decided to sell her home, that she bought 1,000 years ago. But you know, in terms of um, the money made from the home, uh, you know, uh, uh, cash or not cash flow, but you know, a positive asset over a liability. Because Mickey was talking about income versus expenses. Expenses to upkeep a home. Yeah, you do have expenses to upkeep the home. However, when it comes to uh, investing, or I mean, because many people don't see a home as an investment, but year over year, your house is gonna appreciate uh, much more than or sometimes more than other investments, and you're always gonna sell it at a profit because minimally, most homes, unless you're in a declining neighborhood, most homes are gonna appreciate. Right now, the average is 4.6% per year. So it definitely depends on individual circumstances. If you're in your 40s or 50s and you're just now thinking or wanting to buy a house, then it may not be the best um, uh, investment, especially if you just go out on the regular market to go buy a house. But if you do the research and the you know the, the details behind what investors do, you can find a house for 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 cents on the dollar, fix it up, and it still give you the same return as if you had bought it when you were in your 20s or 30s. So there are possibilities there, but if you're just going to be like a regular consumer and go on an open market, go on Zillow and look for the house that tickles your toes, then no, it might not be the best investment for you. However, the long term of that is, um, you can't control housing payments, right? Whoever owns your property will own you because they can increase your rental payments 5, 10, 20% in 1 year without any justification, without any kind of right now there are no um, uh, caps on how much landlords can raise the rent, right? Most places. So, it really depends on where you live, how you want to live in the future, how you're living now. I would say to everybody, always live below your means because it is definitely going to pay off for you in the end. And living below your means is not necessarily living poorly, but it's going to set you up for the future, and the um, future uh, uh, viability in terms of economic viability is going to be your portion. So just to finish off with the example of my mom, she's now transitioned to independent living, and she pays more than what she paid rent plus food plus you know yard upkeep and regular upkeep of the house, blah blah blah. She pays way more than what she used to pay. um but it's a trade-off, because she's older and she needs that support and that help. They come in and they have housekeeping and they have a dining room, et cetera, et cetera. So she has someone cooking and cleaning for her, but she doesn't have the ownership of the house anymore. So it's always a trade-off. It's really what is best for you in your particular situation as far as retirement is concerned, or when you stop working. How do you want to live, and where do you want to live? That's what I say, especially in
I mean,
America.
are y'all even planning for retirement? Let's have this conversation. Are y'all even planning for retirement? Do you know which age you want to retire? Who's going to help your parents? If grandma or grandpa is sickly, is the house in a Medicaid protection trust? Because guess what? If they have to go into a state funded program, they're going to make you sell that house. They're going to make you sell the car. They're going to make you sell all of the assets, and they're really good at it too. And if you're in a red state, you can forget about it. So, are we having these conversations? Because I don't
Going
think
through
we're
that
having
right
these
now,
conversations.
Mickey. You hit the nail on the head. I'm going through that right now, trying to advise my aunt and uncle. Like, listen, they just bought here in Georgia in 2015. They sold their house, their 30, 40 plus year house in New York, and moved to Georgia. So essentially, they have a brand new mortgage. And I'm like, you need to put that house into some kind of trust or sell it to one of the kids because you might need some Medicaid
And
in
Bella,
backup.
here's the crazy part. Some mortgages, they don't allow you to retitle the asset while you have an active mortgage. So there's the rub there. I was consulting with somebody and she wanted to get a home equity loan, and she had a revocable trust. And she was like, Miki, they won't allow me to do it. So what do? I said, well, you can untitle it out of the revocable trust, but then if you pass away before you retitle it, what's going to happen to the house? And she was like, really? I said, hey, I'm just telling you the options. But you can untitle your house and put it back. But yeah, so check on that too, because that can also happen with a mortgage. They will call it 100% due. That's also the fact for you LLC bros as well. If you change the ownership of that house, then they can call the mortgage due 100%. So I would always check first before you start the paperwork, Miss Bella. But I wish y'all good luck with that combo. I'm very good at talking to the elders because I scare the shit out of them. That's what I do. I'm like, who's gonna be
Don't
changing
scare
your
the
diaper?
boomers.
Yes, ma'am. I'm like, who is gonna be changing your diaper? And is the dog gonna be licking your shit? And they'll look at me like, what? Excuse me, young lady. I'm like, ma'am, which child of yours is gonna put their life on hold to come and take care of you? Because one in New York, one in California, and you don't even like the other one. And I tell them, that's going to be the one that's going to be responsible for you. That child you can't stand, that's going to be the one that's going to have to take care of you. And you already know they don't give a shit. You got to be honest with people. Nobody want to deal with all that. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
just like that, but
Yeah, let me just add that to the going back a little bit. There are calculators, rent versus buy calculators. I mean, I would check a few of them before you make a decision to buy and to see your specific situation. Obviously, that's not going to be like a financial advisor or anything like that, but there are a lot of tools online, there's a lot of podcasts, there's a lot of good information, but you got to know, you have to look for that information. But yeah, now's the time, anytime is the time to start getting that stuff ready. And I can tell you my own example. I had a lot of that stuff in place, when my parents passed, and I'm very grateful for that because I didn't have to go through a lot. And I think it's because my dad, having gone through so many funerals and helping people pay for their funerals, step one, he wanted to have his funeral prepaid, right? He had a lot of stuff in place for us. And then we took it further, and then we, placed the house in a trust, and we did all these things. And they wanted me to do it, right? I'm like, no, we need to hire an actual attorney. I was just in law school at the time. And I'm like, I don't trust myself to do this stuff. So we hired an attorney, we got it done. And yeah, it's you want to put all of your attention into taking care of your parents, not this other stuff, because believe me, that other stuff, like, it gets really, really difficult. So taking care of your parents is a difficult thing. I don't have kids, but I can imagine doing it with kids, because I felt like those were my kids because I took care of them for a lot of years, right? And so I couldn't imagine bringing a kid into that situation and taking care of my parents. That was a lot, and you can't trust these, um, people. You can't just trust anyone to take care of your parents, right? So it's a difficult, you have to start having these difficult conversations with your parents if they're still here, because things are going to get really crazy. They're threatening to remove Social Security. A lot of people rely on Social Security. America's a mess right now, but we need to start, making these plans and seeing if you can find an advisor that charges a flat rate for advice. Uh, and I'm sure they're out there, right? Or start reading books.
Yeah, someone put in the chat about I love books. Do not suggest you go solo on your financial planning. That, of course, I'm a professional, so I'm biased. It's just that the laws change so much. A lot of those books are very generic, and sometimes your state matters. Like people in California, good luck. I talked about this a lot in my rooms. Chadwick Boseman, who literally dealt with attorneys professionally probably every day, did not die with any died with any kind of estate planning. God rest his soul. So to that matter, the probate courts in California, which is one of the worst states to die without a will. So that's called intestate. Probates themselves are not bad. They just get a bad name. It's just an administrative process. I'm in Texas. Texas is very, very probate friendly. It's just like a rubber stamp. But what happened to poor Chadwick, well, I'll say his family, there must have been some kind of a fight, right? Because typically you will go to the court and say, hey, I'm going to inherit such and such. No, there was not a will. I'm the spouse, da 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 da. But what happened was the state of California got a third, his parents got a third, and his wife got a third. This was Chadwick Boseman. He was a
And that's
multimillionaire.
crazy. Isn't
That
that
was
crazy,
crazy,
I
Fred?
didn't
and it
think he was
pisses me
legally
off.
Especially
married.
he knew he had
It doesn't matter
cancer.
if he wasn't
That's
legally married.
crazy.
You're
He
right.
had cancer. That's
Miss
crazy.
Bella, yes, ma'am. That was I was like, shit, Chadwick, let me have just ran into you on the damn elevator somewhere. This man knew that he was dying, and he did nothing. I think that he had other concerns, but this is what I'm talking about. If you have a me in your life, I'm gonna question you all the damn time. Like literally. Oh, you just had a baby. What did you update your life insurance? Well, why do I need to do that? Well, what if that baby wants to go to Harvard and you die on the way home tomorrow because you're a trucker? Your current life insurance only covers the mortgage and what? Your wife never works? Oh, what the fuck is gonna happen if you don't come home tomorrow? She's never worked. Is that enough
So
money to pay the mortgage, take care of the kids for college? What if your wife dies and she's the stay-at-home spouse and now you're with three little kids and your wife is taking care of the kids? You know how much daycare is in a major city? That's gonna be eight or $800 or $1,000 per kid. You don't have life insurance on your stay-at-home spouse? I'm going to ask you all of these questions. I'm going to get all in your financial business because people don't have this shit in place. They just don't. So for the Medicaid trust, the government does not like poor people. This is how much they don't like poor people. If at any point in your elder age you need to use government resources to get into a nursing home, they are going to make you sell all your shit at death. That's what they do. So there's something called a Medicaid Protection Trust, Medicare. But the thing is, there's a 5-year look back period. So what does that mean? That let's just say today I'm perfectly healthy. I go through the paperwork. I go ahead and put my house in this trust, right? Because I don't want to burden my children. I want them to inherit it. But I get sick in 4 years and I don't have any money. Guess what? They're like, oh, sorry. Yeah, we're still going to take it. So this is why you have to have serious conversations and don't wait until it's too late. Don't wait until someone is sick and then that icky person in your family, because you know you always have one, you might be the icky person that's going to challenge every damn thing. Don't wait until Big Mama is sick and in the hospital before you get this shit together, because you know who that family member is and it might be you. That's going to be the one to challenge it. Oh, y'all were influencing her because she was in the hospital. She just did what you said. Do you really want that fight in court? I don't think you do. That's
But
all.
don't most financial advisors, correct me if I'm wrong, get paid like 1 to 2%? Oh my God, it's snowing outside.
But you don't go to a financial advisor for estate planning. So, Sin, excellent point. 99% of people don't know who does what. That is an estate planning attorney. You don't go to a financial advisor to do your estate planning.
No,
That's a terrible
obviously,
idea.
obviously, but talking about that conversation in tandem with the estate planning conversation.
Yeah, they get paid to manage your money. That's it. If you have a really good one, they will also oversee your financial and estate planning and your tax planning. But that's a special one. That's not the average one. Yeah.
That's what I don't like about financial planners. So, or financial advisors. I will prefer to give you a flat fee, even if I have to give that every year, than to give you 1%. Because if the market performs bad, I still have to give you 1%. If the market performs good, I still have to give you 1%. So that's my only qualm about financial advisors is how is the percentage. Like I wish it were a flat rate. I mean, there's flat rate advisors, but the industry norm is the percentage.
Right, because they are incentivized to make your portfolio grow. So if your account grows from, because I personally don't believe that anyone should have a financial advisor until you're at about 250. And the reason why is because when you're at about 250, that's some serious dollars for the average person, right? So you pay financial advisors the same reason you pay your mechanic, the same reason you pay your plumber, because you don't know how to handle your money. That's it.
That to me, that's not an incentive to make your money grow. To me, it's you get paid regardless whether the money grows or not because you're taking 1%.
But that's how do you pay everybody else? So let's just say, first of all, it depends on how much you have. If you have under $1 million, most advisors are going to charge you more. You know why? Because those are a headache. They're a headache to manage, literally, because you have to monitor small accounts more. Let's just say you have an IRA, a Roth, a taxable account with your spouse, and a 529 for your child. You know how much work that's going to be for me? I got to look at your shit all the time, right? Not all the time, right? Because you don't just trade and trade and trade. That's icky. If you have a broker that just trades, that's a red flag, right? They're not supposed to do that. So you're just managing the account, you're overseeing it. But again, you're doing something, you're paying somebody a service that you can't do yourself. There are a lot of people that self manage, but they have the ability to. And then there are some people that can do it and they don't want to do it. I actually had a broker for about 10 years. You know why? Because I didn't want to manage my own shit. I didn't. I freaked out when the market went down, which is why I'm still a pretty conservative investor. I don't like to lose money. And I look at the stock market every day. So I was like, you know what? I'm not even going to worry about this. I'm going to have somebody else manage my money. And I happily paid her because she did a damn good job. She's a crazy ass old white lady. But
Don't
anywho,
they just put it in? I'm sorry, I'm ignorant because I've never had a financial advisor.
then,
Don't they
girl, why
just put it
are you
in?
talking about financial advisors and you've never had a financial advisor?
I'm asking, aren't you a financial advisor? That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, but you said you don't like how they pay people and you've never worked with one?
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna come up and get clear up some of the
understanding as well about that because my client runs a financial literacy organization that pairs people with that are financially fragile with financial advisors. So it doesn't have to be as expensive as you think. No, it doesn't. And I think that most people, now, will I say that most people think that you do like really complicated stock portfolios? You don't. You do a mixture of ETFs and mutual funds. Having an all stock portfolio that an individual is managing, they're going to charge you more for that, right? Because now you're paying them to basically be like a little baby market maker. That's a lot of work. So if you're working with a financial advisor or a broker, right? Because there are Series 7, Series 65. If you're paying for someone to do all that, brokers are expensive. That's a lot of research. There are advisors that build their own portfolios, more power to them, but you're having to do a lot of market industry research. You were over those portfolios. I prefer to let BlackRock do the work, right? Because BlackRock is hella good. They know what they're doing. The little wholesaler comes in every 3 months and says, hey, this is what's going on in the market. This is what we think Biden is going to do. No, we're not really concerned about what's going on overseas, but we do see some trends in the tech space because, they're going to need a lot of batteries. And remember, they need storage, yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, okay, thank you for lunch. See you tomorrow. Give me some pins. I'm not doing all that research. I'm keeping up with market trends. I'm investing your portfolio per your um, risk tolerance because you may think, oh, I'm young, I have all this money, I can tolerate the market. Not necessarily. You may have different financial goals than someone who's like, I really just want to save for my retirement and I'm 30 years old and I really don't even think about this money. Just sock it away and I'll think about it when I'm 60. Some people really do that. I think it just depends. But I think most financial advisors do a really good job. They're just paid to manage money. That's it. It's nothing different than anything else you pay somebody to do.
Someone in the chat just said young expires fast, and that is the truth. So you 30-year-olds who are not thinking about retirement, you really, really should think about it. People used to tell me the same thing, and when I was 30, I was like, yeah, okay, I'll get to it. I'll get to it. But trust me, young expires super fast while life is lifing, you're not thinking about retirement, you're not thinking about investing, you're not thinking about this, that, and the other. Today is the day to think about it. Trust and believe. If I had to go back to my 30-year-old self and say, what should you do? That $20, that $100, that $200 that I just kind of flipped off, I would have put it into some kind of account, something that would grow, a Roth IRA, something that would benefit me in the future. Because trust and believe, even Acorn, people have positives and negatives about Acorn. It is what it is, but just do something. And if you're not in the match, if your company offers a match and you're not in the match, you're just leaving money on the table. That's 3 to 7%. Some companies even 10% that you're leaving on the table, and you can't get back. So participate in the match and invest your money, even if it's $30 every pay period, $60 every pay period, whatever you can afford. Give up Starbucks for a second. Live frugally while you're young so you'll have the income to live the way you want to live when you're old. And that's the best advice that I could give my 30-year-old self.
No, what I was just asking was the benefit of, yeah, it goes up there. The benefit of a financial advisor. If it's, 'cause I'm considering it, but if it's just to, and I'll do more research on it. If it's just to invest in mutual funds and ETFs, well, I already do that on my own. So that's what I'm saying. Would there be a substantial difference? And I guess I don't see one. So that was my thing.
They
Yeah.
also help you manage debt, but because they are specialized in that area, one of the things they stay up on the and Mickey can speak to this, but they stay up on like all of the trends and stuff. and the different policy changes, and they can make those decisions or make those recommendations so that you don't have to spend time on that. But from the lens that I look at it, looking at my client and what he's been able to do with the people that they've helped, like these aren't people that are looking for well, the majority of them, they're not looking for investment opportunities and to grow their wealth, or they're not even thinking about wealth. These are people that are like struggling day to day, and they are using financial advisors as well to help them consolidate their debt, to make better decisions of where to move their money, just so that they aren't living paycheck to paycheck. And one of the a quick testimony to someone going through like a financial literacy program, and then working with a financial advisor. I know a woman that is in her mid 60s. In her early 60s, I'm going to say like maybe 3 years ago, she was stricken with an unknown illness that has progressively gotten worse to the point that she's now in a wheelchair with very little mobility in her arms. And her family kept her at home to take care of her as long as they could. They outfitted the entire house with like handicap things, whatever. They spent a lot of money. But then when she got to the point where she lost like mobility in her lower limbs, it was just too much for them to take care of. So she had to make a decision and go into a nursing facility. She had a condo, so this kind of speaks to the conversation in the chat for rent versus buy. She had a condo, but because she believed that her condition would miraculously change, she refused to let the condo go. And so when she had to move from her sister's house into a nursing facility, nobody wanted to push her and force her to sell that condo. That was she has a condo in New Jersey that was worth a good it's like worth almost like $300,000. And her she's not happy in the nursing facility that they put her in. So we had a conversation with her, and this is going to shock you, but she's in a one bedroom by herself in this nursing facility, and it's in New Jersey. She pays $11,000 a month, and she's got that
Wow.
condo sitting there, doing nothing, that she's paying for. We are having to force her to sell that condo so that she can move into a facility that she wants, or but with $11,000 a month, she can have someone come in her home and be her nighttime, daytime assistant. But that, I just want to put that out there because she has the options, but $11,000 a month, that is insane to me. Like I literally could not breathe for a second when she told me that, when she could sell her condo and then have someone come into the home that she wants to come into, instead of, being beholden to these strangers. So I just want to put that out there, like, with the decisions that you make and how you plan, like, if you own a home, it can be an asset, especially not if it's for your children, to help with their education, but it can also help you if you're suddenly stricken and have to make financial decisions that impact your health and your well-being. Yeah, thank you for that share. That's crazy. And I don't think people realize how expensive home health care is. I've had a few nurses in the family that, sometimes they would get paid $200 an hour. And this was a while ago, to do private health care, like to have an RN. I can't imagine what they charge now. So, um, having these conversations, especially if there's a chance, like we never know what's going to happen. But like for life insurance, one of the questions that they ask is about your family's history. Y'all know we don't really like those questions. Like, are you being invasive? If there a history of diabetes in your family, is there a history of high blood pressure? Is there a history of breast cancer? Those things can also be used to prepare more, because guess what? If I had a family history of, let's just say, mental illness, which being Creole, I somewhat do, I would probably prepare a little bit more for that and have my power of attorney already in place, maybe even when you're 30 years old, right? Do you have a power of attorney on your children when they go off to college? Because if they are incapacitated, they can't give, to borrow something from the discussion we had the other day, they can't give consent. And remember, some states, some hospitals are not just going to go with, oh, that's my husband, or oh, that's my child, right? My son is 25 years old, and I'm already getting pushback when I go to the dentist's office because they're like, are you his guardian? And then I have to prove that. But they're already like, oh, well, I can't just say, oh, well, he's autistic. Well, he doesn't look autistic. So a power of attorney is super powerful in these situations as well. So I just wanted to mention that. But thank you, Johnny's, for speaking up about financial advisors. A lot of people are self-funded, and that's okay. But what I find is the little things that people don't have covered, right? Are you doing tax harvesting? Depending on what type of accounts you have, because everybody doesn't have retirement accounts. Your 401k turns into an IRA. But for the most part, if you are at a company and you can invest in a 401k and you have your estate planning in place, meaning that you have a will, I don't like to say everybody needs a trust because I personally don't believe that. If you have some life insurance for somebody to bury you, because guess what? It costs ten to $20,000 to bury somebody. Who has that money if something happens to you? Does someone in your family have it? And even if they have it, do they want to be the ones to spend that money? Right?
The GoFundMe's,
What's in?
the GoFundMe's for funerals. I'm sorry,
No, they do,
but
but
but yeah, if you could plan now, I'm just trying to agree with you, Miki, in a snarky way. But yeah, most people's plan is a GoFundMe.
I
no,
have
I
a question.
agree. And somebody's talking about long-term care insurance is expensive. Get it early. Do you know that there are self-pay options? You can get all this stuff early. So I have a short story about a former client at a firm that I was with. This was a family. This was a wealthy family. Husband was probably in oil and gas. Probably family probably had $3 million, and they were in their early 50s. But they got a family long-term care plan. They had a 21 or a 22-year-old son. Do you know that the son likes motorcycles? So can you see where this is going? The son got into an accident. He was a quadriplegic, 22 years old. They used those long-term care benefits for their son. So I'm just saying, get it early. Insurance
What did they do
is
with this?
good.
Was he like or was it for home health care or what?
It was for home health care. They use the benefit to where you can have someone come in because remember, there are the five, do they call them ADLs? Are there any insurance licensed people in here? The ADLs of living, right? Or what is it called? Somebody can Google it, right? But the ability to feed yourself, the ability to use the bathroom by yourself, right? The ability to dress yourself. I never remember all five, right? But if you activities of daily living, thank you, mindful. If you I think it's like 3 out of 5, you can actually utilize these policies. So I just wanted to put that out there. It's not just for older people. Another person, she had an accident, just slip and fell in her house, and she had like a huge cast, so she was able to use her long-term care policy to pay for someone to come to her house to clean up. I think it's cleaning up too. So just wanted to mention that you can get these things earlier, and then you can pay them so that you may not have those expensive premiums, because just like with life insurance, the longer that you wait, the more expensive it's going to be to put these things in place.
I have a question about the EFTs, and thank you guys for having this conversation. I'm really ignorant to the stock market. I'm actually just trying to learn some things, and I just bought my first little bit of stocks the other day. On Robinhood,
Woohoo!
so I don't even know if that's a good thing. I got it from on Robinhood. But as far as like the EFTs goes, for what I think I understand is that you pull your money into I just googled it. You give your money to, I don't know if it's a broker or whatever this thing is, and they put your money with other people's money and they go in and buy stocks. Like, is that how that works? And if so, like, how do I find the best one for me? Because I'm not going to sit here and play the stock market game. I don't know enough about it.
I would say, do you have an option through your job to invest through your job, like a 401k?
Yes, I do that. It's called here in Connecticut. I live in Connecticut. I work for the state. It's called a
Okay.
403B plan.
Okay, good. So I would look, they probably send you something every year, and you can probably log on and pick and choose, and you can see the different options. So the confusing part about that is that every job, I don't know, every job where I've worked, it's kind of like slightly different. So S&P 500 is pretty like the most basic one. That's like the top, to sum it up shortly, the top 500 companies in the US. Not really, but that's kind of the gist of it, right? So that's kind of like, if you're starting it's a good starting point, I would say. Not financial advice, but it's a starting point, right? If say something happens to one stock, one company, the other company will do well. In general, this S&P 500 has gone up. I think the average is 10 to 15% for the past 10 years. So it performs really well. But you probably want to trade, or you want to accumulate, right? Accumulate through your job 401(k) because you actually have tax benefits. So you probably have two options. You have a pre-tax option and just a regular option. Um, do you know what a Roth is? Like, are you familiar with it?
I am.
Okay. So if you have an option for a Roth, you probably want to um, try to max out your Roth if you can. It depends on how much you have to invest, but a Roth will grow tax free. So it's not necessarily the money that you earn. To me, it's like the money that you earn plus the taxes that you could avoid. And so I think the Roth, I mean, at least to start off, a Roth, you can only put 6,500 for a year, depending on where you're at. That might be a lot for you, but it's a good starting point if you can, depending on how much extra income you have, invest in a Roth. If you want to invest more than the 6,500, you can start investing in the traditional one, right? So in a traditional account, you get
No,
other
no, no, no,
tax
no.
benefits.
You can only max out a contribution. It can be a combination of accounts, but you cannot max out a traditional IRA and a Roth IRA.
I didn't say max out the traditional. Did I say
Right.
that?
Yes,
No,
you
I
did.
just said contribute it. No, I said contribute to it. I didn't say max out. I said contribute to it.
But
So
you
if you
said
want
max out the Roth
ma-
IRA and then contribute to an IRA. So you can't do that. You can't even put a dollar in a traditional if you've maxed out an IRA in another IRA. Just FYI. Oh, and Roth, all IRAs or retirement accounts are tax deferred. It's the Roth IRA is unique in that the distributions are tax free, but all retirement accounts grow assets tax deferred, which makes them wildly beneficial.
well, you get with a regular 401(k) or traditional account, you do get tax benefits the year of as well.
Okay, thank you. So I have one more question.
Oh, wait,
So
for the ETFs, Ms. Mizit. So I have a few questions, and this is what I would ask you if you were sitting in front of me. Um, I'm not going to ask you your age, but how old you are also makes a determination of how you should invest your assets. So let's give an example. Let's just say that you are 25 years old, is your first job, right? And you plan to retire when you're 60 or some point in the future. So you can be rather aggressive, right? Like the S&P 500 is aggressive because it's just going to be like a stock mix. So there's something called moderate investing or balanced, right? When you're looking at your 401k, you see how they have all those options you can do? You can even check off a box that says, I plan to retire in 40 years, right? Then they're going to put you in something that's aggressive. So there's moderate or balanced, which is going to be 50% stock and like 50% bonds. You can also do something called growth and income. This is typically a favorite. Growth and income is going to be like 70% stock and 30% bonds. Basically, what you're doing is you are offsetting the potential losses in the market by investing in something that's more aggressive with something that's going to generate income, right? Which can be a benefit. Now, let's just say that you are 5 years away from retirement, right? So then, right, you might want to invest in something that is more income oriented because the potential for the market to have significant losses and for it not to be recovered in 5 years. This is what happened in 2008. The people that were retiring in 2008, that was crappy, right? Because now they've lost all of this equity in the market because the market took a huge downturn. So for ETFs, the way that I would go about it, Like, let's just say that you're at Fidelity. I love Fidelity. No, they don't pay me. I just love Fidelity. I have personal accounts at Fidelity. They have 100% free ETFs that you can invest in by using their platform. So, the first thing that I would invest in once you figure out your timeline for investing, which is super important. If you're going to retire next year, please don't put 100% of your money in Bitcoin, because if it falls, right, you don't have the time for that money to regenerate, basically, right? So, remember, time in the market versus timing the market. Then we're also going to look at your investment, your risk tolerance. Do you like when you lose money? Some people say no, but some people really can't stand it. You're going to stay up all night. You're going to call your mom. Oh my God, did you see what the market did today? I lost da 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 da. Right? So that's also going to determine how risky your investments are. Because if you're going to freak out, it doesn't matter if it makes money over the long term, you're not going to be at peace. Right? So that's another consideration. But ETFs are excellent. They're just like a basket of funds, like mutual funds. They have lower fees than mutual funds, which tend to be more expensive. Also, they trade like stocks, which means that you can pretty much buy them during the trading day. Mutual funds only trade at the end of the day, right? Well, you can trade them, but the pricing comes at the end of the day. So, does that answer your question?
Yes, and I have one more question. So with the ETFs, right? I have my 401(b), right? But shouldn't, like, do I do the ETF separate from that? Like, isn't that like two different things, or do I just pull everything from, like, in my 401(b)? I think I'm confused on if I do the ETF separate from the 401. It's like a 401(k), so I'll just say
Your
401(k) without that.
403(b), right? So you either have, are you at like a educator, someone in hospital, or like military?
I work for DMIS.
So 403(b)s are quite common, function just similar to a 401(k). There's actually like a 401(a), I think a 401(h). I can't remember, but there's a gazillion of them. 401(k)s are just the most common. Um, so Sin was correct. Investing in your 401(k) is going to give you the tax benefit, but depending on your income, here's how I make that assessment. When you put in your 403(b), right, you can't access that money. So the reason I'm asking you all these questions is because sometimes it matters. So here's the thing. Is this like a short-term investment, meaning maybe you're going to be saving for a house? Then you want it more accessible than your 403(b). So what you might look at is putting money in your 403(b), which is not going to be accessible, but maybe also putting money in an IRA. Now, there are also reasons to withdraw. And actually, the Secure Act 2.0 actually made these retirement accounts more accessible. However, your employer has to have made those changes. So I know I'm giving you a lot of information, Mrs. But what is your retirement account offered through?
But before we continue, I do have breaking news. Mike Johnson did come out of one of his conferences and address the news real quick. For a moment, because Speaker Mike Johnson is speaking to reporters right now on Capitol Hill. Let's listen in. But I expect that we will be proceeding forward. We will not have a government shutdown, and we will meet our obligations for our farmers who need aid, for the disaster victims all over the country, and for making sure that military and essential services and everyone who relies upon the federal government for a paycheck is paid over the holidays. I'll give you the more details here in just a few moments. That's it. He said they're not going to have a government shutdown. They're going to make sure people get paid. I don't know how true this is, but just wanted to let you guys know that is the breaking news. Please continue.
Well, thank you guys for your help. It's through, I think it's a company called Empowerment. That's the state of Connecticut goes through them for our 403(b) plans.
Oh,
Um,
Empower. Ugh, I hate Empower.
uh,
But they're one of the largest 401(k) providers. So the reason that I'm asking that, and Sin did mention this, if you logged in to your plan, right, you can go on the investments tab. I can literally almost picture it. I had to deal with Empower quite a bit. Um, you can look at the investments tab because they are your 403(b) service providers. So you don't have any options outside of them within that plan. So you can usually call someone on the phone and they won't charge you, right? And you can look at the investment options. But Mrs., if you like, I'm happy to just have a conversation with you. That's why I was a terrible entrepreneur. I hate to charge people. and I can review the investment options with you and just make sure that you're putting it in something that aligns with your investment goals.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
You're welcome. But most of these plans, they do have the, y'all remember the when do I want to retire button? And that is a little bit more conservative because remember, 401ks are going to be more conservative because they don't want you to just, put all your money in Bitcoin. Although Fidelity does offer Bitcoin and 401k offerings if your employer allows it. They're not going to be as aggressive, but again, you get the tax mitigation, so you're actually beating the market when you put in a traditional dollar. So, sure, great questions. You're pretty knowledgeable, so yeah. So, thank you for asking.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. And as a personal note, I have a Robin and I have a nominal amount in there, but I like a Schwab, Fidelity, Vanguard. Those are the major ones. Maybe I missed one. T- TD Trade, I think merged with Schwab. So they're with Schwab now. These are companies that you could actually call and call their customer service and stuff like that. But you already have a major you already have like probably your set retirement is probably going to go in the 403 one. So it doesn't make sense to have another account, and you could just use, maybe if you wanted to use your Robinhood, um and you were trying to save up for a house or something like that, use that account. That makes sense. So you don't have to pay for the penalty because a Roth is more long term. Roth and the the traditional investment accounts are more like for long term.
Thank you. No, my house is actually almost paid off. I think I only owe probably about $30,000 left to pay this thing
Oh
off.
wow, awesome.
Yeah, I was thinking about grabbing some land and maybe renting this out. But no, that's helpful. So thank you.
Congrats. And another thing, since you mentioned it, when you want to invest in land, Mrs., a lot of people do, depending on your age, there's something called the in service rollover. Typically, that's allowed when you're 59 and a half. Um, but you can invest in land through your IRA. It's a non traditional IRA, but there are firms that you can basically invest in just about everything. So, some people on this app want people to liquidate their 401ks and IRAs to buy real estate. I do not agree with that. That's terrible. That's a tax implication if you're under 59 and a half. Plus, it's still a taxable distribution because you pay ordinary income tax on a distribution from your IRA unless it's a Roth, right? And you do have to wait 5 years, and then you can at least the earnings from a Roth IRA are also tax free, but that's getting a little technical. But anywho, just wanted to throw that out there because some people are going to tell you just liquidate your IRA, and I'm like, oh my god, that's terrible advice. And
Thank you.
congratulations for almost paying off your house. That is awesome sauce.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then they have to come see me, and I help people with their tax problems. And believe me, I got enough clients. I don't need anybody else. But that's what
Just
happens when people liquidate their 401ks. They gotta come see me, unfortunately.
oh, thank you, Vern. And that I'm seeing some Louisiana there, but just start. What I always tell people is if you don't know what to do with the market, Fidelity is an excellent resource. I love Fidelity. They have newsletters. They talk about market trends in a way that you can understand them. For the ladies, there is something called Savvy Investors. I think it's called Savvy Ladies, Savvy Ladies. Those are people that volunteer. They are CFPs, so they're financial planners, which means that they have more knowledge about um, estate planning issues, taxation, those kinds of things. They don't just manage assets. And it is a free resource for the ladies. Sorry, fellas. So you can also speak to them about just about anything. And they're a group of wonderful volunteers who will answer questions. So there's a ton of resources that are available, guys. If you don't know what to put your money in, just put it aside. Just put it in a bank account. That's what I tell people. Just start. saving enough to where you are comfortable to put it in the market. Because believe it or not, a lot of people don't invest. I have family members who hate the market and they just do CDs. Shout out to my under 40-year-old sister that does not like investing. So there's a million ways to get there.
I have one more question. I'm sorry. So I'm trying to do two things. My 403B, right? That's for my retirement. I plan to retire probably about 15, 20 years. Well, practical 20 years. Um, so like I want to keep that money for retirement, but I also want to have something like I don't know, like if I want to like buy another property. Like I hate loans. Like I never use loans. So like if I wanted to buy like a small piece of land, like maybe a small little 2 acres, and I can save up, maybe $100,000, but do it through investments. I don't want to touch my 401(b). You think like an ETF would be good? I'm just trying to figure out how to go about it without touching my retirement. I don't want to touch anything in my retirement account.
Okay, so I see what you're asking. So an ETF is just a type of investment vehicle. So you have an ETF, like there are Bitcoin ETFs, right? There are ETFs. There are mutual funds, which is a very traditional basket of stocks, right? That are, um, like I said, they trade throughout the day, but they're priced at the end of the day. There are bonds, right? There are treasuries, and then there are stocks. There's other things, but that's usually the main ones. So it depends on what you choose to invest in to achieve a financial goal. So there are ETFs that have terrible returns, right? The Bitcoin ETFs were not very popular for a while, right? There's sectors that do well. Like I'll give an example in 2022. Um, there were sectors that we call them outperformed. That I'm sorry, not outperformed, underperformed the market, meaning that they performed lower than the S&P 500, which is pretty much a standard. I'm sorry, David, you got to go. I can't remove him from the room, y'all. No, stop harassing people in the chat, bro. That's not cool. So, are you asking what you should invest in to achieve a certain investment goal?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like how to do it. Like I don't have a full understanding. Like I literally just bought my first little bit of stocks the other day, but if I can make some money that I can pull out like when it gets to a certain amount besides a savings account, which has very, very small rates, but something I can do to like just get some money. And I know crypto, people say use crypto, but I'm scared.
First of all, I would look into a high yield savings account just to in general, because you said it has a low interest rate. So I think it in New York they have Citizen Bank and they're offering 5%. And I know 5% is nothing to go crazy about, but sometimes people have their money sitting in somewhere where they're getting like 0.2%. So firstly, I would say look into the high yield savings account. And then, with nominal amounts of money, if you want to look into different stocks and stuff like that on Robinhood, there's plenty tutorials on like you're talking about how to actually buy on Robinhood or which stocks to buy on Robinhood.
I think which stocks to buy. And I don't know, and I could be looking at this wrong, right? Because I hear that stocks is maybe you get money over time, like maybe years and years. So I don't know if there's any other options to maybe have a quicker yield. I don't know.
No. So what is your
Okay.
time frame? What's your time frame for generating investing to achieve $100,000? Like what? Are we talking 5 years, 10
Yeah, five,
years?
five.
Okay. So I'm an old school person, meaning that maybe 10 years ago, I would say market volatility, if you needed cash, let's just say like somebody said, hey, I'm buying a house, I'm going to need however much money, in 3 months. Then, back in the day, we would probably leave it invested until like maybe a few months before the cash was needed. Nowadays, especially after election time, we don't know what this market is going to do. Um, that's a too short a time period, in my opinion. But like I said, I'm an old, fuddy duddy, very traditional person. Um, I would look at CDs. That would be me. I would not risk anything in the market for 5 years. But and then you would have to be hella aggressive, which is the most riskiest option to begin with. And with aggressive investments, they work. Like Nvidia. Nvidia is aggressive. It goes up, it goes down. Is it a high performing stock? Absolutely. And I'm not giving investment advice, but I'm saying to say, well, I know it's going to reach a certain amount in 5 years. There are some people who can say that. I'm not one of them. It sounds like you do want to generate some income, but I'm gonna hush because one thing I don't talk about is what to actually put your money in, because I believe that depends on a lot of things. But that's a very short time frame to turn around a smaller amount of money to get to $100,000, in my opinion.
You should be very leery if anyone gives you a specific stock. I mean, I threw out S&P 500 in general just because it's very common, but I just, yeah, it's really, it would be, yeah, this is a very tricky time to say what's going to go up because we don't know, right? The tariffs are going to come in, probably fuck shit up. We don't know when they're coming in and how that's going to affect the market. We've already seen everything that the day after Trump got elected, all of those gains from the stock market, it's already back down to what it was. So the market is extremely volatile right now. So the only thing that is a guarantee is that 5% interest at a high yield savings account right now, and then kind of maybe wait and see how things go. And maybe what you can control is yourself, your spending that you can control. If it means, skipping certain things or whatever, it depends on how important that goal is to you. But yeah, we can't really say because we don't we
No,
don't
thank
know.
you. That was helpful. I think I'm just gonna save and maybe even get a second job. So, but no, thank you.
Yep. That's a short window. But you know what? There are stock pickers out there. There are definitely some on the app. I'm just not a stock picker, but can we look at the trends and say such and such is supposed to perform well? Yeah, like what are people looking at now? Private prisons. But there you go. Um, yeah, the research is definitely out there. I'm just a scary investor. I don't like Bitcoin, but you can definitely research. And if you want to experiment a little bit, starting with a smaller amount is definitely optional. Don't just like say I'm gonna put $10,000 in something because Kramer told me to do it. Kramer is funny. Whatever he says is gonna be great, it typically does the opposite. Oh, absolutely, Ramona. I do want to say, because as an autism mom, and this is never said, if you want to invest for your disabled adult or special needs child, you can definitely get an ABLE account, which is similar to a 529, and it's a safe way to save money or invest money for um, that person, child or adult, that needs to be protected in terms of their income because of their disability and their state and federal programs. So thank you for mentioning that, Ramona.
Can you go into a little bit more detail about what that is, Mickey?
Sure. So enable accounts. It was I want to say invented. It's kind of young, but like the Roth IRA is young, right? So it's not something that's widely known, but it first came up for special needs children because you can get a college savings 529 account, which is a tax deferred vehicle specifically for the purpose of saving for college. That's the main reason that it's used. But for special needs children and adults, right? Remember how we were talking about the trust for the assets when you get on a when you were on using the government, like for getting in a nursing home. So it's similar to a special needs child. Now I'll use my son as an example. There are very few options to pass on assets to a child or an adult who is on government benefits. And when I say government benefits, I don't mean like food stamps, but because that has a time frame on it. But anything that is income based, like Medicaid is income based, right? You're only getting on Medicaid or SSI, not disability. Disability is different. I'm talking about SSI. It's income based, right? So you're not just getting that government benefit because you have because you're autistic, like my child, right? It is an income based government benefit. So we have to be careful there with anyone who is getting an income based government benefit, because to inherit assets, and that could be the limit, the minimum is very, very, very tiny, right? Because the government sucks. It could be like $1,000. I don't know what it is currently. Let's just say it's $2,000. So if that adult, special needs adult, got $2,000 outright, let's just say from grandma's will, that could be disastrous, right? Because they're not allowed to have what the government considers significant amounts of money. So the ABLE account is the option for special needs children, right? And adults. Where is Ashton? Because she talks about it a lot. She also puts her money in one as someone who um, is a disabled adult. And you're basically able to put these funds away up to $100,000. And that child or adult can be the beneficiary. And it is not going to go against their eligibility for government benefits. Does that make sense? I know I went around the totem pole with that one, but whoever answered the question.
Yeah, they gave me a lot more clarity. Yeah, for sure.
You're
Is
welcome.
it for disabled people? I mean, well, for
Mhm.
people receiving SSDI or just SSI?
Yeah, so like SSDI is the disability. So, fun fact, I actually had to learn this myself because Social Security and disability is very specific. Like, there are literally people that just study these things. So, I had to educate my little self because there was a person that was on disability that actually got a windfall because they were in an accident and they won like over $1 million. That was what actually landed in their hands. So I was freaking out because I was mentoring this family and all I heard was disability. So I was like, oh my God, oh my God. Well, come to find out, the attorney had to school me because if you are on disability, it does not matter. But if you're on SSI, then no, 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 no. You can't have that money or they're gonna snatch your benefit away. So I believe that SSDI is the formal disability, like you've worked, you put money into the system, and now you have a bad accident and you can't go to work anymore. That kind of disability is fine, but y'all still check it because I'm literally so leery about it because they're always changing the laws. Somebody put in the chat, it does depend on the state. So I don't like to even randomly give out anything about that. But to my knowledge, still confirm SSDI is different than SSI. If it's SSI, I know for a fact because I deal with that with my child. Absolutely not. You inherit any amount of money, a significant amount, a little baby amount, they're going to remove your benefits. It cannot be in that child or adult's name.
Okay, good info. Thank you.
So,
You're
question:
welcome.
who would the able account be under?
So
Would
a
be
parent can do it, Mel. So like,
okay.
yep, a parent can do one. And like mine, I'm the owner and my son is the beneficiary. And now the only thing with these accounts, uh, is that let's just say if there's any money left over, because remember I said the government is a crackhead, they are gonna snatch it out. You can't leave the funds to be a beneficiary for someone else like you can with a traditional 529. But they're excellent. I'm gonna put some stuff in the chat about them. They're excellent, excellent plans. Very inexpensive. So before that, because now y'all got me going, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to hear my mouth. You had to have a special needs trust, which is very expensive in order to allow any assets to go to a special needs, I say child because I have a special needs son, but now thanks to this able account, it's perfectly free. Anyone can set it up, um, and you can put money away for their use later. Those have a special place in my heart, y'all, because I'm an autism mama. So do not leave your special needs nephews, nieces, adults on your 401ks or IRAs. They cannot be a beneficiary of a life insurance policy either. That is super important because no one will tell you that. So I know you want to leave money to your little nieces and nephews and siblings, but don't do it. That can disrupt their benefits. You have to do it another way. This is so much better than hollering.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That was a good question.
Oh, and what I will say is if you're thinking about retiring to a different state, check the state where you're gonna move, because I've had clients, they want to take their New York pension and retire in another state, and New York pensions are exempt. If you work for like the state or the city, you're exempt from city and state tax. But if you move to another state, you now have to pay that tax too. So it's like, I don't know, these are things that people don't really think about, but I get these calls and these situations all the time at work.
Yeah, this is why even though Texas is a poo-poo head, Texas is not a state income tax state, which you people in California and New York, I know you love it because those state taxes are crazy.
Yeah, I lived in Texas before and no thank you. Sorry. But I lived in Florida
Yeah.
most of my life and never had to worry about state tax. So,
Not Florida.
yeah, yeah. Well, Miami, which is not really Florida, but yeah.
Mm-mm. Another consideration for moving to a state is those insurance, the house insurance. I wish
To
the
me, if I'm
government would
gonna,
step into that, but they won't address it, sadly.
well, a lot of people have the senior, and I help people get like this senior tax abatements and stuff like that, or I'll refer them to agencies where they can get that done. New York has a lot of programs that are, I don't think most people are in, but there's a lot of programs in New York that you can get into for property tax abatement. And actually, Eric Adams did a whole portal of just funding for people needing different things. And a lot of it is like property tax abatements and all these other things. So there's a whole portal. I don't think there's been enough like advertisement on it, but there's a lot of stuff that New Yorkers could get.
Yeah, I always recommend looking for resources. I recommend people follow all of your city, state, county, entity, anything. Like if you're in Houston, I know so many free resources. Like there are places that, I mean, I hope everyone knows there are places that you can go to get assistance with your tax returns, right? There's places for seniors and veterans to go to get free wills because I used to volunteer for a notary. So they're actually attorneys that volunteer their time. And everyone knows that, like, for women that may, or are men that may be in an abused situation, that you can actually get pro bono attorneys that will handle your divorce. So there's a gazillion and trillion free resources. Down payment assistance. That's everywhere. That's local. That's county. Um, just check for anything. Call 411 and ask them if your state has 411.
Yeah, we want to complain about certain folks getting benefits when there's a lot of benefits that we could be getting. And I don't know. I guess it's good we're spreading the word now. But there's, in New York, there's so many, tax credits to buy a home right now. Do we scare everyone away?
No, I want to say I'm going to be looking into Chicago. Everybody knows about New York and all the other places. I'm going to be looking into Chicago. I'm glad you said just go call 411 and try to figure it out.
I live I lived in Chicago for 6 years and absolutely loved it. Or maybe 5 years. Chicago's amazing. I had the best apartment I think I'll ever have in my life. The biggest closet. I mean, yeah, I loved it. Chicago was underrated to me, but my opinion.
This is all really good information, you guys. I really appreciate y'all. I mean, I've learned a lot. I'm sitting here explaining the able account to my mother, Mickey. So I'm gonna look it up too and do some research because that's really good.
And you know what? Not to keep scaring you. I know Mickey has a way of scaring people, and that I think it's a good thing. Um, we're going through probate right now for my partner's dad. I'll let y'all know how it goes, but this is like it's a mess out here in New York. So, I mean, I really wish, you don't know how the end of your life is gonna be. You want to have this stuff in order. But now because if he's going through all this stuff with his dad and him, so when you're not married, so his parents weren't married, it's more difficult to prove, like, so he has to prove that his dad is his dad, right? And so that's, he's having to do all this stuff. So, man, just have your stuff in order. Thankfully, we had like a couple of things in place, but there's other things that we could have done. But now we're trying to get his mom set up because, she sees him going through all this stuff and now she wants to avoid it. I think now she gets it. And so now she's prompted to want to get her stuff together. But yeah, we just gotta get this stuff in order because um, the end of your life, you wanna worry about like traveling or your loved ones or whatever. You don't want to worry about this boring shit.
Did his dad have a will?
No, he never finished it, girl.
But even with a will, you still have to go through probate, right? And pay the
N-
taxes up front before the probate is discharged.
No. Probate. You don't
No?
hear me with the Bluetooth. Probate isn't bad if no one contests it. It's bad if it's contested, but you can contest a trust too, FYI.
But you do
Yeah,
have to
with
pay that you have to advertise, which costs money to creditors, and you have to I thought you had to pay all of the whatever estate taxes there are pretty much up front before the
No,
probate is discharged.
nah,
No?
that's not how that works. So probate again is just an administrative process. It gets a bad name, from my opinion, from Iki Tiki Talks. Texas is probate friendly. I've seen people worth $300 million go through probate. Probate is just the rubber stamp of acknowledging I'm the executor and I'm representing this estate. You can also set up trusts at death. They're called testamentary trusts, which is probably what 90% of people do. Because otherwise, if you fund these trusts during your lifetime, access. Um, you're giving up access and oversight, especially if you have an irrevocable trust, to the people that you appoint as trustees and beneficiaries. So, sorry, y'all, I can't multitask at the same time. But the probate is bad, especially if you're not married, because basically what happens, just like with Prince, now it's the judges and the court's responsibility to find out all of the potential heirs and beneficiaries that a particular person may have. So when you die without a will, it's called you're dying intestate. You're dying without a will. Now that's when it's bad. That's bad probate because everybody's going to fight, right? Because that person did not say, I want this to happen and that to happen and that to happen in their will. Yeah.
I
So,
would tell you guys to get your paperwork in order. I'll give you an example. My mom was a nurse and she had her papers and she wanted right down to the color she wanted to be buried in, purple. Okay, purple and white. She had a will. My mom has four daughters. Three of us are nurses, and she said, "I don't want to be coded. I don't. I want a DNR. I don't want any tubes. I don't want any life saving. I want to just be ready to go." And she knew that one of her children is going to contest that because they're going to want to hold on to mommy. My mom has a twin sister, so she made her the executor because she knew she would carry out her wishes. But she kept us in a loop. But everything that my mom wanted to whoever she willed her properties, was in order. My sister passed, saw the result of my mom, but some people don't like to come to terms with death. And she has stage 4 cancer. This is why a lot of people don't do wills and whatnot, because they can't come to terms with immortality. Did not leave a will. Okay. And with her 2 children, one in another state. Left the house to both of them, but one in another state. Well, I'm not paying a mortgage because I don't live there. And the other child, this was a split, and then he's not making his payment, and the payment get behind, and it's just a whole mess, and property being divided, even though she verbally stated it, but one of the children not honoring the mom request. So just to avoid all of that foolishness, it's just best to like write down what you want done and avoid, because now what happens now, her estate is in probate. It's going to take about 2 years to get all that stuff sorted out. But the assets and stuff, some things have bills have to be paid and whatnot. And you have the 2 children, one's responsible and one's not. So we, as the aunties, have to like make sure that the other child is paying the bills, so my sister, her hard work and stuff don't get foreclosed. So to avoid all of that, if she had just done, God bless her soul, if she had just done a will, a lot of that stuff and infighting and stuff, would be avoided. So I tell people all the time, listen, make a will, write it down. I mean, it says so in the Bible, make a will. What does it say? Write down the vision plan, make it plain. Because especially if you're in Florida, and then you have to hire an attorney and go through all of that, it's just not. My mom, even though she had a will, she two areas she had probate, but it went through smoothly. There was no fussing. There, everything was clear. These were just administrative things, boxes being checked off. But when you die without a will and your stuff goes to probate, especially if there's children involved, it's a lot of unnecessary fussing and stress, and you see relationships being affected because of that. And just to avoid it, just we all gonna die at some point. Come to grips with that and get a will. I yield.
Yeah, Prince didn't have a will. Remember, they just settled his estate because, and I'm so upset with Prince because there was no reason for that. He gate kept all of his music while he was alive, and now we're gonna see Prince lunchboxes. But Chadwick didn't have a will. Aretha Franklin, now there's a case study. Um, she had 3 unwritten wills. They finally found the one that they finally accepted after all of her assets had mostly been depleted, by the way, was the one that was in a spiral notebook under a cushion in a chair in her house. Again, these are wealthy people. These are people that definitely had a reason to have things in place. So whoever pointed out that fear of dying and just fear of not wanting to do anything, that's real. That's very real. There are a lot of celebrities who die without a will in place, sadly. Unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's always like it's an issue when one sibling is, you know, responsible and the other isn't. And then exactly what like Lavon was saying, and like now you're put in a position with what do you do? Because now all the responsibility is falling on you. And that's just some tough conversations to have. And it gets very difficult. And so we're gonna see all of that as, people as the boomers age and start handing down some of this stuff of people of the infighting. Because I already went through that and it was ugly. I can tell my partner is about to go through for his dad, he's the only child, but he's gonna definitely have to go through stuff on his mom's side. And I already told him it's gonna get ugly. Just, you know, like we're lucky, we're blessed, we could walk away from stuff. But just imagine people at their worst, right? But yeah, I've seen it got really ugly with my siblings. And we had a will, we had a trust. but it the pettiness, like it just got, half of us on one side, the other half on the other side, because it's five of us. It's like, um, so unnecessary. But yeah, and there's always one in the family who wants to fuck every.
Oh, Sen, you think it's bad with siblings? I've been through it twice. Uh, and I don't think it can get any worse when it's like siblings with like it's like half siblings and it's a stepmother or a stepfather that pretty much is the one that decides, that becomes the Mickey, what's it called, the it's not
Executor.
personal
The
representative.
trust, the
Executor,
oh yeah, yeah, the
Yeah,
executor.
like
Yep.
executor.
like my siblings are 21 and 25 years younger than me, and my stepmother was 15 years older than me, and she was trying to make decisions for me. And I was like, no, ma'am. Mm-mm. No, ma'am. No, we're going to contest this because I don't trust your judgment. I see how you ran your house. So, I mean, that's just a preview of what I had to go through, because she was not going to make decisions for my father and what and he had inherited some things from my grandparents. Like, she had only been in this situation. And by situation, I mean life, for like the last 20 years versus my almost 40. So I do feel like I was a subject matter expert, and she couldn't do a damn thing without me. So if you interview her, she's gonna say, yeah, it's rough, cause I made it rough, and I'll land.
And,
Man, I wish he would have had a prenup, but eh,
another thing, if you have a child and you know that they're not doing what they're supposed to be, doing what they're supposed to do, I would say go out of your way, put a trust or something, put conditions. I know, I'm not going to disclose how I know this, but I know of a situation where the mother left the insurance to siblings, and clear indication that the child was not level-headed, or knew to seek counsel or was going to do the right thing. Got scammed by crypto. Okay, sent a ACH wire. Most of their mom's hard-earned money gone, and that. So if you know you have a child that maybe not, then there's always one. Black sheep not doing what they're supposed to do, or into nefarious things, or even non-nefarious things, it's a good idea to consider having a trust and have, stipends done on certain conditions. And that way they're not, going to blow the money or be subject to, schemes that have no bearing in making sense. Like, you can see it's a scam, but they can't see it. And that leads me to my next thing. It's holiday time, guys. Be careful. Be careful about answering calls. Be careful about saying yes, because sometimes these scammers are very, very smart now. They have it where they just want to capture your voice saying yes, and then they tap into other things that you own, and it voice recognizes you saying yes or what have you. Also, I'm a big proponent of having your cards frozen. Like, you should have that all the time, but if you don't have it, especially now, um, and not answering calls and giving out information. I tell the story about me nearly getting scammed in Chicago as a travel nurse. Somebody called me. I was sleeping, working night shift. Woke me up. I was groggy, and they said, "Oh, we're calling from Cash App. There's been fraud reported on your account, and we sent you a number. We need you to give us the code so we can double check." And I'm like, okay. And I go in my text and I see it and I give it to them, and they say, oh, it's expired. And they said, we're going to send you another one. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. I said, how do I know? They said, we're going to give you this 800 number. And if you call, you'll see we're legit. So they said, we're going to send you a code again. So they sent me the code. I don't know how they tapped into Cash App system. And when I got the code, somewhere in the fine print it said, we will never ask you for your password and whatnot. So now this time I'm fully awake now, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. I got the code, but they're saying that they would never ask me. Click. I almost gave them that code, and I was a travel nurse during COVID. I had some money in there, okay? So be careful about answering phone calls. Be careful about giving out information. Pause. Like if somebody's rushing you to make a commitment, whether it's, for a sale or whether it's on the phone, and they're not allowing you to slow down and ask questions, is probably fraud. Be very, very careful around the holiday times. It's a lot of nefarious people out there working overtime to separate you from you and your money. I yield.
Well, not
I
just
will
the
say I have.
holidays. It's going to go up because Trump is going to roll back the regulations that protect consumers. If you remember when Trump was in office last time, the uptick in like spam and fraudulent calls and texting and phishing, that like the do not call list did not work, was in office, is because they rolled back all of that, and it's already starting. I would literally had a call this morning with a client where he was explaining that their email had been hacked, and that he was telling people that if you got like they had to, he gave out bonuses, and people had to call or text to verify if the email that they got was legit, because it had just gotten that bad with them being able to trust the emails that were coming. So it's just going to get worse because it's going to be the Wild West because they don't care about, us and our financial health. So just be careful.
And
Yeah,
I
and
would
check on
say if
your
you're
seniors. Those are the ones that are the most vulnerable. It's the seniors, grandma, grandpa, auntie in the country. They have shown that they're IRS scammers. Now, this is an oldie but a goodie. Did y'all see the interview of the woman that withdrew all of the money from Merrill Lynch, I believe? And there's only so much financial advisors can do, but they sounded the alarm. Shout out to financial advisors that actually were able to, it at least makes this woman question what she did. But she literally withdrew all of her money, and then she was putting in all of these different banks. So be careful. It's the seniors that I'm concerned about. Like they're always targeted really, really, really bad. So um, that's all. Before we move on to this, I wanted to say about trust. Your trust is only as good as your trustee. So if your trust is your husband and he don't really give a shit, Fidelity is not going to be like, hello, the terms of this trust say whatever. No, Fidelity is going to be like, okay, where do you want me to send the money, Mr. and Mrs. Trustee? So your trust is only as good as the trustee. If there's not anyone in your family with the capacity to serve, you can get a corporate trustee. But if you're going to get a corporate trustee, such as Northern Trust, I would definitely recommend that you go to them first before doing your estate planning, because there are clauses that need to be put in your documents that allow them to serve as either trustee, executor, or co-trustee or co-executor. Remember, especially for you first generation people, please don't expect your family to YouTube University their way to managing your assets if you're the first person in your family to make $5. You know who I'm talking to. I do not recommend that you have anyone in your family YouTube University their way to managing money. My opinion. Okay, now y'all can
and
talk about this game.
I would say going back to the conversation about like inheriting property, a lot of my clients have inherited uh brownstones that are completely paid off, worth 2 million, and they can't afford to pay the taxes on it, right? They just don't make enough. Um, I have a couple clients that the mortgage was only $600 a month and they can't afford it, right? And these are, houses in Brooklyn that are private houses that are, nice houses, at least on the outside. Um, and yeah, so I think, I don't have kids, but I don't know of a way to like prepare these kids to inherit homes or to be responsible and to, um, I don't know, maybe kids need to see you pay property taxes or something, but these people are not they're out there unprepared, and I'm getting a lot of people in their 30s 40s that are about to lose their homes because they're just ill prepared to take this stuff on.
Well, you want to do what the wealthy people do? Include your children in these conversations. A lot of black people believe that if you have $5, that you don't need to tell anybody you have $5. But that's trauma. And they use financial professionals. You don't have to figure everything out if you have a good group together to handle the heavy lifting. But again, a lot of Americans think they can do this on their own. Good luck. Just use your professionals. That's very easy. Your kids shouldn't have to figure things out. And also, a tip for people with younger children: You need guardianship papers because guess what? The parent that you don't want to end up with the kids, if your mom is icky or his mom is icky, that baby mama that's icky, your children are going to end up with the worst possible person. So get guardianship paperwork too, you individuals with children.
Mickey, can you repeat the name of that institution that serves as like co-trustee or co-executors for trusts?
Private trust companies as well. I'm sorry, I'm getting out of my car. Um, I worked for a trust company for 5 years. I was affiliated with them. So all of the things that I saw were just insane. A lot of banks offer trust services. You can go to like Frost Bank, but I would definitely start with your local bank and then Google trust companies in your area. But it's a fantastic way to um, have someone else, thank you, to have someone else help to shoulder the burden. Because remember, like Janice was giving in her example, people inheriting a lot of money that don't know what to do with it is also giving them a financial burden, right?
Right. Would you advise seeing a financial planner first, or that's not a necessary step?
Um, yes. So the reason that I say that is because a lot of people don't know what they have. So just because you have $1 million today
Right.
and you pass away in 20 years, if that's in real estate, you could have an estate problem, right? You can have an estate tax problem. You need a proper financial planner, not a financial advisor, because what they're going to do is they're going to basically plug all those numbers in and say, okay, based on the current taxes, based on the current administration, based on the current rules and regulations, whatever, these assets are projected to grow to such and such at your death, which could be 90, 95, 100. So you probably need to have some liquidity in your estate because you have 90% of real estate and 10% stocks and bonds. So I definitely agree working with professionals because leaving this to chance or YouTube University is why we have financial trauma as Black people to begin with, in my opinion.
That's a gem, and it's no lie. I did. I figured beating it into my son's head just by nagging would be sufficient, but I know that's not sufficient because especially over the pandemic, when a lot of people passed away, a lot of people found themselves with inheritance and were getting scammed because everybody was talking about, oh, investing and putting it into the stock market. And a lot of people just got played left and right. And you got to kind of have a front row seat to watch it, right? Because they were documenting this shit on social media. And so, yeah, I have to get my things in order while everyone is still alive, my parents, and I'm thinking about taking us all and having a meeting so that everyone can take their assets and into account and start doing all of that planning because my kid is on the spectrum. They're gonna, I trust that they're gonna be able to manage their career, but it's a maturity thing, right? Like, I don't expect that they'd really be able to know what to do with a lump sum of money and taxes and maintenance and taking care of all these types of things until they're well into their 30s. But I'm interested in that X, Mickey.
Oh no, ma'am. I was trying to do the 100 and I'm driving and I'm old and my fat ass thumbs can't reach that far. But no, I agree with you. And I really applaud you and also I'm gonna fuss at you, but you know why? Because tomorrow is not promised. And here's another thing for you, and I'm gonna use this to piggyback on why I am an advocate of prenuptial agreements. sorry, ladies, is because, right, anything can happen. And yes, I do believe that too much wealth in the hands, if you're not used to it, is a burden, especially for a special needs child. So a corporate trustee can basically work with that guardian, and then there's also a way to custody those funds, make sure they're properly invested, make sure that the trustee isn't like, oh, I know this is a great business idea, and she would have just loved this if she was alive because she trusted. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. If he needs income, then guess what? Those assets are going to be invested in income driven investments, because the baby needs income, and maybe you told them or put in your documents that you wanted to pretty much keep the corpus or the principal in place so that it can be passed down to other generations. That's the whole thing with generational wealth. Unless you are a billionaire, you need to preserve assets to pass down to other generations. That doesn't mean you let the first generation go buck wild and crazy, right? Look at the tail between the Vanderbilts, who still have estate planning in place today. They are still benefiting off of great 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 grandpa's trust, right? Which basically, each generation, the trust will pay for life insurance to replenish the trust, which I think is an excellent idea, right? Versus the other financial family, the Vanderbilts, that lost all their money because Cornwallis, whatever his name was, his name Cornwallis? Cornelius. He did not place any restrictions on his beloved family members because he was like, oh, they got it. They're good. No, they ran through their money, right? So I think that's an excellent thing that you're going to do. And the reason why is because if you're going to inherit assets from your parents, guess what? That's going to impact your estate planning, right? If you know that mom and dad are going to leave you half of the house, and the house is already valued at $2 million, you need to incorporate that in your shit, because eventually, right, your child is going to inherit what you're inheriting from mom and dad. Does that make sense?
Totally.
It's a great problem to have. Let's say that. I don't want to make it seem as if, oh my God, this is such a burden. But things need to be put in place. And that's why I'm a huge proponent of prenuptial agreements, because why should you get what's already in place just because you say I do? Love may not last forever, but those damn legal documents will. Hallelujah and amen. Okay? Y'all be in love so much. How do you think that wealthy people preserve their wealth? They don't give all their shit away just because somebody wants to stop bumping coochies with you. I'm just saying. Was that too much? I'm sorry. Did I hurt
Nope.
somebody's feelings? I am so sorry.
I mean,
Shout out to the soft life girlies. Shout
I
out,
didn't
but you
feel
ain't gonna
like
be a
I
soft
was
life with my child. God damn it.
I
I'm
didn't feel
sorry. I
like I
got
was
carried.
balling out of control like that I needed a prenup, but I hear what you're saying.
Shoot, $5,000 is $5,000 if you ain't got it. A prenup is just like dating a trust fund baby. That is not your money, boo boo. That is not. You are a temporary baby contributor to this whole situation. No.
You'll have to order your clothes today because the shipping may take too long. It's Christmas.
Christmas is a perfect time to have these family conversations because everybody's drunk, which means they're going to be 1,000% honest. Hell no, I'm not going to take care of mom and dad. Well, there you go.
And the ones that want the most usually help out the least.
It's true. Y'all know what I ask when I consult with people? Not professionally, right? Because most of these people are indoctrinated to wealth. Is who is the fool in the family? Who is the one that's going to be mad no matter what? Who's the one that's going to challenge everything? And sometimes, guess what? Y'all are the fool. And you need to recognize that. You need extra protections in your estate planning to protect against the fool. If you are married and you had a child from a previous relationship, do you want the mother of that child, if they are horrible to your spouse, to have to deal with them if you should die prematurely? Hell no, right? Why would you want to put your spouse in charge of the assets from a child from a previous relationship if you already know they don't get along? Those are things you need to consider in your particular estate planning. That's why family dynamics are extremely important. Extremely important. Michael Jackson is an excellent example. He did not have not near one of his family members involved in his estate planning. His mother is a beneficiary. She has no power, just like that movie in Boomerang. She has no power. Catherine can't do shit. You know why Michael did that? Probably because Catherine would allow the whole family to benefit from his money. And Michael said, screw that. He got them attorneys in charge of his shit. Not Nair family member. Not Janet. Not Latoya. None of them. Be like Michael Jackson. Protect your family from your family.
That's
Y'all done got
funny
me
as hell.
going.
Who's the
Goddamn.
fool?
This is my favorite
Who
topic. Woo, Jesus.
who's the fool of the
Talking
family
about Michael
is
Jackson,
funny.
his daughter just got proposed to. So you think the Jackson money's safe for now?
His estate planning is so tough that the the married person is not going to be permanently added to that trust. So that spouse is going to benefit from her being wealthy, but at the end of the day, that's just as effective as a prenup is a trust, because it's like, no, boo boo, this was from my daddy, not yours. So you go on about your merry way. She doesn't own that money at the end of the day. She's a beneficiary. So that trust is an entity that, she gets money from. But that's how you set it up. So your children don't even have a choice. You can't even take me to court to get anything I have, because my mom Mel set this up for me, right? But we're not gonna put that on anybody on stage. I apologize. Our children are gonna be married and in love forever. But you see what I'm saying? Just in case, we're gonna claim that today. But see the benefit? Now, for this is a little technical, but let's just say that you do your estate planning and you're in your 60s and you love your son-in-laws and daughter-in-laws and they've all been married for 30 or 40 years and you have trust in place. You can set up what's called a power of appointment. It's something very specific. You give the power of appointment to your beneficiary, sorry, to the trustees, to basically appoint other beneficiaries of the trust. So that's something a little technical that most people probably don't have in their estate planning trust for the children to do.
Yeah, because I was gonna ask you, like, if the daughter has that, then how does the money move if she passes?
So it's called purse sturpies. Does anybody on stage know what purse sturpies is? Because this is what I do in my rooms. I think it makes it more fun because it is a boring topic. Does anybody know what purse sturpies is? That's okay. It's through the bloodline. So how do wealthy families stay wealthy? One on one, you leave shit to people with your last name through the bloodline. So what does this mean? How many spouses have the Vanderbilts had over all of these generations since Mr. Vanderbilt made his money with Standard Oil? The money does not flow to them. Why? Because you're going to deplete the assets a lot quicker, right? Because remember, a generation is only 30 years. So when we say three generations, mom, grandma, and child, that's only 30 years in between, usually, right? So you keep the assets through the bloodline, basically saying, you know, my name is Miki Gabriel. I have three children. These three children, um, the grandchildren, my future grandchildren at this point, I don't want any grandchildren right now, Lord, will benefit from my trust. And only my grandchildren born to, and then I would name my sons, son number one, son number two, and son number three. Now, I can be a poo poo head and say born to, which is what most people do, because I don't want to take any chances. Because what if my child falls in love with somebody that's got five kids? Sorry, boo boo. Your kids are not a beneficiary of this trust because I explicitly stated born to, and if I really wanted to be a butthead, I could say born of a married union. This is also how side kids throughout history have got left out of receiving assets from wealthy parents. Just FYI. And yes, it's perfectly legal. You don't have to leave your children anything.
Hey Mickey, this isn't about trust, but something to put on your radar. I just saw this morning that Shawnee O'Neal is getting a divorce, and she's only been married to her husband, I think, in
What?
Texas. Yeah, she's only been married for like two
Oh
years,
shit! Now
and
Get
surprise,
out
they
of
so
surprise,
here.
they're
that's
getting a
about to go
divorce.
down in terms of the divorce and the assets
Whoa!
and
Shit, I've
stuff.
been listening to y'all. I haven't got our Instagram, so let's see the
Yeah,
tea.
Mel, you are a correspondent. Can you do some
What?
investigation? Because they
I'm
even
What?
said
shocked
they
and
even
appalled.
said
Not
that
after
there's
2 years.
allegations of like mismanagement of money at his church.
Not she was in love.
Yeah.
I
Oh
never had
shit!
a love like this ever, 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 forever, ever. What?
See what I
Wait, I
said about
missed it. Who
love?
was it?
That
Who was it?
love go
Shawnee
fast, don't it?
O'Neal. She was married to the
Nikki, isn't
pastor.
Oh,
aren't
The
the law
pastor been
Nikki?
acting up lately. I'm just saying. He
not
he
her
been
giving all the.
preaching. He preached two sermons I didn't agree with.
Oh, that was
Ooh.
that man that they had on social media. What was it he was preaching about that people
So
were
he
clowning?
said that you should give the money to the church and not to the poor people out in the streets.
Girl,
That he
yes,
doesn't
that
say
was
that.
it. Oh, that
Hmm.
And
was
now
it.
they
That was
alleging
it.
some
That was one,
mismanagement of
and
his
then the other
money.
one, he told the lady to be quiet when she was, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
That
yeah,
was
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah,
Didn't
yeah. He been acting a fool. He has been acting a
N-
fool lately. I did not know that was her
Nikki?
husband.
Wow.
Didn't the oil and gas people sort of skew like the child support, spousal support laws in Texas? That it's like really hard to get spousal support and child support. Like, that's why all these people want to be residing in Texas.
No, it's just cheaper than California because Texas is a community property state, but like California is crazy. So, no, you can do child support. Like, Texas is.
Yeah, but there it's capped at a certain
I mean,
amount
yeah, it's capped at like
because
20%, I believe, 20%, 20 or 30% of your income. I can't remember for the first child. But a judge can decide. Like I've seen judges because my mom is in the legal field. She's not an attorney or anything. Just I don't remember what my mom does, but or did a paralegal. Sorry, my bad. But I've seen judges where they have decreed that a man making $100,000 pay $5,000 a month for one child, and a man making $1 million a year pay $2,000 for three children. So it's the judges that are effed up, in my opinion.
gotcha. Because there was a
But if you
judge,
were, yeah, it's the
there was a
judges. Like if you
basketball
were,
player that he wanted to be residing in Texas, and it was the
oh,
guy that kind of looked like the dinosaur that
you mean
played for
Khloe
the Miami
Kardashian's
Heat.
baby daddy? Yeah, Khloe
Nah. The
Kardashian
guy
baby
that
daddy.
looked like the no, not him. Another one that he looks like a dinosaur. He literally looks like a dinosaur that played for Miami Heat,
Mm.
and he was like, "Oh no, but Texas is my resident because if the Texas laws apply, he really wasn't gonna have to pay that much."
No, but remember in New York, 50 Cent baby mama, which I'll never know why she did this to this day. She took him back to court for additional child support, and the judge reduced her shit. So that's the judges. You don't want to piss off the judge in any state because they will basically override what's in existence. But as a professional in Texas, if you don't pay your child support, like if you're an attorney or securities licensed professional, they will put a hold on your shit. So I do agree with that, but only if you're a professional, of course.
Oh, I
Yeah,
just want to confirm that the pastor's the one that served divorce papers to her.
really, the note that I saw said that she'd been meeting with an attorney for with her attorney team for weeks, and then
Oh no,
finally filed.
these articles is blaming him.
Okay.
They say he filed it.
Mm. Well,
All
I know
these first
you on
ladies
it,
getting
so
divorced,
I trust you, my source, Mel.
Nah, I'm gonna look
and
more
they're
into
in
it.
Texas. I didn't know they were in
Yeah.
Texas. Oh, that'll be interesting. I hope Shawnee had a prenup though. That'll be the only thing that'll save her is a prenup because you know that's all of Shaq's money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, the basketball wives money, that's hers.
yeah. Let's see. Yeah, their church is in Houston. What is
Oh,
it?
I had no clue. Oh
Mm-hmm.
wow.
They
Oh,
bought a
so
mansion for like they got. Hold on, their mansion was money. And
oh
you
let
know
me
who
let me
else
look
lives
up.
over there? No,
Is it a mega
Hmm.
Shaq
church?
Dallas.
Oh, they're in Dallas. I was about to
No,
say, where is Shawnee?
no, I said Shaq is in Dallas. He bought his mansion in Dallas, so he's not on top of his wife, his ex-wife. They live in Houston.
But Shaq had that baby mama in Houston because I remember that he would have white parties in Sugarland. That's where he met that girl. I think one of the um, at a club in Houston. So he was always in Houston. But you know, a
Yeah,
lot of
their home in
athletes,
Houston was 3.6 million.
because there's no state income tax. So you have a lot of athletes that have a physical residence here just to avoid the taxes.
That's crazy.
That's why I said get a prenup, ladies. Get a prenup. Prenup. It's just like a trust. No different.
Hey, hey, I have a question. So, Texas and I think three other states are trying to put forth this covenant law, this covenant marriage law. How do you think that's going to affect inheritance laws in those states?
What do you mean by the covenant laws? I'm sorry.
The covenant law that they're trying to get passed, which would basically have the husband in charge of everything money, whether she can get a divorce or not, whether she, anything. It's his rule.
People would get married less. I mean, I don't know how they would. I know they want to redo the no fault divorce, and I've heard that before. But
Right?
if they want to take us back, I mean, it was only in the 70s that the law became permanent across the country that a married woman could get anything in her own name, including a loan, because a lot of banks would not loan to
Right.
a married woman. So, I mean, if they move us back that backwards, that would be stupid.
I was just curious because I'm like, that's going to make a big difference, I think. Even in inheritance, I think they're going to be messing with that.
But a lot of older people do not get married. I think somebody gave an example of that because they don't want to disrupt their Social Security benefits. You know,
Thank
because if you
you.
get married, they lessen your benefits. So
So first, the key is the
Yep.
only key we have. So pull the door in. You snatched on my hand.
We're trying to get it passed where people on Social Security are no longer penalized by getting married, but that's still a long way off.
I don't think they're ever going to approve that because most people don't think about Social Security until they're on Social Security.
Right. And even some people on Social Security don't even look into it before they get married. And then they find out afterwards, and it's like, you're going to lose half your income. So I don't know. We also have a Blind Americans Return to Work Act bill trying to get that passed, where basically it's graduating you off of disability by removing the income cap. And instead of taking away all of your benefits, if you go over, like say for me, for example, I'm a blind individual, our income cap is going up to 2,700 in January per month. And that's how much money I can make before taxes, regardless of my SSDI check, right? On my job. So if I were to say make 2,900, instead of taking away my SSDI check that I get every month, they would take 100 of that out of my SSDI check. So I would get 100 less from my SSDI, and I'd still be able to make that income. Does that make sense? So, like, if I made 200 over, they take 100 out of my check. If I made 500 more, they take 250 out of my check. But eventually, I would be able to take promotions and raises and be able to get off of SSDI completely, because once you get to substantial gainful employment, you also have benefits. So it's a win-win for everybody. Fewer people on Social Security disability and blind people being able to work at their highest level of achievement, without having to be under that cap.
That
Yeah.
makes sense because the all or nothing right now, I've had clients that made a little bit more and they've completely removed their benefits, and it's just so unfair and it's
Yeah.
just so hard to get them reinstated.
Last year, they sent me a letter saying that I had gone over, and they sent me, the months that they said that I had gone over. Thank goodness my administrator and I are pretty tight at work. She helped me file an appeal. I had to fill out half an inch thick stack of paperwork. That was not accessible, so I had to have a sighted person help me do it. And I had to prove to them that I did not go over and that their, records were erroneous. But they were sitting there saying I owed them $2,900 and that if I didn't pay it off in 30 days, they were going to stop my benefits unless I filed the appeal. Now, once you file the appeal, that completely stops that process. Your payments resume until they make a determination. And apparently they told me if I don't hear anything, then I'm Gucci. So, and it's been almost 8 months since I filed that appeal. So I guess I'm okay. What I don't understand is if you owe them money, why wouldn't that be the first damn thing that comes out of their mouth when you talk to them on the phone? Because I talked to them 2 or 3 times in that year and they never said anything about me owing money. But if somebody owed me money, that'd be the first thing I'd be speaking about whenever they call on me. I don't know.
Are you
And
talking
people,
about like Medicaid?
I'm talking about Social Security disability. Like they said, I made too much money 3 months in a row. Like I made over what I'm allowed to make because they have an income cap. Right now, the income cap for a blind individual is $25.90 a month. In January, it goes up to $2,700. But
Is
I
that
can make
gross? Gross
that's
salary?
gross. Yes, that's
Yeah,
gross before
they're
taxes.
pretty specific about that. And
They
doesn't it
are.
take a lot to get your benefit back in place?
No, the benefits, that's what I just said. If you file the appeal, that completely stops that process so your payments aren't interrupted. But it takes them like a damn year to even contact you about any kind of discrepancies. Like, I don't know what the deal is, and why they would take that long to figure that out and say,
They've
hey,
always been slow. I'm sorry, Ramona,
yeah,
but those things have always been slow. I'm sorry, but yeah, they're very specific about that. Like if
oh, I
you
know.
go $1 over, that's
Mm-hmm.
it. Like
Mm-hmm.
they'll put the kibosh on it. That's
They'll
why we were
jack you
talking
up.
earlier about it. Super important to restrict income for people that are on disability. But you're on SSDI. But
Yes.
like, did you ever? What? I'm sorry, I don't want to get on your business. I apologize.
I'm 48. I worked long enough to earn my Social Security disability. Yes. I, I
Hmm.
have I have work credits.
Oh, but you're not retirement age. That's why they're messing with
I'm
your stuff.
48. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Not there yet. But yeah, I work part time. Um, but yeah, it's still a juggle. I mean, if I wanted to, with the skills that I had, I could get, or I have rather, I can get an entry level position if I want to. But I don't want to work 40 hours a week and I don't want the stress. So I have my little part time job, but that doesn't mean that I don't want to get better. I don't want to stagnate in one spot forever. So this Blind Americans Return to Work Act is a really good bill. I hope that they do pass it because I mean it doesn't hurt anybody and it's net positive for everybody. So I don't know.
Yeah, to that question earlier, for someone asked if it was SSDI, I apologize, which is why I always preface my comments on this outside of my own personal experience. So I guess that does impact. I was thinking of like traditional disability
Now I don't
that's
have
tied to
caps
something different.
on.
So yeah. So sorry
Yeah,
about that. Whoever asked that question earlier. See, this is why I'm like, it's
no.
it's so it's so specific. Lord, I
Yes,
don't know why
but
they
with
make it this.
SSDI, they're not persnickety about how much money I have in the bank. They don't care about how much money I have in the bank. The reason I'm opening the Able account is because I'm on Medicaid, which pays my premiums for my insurance, and that would be a big chunk of money that, that would be hard to let go of. So I'm opening an Able account so that I don't have too much money in my account and I still qualify for Medicaid, honestly. Because all it does is pay my premiums. I have no medical coverage on Medicaid. It just pays my Medicare premium of $185 a month.
So it's the Medicaid. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I was like earlier. It's so ugh.
Yeah,
Like my
it's
mom
a
had to
lot.
hire an attorney when she needed disability because a lot. It's really really hard.
Oh, it's
I,
horrible. I was
quick
in Texas when
quick
we
little
had,
story.
sure.
It's a bad story, but when I was dating someone when I was younger, um, I had a friend. Now this is wrong, but she works at the Harris County Center, and this person that was at the time his ex was on, you know, SSI. This person was really young, so my friend kind of took me aside. And she was like, "Girl, you know how hard it is for people to get on disability at a young age from the feds?" She was like, "You need to leave this girl alone because her ass is crazy." So I was like, "Oh, thank you for letting me know because I didn't know that." She was like, "Yeah, it's really hard to get put on disability without a physical impairment at a young age." So I was like, "Lesson learned."
Well, I can tell you it took me 5.5 years to get approved for disability in the state of Texas. Um, I was in Polk County, but close enough. And they made me go through 22 or whatever. Well, no, that was 16 surgeries in 4 years. And I was laying on my face 6 to 8 weeks between each surgery. They said as long as there was a surgical solution, I had to try it or they wouldn't approve me for disability. So that was in '07 when they finally approved me. So it is really hard to get on disability. I mean, you really actually you gotta be messed up to actually get approved in Texas. They're pretty hard about it. Um, and I was really by the time I got approved, I went to the hearing myself. I fired my lawyer and I went to the hearing myself and I said, "Look, I have been cut up, diced up. I have no lenses on my eyes." And they never even told me they removed them. I have a janky lens on my right eye that they didn't try to even remove because they messed it up. I have so much scar tissue behind my eyes that you have to use a sonogram to see the back of my eyes. I said, "I'm done. I'm done being the crash test dummy." I was like, "I am blind. That's not going to change. It's not coming back." So, they finally approved me, but I went through the mill, and a lot of people do just to have an income. And I had my daughter I was raising. Shoot, my daughter was 6 years old when I got approved for disability finally. So it's hard, but it's all good now. I'm in the flow, and hopefully things will get better. I don't know. I mean, I know we've got a lot of shit going on right now. Things are really uncertain. We don't know, what's going to happen from one second to the next. I think we're all doing a lot of cover your ass and hoping for the best at this point. Um, and that's no different for the disability community. I mean, it's nerve wracking. It really is. Just to think that at the stroke of a pen, you could lose your home, you could lose your income, you could lose protections, you could lose. I mean, fuck, I could be out on the street, and no plan B whatsoever. I don't have, my daughter's struggling to get her own life together. I'm not going to burden her, but it's stressful. So I'm hoping things will get better. I hope that the work that we do, because I do a lot of advocacy work, I hope that is enough to, push us forward and keep us from losing everything that we've worked hard for. I mean, between disability rights, civil rights, women's rights, the right to take a piss without somebody looking over your shoulder. I mean, we have definitely worked hard for these things, and to just sit there and have them just ripped away by idiots who have no couth whatsoever and are only worried about their bottom line and their fucking businesses and how good they look on telly. I just, yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. I went off. Sorry. I'll shut up. I killed the room. I'm sorry. Crap.
Janice, you see what I put in the chat? I believe it's fake news.
Oh, for
But
real?
yeah,
Dang, I got suckered. Mm.
yeah, they just came back from Dubai. Um, yeah, I just don't see anything like legit with the news reporting. And if it ain't on TMZ, it ain't real. It's a lot of TikToks. I just said them
Well, thank
mentioning
you
that
for
she,
verifying.
yeah, they were mentioning that she was cheating and he fouled and. But I don't know. I just don't believe the sources. So I'm like, and then I went into their private accounts and I see that they were in Dubai. So I'm like, yeah, I don't think nobody's about a divorce yet.
TikTok trying to start shit before they go away. Mm.
Yeah, I think TikTok just be doing that clickbait. It was a psychic on TikTok talking about she had a tarot card talking about they're gonna get a divorce. I was like, that's crazy. Mm-mm-mm. What's up, Corey? Uh, well, every anybody that well, the federal government was not shut down, so I think a lot of people should be happy. All the federal workers, like Ty, and I think.
I'm not happy. I want to be off. I was hoping they were shut down.
Oh no!
You're a mess.
First one to say
True.
that everybody was pissed off because they were
Like,
shutting
I'm being
She's
down.
like
honest.
this. She's like, fuck,
Everybody,
I wanted two
listen.
weeks off.
I did. I really did.
Mm.
So I know April was upset. I think Ty was upset. So hopefully they got
Haitian.
the news.
Haitian will be happy.
Yeah. Who else? What else happened today?
Oh, you know what I heard on NPR? Not that, I mean, it's kind of weird, off the wall, one of those things. Do you guys know, you know how we all know what's our national bird? Can somebody tell me what our USA's national bird is?
The eagle?
The
Okay,
bald
thank you.
eagle? The
Thank you,
bald
thank you.
eagle.
Okay,
Bald
okay, we have
eagle.
a consensus, right? Everybody agrees that our national bird is the bald eagle. Well, until today, everybody in this room would be wrong.
Mm.
It just got passed in Congress legislating that the bald eagle is now the fucking United States bird. And they can't pass a bill or a budget, but they can. I was like, are you kidding me? But
That's
yes,
the priority for
thank you.
2024, the end of 2024.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm screaming.
Lord Jesus.
Hmm. So yeah, I thought I'd entertain you guys with that. That was what I heard on NPR this morning. Like not even 5 minutes after they went on this whole fucking rant about not coming to a consensus about the CR or any of that, and they're like, in other news, we now have a official bird. This like 78-year-old dude pushed it through or something. He's been collecting eagle memorabilia his whole life. So yeah, there's that. That's my breaking news.
Yeah, so no shutdown. And then it says FAA issues temporary ban of drones in New York and in New Jersey. Then Luigi's hanging out with Diddy.
Ugh.
Who else?
Oh Lord.
I heard Diddy is really skinny. He's not eating because he's scared somebody's gonna poison his food, so he's really skinny.
I bet.
And the grays are popping. Um, oh, you know what else I found out today? So I spoke to a correction officer that um what's this guy's name from the train? You guys remember the guy that's passed away in the train? What was his name?
Oh, Neely. Neely.
Okay. So 2 months prior to him passing away, he was at Rikers Island, and this correction officer, he was in his area. He mentioned he was quiet, like he was good. He was not like he was a very quiet person. He was a good person. So I just wanted to mention that to y'all. And he feels that he was saying like, "Oh, I'm ready to go to jail today, or I'm ready to do this," because he prefers to be at Rikers. But once again, they can't keep him at Rikers. He prefers to be at Rikers. He has a home. He gets to eat. He gets his medication, and he lives like a normal life, unlike you're gonna live when you're homeless and out in the streets of New York City. So when he was making those threats, it's because he just wanted to get arrested again, so that he can go back into Rikers. So just wanted to share that.
Yeah, we do have a population of serial recidivism, and it's for that reason. They want three hots and a cot. They want direction and want stability, and
Hmm.
that's stable to them. You know,
Yep. Yeah, they want help, and they know if they go into Rikers, they're gonna get all the help they
they're
need.
going to be clean. They're going to be
Hmm.
safe. They're going to have structure. You know, it's
Yeah.
sad. It's a form of institutionalization of the mind and of the soul. You know, these people they can't function out in the outside. My brother was like that, and God love him. He went into prison at 17 and did 7.5 years out of an 11-year bid. And then when he came out, he just gotten off paper, and he overdosed on meth. And he's just like, he reminded me of a puppy dog somebody throw out in the middle of a lake and tell them swim to the shore, knowing damn well they can't, that they're going to tire out and they're going to give out. That's exactly kind of how I saw my brother, and that's how I kind of see some of these people. They just get thrown out in the middle of the lake and get told to swim, and they it's too far, it's too much, so they turn to putting themselves in jail on purpose. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
sad.
I saw that as a prisoner. Some of them for that reason, and some of them the system set up against them. They may get 30 days in a halfway house. When the 30 days is up, where do you go? A lot of people won't hire felons or what have you. So it's like a I don't know. It's like I said, sometimes the system set them up to fail, and 30 days run out. You can't get a job. You don't have a way to fend for yourself. The Salvation Army might only take you for 3 days, and then you're out because they got to make a bed for another person who's waiting, or the homeless shelter is full. Um, they only have the little duffel sack with, a couple of changes of clothes, and the easiest way, especially in cold states where it's cold, they commit a low crime just to get back in jail because prison because they get the
Hmm.
like you said, they get the 3 meals and they get a cot. They have some of the best healthcare. I can tell you that as a prisoners, best healthcare. I don't know if they're safe because I've seen some things in prison. You have to be affiliated or
Well,
whatnot to get
yeah,
that
how
protection.
safe
So
could a prison really be? But
yeah,
yeah, we're talking about the difference between being out on the streets.
Yeah.
There's a little bit more structure in a prison.
I
Little.
think it's just food, being able to
Yeah.
bathe, not being in the cold, and also getting your meds.
Yep.
I
Yep.
can.
Definitely.
Because he said he's quiet. He don't mess with. He don't. He don't fuck around with nobody. He's to himself. And he's quiet. He don't really give. He don't give any problems. So I was like, oh, okay.
And meth thing, that's real. I know someone that got arrested, and they said that when they got arrested for like a parking ticket, like overpaid a bunch of unpaid parking tickets, but they had to go in and get bailed out. And when they went in, they said that they were there for, I guess, one of the feedings before they got bailed out. And before that feeding, there was like a an announcement for the people that had to go get meds, and they were like they were amazed at how long the line was. Like just about everybody in that pod had to go get some kind of medication. And so to
Wow.
me, that made me think of like when we see these homeless people that are outside, like some of them are homeless because, they have mental health issues and they weren't able to manage or maintain where they were staying, or they got kicked out. So I can see them wanting to go, if there's an option that's more consistent that offers stability, the option to go to jail.
Yeah, like I said, some of the prisoners have better health care than folks on the outside, and we're mandated to give them their meds. And if there's any specialty or what have you, there's a refusal system, and then there's appeal, 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 appeal. So and they do see specialists. Um, they get the meds, and just think about somebody who's on the outside who does not have insurance. Their meds ER room.
I really wish they wouldn't have fucked up the mental health system as badly as they did. I mean, you've got so many predatory people that prey on others who are less likely to defend themselves. And that's what happened with these institutions. People were being abused, neglected, they weren't getting the right treatments. If they would have more of these residential mental health facilities that were actually helping people, and giving them a quality of life, that would take care of quite a few homeless situations, and they wouldn't be in prison. They wouldn't be, being oppressed and suppressed. They would be taken care of, and that's what we're missing. We're missing the care element of our society. And it's all about get mine and get before you get got, and everybody else gets got down in the damn cracks, falls through the cracks. And we were working on that now, trying to get people help, and services, because if you're over 18 and under a senior, you're pretty SOL on getting services unless you're able to work or you have the ability to go to school and earn a degree and then end up at work. It's all about going to work. It's not about taking care of people and taking care of their needs and making sure when people come out of facilities and prisons, they have somewhere to go. They have supports and services. I think that was the thing I liked about Kamala too, the anti-recidivism program that she had designed in the state of California, so that when men came out of prison, they weren't just hanging out in the breeze, and left to go and do things the wrong way. Having them training, having them job opportunities, education, things that will get them legitimate and gainful employment. And that's what we need more of in every state. And get out of this whole fucking penitentiary institutionalization of like a third of our society is locked up, basically, that could be out there living quality lives. So, yeah.
But Ramona, you know it's designed for that though, right?
I do, and that's the fucked up part.
It's
Yeah,
designed.
it
Yeah, this
is.
is why they call it, yeah, the recidivist, that's what the purpose is, to have them keep going in and out so they can make this money. They're not trying
Mm-hmm.
to rehab nobody.
Nope.
Zero. And one thing I did hear that was absolutely true, they have great health care. I do a lot of inmates at surgical centers, and they have top care with elective surgeries. It's not even emergent. It's elective. They come in and get trigger fingers done. They come and get hernias done. And hernia is not an emergent unless it's cutting off um, any intestinal situation going on with them. But they come in all the time. I give them great care. As a matter of fact, I love the patients because they're so thirsty for affection and love. I be giving it to them too. Just giving it to them. They're like, I love my nurse. I said, I love you too, babe. No, we seen you again. So it's just sad to see these people just keep cycling through. So did somebody say that there's no shutdown?
What First Lady, she played something that said that there was not going to be a federal shutdown.
Okay, so we good to fly. Everybody's good to go. Okay.
But then when I go to CNN, it's giving me a countdown. Like it says like an 8 hour countdown to the federal shutdown, and I'm just like, what did she play?
It's still a clock. Let me go. Let me Google. Let me Google. I like the title, Make America Goofy Again. I love that.
There was something I was listening to this morning that said that they could have like a temporary continuing resolution that would expire like a day or two before he goes in for inauguration. But I didn't quite get the details because my housekeeper showed up to and I was talking to her, so I missed that part. They
Yeah,
might.
CNN's just doing the clock because that's how they get eyeballs. That's how they get advertising
Mm.
dollars. That's it. Whether it happens or not, everyone's gluing in panic. And I'll just say real quick about the recidivism rate about prison. If y'all haven't seen that documentary, it's the same woman who did that series When They See Us, based on the Central
The
Park Five.
13.
You got it. That is a
Yeah,
very
Ava
powerful
DuVernay.
documentary. Sums up all how this whole recidivism started with African American and people of color. in the prison system and how it is a for-profit system.
We're about to host a. We're about to have a guest. He was a father of a daughter. He's a D agent through drug dealers in prison and people that were using and addicts and whatnot. And his daughter became a drug addict, and it changed his whole philosophy and theory on everything. It's a documentary that's coming out later this year, so it's gonna be pretty neat. I've seen some B-roll of it. It's pretty badass.
Thank you, man. And when is it coming out?
Be later on this year.
Okay. And where is it going
You
to be
said
featured?
I don't know. They've done it. Now they're just keep raising. They're continuing raising money for it, and we're about to have him as a guest. So he was a
Well,
real hard
you
nosed
said it's going to
asshole
be
cop.
something released.
Yeah, it will be released later on next year. So this will be pretty badass. I forgot what they're gonna call it, but anyways, but it's a bad hard nosed asshole cop that threw people in jail all the time with drugs, and his daughter became a drug addict, and now he runs a nonprofit helping people through recovery.
Wait, he used to put people in jail for drugs?
Yep. And now since his daughter what was in
Was he planting them on them or what?
no no I would hope
Oh, okay.
not.
I was just wondering. I
But
just had to ask.
no, but his daughter became an addict and died of a drug overdose. So
Oh,
he quit his job, and he quit his job being the cop to be a be put people in recovery for free. So it's a nonprofit where he raises money, and people that come out of prison get to go into to his recovery facility for free.
You know, guys, I felt like such a goober. You know that song "Stand Up" from the movie Harriet Tubman. I thought, oh my God, I thought that was Beyonce singing that song. I did not know that was Cynthia Erivo. I finally figured that out. But it does sound like Beyonce, doesn't it? Have y'all heard that song? I know y'all have heard that song. Anybody?
About the
no.
thing that guy's doing. You need more of those.
Pardon?
No, I haven't heard it.
You've never watched the movie Harriet?
You guys know I am
Oh,
watching TV.
Lisa. Ooh, you need to. Um, but it was one of the girl that played Harriet. There was a big to do because she was a black girl, but she's British, and so there was a big to do that they cast her as Harriet Tubman. Um, but she's got a gorgeous, beautiful, beautiful voice, and I thought that the when I first heard this song, I didn't hear it on the movie. I heard it on the radio, and I thought it was Beyonce.
So I think it was also because she said derogatory things on Twitter
Oh,
about Black Americans.
did she? I
Yeah,
So
that was
apologize.
yeah,
it. That was
and
it.
so a
Yeah.
lot of people didn't want to go see that movie.
Oh, see, I didn't know about all that. Well,
Yeah,
that's
that's also why it's
And they
like a
cast her
mixed.
anyway.
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's why it's kind of been like a mixed opinion about her and
Oh,
Wicked, like, amongst the black people supporting it.
oh shit! Yeah, I didn't even think about that because I was so excited. I want to listen to it, but
And then and then she doubled down on comments. You know how people always double down.
hmm they just can't keep their mouth shut. Just apologize for fucking opening their mouth and just let it go. But I
Mel, were
didn't
you
know
in the
that.
room this morning?
Mhm.
Mel, were you in the room this morning?
Border Who, me? Are counting on us. Our enemies what happened, Lisa? We all know North Korea, Russia, China, and others do not have to face
issues such as a government shutdown. And also, keeping the government open is critical to the district that I represent in Western North Carolina. But I'd like to just take a moment and speak specifically to the disaster relief portion of this bill. As most of you are aware, North Carolina was hit by Hurricane Helene on September the 27th of this year, and we
Eddie.
experienced unprecedented disaster and destruction.
Eddie.
It's going to cost North Carolina about $58 billion to rebuild. This storm was the most deadly in North Carolina's history.
Holy
Lost
crap.
126,000 homes that were either damaged or destroyed. Countless people are now homeless. I want to thank Speaker Johnson for personally visiting Western North Carolina, getting his boots muddy and seeing what we were dealing with there. I'd like to thank Leader Scalise for visiting Western North Carolina, and Chairman Cole also took time to come down. Many other members were there. We're going to see a number of members on this floor argue against this bill. Mr. Speaker, I need to remind you that folks in Western North Carolina have been paying their taxes for decades that have gone towards funding disasters in every other part of this country, from California to the
Has anybody else seen information that that they're not gonna shut down?
without argument. But Mr. Speaker,
What do you
County
mean, the federal government?
Carolina
Yeah.
needs our
Oh,
help.
they're gonna
It
shut
needs
down.
help
They
as
have to have that
So
money.
I'm sure
so
the person who speak against
lady played
this
something
bill.
before saying that there wasn't gonna be a shutdown. And then when I look on
About
the
the
news
disaster
now, I don't
relief.
see
Many of you
anything.
have experienced
So I'm like, what the
and
hell?
what you've seen in the news and what you're hearing from me about the need in Western North Carolina. I even heard one member last week
I haven't
refer
heard.
Did
to recipient
you hear about all these people
relief
in
Yeah, she
Germany?
played it before when Mickey
I
was talking.
There's
represent
like
about
100 or
700
80 injured in
about
Germany and a couple of people killed in a Christmas parade.
By whom?
Somebody drove through the crowd.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Again? Or was this the same? No, this is a new one. You're talking about just today?
Yeah. Yeah. Just
Well, I'm still.
Google Germany. Just Google Germany. I'm sure it'll come up. Click on news. Christmas Day, Germany, and then you'll.
Did you guys hear how much he said it was going to cost to fix the damage? He said 58 billion with a B. Did you know our Department of Human and Health and Human Services budget every year is what, 39 billion? Golly. That's a lot of money.
But
Ask
it,
President Elon.
but it's
Mm.
always what this always this like the states that are well, the majority of the time it's the states that are the red states that are mostly adversely impacted by these storms that cry, beg for relief. But then when it comes time to do other things that can sustain their constituents, the ones that suffer the most, like healthcare and things like that, they
Hmm.
don't want to budge. They don't want to budge at all.
And
Hakeem Jeffries is talking now.
they have the highest number of welfare recipients in red states than they do in the country and in any of the blue states. So that does not surprise me. Did she say she was going to play something or somebody was talking?
Nah, I didn't even bother playing that.
Oh,
No.
We begin tonight with breaking
But
news
I
and
don't
a
know.
lot of it.
I'm gonna keep looking.
who
okay.
was that Mel that was talking that compared us to Russia when he said Russia doesn't do a government shutdown? Like how is that
Right?
comparable?
That's what I was
I don't know.
thinking.
That was
Why was
somebody
that
from
even
South
said?
Carolina.
Why did they say something about Russia and government shutdown?
I don't know.
Well, Russia
That was
probably
a
does help with the
family chat.
government shutdown. Talk to Elon since he's been having conversations with Putin.
Well, we're working on two different operating systems. It's not even comparable. They're operating on communism. We're operating on democracy. So, I don't know.
I feel like he was signaling to Russia. Like, why would you, of all the countries, you pick Russia?
You
Yeah,
know what?
Russia,
I would sound
China,
like a
and
serious
Taiwan.
conspiracy theorist, but I got a feeling that he's really trying to destroy our country, for real. He's having conversations with these motherfuckers. I really think Elon is really trying to destroy this country.
Well, yeah, they definitely got Trump stuck right between them like bookends.
Okay, so this is where she got the information. If you go to apnews.com, it says floating a new plan. Speaker Johnson insists there would be no government shutdown.
That's they were trying to pass that other bill. That didn't. I don't know what they're gonna do. They must have got another bill on the floor or some shit. I
Mm.
don't.
They talking about doing a partial funding for military, farmers, and I forget what other funding they want to do, supposedly. But we have to
Mm.
wait and see.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that's what she played before. Speaker Johnson.
Yeah, but isn't that even going to expire like within days of his inauguration? Well, I think that's what I was hearing. Like it's a temporary, continued resolution.
Yeah, it's definitely temporary, but to revert the shutdown for right now for Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh, it's sad, y'all. Oh well.
Well, I did decide what I'm getting myself for Christmas this year, and it's going to be here Monday. I'm getting a robot vacuum and mop thingy. Um, what's it called? The Robo Rock.
Iro, the iRobot.
I'm getting the Robo Rock Q5, and it vacuums and mops.
Mm. I got one. I don't even use that motherfucker no more. It's just
Well,
sitting there.
my housekeeper's moving back to Mexico,
Mhm.
so I'm getting a Robo.
Do you have pets, Ramona?
Oh no, no, no,
Okay.
no, no.
I don't have pets either, and I have one. My old apartment, it worked really well. This apartment, I have like a different layout. Long story short, I can't really use it in this apartment, but I loved it in my other apartment.
Yeah, I was gonna get like the little, what is the original one called? The robot, what's that damn thing called?
Rumba?
Roomba.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I went and I did some research on the robots that are 400 and less, and that one was shit. Like it doesn't pick up hardly anything. All it does is bumble around. It doesn't have LiDAR, so it doesn't map your house. Not that I have a very big apartment. It's only 630 square feet, but but I checked out 5 different ones, and I like the Roborock the best as far as like being, because I have my hair's down to my butt, so I shed hair all the time, and it's nice to have that picked up and take care of that because I have a really hard time sleeping. I miss shit all the time, obviously, so I'd rather have that and not have to worry about the floors being icky.
Yeah, like I mean, I still sweep. Well, I have to sweep now, but at my old place where it worked better, um, it worked really good. But I still had to constantly clean the thing out.
Oh, this
The
one
like
has
I take.
bags.
The filter.
I get the bag. I got the one with the bags because the bags are also a filter. So, and then it's like 7 months with 5 bags. So, and they come with.
Yeah, but it's the thing that gets caught. Like, so my hair is coarse. It's like really
Oh,
coarse.
yeah.
So the thing gets caught, the hair gets caught in there, and then it just won't work as well.
Well,
So yeah,
they have different kinds of rolling deals instead of brushes. You could get the rubber. They also have the brushes that have the little clippers on the sides because the hair goes to those two outside edge, those little tracks, or little indentations on the sides. And they have them now that have little clippers that'll come on and clip the hair off.
Oh,
And
that's good. Because I
yeah,
used to have to put a knife in that mother.
I know, I know.
that's exactly what I had to do.
Girl, I be
Mhm.
having that shit upside down. I was like, man, fuck this shit. I stopped using it.
Get that old vacuum cleaner with that big old brush, and you gotta pop it out, and you're sitting there with a damn knife or a rat tail comb trying to get all that hair out of there. Shut.
Yeah, I was cutting that bitch off. I had so many injuries, Patty, trying to
Hmm.
get hair out like that. That shit was a
I
mess.
stabbed myself with trying to get the hair out the vacuum. I've done that. That sucked.
Yeah, but I got mine like 3 years ago, so mine old, and I'm sure the technology is way better now.
Oh, it
Yeah,
is.
I feel it is too. It probably is because I got mine a long time ago too.
Well, now that we've got LiDAR, and it works with my Alexa. Woohoo! So I'm excited. Because I have a microwave and a coffee pot that works with my Alexa too.
Oh, for real?
Yes, girl. I go in there and I put my popcorn in and I say, Alexa, microwave 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
I'm
And then it,
about to follow you and follow you on all your socials. I'm glad you said that because I have to set up the friend that I was talking about earlier who stays in a facility for 11,000 a month.
Jesus.
We're going to outfit, as they say, her
Mm
apartment with the her room with smart devices. We
hmm. Mm
got
hmm.
her an Alexa. I got her a smart plug, and I got her a Fire Stick because
Yeah.
she has to have voice activated stuff, and we're
Right.
gonna do it like in the first of the year. So you probably could be a subject matter expert for us.
Well, you can also do that with light bulbs.
Yeah, we got her light bulbs too. We just haven't set
Okay.
any of it up.
Cool, cool, cool,
Hmm.
cool. Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, I like the toys. But as a blind individual, man, it makes my life so much easier. Like I go in there and I say, Alexa, turn on the coffee pot. And as long as I put the water and the coffee in there the morning before, I'm Gucci. So it makes my coffee. And I don't suggest getting the microwave with the air fryer because that air fryer is slower in molasses in January. Just get the regular the Amazon Basics microwave with Alexa. It's like 129, I think. But yeah. And I have a Hamilton Beach coffee pot that works with Alexa.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. But yeah, yeah, I've got the E person in my bedroom. I'm not gonna say it because I'm sitting right next to it, and then Alexa in the kitchen. So I go through and I listen to my NPR on the E person. I almost said it. Man, I had that thing changed to computer once, and my dumb ass decided I wanted to watch Star Trek on like do like a whole rundown of watching Star Trek, and that sucker kept going off every damn time you turn around. Computer, computer,
That's so
computer.
funny.
Damn it.
That's
Yes.
hilarious.
But they can be.
Said Lisa be talking to us and her shit be going off. She
Yeah,
like,
I
no,
heard it.
Alexa,
I've heard it.
stop. I be like, yo.
I ain't talking to you. Yeah.
Lisa be like, Alexa, no, turn it off.
Stop.
Like,
Yep. I have a friend of mine. He loves it when we get on Zoom calls. He'll go, oh, I can't. They won't hear me in the kitchen. Alexa, play Swedish death metal. And everybody's freaking Alexa goes off that's on the call. Starts playing funky music. It's hilarious. But yeah. I was talking to my daughter one day and I said something sarcastic and my Alexa laughed. I was like, okay, damn it. That's creepy. They're getting better all the time though.
so Beyonce and Mariah Carey are gonna be at the Christmas game. Yeah.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. They're
Let me
gonna.
guess. Mariah's going to sing All I Want for Christmas. Oh.
Let's see. I'm already putting my dates in for 2025 in the calendar.
Oh, girl.
Did she do her lie detector test
I
today?
don't know.
Anybody look it
I
up?
ain't see nothing. I don't know what's going on with the news. They not, sending me the information on time. But it's
Who's doing the lie detector test? Wait a minute.
the young girl that said that Diddy and Jay-Z did something to her.
We were supposed
Oh.
to do it the following day, but I said, let's give it till Friday.
Oh. Lord have mercy. Well, Diddy's next case or his next court date's not till May, right?
May 5, yeah.
May 5th.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the my wow wow. Oh, yeah. Wow, he got to
I
sit in
just
jail.
saw I
Hmm?
just saw a headline that said the attorney who brought the case, the Texas attorney who brought the case gave somebody a venereal disease. That was the headline a few minutes ago.
Ew.
What?
What the fuck?
So they're doing their what do they call it? Counterintelligence on him.
I
Oh my
guess.
god.
This is shame.
On the attorney?
Mm-mm.
Damn, ain't nobody safe. That's sad.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, on the attorney who brought the case. They're doing their COINTELPRO on him, which I don't
Right.
blame them. If Jay Z is not guilty, then that's exactly what they should do.
Mm. Some people just got no clues.
But the other day they released the timeline with the pictures. Remember, he said
Yeah.
originally the question was, she said he went to Diddy's whatever party he had going that night, and he said he went to a whole nother party.
Mm-hmm.
So they released the timeline and the pictures from that club. The pictures, you know how they take pictures at the VMAs and shit. The time he left, and then supposedly he left that club at 3 something in the morning. So,
Yeah, I
oh,
was
now
here for that room. Yeah.
he need to go ahead. She need to go ahead and take that live test.
Yeah, don't mention it if you ain't gonna do it.
True.
And they said we got a lie detector test. They have one, or they're taking a lie detector test tomorrow. They're supposed to do it for that with the news. I guess they invited the news channel to maybe. I don't know.
Now, wasn't there another one where there was a girl that had a case against him where she claimed that Diddy and was it Anthony Hall
Aaron Hall.
I
or
don't know.
Aaron Hall? I'm sorry, not Anthony Hall.
Child, let me tell y'all something about a motherfucking Aaron Hall. I can
Uh
believe
oh.
her. You know, when I was a young little 16-year-old girl working at McDonald's, I worked at McDonald's in Times Square. And anybody that goes to Times Square McDonald's knows that most of the girls there are tall, skinny.
Hmm.
Some of them work part time as little models. So the thing is, we would be. I'm just tall and skinny. Let me tell you something. That motherfucker used to come to McDonald's all the time, being fresh and nasty,
Mm-mm.
like fresh and nasty. I was 16 years old. This motherfucker fresh and nasty. So I could believe it. I was like, my daddy listened to your music. Like, I was like, huh? Like, I was like, I even told my
Oh, you straight.
dad, he, oh,
Oh, baby, you in the water.
my dad was like,
Patty, you in the Matrix. Elon Musk is messing with our service.
Hmm. And he's got the resources to be Pinky in the brain and take over the world, you know?
mm.
Starlink, all of it. Just, oh, ugh.
I believe Aaron Hall is out of control. That motherfucker was out of control at McDonald's. Imagine how he
Ugh.
is when he out in the club. He be trying to touch women's hand. You give him his money back. He like smooth, like
Ugh.
creepy.
Yes, indeed.
So did she take the lie detector test?
Not that we know of.
Now that we know of.
Shit.
Oh, it's Friday.
I
Okay, so I
know.
have to change my then I have to change my verdict then. She didn't come in. She's guilty.
She was supposed to
She
come the
lying.
next day.
Yeah, she
I
lying
say
then. Cause
just
I
give it
you
to
know.
Friday. And I know anybody would want to be on that. Like probably for free. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just to say they was the one that was part of this.
So I
Yes.
heard you guys talking about the lawyer is being sued by Diddy's lawyer is suing the lawyer in Texas. And he was saying, come with it. We were playing this thing from YouTube of this guy who was reviewing the situation. He was like, bring it. And I heard he's a really good attorney. It's not like he's like some ambulance chaser. He's a really good attorney. So he was like, bring it. Everything I have is legit. I vetted it. So he says, yeah, bring it. We'll see, just to see what happens. So they're going to war. But it's not like someone is paying him, he's representing himself. So he has endless resources, just like Jay Z has endless resources. Is he might lose some time working with his other clients, but I'm sure he works for a firm, and he's not just sitting behind a desk by himself. So he said, "Bring it." So I think he's thinking if they lose, it depends on who litigates the best. He might come out ahead again, or anyway. So we'll see what happens.
Who, Busby?
Yeah, is that the name of the attorney in Texas?
So he's the guy from Texas. He's from Houston.
Yeah,
You said he's an ambulance chaser.
I don't know. Some people
with the
say,
guy who was reviewing it said he's not an ambulance chaser. He's a good lawyer.
yeah, that's what I don't know, Patty,
Hmm.
because that's what Mickey was saying, and I think somebody else from Houston was saying. But other people are saying like, "Yo, he's legit. He's a good ass lawyer. He's top notch." That's what they're describing him in New York as. So I don't
Yeah, that's what this guy who had the YouTube channel is a lawyer, and he's the one. I forgot the name of what we were listening to last night. I played the whole 15-minute cut because I wanted everybody to get the whole understanding of what's actually going on. And even he said he's a legit, high-powered, successful attorney. So I'm like, here we go. This is gonna be good. This might be better than the whole girl thing. More drama, more drama, more drama.
So I know Jay Z did an anonymous civil case. I don't know how he did that, but he had filed a civil case against him for defamation.
Hmm.
It ain't that anonymous, everybody know, but
And these sirs be spending a lot of money in legal fees. They got court cases coming out the rear end. So their lawyers got to stay on tap.
Did y'all talk about the fraud that apparently Tony Busby engaged in when he was representing his clients?
But
Yeah.
that was what the guy was talking about. He said that's a lie. That's
Right.
what Busby said. That's a lie. You went and tried to interview my clients and then offered them money to sue me. Oh, that's what that whole 15-minute clip was about. They were talking about how Jay-Z's lawyers went to his ex-client's home and said, "We think you got cheated." Blah, 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 blah. They got some of them on film because people who come to your damn door and you have those door monitors were recording all of it. And then one lady literally took her phone out and was recording the conversation. So he got all kind of evidence of Jay-Z's lawyer trying to solicit his ex-clients. So I'm like, what was the point of that? I'm just like, I don't get it. Something's not right. I don't understand what's not right, but something's not right.
Yeah, I mean, I think because a part of his reputation is that he is a sleaze. That if he did it, it matters. If he didn't do it, then definitely has a case against Jay Z's people.
Hmm.
that's the same dude that ran for one of them positions. Um, went and said all this shit against Trump, but then ended up giving him money towards his campaign. At what was it, like 100,000, something like that?
Mm.
Hmm.
Yeah, everybody's kissing Trump's crack. So that everybody who's anybody and everybody who's not anybody. So listen, I was asking Mel, who was your special guest this morning? She set me off to the point I couldn't even bring myself back to center. I was like, I'm gonna have to get this out of my ear because she was talking and I thought I was high. I said, "What? Wait a minute, what? What? And what? What?" It just was the craziest conversation I've heard on Clubhouse in about 2 weeks.
I don't think I was listening because I didn't hear her.
You missed it. It was just from outer space, and I was like,
What
I had
happened?
to leave out the room. I said, "Deborah, this is a manfinity situation. Stop." I was like, "What do you mean?" I said, "You asking her questions," and everybody was like,
Oh,
trying to.
you talking
Oh my
about? Oh,
god,
I know you talking about the chick that was with the. What was her name? C.
was it
3G.
C?
Three. It
Three
was
C.
three, the number three.
It was
Oh, oh
3G
yeah,
because I
yeah,
said
yeah,
we in
yeah, yeah.
4G and your name 3G.
Oh my gosh, she
Oh my
remind me
god,
of two people that come in here. You know that older woman that she had her
two
grandkids
people
crying.
together.
You remember the lady that had her grandkids crying in the back, and y'all was like, "Oh, go handle your grandkids." She used to be a little cuckoo. She reminds me
Oh,
of her. I was like, "Oh, maybe that's her daughter."
oof! I didn't
That
know what
lady,
was
what's her
going
name?
on.
Her name is Star something. Star Red or something like that. The one
Yeah,
that has the
yeah, you know who I'm
grandkids.
talking about, that one.
Oh my
And you know
goodness.
which is the other one that comes in here that she wasn't voted for neither for Kamala or for Trump, but she wanted to go on a rant.
Brandy.
It was
Malibu.
No,
Brandy.
not Brandy, not Brandy.
Malibu.
No.
You set me off,
This
Malibu.
is another one.
Sukla?
What's is it
Oh
Kaya?
yeah, yeah, yeah. That
She
one, that one.
rebranded though.
Sukla. When you said Sukla?
Sufla.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Sukla.
I think that's her
Talking about
niece.
me and
Wait,
Patty cool. Nah, boo.
Nah, that's mama, sister, and niece. That all three of them. I swear they look like they was raised in the same household.
wait. Sukla as in Danielle.
I don't know. I don't know Sukla, but
Well, I don't know her
I
government
thought
Nah,
it
name.
was
Danielle's 100% on Trump ass. Cause last time he was president, she works in the federal government, and she felt like her job was at risk because of him.
mm. I thought I was on an episode of
Oh,
In
so
Living
Patty, you
Color.
didn't hear the one from this morning?
Oh, I heard her. 3G.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
Crazy
Because
ass girl.
yesterday, Jess was just talking about how these people come in here talking about the crimination of the obligation. Because we were talking to somebody from Harlem, and he goes, "Doesn't that?" He goes, "Lisa, doesn't it remind you of that Living Color episode when the what's his name goes to jail and he reverts to Islam and he comes out
Was
talking?"
it Damon Wayans that was the
Yeah,
guy? Yeah.
yeah. I was
Yeah, I
dying because
remember because I
just
was in the chat telling y'all to prescribe us some medication.
it was just so funny. I just kept thinking about just imitating the guy from Harlow. I said, she sounds just like it. She just, I don't know how she got. We were talking about the freaking shutdown, and this girl went to the metaphysical of bit. I was like, what? And then here comes Deborah. And so, well, what do you think? I was like,
So
Deborah.
that's when Lisa was like, Deborah, really? Really? For real?
Deborah goes, I'm just trying to answer some questions. I was like, you don't need to. She's cuckoo like Cocoa Puffs. It's like, what are we doing here? It's just, she was all, then she told you guys, well, you guys are all over the place. I was like, word? But you
talking
guys,
about
but I,
talking about that's why we voted
yeah,
wrong, because y'all all over the place and y'all don't listen to nothing else. Y'all don't believe that.
exactly. I was losing.
Y'all not
I
on the
said
right
my
side.
edges.
Wait a
My
minute.
edges was coming out of my head. I was like, what is going on?
You
Then
just
she talked
reminded
about not
me.
being raised by her mother, and Julie didn't need a mother. Oh, I was just
Yeah,
so
she wasn't raised by
confused.
nobody, she said. Nobody raised her.
Whew,
Dang.
whew.
Dang, y'all, we missed Time Mac. He
And
came.
y'all don't get it because y'all was raised by mom and dad.
Yeah, it was crazy. These people are walking around and they're Trump supporters. I just said, who said who moved her down? I said, why would I? I am enjoying my food right now because this is showing everybody this is exactly what we're talking about right here. Perfect example. Just I just wanted her to. I thought she was trolling. That's why she didn't even know that Biden was not still the president. She goes, "Who? Well, who's the president not
Oh
right
yeah.
now? Isn't it?" I said, "Say what, sis?"
So then Deborah was like, I'm not gonna talk to nobody that doesn't know that Trump is not the president right now.
But didn't he win? It's like, girl, Biden is still the president of the United States, and Kamala Harris is still the vice president. And then she went silent for like about 3 minutes. I was like, well, are you
Yeah,
trolling?
but you didn't hear her making like these little noises. That's why I knew she wasn't all there.
What? I didn't
She
hear
was
the
like
noises.
like
Mm.
boop, doop, dee, doop, dee.
Not for nothing, but I thought the person was trans. Didn't the
You
Yeah,
think
person
I
sound
so?
like
did. I
trans?
did. I agree. I agree. I thought so as well, Sam.
Did you
You
read her
talking about?
bio? I didn't have time to read her bio.
No, I didn't read the bio. I just looked at the picture and then the sound. Um,
Mm,
3G, 3G,
Yeah.
right?
yeah.
Because I
I'm
was
gonna
like,
start following her
3D, what's
and ping
going
her
on?
in every morning to Patty's room.
No,
I'm gonna
Oh,
start
I got
really?
her.
pinging her in every morning.
I found her. I found her. She got the blue hair. It looks blue. No, it's black.
And
It's the reflect
and
reflect.
then you had what happened to your girl? Who kicked her out of the room? What's her name? The racist. I don't know if she's racist, but whatever.
I
Whoever.
think she
Monica.
left. I
Monica.
think she left on her own. I think
Oh,
she left
them
on.
two together. I thought I was gonna have a stroke. I was like, wait a minute, what is going on? Is it Freaky Friday? What is
Well, did
happening?
somebody kick her? Did somebody kick her?
No, I didn't. I love having those people in there, especially when I'm at work.
Look, that's her
I
link
just
right
get
there.
off on it.
That she didn't have 9 in her profile.
Oh, I'm
Man,
gonna definitely follow her for
it's
real.
getting crazy, y'all.
People are
People done
nuts.
ran, 60 some, what did it say? 60 some people in Germany got
Yeah,
hurt.
60 plus injured.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Tyler was among 2 killed. I'm watching it right now. It's breaking news.
What?
That's what they're talking
Yeah.
about right now.
68 injured after driver plows into a crowd at Christmas market in Germany.
Hmm.
That's crazy,
I know, right?
motherfuckers. Yeah, these MFers are just gonna
And they're
want.
Oh,
saying
First
he's a
Lady, I was telling them that you played something that said that the shutdown wasn't gonna happen.
Yeah. Mike Johnson addressed the reporters. I don't know, maybe about 45 minutes ago and said we are going to avoid a shutdown. Seems like they're going to
they're going to pass it for the next 3 months or something. Pass funding
Ah,
where the farmers. It hasn't been completely voted on, but it sounds like a better deal now than it did before,
Oh,
if
okay.
that makes sense. So they're waiting. I think they finally the Republicans went into their own separate room and had a conversation for about 2 hours. They um, deliberated, and then they came back, and that was Mike Johnson leaving from the chambers with them, and that was the information he provided. Says, listen, we're going to avoid a shutdown. I told y'all about the pause on the debt ceiling. They threw that completely out. So they found a way to make sure that the farmers and a couple other different
Military.
programs that needed to be funded for the next 3 months. That's the bill that they're going to try to get passed tonight.
Yeah, and I was listening to it, but then it got interrupted with the German.
No, it was real quick. He was very short because
No, they were speaking again, like about the shutdown, and then
oh,
it
oh,
got
oh.
interrupted with this Germany breaking news.
Got it, got it. Yeah. Okay, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay, okay, okay.
uh,
And
yeah.
from
So we was talking about 3Gs today. 3Gs. That's why, because we over here on 5G
Oh
and she
shit.
on 3G. That's why we ain't. We just not seeing eye to eye.
Was that
You,
Lisa crazy self talking about some 3G? That's
Yeah.
all. We on
oh my
5G
goodness.
now. Who said that?
Mm-mm-mm.
Who was that? You, Mel, or Lisa?
Yeah, that was me.
That was Mel.
Ciao. I said, Lord have mercy.
Ooh, dang. You know what though? I would like to say thank you so much to Miss Lisa last night for putting up with my drunk ass because I had a great time talking.
Oh, Lisa left.
I
Oh no,
fuck. Where did she go?
she stepped out. Probably be back.
Y'all, I went
Oh, you
out
was turned
drinking.
up last night.
I was crunk up a little bit. I went out and listened to some music with a friend of mine and had a few drinks. I had three. And then I came home and I got on and Miss Alexander and Lisa and Eddie were on in her room and we sat there and we are like, yeah, we're gonna go to bed. Da da da. 2 hours later, we're sitting there still talking. But yeah, I had fun though.
I'm trying to get like you tonight. So I have a Mel. I got a coquito delivery on the way.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
So it's about to be
Okay,
on and
okay,
popping
okay.
in about 2 hours.
Mm.
What is that? What's being delivered?
Coquito.
Poquito, something small?
Yeah, the
Something
Puerto
little.
Rican
No,
drink of
it's a drink.
choice.
It was the drink that I had on my PTR. I
Oh,
saw the
oh, oh. Okay, okay,
yeah.
just
okay.
like
Yeah,
Puerto
I saw
Rican,
that.
I have a virgin coquito coming. On
Oh, coquito.
co-
Yeah.
A
Oh, with a
cojito is like a
C.
mojito, but with something else in it,
no, no,
right?
no, coquito,
Yeah,
Coquito.
coquito.
Completely
coquito.
Oh.
different from mojito. This is like coconut cream and coconut milk.
Sound
Ooh,
like y'all got a lot of coquiana going on.
Look,
I mean, I
that's my
thought,
bottles right there. Sin, if you want to look at it.
that sounds good though.
Ooh.
Yeah.
mm.
Oh,
Oh, you make
cute.
them?
Yeah.
Oh
Ooh,
my
yo
God, that's a
quiero.
cute logo.
What? You make a nail tag? I wish I.
That's cute.
Thank you.
So wait a minute. What you doing? Like you be making it in the house? Like,
Yeah, I make them in the house.
listen,
You gotta
Mel
have a
is a
coquito dealer. You know,
Mel is
local.
a jack of all
Oh
trades,
yeah,
honey.
I make them and my husband delivers them.
Oh man, you ain't never said nothing about that.
Oh, I just ain't say nothing.
Excuse
I've
me.
been making
How
them since
far away
November.
does he deliver? Just, asking for a friend. Asking for a friend.
Oh, I'm in Texas, so I'm not probably
Oh,
close
okay.
to
Damn.
nobody. Yeah.
Have you found a way to deliver it?
Oh, as of shipping them out, I've never shipped them
Mhm.
out. I think shipping costs too much money, to be honest. Um, so I've never shipped them out.
You pass the fee on to the customers like they about to do with the tariffs.
I know. I just like if you in New York, I'd rather just pass on a sale to my sister. And
Well, I'm in New
Oh,
Jersey.
she
I
sell
could
them
get to New
too?
York.
yeah, so I was just I don't know.
Even though I know a guy that ships them.
Oh, did you hear her, Mel? She said she's right next to you. She's right next door.
Yeah, she's next to my sister. Who? Who? Yeah, Sin is next to my sister.
No, Janice.
No, I am. I'm in New Jersey. I'm 20 minutes from Manhattan.
Oh, okay, okay.
How do you say your name? Because I be saying Johnny's. Is it Jonice? What which one is it?
Johnny's.
Johnny's.
Mhm.
Okay.
Hmm.
Wait a minute, Mel. Are you drinking already? Are you
No,
drinking your
no, no. I'm
cocaine?
drinking. No, 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 no. Cocaine.
Huh? What's going on, Mel? What's in that glass? Sound like you gulping it up.
Nah, that's juice.
Well, it's only about an hour before happy time anyway. Oh,
Yeah, go ahead and get your juice on. So did y'all hear about the 2,000 soldiers shipped to um how you say it? Syria?
no.
Yeah,
Are they
child. They talking about
peacekeepers?
they releasing hell no. They talking about releasing 8,000 ISIS prisoners in Syria. They releasing them. So now
Oh
allegedly,
my God.
yup, yup. Now,
Wait, oh,
yeah.
sorry.
Go
Big
ahead.
Lots and Party City are closing all of their stores.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
see that. After 40 years, Party City's closing.
And First Lady, I'm sorry because I did see you put that in the chat, and I was trying to break in with your breaking news, but they were deep in conversation, and I had already had my drama for the day, so I just had to back away.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt it either. That's the reason why I just left it alone. But I've been looking and waiting for more information to come back out, but I didn't see them cover anything additional. So I don't know what that's about. I don't know if that means something even scarier or what. But yeah, that's what I saw. Um, yeah, sorry for the drama. And y'all like brothers and sisters that don't like each other, but I don't like that y'all don't get along. I don't like it.
We can go into a private and have that discussion because I've never done anything to this man ever in my life, and yeah, that is a
I
private.
know y'all heard the song I was playing today, right?
Wait, I did. I heard. Wait,
Child, that made him even more upset,
what
girl.
was
Really?
it? What was
Who's
it?
You
being
didn't hear him?
messy
He was
with the
like, "Turn
song?
I
it
was playing Marvin Gaye,
Oh,
talking
that's
about
yeah.
what's going on, what's
Yeah,
going on.
I liked it.
There's no
Oh
reason
my God, I was about to play Black Eyed Peas
for-"
right after that, talking about where is the love.
Child, he
Just
was
calm
like,
the
"Cut
room down. It's
it off,
Friday, yo.
cut it
I was like, oh
off."
my God, what's going on?
Yeah. So I don't know. It was something else I was gonna say. I can't remember. Hey, James.
Um, Mel, I just ordered. I
Tiffany
just
said you should have
ordered.
played Tupac.
I just ordered patele of flan and
Oh my
coquito.
God.
So if your sister sells something else other than that, let me know because I'm a lazy bitch. So if I could just pay somebody, I can do
Nah,
it.
she just makes coquitos. You know, she works, so she don't work from home. But it's a lot of work. I just do it on the weekends.
We
Yes.
just got a pistachio one.
Oh, okay.
We got a regular and a pistachio. So I'm curious about the pistachio one.
Yeah, there's not a lot of Puerto Ricans on this side,
Dude,
but
that's a lot. One thing that's got expensive is fucking pistachios. Oh my God. Have you guys noticed?
no, I don't really eat. I don't eat pistachio ice cream.
Oh man, I love me some pistachios. The cracked black pepper. Yeah.
Those are okay. Am I a dummy because I did not even think that Germany celebrated Christmas?
Sweetheart, where do
No,
you think Santa
yeah, I think
Claus came
anybody that
from?
believes in Christ, right? Not everybody, but
That's where Santa Claus came from, baby.
From Germany?
Germanic, Nordic countries.
Oh, okay.
Santa Claus. Santa, or how the fuck they say it. I ain't white enough to say it right, I guess. Fucking Santa Claus. But yes, yeah, it came from Nordic traditions, Germanic. Yep, yep. They have bunches of different versions of Santa Claus, and they call him Père Noël, all different things.
what does reindeers eat?
Probably hay, grass, alfalfa, oats.
Oats. They send that's what they send home with the girls. Oats. Talking about sprinkle this in your lawn.
Oh,
I
yeah,
was
yeah.
like,
Oh, cute.
oats. They don't eat oats, but I was like, oh, I guess so.
But then watch a raccoon want to eat that.
A raccoon eat any damn thing.
Oh, look. Let me see. Is this live? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see.
So that puts all eyes on House Speaker Mike Johnson trying to fast track a measure that would please voting members of Congress and also President elect Donald Trump. Whether Johnson hits that deadline remains to be seen. So let's bring in Wall Street Journal congressional reporter Siobhan Hughes. Jeffrey's remarks are pretty interesting. Do they signal a promising foot forward? And what needs to happen today to avoid that government shutdown? Well, Hakeem Jeffries has never ruled out doing some type of deal with Republicans if it's right for Democrats. He is not wedded to that very first deal that they struck. But that said, there are going to be some clear things he's not going to go for. For example, he's pretty much drawn a line in the sand in terms of doing a debt ceiling deal as part of this spending package. And so whether or not Democrats provide support is very much an open question. Open question indeed. You know, President-elect Donald Trump not even sworn in yet, but he's already flexing his muscles with Congress. Are we seeing signs of what's to come under the incoming Trump administration? Well, if past is prologue, it's certainly setting the table for a very, very bumpy
You're
start
not
to
gonna
the
like
new
this.
year. If he does not get a debt ceiling deal right now, that is something that is going to come up in his very first year, not to mention the need to pass another spending package if this interim bill only gets us through a portion of the fiscal year, as seems likely. All right, it's also busy right there behind you. We can hear you loud and clear. House Speaker Mike Johnson really in the hot seat. Just hours left to get this whole thing done and get it together. A lot of lawmakers already said they will not vote for him come January 3rd. Does he keep his seat if he pulls this off? Even if Mike Johnson pulls this off, it's not guaranteed that he is going to keep his seat. Don't forget, it was then House Speaker Kevin McCarthy who avoided a government shutdown and lost his job in spite of, or maybe even because of that. Now, that said, the one thing that Mike Johnson does have going for him is that there is no really good heir apparent. There is not somebody waiting in the wings to take that slot. All right, pretty fascinating times. We know you and our entire CBS News team also on this. Siobhan Hughes, nice to talk to you here on CBS News 24/7. Thank you so much.
House Speaker Mike Johnson, his second attempt at a deal. The last compromise had bipartisan support, but was killed after opposition from Donald Trump and from billionaire Elon Musk, who the Democrats are complaining is having way too much influence. Scott McFarlane is on Capitol Hill with the very latest. Scott, good morning. This is such a saga.
Oh, Gail, this
Oh, that's old. She said good morning. Oh man, is Lisa come back? No.
No, not yet. Are you still playing something, Mel?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I hate to keep going back and forward, but I just wanted to ask about in Germany, did you guys hear that the suspect is a registered doctor?
No, I didn't hear that one.
Yeah, he's a doctor.
Wow. And
So looks
does
looks
he
like
reside there, or
looks like the medical issues about to get real.
does he reside in Germany, or he was just, going over there to do something?
Not sure about that part, but they
Oh,
did actually say that he is believed to be a doctor.
Did you guys talk about Elon Musk coming out in support of the AFD in Germany? No.
I couldn't hear you.
Elon Musk has come out in support of the AFD, the
I
alternative.
just said the guy that ran into the crowd in Germany, they are saying he's a doctor, a medical doctor.
No,
Yes,
I
he
heard
came
that.
out.
There's someone second is trying to talk and I couldn't hear him.
I don't know.
I think connected to what Deborah's saying, Elon Musk came out in support of the AFD. They're kind of like a far right party that has gained some representation in the parliament. Is it parliament in Germany? Have you guys heard about this? Do you know about the AFD? Do you know that they are, I don't know, pulling like 19% for the leader for to become chancellor or whatever? Yeah, yes, no, maybe, or prime minister. Yeah.
Can you hear him?
No,
second, your volume's low, or you got your AirPods?
Oh, I'm sorry,
I
my
heard
volume was too low.
Germany and I heard AFB and that's it.
Yeah, I couldn't understand him.
Yes, I can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so Elon has come out in support of the AFD. So that's like a far right wing party. Yeah, they're pretty far right wing party in Germany. Have you guys heard about this? Yes, and I was trying to connect that to what Deborah
so
said.
Trump did say that any shutdown would be Biden's fault.
Oh, I don't think Deborah heard could hear because there a guy down there was talking second was talking about that Elon wants to fund far right politics in Germany. I think that's what you said second.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
I see that here. It says outrage as Elon Musk claims only AFD can save Germany. Musk expresses support for far right party in Germany election. We talking too much.
I'm
We talking too
confused.
much about this man. Like he's the freaking president. This is crazy.
I'm confused. Save Germany from what?
Hold on.
Uh, I think that the people, so the AFD would basically say that they're saving Germany from Islamization. So to basically, oh, and they want to de-foreignize the German culture, and then they want to maintain the roots of, I guess, the Western tradition in Germany and all this kind of stuff. And there's some other stuff too, but yeah, that's what they're trying to save Germany from basically, I guess, becoming a mongrel nation. So yeah.
Well, damn, who gonna save us from Trump? Shit.
Man, Finity's gonna save us.
Oh, wow.
don't
Is that
say Beetlejuice.
if you say
He in the goo.
Manfinity,
That's why I said that.
if you say Manfinity 3 times, he'll appear.
Look at
Did
that.
somebody say my name? Did
Yes,
somebody
there
say
it
my
is. There
name?
we
Oh
go.
Lord.
Hit the
Who the hell
Elvis
was
music.
that?
Oh God.
Who the
That's a
hell say my name like that? What's up, Mel? How you doing? Can I get a coquito?
Wow.
Send it over here.
You better go tell
oh.
Your Puerto Rican chick in Boston to make you one.
I guess what happens, man, Infinity, in 1 month from today.
Oh Lord.
1 month from today. What's going on? Did Mike Johnson evade
I
the
know
government
It's
shutdown?
Martin Luther King's Day. That's what it is. 1 month of today. That's what's today. That's what's oh my yeah, yes, yeah. That's what it says on my calendar. It says Martin Luther King Jr.'s Day.
Martha Luther King, right? Okay.
Martin
That's what.
Luther King.
Hmm.
Martin.
Yeah, it's so fitting that on that same day, a civil rights champion will reclaim the White House. It's perfect.
Oh boy, here we
The
go.
timing couldn't be
No,
more
Here
perfect.
we go.
they did that on
Don't
purpose. They try to put
don't
white
fall
men over
for it, y'all. Don't
black.
fall in. Don't
Black.
fall in the trap.
You already done fell in, Deborah. You
Nah,
talking about it?
shut up.
See,
Shut
there
your
you go
mouth.
talking your mess.
Shut your mouth.
You ain't gonna be talking to me any kind of way.
Mm.
Get your shit together, girl.
Hopefully he got his people down packed to protect them out there.
We good. We good. Hmm. So what's going on? I heard the House Speaker avoided a shutdown. How did he do that?
He hasn't yet. They haven't voted on it. So what are you
So why
talking
did
about?
he said he came out and said on the microphone, "We will not have a government shutdown."
Who said that?
The House Speaker, Mike Johnson, but he didn't give any specifics. I just don't understand why he would say something so bold if it wasn't true.
Well, 3 days ago he said they had a deal. So what are you talking about?
Minute,
But I don't know. But what
you
I'm
said you
saying
don't
is
understand him saying something not so specific. Have you been
he couldn't.
watching what the
He couldn't.
Republicans been doing?
Yeah, but he wouldn't have said that unless it was absolutely confident of it.
And when he came out and said that, uh, they had not talked to the Democrats yet. They told him he said they were going to talk to him, but when he came out and said that, there had not been any conversation. The Democrats didn't know what they were talking about.
Mm. Y'all must be happy that at
So
least
go back to the drawing board with that bull.
but that first bill they was coming out with was a 1,500-page document that had a whole bunch of pork in it. Hopefully, y'all thank uh, Elon Musk for and Donald Trump and Vivek for stepping in the way of that bull crap. Because why were they
That's
voting themselves? Why were they voting themselves raises,
well,
extended
the
health
raises, but
benefits?
the raises.
It's
Wait a minute.
ridiculous.
Talk,
The
talk the
House
break.
members don't need
Well,
Wait, me and Infinity.
well,
expanded health
well,
benefits and
well.
raises.
The break
Elon
got
Musk said.
Elon got a raise.
Elon Musk said, "Oh hell no." Then Donald Trump came back and said, "Oh
Well,
hell no." But
that's the narrative, but you don't know
Elon
if that's
said it
true.
first. Elon
That's the
said it
narrative, but
first.
you don't know if that's true.
You don't
there's
know
one.
that it's not true.
I didn't say
That's
it
what.
wasn't. I don't
That's
know.
what.
My
But
answer
that's
is
what
I don't
they're
know.
reporting.
Right. So I take that report and I take it with a grain of salt.
There's one thing I can promise you. Donald Trump interests nobody but himself.
That's right.
And
If y'all
And
want
you
to
know what
believe that
you
he's
could. And
taking
you know what
orders,
you
y'all
could.
want to
And you know
believe
what
he's
you could
taking.
do with that grain of salt, right? You know what you could do with that grain of salt.
What? Tell me what. Stick it up. Stick it up where? Come on, say it. Come on, be a lady and say it. That's what I thought.
man, that's a
He
lie.
says, stick it up your U-Haul. Your hoo-ha. Your hoo-ha.
Anyway, at the end of the day, that first bill was going to be crazy. Bad for Americans. The House members, both Democrats and Republicans, voting themselves a raise, expanded health benefits, all this pork barrel bullshit. And Elon Musk, Donald Trump, Vivek Ramaswamy were right to get in the middle of that. I hope y'all appreciate what they're doing, even before they take office.
You hear this
Why
bullshit?
are they trying to get rid of
I want
Trump?
Elon
Yeah,
to give
yeah,
up his
and
raise.
they thought they was gonna strong arm somebody, and the party turned them against them. 38 of them said, "The hell
38
with
of them.
that."
Yup.
No, I thought it was 18.
Nope. 38
38.
Republicans was like,
38.
nah, 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 nah,
38
nah.
of them, nigga. You know it.
And why?
I know,
Why
but
is it Donald?
why y'all don't got a problem with the 18 Republicans and all of the
Mm.
Democrats that are
Hey,
for it?
main thing.
Everybody should be against
Why
that
you
bill.
ain't got no problem with the 38 that said no?
I
That don't
do.
make any sense.
I
Okay,
do.
well
Remember, I'm
then
not a
let's talk
Republican.
about
I
that.
don't care
Well then
about parties.
let's talk about that. How about that?
Okay, I don't like.
Main
I think
Fitty.
it's wrong.
Why are we
My
trying to
point
increase? Why
is,
are we increasing the
why
debt
aren't you
ceiling?
guys thankful that Trump and Vivek and Elon got in the way of that bullcrap bill?
Hey,
'Cause I
He's
main
want
putting a
Fitty.
Elon to
bunch of
give up
poor.
his raise. I want Elon to give up his raise.
Main
No,
Fitty.
he's a private citizen. He don't got to give up his rights. I'm talking
Why
about
not?
Well,
the
he,
Why?
he
people
took
that
money
work.
from us
He
though. He
ain't,
took
he
money
ain't
from
a
us
private
with the
citizen.
subsidies. He took money from us. I don't appreciate that.
Hey,
That's because it
why?
went through Congress. We'll tell the Congress to stop passing the bullshit.
Well, you just asked me what I don't agree with you. I just said I want him to give up his raise.
You
Hey,
Well,
got to take
tell
a side and
Congress to
commit,
give up
man,
that
Finity.
bullshit.
And
Congress be spent.
it don't matter what you think. They had a bipartisan bill, and
No, it does matter what I
Elon
think. They represent me. It does matter what I think.
they had a bipartisan bill that Elon said no to. Then Donald Trump had to hurry up and get in it. Elon made the decision. Let's get that
no, come
straight.
on. I will say
Let's
this.
get that straight.
No,
President-elect Elon said no.
you think Donald Trump is letting Elon Musk make decisions? Just out of any president, Donald Trump answers for damn Donald Trump. He's not gonna let
So
anybody push him
what
around.
y'all not gonna do today, this Friday before Christmas, is come in here projecting that bullshit today. Not today. That's what y'all not gonna do today.
Donald Trump answers for Donald Trump. I mean, just,
And Elon is an idiot. He thought all of that money he has, just because he tripled his salary since the election, don't mean he get to run up in Congress and tell them what to do, and it happens because he said it. He gonna f fuck around and find out his money can't buy everything.
I have a problem with the Republican Party wanting to get rid of the debt ceiling and add some farm subsidies and increase the FEMA aid. So they haven't impressed me over the past few days. Get a little concerned, but we'll see. Oh, where'd Infinity go? I was waiting for him to answer that question.
Yeah, he had to leave because he don't get to come in here and talk all that bullshit today. And you next when you start talking bullshit. You welcome as long as you ain't talking all that bullshit today.
I, I just don't. I think that Donald Trump doesn't answer to Elon Musk. That's it. I mean, I, I think Donald Trump is.
Well, why did he respond after? Why didn't he respond first?
I
Because
don't know.
Elon Musk came out first.
I'm not. I'm not sure. Donald Trump would have that answer, but he's acting as a consultant to the president, so maybe get some consulting advice. At the end of the day, Donald Trump's going to answer for him. Donald Trump, not anybody else, in my opinion. I mean, what do I know? But
Well, that's what we all know that's the way it's supposed to be, but that's not how it went. Now, maybe after this great faux pas, they'll get it together and coordinate. But when you got two narcissists working together, this is what happens. When everybody wants to be the boss, somebody has to follow. Everybody can't be the leader. They taught that in kindergarten.
personally, I'm waiting for them to start cutting the federal budget, and I haven't seen that. That's what's concerning.
Wow, man, you know who you sounded like when you said that?
Who, who's
You
that?
know who says this is concerning?
Ashton.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll admit it. I'm not too proud to admit that I'm a little concerned about Republican parties. Yeah, there's one thing about Nancy Pelosi. She was a fucking badass woman. when it comes to people falling in line with her. The Democrat Party fell in line with her, full stop, no questions asked. And good, and she was a great House Speaker. We'll see if the
So that's
Republican
not
Party.
that's not
We'll see
hold
if
on,
the
Matt. That's not exactly true like that. She did have the ability. She leveraged her power. She talked to people. She got consensus. They didn't just fall in well, yeah, they didn't just fall in line because she said something. She talked to her people to find out what they wanted
it,
and what will work. She worked with her people. She didn't tell them what to do like Donald Trump. So stop trying to make it be the same thing. It's not, sir.
well,
Seriously, it's not the same. She does not move like Donald Trump moves. She never did. No, sir,
Mike,
never.
Mike Johnson's the one speaking to all the the representatives right now. Donald Trump's not. It's Mike Johnson's. It's up there in Capitol
Okay,
Hill trying to get this shit done.
but did you hear what I said? Don't compare Nancy. Don't compare Nancy to what Trump and Michael Johnson.
I'm giving her props. Is what I'm doing. I mean,
You're
don't
giving her
suppose.
props, but you're saying that. But there was a method to what she did. She didn't strong arm and tell them what they were going to do or make a decision for them. They're not. Those Republicans ain't making no decisions. Donald Trump is making them.
There's 38 Republicans that didn't back the first version of the bill, so they're not all falling in line with them.
Not right now. They're not. But up until that time, they were. And you know it. I'm simply saying Nancy is in a category by herself. She is way more. She's way more superior and knows how to lead people. Don't compare her to Trump. That's all I'm saying. And by the time they got to the table, yeah, they were in line because she knew how to negotiate behind the scenes. It's about negotiation.
Yeah, I mean, call it what you will. I mean, they, they, they. She was a great leader. She was a fantastic leader for the Democrat Party. She got a lot of shit done. Hold on, my ex-wife is backing up. I'm kidding. I get it. I'm kidding.
Oh shit.
So, what do you think? Do you think that they will let Johnson keep his job if he gets this passed, or do you
Yeah,
think
yeah, I think
they're
they
going
will.
to vote him out?
Look, this is politics. Everybody's negotiating right now. They should get. I mean, they're about to vote on a resolution, so we'll see. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what
How many
happens. I think.
speakers did we go through in his first administration? Do you guys
I know.
remember?
Well, it was it was the speakerships of the. It was this past fucking fiasco they had when it
Mm.
came to the previous speaker and having one person, just one Republican, can recall the speaker. It's just fucking stupid. So we'll see what happens on this next Congress. Because I hope
Well,
to God they don't
he
start
had to
like
agree. He
this.
had to agree to that to get the job.
Yep.
Well, he agreed to it, and it was stupid for him to agree to it. I think it. Look, I mean, this is it's for him to make that agreement because they passed a special rule in that Congress to do that, which was fucking stupid. It was just idiotic from the Republican Party. But y'all hear about all this stuff coming out about Joe Biden about the past 4 years? It's pretty interesting. They're starting to call him out on the carpet.
On what?
Oh my God, he had 6 cabinet meetings over 4 years. Nobody could get in touch with him. Um, he had a voice coach come in. I mean, it's good. Wall Street Journal. I think it was Wall Street Journal or New
What's
York
wrong with him
Times.
having a voice coach? He
There's a
has a
New York.
stutter.
He's
Well, no,
always had a stutter
no,
problem,
no. It
man.
wasn't about a
And
stutter. It wasn't about a
he's
stutter.
always had a problem.
Listen to But pundits from the left and right are it's pretty. There's one I think it was on MSNBC that apologized to his audience for believing the bullshit. I mean, it's a New York Times. I think it was New York Times did a big article and everybody's talking about it. It's pretty alarming how
No, no
much.
one is talking about
Not
it. No one gives a
everybody.
fuck.
Oh, okay. It, my opinion is probably the biggest scandal that when it comes to a
Oh
president
wow,
in the
that's the biggest
Oh
history.
boy,
scandal.
no,
Yeah,
it's
having
not
a
the
Well,
it's not the biggest
if
Having a
that's the
scandal.
voice coach
we
is
have
a
is the
his
biggest
scandal?
cabinet
scandal,
members could
then we'll
not get in
take
touch with
it.
him.
This is
You
His
fucking
crazy.
cabinet
moron.
his cabinet members couldn't get in touch with him.
Yeah, Matt, I'm sorry to tell you, but having a voice coach is not a scandal. I'm sorry. That is important
He was
if you are the president of the United States, you have to articulate the best way you can what you're proposing, what you're telling the American people. Having a voice coach is an excellent idea. Like, what? That's not a scandal. That's the very
A
opposite of a scandal.
resource.
What are you talking about? Who thinks of this stuff? Goodness gracious! I had to come off mute just to say this. This is ridiculous, man.
He's calling a speech coach a scandal when Trump got boned in a courtroom over a porn star by a pecker. I mean, come on. I think it's opposite day in some people's minds. I think you got your upside down switch flipped, man. I think that's what it is.
have you not read anything about this?
No,
We don't care. Like,
no. Yeah.
there's bigger problems out there. There's bigger problems, I promise
Wait,
you.
like the 2,000 soldiers that just got sent to Syria. Like, I mean, our budget. Like,
Like the fact that they want to cut $2 trillion of mandatory budget. I mean, that's concerning.
yeah.
Like, come
One
on.
point one
I
point
mean, they're
five billion.
willing
That
to
was
give
discretionary.
$58 billion to do the relief. Okay, that's awesome. Did you know that the Department of Health and Human Services budget per year is $39 billion, and they want to
I,
cut that?
yeah, I agree. I don't think we should be. I don't think you should get that bully. No.
So the question is President
Wait,
Musk
Royal, you sound
is
kind of muffled. You
oh,
Yeah, a
sound
I'm
like a
little
sorry.
little
bit.
muffled.
I'm using my big DJ headphones to talk to. I just wanted to know if President Musk is going to cut his spending for himself. You know, the ones that the government give him because he's on government welfare too, as we all know, for his R&D and other shit like that. Is he going to cut that?
Nope, I doubt it.
I think Royal, if you put voice isolation, do you get that option in those? Maybe it'll sound better.
I don't know if that's the case. I just got to put the wire onto my headset. I'm using Bluetooth on
Oh,
these
gotcha,
DJ
gotcha.
headphones. They're not meant to be talked through. They're DJ headphones.
Yeah, I
But
don't
yeah,
think
the
that.
top,
Oh, sorry, baby. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, we've been talking about the debt ceiling and all of that in here. I don't think anyone cares about if Joe Biden needed a coach, a speech coach.
Or if he talked to his cabinet members all the goddamn time. I mean, come on.
And I'll tell you what's concerning, Matt, is the fact that Elon Musk is so close. He's running. He's already running the government. Um, you know, and taking advantage of Trump and putting himself in position to make decisions that would benefit him and his company. That's what's concerning, not a speech therapist. Don't you think that's a little concerning? Hey, Matt. Oh, Maddie. So yeah, let's speak on some real shit and not Biden's speech.
Like, I wanted to know what his reaction to people calling Elon President Musk. I would love to hear what Trump's real reaction to that was. Because everybody's calling him President elect Musk now. That's got to chap his ass. You think?
Well, Elon got punked and Trump because 38 Republicans crossed the aisle and didn't vote for the second bill. So that didn't pass unless things have changed as of last night.
Man, this horse trade and shit, man, it's gotten deadly. I don't know what they're expecting to put forth that everybody's going to be even happy with. I don't at this point. It's like we're waiting for Elon to like it or something. What is this fucking life cereal? Ah, it's crazy.
Well, all the Democrats have to do is sit down and drive a truck through this because this is a gift. You're gonna not fund cancer. There's a item in there for a special thing for cancer patients for children's cancer. You're not gonna fund the veterans that you guys say that you guys support. You mean to tell me the Republicans are not going to pass this bill to make sure that government workers get paid? How about the farmers? You guys will rule America, and the farmers voted for Trump. They're not gonna, go ahead and pass this bill so y'all can get your money. How about the people who got affected by the hurricanes? Okay, a lot of them voted for Trump.
Yeah.
So all the Democrats got to do is sit back, drive a Mack truck through this gift, and amplify that it's the Republicans that's not passing the bill to help their constituents. I yield. But Maddie not gonna tell
So
y'all that.
there has been Lavon, a little advancement today since last night. They did go back to the drawing board and to renegotiate. They are meeting now, and they're supposed to be relooking at another vote. They did go back and do some renegotiating, and they went to the gym,
Okay.
and soon that they are supposed to be. I mean, so Mike Johnson has said that they have a new deal, but when he came out and said that, they had not even spoken to the Democratic side yet. They had only told them that they would be talking with them to try to come up with something. So it still remains to be seen if they will reach the goal,
I don't
but they
understand why people
are.
come out and
But
say
but
things on the microphone.
they have advanced the conversation.
It's
And
crazy. Why
Shalia,
would you come out and say
I
that
know
on a
you
microphone?
now tell him to calm down.
Matt Kennedy. I know you
No, I'm not mad. I
upset
don't understand
now,
why he
but
would come out and
you're
say
gonna
that
be
on a
okay
microphone.
because y'all looking like fools right now. But
No,
you're
y'all
gonna
look
be
like fools
okay.
because y'all lost on
You're gonna be
November
all
5th. You look
right.
like the real fool. You voted for the
It'll be
loser. You
all
look like
right.
the
So
fool.
okay, I said y'all. Now call me a fool again. I'm kicking your ass out.
Did you not call me
Period.
a
'Cause
fool?
I didn't call you no name. No, I said y'all are looking like fools. I didn't say you. Call me another name. I'm kicking you out.
Okay, you
Don't get
looked
that.
like a
Don't get
fool on
that
November
mad for
5th. You weren't
nothing.
actually a fool. You just looked like a fool.
Don't get triggered and get kicked out.
So all I'm saying is I don't know why Mike Johnson would get on the microphone and say anything if he's not sure. It's just stupid of him. That's all I'm saying. But why would you say something so definitive on a microphone when you know things are still in flux? It just sets you up to look like a fool. To your point, I'm agreeing with you. Keep your mouth shut until you get a deal worked out. That's what he should have done. I don't know why he keeps sending all these mixed messages. It don't make no sense. It's confusing everybody.
Well, I can't agree with you with that, Nancy. Also, remember now, Mike Johnson's job is on the cutting block. We've already had a couple Republicans saying they're not going to vote for him to be
Well, he didn't
Speaker
want
of
the
the
job
House
no
again.
way. He's only there because he has to. He really didn't even want the job. Remember, he got forced into it
Well, he should
because
have said no instead of groveling,
McCarthy
because
got
all he
kicked out.
does. Yeah, but he should have said no, because all he does is grovel and kiss Trump's ring. So
Why do you
I
say
don't
that?
believe that. Yeah, I
Remember,
don't
he
believe
didn't
that
want the
because,
job. Remember, he didn't
well, he could
volunteer
say
for this
no.
position.
Yeah, but he has the choice to say no. Nobody held a gun to his head,
I know,
and
but
all
he
he
didn't
does is
volunteer for
grovel.
this. I think he'd be fine being just a regular member of Congress,
Yep.
based on what I
So
see.
then he could. Well, okay, so stop groveling because he grovels.
You look at it as groveling because you don't like the fact that him and Trump are good on good terms. You don't like that. You want them to be there to be ascension in the ranks. But
I'm
no,
agnostic towards him, but if you go to the Army and Navy game and you stick with Trump and Vivek and Swami and President-elect Musk, then you should be able to figure out what they want and come back and deliver for your, because they're the ones who rings your kiss.
hmm
That's the
but
wasted
why do
opportunity
you
he
frame
had.
it as rings you kiss? Why do you frame it that way?
Did he not? We're not gonna go back and forth. You know he did.
Well, to me, I don't look at it as rings you kiss, but fine. I understand that's how you might look at it. I just see it as they're building a working relationship because they got 4 years ahead of them. They got to figure out a way to work with each other. I don't know why you
Why?
would
Why
frame it
does
as
he even
rings you
answer to
kiss.
President Musk? Why is he even answering to President Musk? Okay.
Well, he's not President Elon
You're
Musk.
right. You want to say it, man, Finity. Go ahead.
No, I
It's
only said it
okay.
because you messed me
It's
up.
a safe space.
Elon
President
Musk
Musk. You
Elon
know you
Musk has
want to
an
say it.
advisory role. Elon Musk has an
President.
advisory role. And why do you accept the report that says that he is the one who initially got in the way? We don't know what really happened. That's just what's been reported. You got to take that with maybe one grain of salt and figure out. We don't
Infinity.
know. We just don't know.
We know who in the driver's seat is President-elect Musk. Okay.
And that's another lie. Y'all just trying to split them two up. It's not going to work. They're going to work together.
And why would you argue against what's being reported in the news? In the news, right
Because I
Hello.
now,
don't believe the fake news. That's why.
what sense does that make?
I don't
We
believe the
we
fake
don't know what
news.
happened. We do know what's being reported. No, it's fake over there. We didn't get it from Fox News. If we had gotten it from Fox News, more than likely it would be fake.
Or wherever it comes
But
from.
that's not
I'm
where it was
skeptical.
coming
I'm
from.
skeptical whether it comes from Fox News or anywhere else.
So
I'm
so
skeptical of the
Well,
entire
you can be
media.
skeptical.
so the
You can be
That's why I take it
skeptical
with a
because we
grain of salt.
really are.
I
so
challenge what the
Okay.
reports say because I don't know if it's true.
yeah, but the thing about it is what you could do is you could look at the timeline when they proposed the bills on the floor and then all of the tweets that came out from Elon Musk, which was significant. He went in deep. And then suddenly they pulled the rug from under our feet and killed the bill after all of the tweets that went down. That's why they said President Musk
Royal,
was
how
the
do you
one
know
who
that
did
when
it.
Elon Musk was
Because we
tweeting those?
because we
No, but
saw
how
we
do you
saw the
know that
timeline. We saw the
I know the
timeline.
timeline, but how do you know that
The
while Elon
timeline.
Musk was tweeting
The
that,
time
how do you know if
that's
Elon Musk was
because
in
of the timeline.
conversation with Trump? How do you know? How do
He
you know
doesn't
while he
have
was
to be
tweeting?
because he's president. Listen, why do you assume that he has to be in a conversation with Trump when he's President-elect
The
Musk?
same way that you're assuming that when he was tweeting, he was just tweeting on his own. That's an
No, I
assumption
just
in the
said
other
he was. No,
direction.
no. The assumption
He's
is
tweeting. He's
he's
assuming in the
acting.
direction that Elon Musk was tweeting on his own. That's an assumption.
You're not
My
going to
my.
overtalk me, Miss Nancy. He's President-elect Musk, so then he's at will to make and do whatever the hell he wants, which he's doing. Until Trump decides to get some cojones and say no.
What I'm saying is Elon Musk and Donald Trump could be working together throughout this entire thing. So why do you make it seem as if Elon Musk is doing it first and then going to Trump? Where does this
because they
idea come from?
He
because
didn't go to
because of the
Trump.
fact
The
that
thing is
the
that, yeah, he
that
did
the
all
it's
this after the fact. It was reactionary. It wasn't like cooperative.
You
yeah,
don't know if
yeah
it was. You
it
don't
was
know.
reactionary because
You don't know
if you
that when
look at
Elon
wait
Musk
wait
was
wait wait wait
tweeting
wait
that
wait
he
wait
was
wait
also in conversation with Trump. You don't know.
if you look at what your man thought of for talking about VP Trump what he was talking about and then you look at what Musk was talking about you'll notice that everybody went to what Musk was talking about because they were opposites. You should learn that.
But they also said that the Speaker of the House would not have made that statement that they agreed if he had not had the approval of Trump, and then Elon changed it, and so that's why they didn't have an agreement no more.
But who knows what happened? All I say is I don't know. Whatever it is, they got in the way of a bullshit ass bill that was going to give members of Congress a pay increase and expanded health benefits. I don't know why they deserve that with the kind of work that they're doing. They're doing a piss poor job. They got a bunch of other pork barrel stuff in there. How about you take that $1,500 page document and let's get down to business. Take all that pork out. So whether it was
Probably
Elon
because
or
they
whether it
haven't
was
had a
Trump,
raise since '09.
good, keep it going
That's
because they're doing
why.
a terrible job. They've been doing a terrible job since before that. So
Mm.
Give
whether it
me an
was
example of the pork. Give
whether
me an
it
example of the
was
pork.
What's that,
sure
Oshkosh? Were you in on '09?
whether it was Trump or whether it was Elon, I'm appreciative. that this bill got interfered with.
Okay, give me an example of the pork.
Hello?
I, you say hello.
The
They
nerve. The nerve. You got trillionaire, somebody who's a trillionaire and billionaires telling people that 100 and something odd thousand dollars is enough for them when they don't. 170 odd thousand dollars is what they spend on their weekly bullshit. You know, man, Infinity, I don't even know. You probably not. Never mind. I'm not gonna get into
Yeah,
a
never
discussion with
mind
you.
it. Never mind it,
No,
please.
don't no, don't start. Don't
I'm
start because I'm
agreeing with
being
you. Never
nice.
mind. I'm agreeing with
I'm
you.
being nice. I
And I'm
really
being
am.
nice back.
The tone of my voice, I'm being nice. I was just said I'm not even going to get into it with you, but I
I
just
agree.
said the nerve of a trillionaire and billionaires trying to just deny people a fucking raise. Fuck them. And they're going to find out, once all this stuff keeps going on day after day, week after week with denying people, the people who they wanted to cut the money for the people who had their homes destroyed during the storm. They wanted to cut something. I couldn't think of the second thing they wanted to cut. And it's all affecting people who are less than in their eyes,
The
right?
cancer treatment, Lisa, the
Okay,
cancer
can't,
treatment for
isn't that,
children.
that's disgusting. That's literally disgusting.
But
So
correct me if
just,
I'm wrong. It's the
I,
Republican Party that wants to keep
you
the
know what?
federal
Yeah,
the
you
funding
pork
in.
too. Both of you guys are pork. Because that's the way
Oh,
I feel about it. I
it's
don't want to get nasty with
cute.
you guys. Christmas is
You
coming up.
already got you get nasty,
No,
and then
I
you say you don't want to get nasty. Why
But
you keep doing
Infinity,
that?
that's another lie.
Pick a side. You're going back and forth. I don't want
Not
to
your
be nasty,
side.
but you're a
Not
piece.
your
I don't
side.
want to
We're
be
not picking
nasty,
your
but you're a pork.
side. Not your side. We're not picking your side.
He said, I
We
don't want
picked
to
it.
be nasty, but you're a pork. Okay. Something going on in the world.
Well, 38 Republicans said that y'all always talking about fiscal responsibility, yet you wanted a bill that's not fiscally
And
responsible.
that's the truth right there,
So,
man. That's the
so,
truth, and
so
I
what's
agree.
going on?
I agree with you.
There's a bunch of
One
wishy-washy ass Republicans. That's all. That's why I don't
Well,
care
and
about the parties.
Republicans have
Lisa,
I'm
historically
not a
been
Lisa,
Trumper.
did you turn
spenders.
on
I'm
your
not.
recording? Get your recording on, Lisa.
Uh, uh,
I've
yeah,
never been a
Republicans.
Republican, Deborah. I'm an independent. I don't care about no Republicans.
Yeah, but you're
Yeah,
going.
What you
I can
said
But
about
tell.
those
this is who
I
you're
can
Republicans you
tell.
dealing
voted
with.
for?
You're
What
not
you said
dealing with
about those
independent
Republicans you voted
congressmen.
for?
Which ones I voted for? I
The
voted for
ones you
Donald
voted
Trump.
for. What did you say about them?
I don't vote for Republicans en masse. I don't know who you're
No,
talking to.
what did repeat what you just said?
I said the Republicans in Congress who are standing in the way of doing what's right, they're trash. That's what I said.
You
Whoever
ain't
they are, I don't
loyal,
know their
bro.
names.
You ain't
I don't,
loyal, bro.
Mm.
Your loyalties is suck. They suck.
I'm not loyal to
you know these
anybody.
hoes
I'm
ain't
not
loyal.
loyal to anything but what's best for this country. I'm surprised you're not aware of that by now.
You know these hoes ain't loyal.
You're not supposed to be loyal to a fault. You should maintain some sort of neutrality on what's right and what's wrong and what's good and what's best. So,
Tell her. Tell him. Tell him,
And
Sloan. You know.
but you don't call, support for people like the relief aid package and the cancer treatment and all these different things. Those are not pork.
But we
That's
don't
not
know. We don't
pork.
kn- if they stood in the way of that cancer treatment. Was there another cancer? Is that a doubling down on something that's already there?
Well,
Like
let's
maybe they're
get it
trying to.
let's get it
Maybe they're
straight.
trying
It's
to. Maybe they're trying
cancer.
to.
It's children cancer research,
I
which
know.
is
Is there already
important.
children? But is
Which
there
is
already
important.
children
No,
cancer
no.
research?
Okay, no. This is government. This is the government funding of children cancer research, which is needed because children have cancer
Of course.
in
What
this
I'm saying
country.
is there.
So this is something that the government will be highly invested in because it's important for the citizens
I
here.
agree with that.
Like,
My
okay,
question is,
so there's no reason why it should be cut ever.
if
That's crazy.
It's the
so,
Republican Party that wants to add the relief funding into the bill, by the way, just for the record.
what about the funding for the
And the
and,
buffalo?
farms
and
Why is there?
loyal
Why is there?
and loyal, to be clear, loyalty to a fault went out the window with you, man, Infinity, when you voted for Trump and all of the crimes that he committed. Thank you.
The
It
crimes.
went
I don't
out the
believe in
window
those
with
crimes.
that.
I don't think those crimes really
It
happened. I think
went out
those are
the
lies.
window. Like I said, you ain't loyal.
That's all right. I ain't never been loyal to no man. That's right. So it says here,
Jesus
uh,
Christ.
It says here, well, Jesus Christ is more than a man, right? Anyways, why is there
What you
bill?
are
Why
is
is
an
there?
opportunist. That's what you are,
Why,
an opportunist.
you don't know me from a hole in the wall, so you can think what you want to think.
I
At the
don't
end of
have
the
to
day,
know you.
so I
I
then, so you
know
don't know
you.
what I'm.
I don't
What
have
you
to
don't know
know
what
you,
I
but
want.
I know you. I go
Why
by
are we
what you
making this
say.
personal? Let's not make this
I go
about
by
me.
what you say.
Let's talk about the
I'm just
issues.
going
Let's
by
not talk
what
about
you
me. It
say.
ain't about me. Why is there pork about Baltimore's Francis Scott Key Bridge? Why is that in this bill? Why can't that be in a different bill? Why
I just
can't
want to
cancer?
let y'all know that Diddy just got hit with another lawsuit.
Oh shit. Why can't cancer research be in another bill? Why's it got to be in this bill? Why they got to fill all this bill up? This bill is supposed to be
What
about
happened, Mel?
It
something else.
says Diddy hit with another sexual lawsuit by a radio contest winner. Accuser doesn't remember the rape happening, but recalls waking up in the hospital with ripped clothes, no underwear, after attending Diddy white party.
That sounds about right.
I'll put the link in the chat if anybody wants to look at it.
Thanks, Mel.
Hold on. Bishop T.D. Jakes reacts to unverified rumors that he was involved with Diddy's sex parties. All of you expecting me to address a lie, you can log off.
So I think it's okay if we just wait for them to, if we wait to find out what happens when they take the vote. They should be coming back with some results soon. So
What do you hope? What are you
we don't
hoping
know.
for,
We
Miss
don't.
Deborah?
We
I
don't
I
know
agree.
yet. We don't know yet that the bill has passed. So why don't we just chill on that until we know?
Yep. It's because Mike Johnson's dumbass keeps confusing people with his statements. He don't know. I don't know why he's out there talking shit. Just let it go. Let things flow. Well, I don't know why you got to be confusing people. Anyways, what is
And
everybody hoping
anything that
for?
he hasn't done. It, that's how y'all That's how they govern under a mass of confusion. Most of the time, they don't agree with each other. You know that.
It's a lot of people, and then 400 people. We can't even in this room decide on what we want to talk about. Can you
No,
imagine
I'm
so do
400?
talking
I.
about the GO.
But
I'm
can you
talking
imagine
about the
400 people that divide? That,
Republican Congress. I'm talking
I don't
about
know,
the
but you don't
Republican
want to talk
Congress.
about. Why can't we talk
How
about
many?
all
How
of them?
many speakers? How many speakers did they go through before they got to Mike Johnson?
Two, maybe three. I don't remember.
That's a lie. That's another lie.
That's a lot, though. It was like more three or
Show
four, I
is,
think.
but they had to figure it out because unfortunately Matt Gaetz wasn't cool with McCarthy at all. He was going to do everything he could to get in his way, and he did. So that's what he did. There's dissension in the ranks. All of these Republicans don't agree with each other. You think just because they got an R in their
Then why
name?
did? Okay, then what? Well, then why you keep saying you don't know why he said something? If you
I don't know
already
why he
know
would get
that
on the
that's what they
microphone
do,
and
then why would you make that statement? Then you already know why they do it because that's what they do.
see, what I'm looking
Own question.
when people equivocate on a
You
microphone, I
answered
can
your
understand
own
it. You're
question.
talking over
Look
me. You
at
can't
you.
hear me. I said
Look at you. You
if you
answered
equiv
your own question.
okay, if you equivocate on the microphone, I can understand. But when you get on the microphone and you say with your full chest, we are not going to shut down, all that does is signal to the American people that an agreement has been made. And then you're sitting here telling us that agreement hasn't been made. So I don't know if it's gamesmanship, but that's the kind of stuff right there. When you say things with your full confidence, full throat, that's wrong. At least say, I believe. Throw something in there. Modify it. But when you say there will not be a shutdown, there will not be a shutdown. They didn't want to come up and say this and then this and that. It's just a bunch of crap, man. Got people over here waiting to see what's going to happen. Your words matter. with the exception of Donald Trump. Everybody else needs to be on point. But Donald Trump,
Oh my
he gets
goodness, please.
Donald Trump
You're a
gets
mess.
Donald Trump gets his own standard because of who he
Mm-mm.
is.
No, no, no,
I'm sorry, he does.
He the
no.
same. He the same. He talks and it don't make sense either. Go ahead.
Mm-mm.
He ain't the
Come on,
same. No, he
Vance.
different. He different. Donald Trump is different.
He different, but he ain't
Oh, you just
better.
believe.
He got a different standard associated with him. We
Mm-mm.
already know that.
Which is wrong too.
Yeah, it is wrong, but if the world was rainbows and popcorn, we'd be all in a better place. Some standards are valid. Some double standards are valid. And that one's valid right there.
It is not valid to double standard to give him
Right there.
privileges that other people do not have just because he holds a position. That's it,
Not
it
because he
just
holds a position, it's because he's a phenomenon. He's a different kind of
oh
beast.
no. You're a
It
mess.
is.
I
It's
ain't even
true.
gonna argue
Y'all,
with
you
you.
don't understand this phenomenon, which is why you didn't vote for him. You don't understand it.
If it was
The
rainbow
people
and
that do
popcorn, we
understand.
would be listening to you. That's for sure. Cause you a
No,
mess.
I don't got nobody's rainbows and popcorn. Nope, that ain't me. I'm here to tell you the truth as I
You
see it.
don't know the truth.
I'm telling you the truth as I see it. I gave it a modifier and I take it. Golly. Same thing, Ramona. You probably can smoke a cigarette, but not your daughter, right? That's a double standard, but that's valid. Same thing. Donald Trump.
Well, my daughter's 24, so if
But
she
I'm saying
wasn't
if she was a
allowed,
small child and you smoke, just because you smoke doesn't mean she can smoke, right? Double standards are valid at times.
that's not a
Donald
double
Trump
standard.
that
That's
is a
the
double standard,
legalization of a controlled substance.
but it's a that law
It's
is based on a
not a
double
double
standard.
standard.
No,
That law is based on a double
that's not
standard.
what a double
It's a
standard
that
is.
is a
It's
false
It is
another
a
example.
double standard.
standard, but it's not a double standard.
Yes.
Okay, you tell me the difference. Make that
A,
make sense. What's the
a
difference between a
double
double
sta-
standard and another standard?
Yeah, so double standard is just all things being equal between the parties. So you and I, same age, same wealth status, same education, but maybe you get the job because whatever, and I don't because I'm a woman. That's called double standard. Another standard is, but the law sets the difference between above 21 or above 18, an adult and a child. There's just two standards set.
So how would you characterize the fact that Donald Trump can almost get away with anything versus someone like Mike Johnson, who's a different kind of politician? Is that another standard or a double standard between them? Because they're not the same people. They don't have the same age.
Right.
They might be politicians. Is that another standard or a double standard situation?
Now that in that case, that I would call that a double standard, but that's different from Ramona and her daughter and you making a cigarette analogy.
So it's still a
That's
double
all.
standard because they're both politicians?
Yeah, yeah, they're still, yeah, there's you would say they're kind of similar. Yeah, they're
Okay.
closer. Yeah.
But you don't see
That
how Donald Trump is a complete phenomenon unto himself? I think he's another whole standard. You can't take Mike Johnson and
Well,
compare him to Donald Trump.
I think he's a whole different kind of animal, but I don't think it the same way you do.
It's fine. Everybody thinks differently. We all individuals. But all I'm saying is Donald Trump, his standard is different than other politicians because of who he is and what he represents.
He benefits from white privilege, from being wealthy. That's don't you know we have institutional white
No,
supremacy in this
I don't
country?
accept that. I don't
You don't
accept that.
accept that?
No, I
Okay,
don't.
well, when you decide to pull your head out the dirt, baby, let me know and I'll get the
And
brush.
that's another lie.
We'll
My head
get you.
ain't in nobody's
We'll
dirt.
brush you off real good and get that dirt gone so you can take the scales off your eyes.
Oh Lord.
Hmm I'm
It's
telling
all
you,
right.
sweetheart, he had grace and privilege above and beyond, and it was not because of the quality human being that he is not. He is not a
Honestly,
quality human.
who are you to stand in judgment of another man?
And the person that's
Quality.
been watching his behavior, and when you put yourself in the position of president, you have yourself put in front of everybody for
I
their
understand that. But
judgment.
no, it's understand that you could have an opinion on his behavior, but to judge the quality of the man, you don't know what he does
Well,
in and
look
out
at
of.
what he does. You don't judge people by what they do. Do you not judge other people by what they do?
No, I can have an opinion on their behavior. I'm not going to judge them as a human being. That's not my job to do. Only
But
God can
what
do that.
people do is who they are.
Say again?
What people do is who they are. You don't
That's not
believe
true.
people? You don't believe
That's
people
not
when they
true.
show you who they are?
That's not true. If you read the Bible, there are people that
Oh,
do things that they
honey.
don't want to do. There are
Mm-mm.
people that are doing things
There ain't
right
a
now that
damn
they don't
thing
want to do.
Donald Trump's doing that he don't want to do.
We don't know if that's true. You don't know the
Oh,
man's
come
heart, and that's
on.
the problem.
Come
You
on.
don't know him
Why do you give him so much grace? And do you?
because Christianity dictates that you don't judge other human beings. You give
No,
people the
judge
right to.
what? No, it says judge not lest ye be judged.
Right, but
You
Okay,
we're
judge
let's
not
you
going
get
to
judge
that
be.
Mike
straight.
Johnson. You was judging Mike Johnson. All of a
What
sudden
did
now
I
you
say
ain't
That's
about
judging
Mike
Trump.
fine.
Johnson? I
You
called
got
him a trash
judgments of your
politician.
You
own.
call him out his name. I just
I
heard
call him a trash politician if he's lying to the public that way.
That's the judgment.
same thing for
Okay.
Trump.
I'm judging his behavior. I'm not judging the man.
So
You're
am
judging the
I.
quality of his humanness.
Exactly
That's
same
too,
thing for Trump.
that's
Mm.
too far. You can't judge his quality as a human being. You don't know what he does when you're not in front of him. You don't know what he does for his grandchildren, his
What
family,
matters to this country
strangers.
is what he does in front of us. And so far, it has not been
Then
impressive.
judge him as a politician all day long, but don't judge him as a man.
Well,
That's what I'm
his
saying. You're going too
actions
far.
as a man are what I'm judging. And it ain't even really got to do with him. And for his whole lifeline, he has not been at what you would call um, a good person. I mean, this man spends his time sneaking into dressing girls at the Miss USA teen pageant before he even got into TV and all that. Then he gets into these shows. I mean, you don't see any of the things that this man has done over his lifetime as being less than.
I do, but where nobody is you can't be reduced to one behavior. Not
It's
even you.
not
If I
one
were to take the worst
behavior,
thing,
it's one
if I was to take the
lifetime.
worst thing that you ever did in your life and hold it up in front of the room and say, is she who this you did something really bad in your life, probably, just like I have. How are you going to take that one thing and reduce him to that and say, because he walked in on the TV,
Because
the
he
pageantry,
continues to
all
do
of a
the
sudden he's a
shit.
terrible human being forever and
Because he
ever? No, we
hasn't
can't do that.
changed. He's
You can't
continuing. It keeps coming out of his mouth
you
every
don't
time he
know
opens it.
you don't know what he's dealing with and how he's trying to
Oh,
overcome whatever
honey,
behaviors.
you're in a state of denial, and that's okay. That's
No, I'm a
okay.
state
I
of
get it.
Christianity. And in the state of Christianity, you give
No,
people the benefit of the doubt.
no. It's
How it
denial.
works.
It's denial. Because
You don't know what
even
he's
if
doing.
you're Christian, you still fess up to the things that you do, and he doesn't.
Yeah. On a public stage, why is he going to fess it up to you when people like you are going to use it against him for the rest of his life? Like what you're doing right now. Everything he's done in his past, you're taking it up and you're using it against him. That's not very
I
Christian
Because
of
don't
you.
know
he
why we
is
got to listen
up
to
for
this
the
all day.
position of the leader of the country of which I live. Of course, I'm going to look at his behavior. I am going
Look
to
at it,
judge
but
him
don't judge him as
accordingly.
a man, judge him as a politician.
He wasn't a politician before he was a piece of shit.
Wasn't a politician before he was a piece of shit.
He hasn't been a politician, but what, 8 years now?
Yeah,
He's
since
a piece of, he was
2016.
he was a piece of shit before that.
America doesn't agree with you.
I don't think so. And it doesn't matter if a girl, you sit here and talk all this and that and the other, and when people express their opinions about him, oh, we're wrong,
No, I
but
didn't say
you're
you were wrong.
right.
I said you're entitled to your own opinion. I didn't say
And
you're
that
wrong.
is my opinion, and
No,
that is definitely my opinion, and it's shared by a lot more than you think.
yeah. There's a lot of people in this world who like to judge. So you're in that bucket.
Oh, okay. Well, you just sit up there on your little cross, young man, and I'll leave you alone.
Not on my cross. I'm no better than anybody in this room or in the world. We're all trying to get it right. Donald Trump, the stuff that he did in the past, he never held it up on some kind of platform and said, "This is what you guys should do." He did it. If he did that kind of stuff, we don't know what he is today and what he's trying to accomplish today.
Wait,
People
come
grow,
on.
people
Yeah,
change.
yeah.
You
So,
don't know. It's not no we. You can't speak for
so,
us. You don't know.
Manfinity. Now you're doing what um, you're doing what some people call bullshitting. Okay, Donald Trump has created a well-populated public record of what he did while in public office. So
What do you
it's
mean by
simple.
expiated?
Let me finish, please, Manfinity. You can't say we don't know what he's going to do when he's shown us
over the years what he's capable of doing. All we have to do is look at what he has done, examine what he has said, and draw reasonable inferences about what he might do. That's not to say that we don't already know what he's going to do, because he's said he's going to do many things. And some of the things he's promised to do, he has the authority and power to do.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, so don't try to, uh, you know, blow smoke up our asses and
No, I'm saying she's taking the
lie
fact,
to
for
us.
instance, like he walked into a pageant, he walked into the women's locker room because he said that on the Howard Stern show. And we don't know if it's true. We don't know if it's not true. He just said it for jokes and giggles. It might have been true. Let's just say if it is true. Okay, she's taking that and rounding and deducing and boiling him down to that one experience that he's a piece of shit human being. And then she's going to take the fact that he cheated on Ivanka and he did this and he did that to judge him the quality of the human that he is,
So
when
how
no
many
man
things
is
you
good.
got to do to make you a piece of shit? Can you explain
So
that to
again,
me?
let me explain. The truth of the matter is we're all pieces of shit because the Bible says no man is good. We're not even supposed to say anybody's a good man. I'm a piece of shit. We're all pieces of shit because we all have done horrible things. No one is good.
Talk for
We're all done
yourself.
dumb shit.
You're definitely a
Okay.
piece of
I'm
shit.
just saying we've all done horrible things in our lives. So
Okay,
we're
we know
not
you
in
love
any
him. We
position to look
understand
at
you
Donald
love him,
Trump.
man, Infinity. We understand you love him. Let's just leave it there. That's fine. You love him. We got you. We got you.
And I love everybody, including you. It
You
ain't
don't
about just
love
Donald
me,
Trump.
but you love him.
I
You
do
love
love
him.
you. No, I love you with the love of
No,
God,
no,
which is
no, no, no.
patience,
I
kindness,
don't,
and
I don't believe
understanding.
that. I don't feel that love. I
I
don't
don't need you to
accept that
believe it.
love.
I
Cause you,
love you whether you like it or
we
not.
just talking, but you do love
Whether
him.
you
We can
like it or
tell
not,
the,
I love you.
the way you profess
I love
about
you, and
him.
there's nothing you can do about it.
You love him, not me. Because if you
I
love
love
me, you would be
you
saying that.
and everybody within the sound of my voice. I love
You,
everybody.
you, you on some mess is what you own.
No, it's how Christianity works. You're not called to just love the people you like. You love everybody.
It doesn't matter what you call it. I'm talking about you. What you're saying. You don't mean what you say.
You don't know what's going on in my mind. You don't know my heart. Just speaking from your perspective, and that's fine. You don't. That's why God is great because He knows my true intentions. He knows my heart. So you can just speak from what you feel and what you know. You
Exactly.
don't
I
know what's
don't
in my
feel
heart.
that love.
You don't. I know because you're looking for the kind of love that your mama showed you. Oh, come here, baby girl. Let me hug you real
Not
tight.
from you.
It
Not
ain't
from
that
you,
kind of
sir.
love. I ain't
Not
gonna
from
give
you,
you that
sir.
kind of love. I'm gonna
Not
give
from
you
you,
the
sir.
love that
I'm not
God
looking for
calls
your
us to
love at
love.
all. No, I'm not looking for that
Patience,
love.
kindness, and understanding. That's the kind of love I
Oh
give.
my
I don't give
God. Can
love.
anyone else
I don't give
speak?
lovey. I don't
Oh,
give lovey-dovey love.
Well, that was awkward.
What's up, brother? How you doing, kid?
I'm
So
well.
how long we
I'm
got
well.
before they
Thank
make a
you.
decision? Like we got to what
I'm
time
well.
today?
I hope you're well.
We have
All is
what
well,
time
brother.
today to
Thank you.
get that decision, y'all? Like is it 12 o'clock midnight? Is there a time frame for that?
No, there's no time frame. You're just gonna have to sit and wait. The deadline is, according to this, it must be done before midnight. That's about 6 hours from now.
Is that midnight Eastern or midnight Pacific?
Eastern Standard. The House is set to vote Friday on a stopgap funding bill, and they bid to avert a shutdown just hours before a midnight deadline.
Okay.
Can anybody explain to me the debt limit thing? I don't understand how they moved it to 2027. What is this
of
debt limit
course you
supposed to mean?
don't.
All right, what does it mean? Somebody explain it.
Yeah, I haven't, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter. You're gonna agree with whatever Trump gives you. So it
And
doesn't
that's not
matter.
true, Sin.
You don't
I
even
have
want
my
to
own.
know. You don't want to know. It's
I
okay.
do want to know. Can you explain it,
Nah,
please?
it's all right. No, it's okay.
Come on,
Google
Sin. I
it.
want to hear
Chat
from you. You break things.
GPT. Chat
Nah, but
GPT.
no, I like how you say it though. You break
Yeah,
it down in a way I can
look,
understand.
Trump is whatever Trump wants.
No,
Okay? That's what
that
you
ain't
agree with.
No,
that ain't it for me.
no, it's what
I don't like
Elon
that.
wants.
No, 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 no. Sin, please. Can you explain it in layman's terms what this debt limit thing is versus 2027 versus now? I don't understand the whole debt limit thing.
In short, Trump's an asshole.
Uh huh.
End the story. Goodbye.
That's it. Come on.
Google it,
I really want to
ChatGPT.
understand though.
Okay, Google it, ChatGPT. I don't work
No, I
for
want to hear
you.
it from you. I like how you explain things.
You
Well,
got the
too
short
bad, so
version.
fucking sad. We had this conversation this morning and I'm done with this shit. Anything that we say, you're just gonna go ahead and agree and just go down on Donald Trump all night long. And so that's what you do.
That's another lie. I've disagreed with Trump on many occasions. You got me all wrong, Sam. You just got me all wrong. It's all
But
right
right
though.
now you're just trying to find a reason to keep talking. So if she
I
were
love
to
you, Sam.
explain it,
I love you, Sam.
if she told you, you would spend another 30 minutes asking a bunch of questions about it while you pretend to not understand it, and then want to debate her response. Because
Hey,
that's
you think you
the
know
way.
everything? That's not
Yeah,
true.
I don't have to know
That's been
everything
his
to know
practice.
you
That's
and
been
how
your
you
You
practice.
don't
roll.
know me well enough to
That's
make
how
that
you
decision.
roll. You
You don't know
consistently
how I
do that.
roll. You don't know
Yeah, I
how I
do.
roll.
I just
No, you don't.
explained it. I just explained it.
You
I
sure
wasn't
did.
here when you explained it. I was not here when you explained it.
I
No, she
just
explained
explained how
you.
you roll, clown.
All
See, there
right,
you
I'm
go,
just
calling
gonna
me out
go
my
ahead and
name.
explain everything.
You're
Why you
right,
keep calling me out my
clown.
name? Can't you talk without calling people out their name?
I'm gonna go ahead and explain everything. Okay.
Uh oh.
Leon Musk is president. Trump is vice president, and we're all going down the shithole. Okay? End the story. Fiend.
Correct, Mundo.
That's
And as
right.
they say on Clubhouse, boom.
President Musk. You like him, Infinity?
Hey, April.
How'd he do?
Boop. It's
It's
my turn.
crazy. It looks like Musk. He kicked Vance out of out of his position. Vance.
Girl,
Nobody's even talking about Vance. He
Vance ain't got
disappeared.
nowhere to go. He just
Yeah.
hanging out somewhere.
With his eyeliner. Mm.
Probably his eyeliner's running now, Ramona, because he
You
crying.
think he didn't get
Hmm.
waterproof?
Yeah, he wanted to be president, but now Elon's president and Trump is vice president. And
And he's just nothing.
Melania is still first lady though, because all them women must got they can't all be cycled through the White House, so she got to keep her position.
Oh, okay. Jesus. It's such a big fucking mess.
Infinity,
That's
why are you
okay.
triggered?
It's okay. That's what people voted for. That's what they wanted. And I can't wait to see them be so excited for everything they get. Right, Matt? You're happy, right, Matt? Matt, calling Matt.
He's not going to admit to that
Now they
either.
won't say
He's
shit.
playing dead.
Now
Mr.
they won't say
Cavito
nothing.
is holding it down with the silence right now.
He's playing dead because he was like, you know what's a month from today? You know what's a month from today, Manfinity?
Goat, I need a tutorial, Goat. Can you help a brother out, Goat?
Good Lord.
Question
Goat
is to
gave you
Goat.
a thumbs down. He ain't helping you
Oh,
today.
he can't talk right now. It's cool.
Another month from today is another $200 billion in Muskie's pocket.
Another month from today is Martin Luther King Jr.
That's what I said.
Hey. Oh, so that's what I know.
Maybe not. Elon might abolish it. He might see
Oh
it as
my God.
DEI.
Oh my God. Oh, please don't make that into existence, Miss April. Just good God.
I'm just telling y'all what y'all new president from South Africa fixing to do.
Oh
He's
God.
Mr. Apartheid himself.
Mm,
Heavy on the South
Lord.
Africa part, April.
Oh,
right.
Lord. Make America goofy again. Lord,
Mm-hmm.
milky. Milky,
Yo, yo,
milky.
yo, yo.
That's what y'all be sounding like in here. Gosh,
That's why you come
Now,
in here though.
Elon Musk is the
You
new
love it.
president.
You love
Gosh,
it.
milky.
You love it because you bring your ass up in here, don't you?
now
Gosh, milky. That's what you sound
you
like.
do a really good job at that. Yeah,
Yeah, that sounds like you. That sounds really
it
good.
That he
does.
be
For
hanging
real,
out.
that's how you fucking sound.
Listen though, he likes them furries. Furry porn. He told us one night. So I
Yours,
guess he
Milky,
likes
yours,
Mickey.
Milky.
I
He
guess he
likes
likes Mickey
furboard.
too. I guess he likes Mickey too.
Yeah, that's why Mickey had to take down that little furry couch.
Oh my god.
Mm. Yours, Milky.
Hey, is Anthony, is that your native accent?
That's my native
His
tongue. Yeah,
native language, yeah.
I come from
Got you.
yeah, where you was
Got
born.
that.
Yep.
This all makes sense now.
All come together, doesn't it? See that? Isn't it beautiful when
You
it all
do
come
so
together?
well.
Yours.
Oh god, he sounded like Pete then.
Yours, Milky. Elon Musk is the new president, and Donald
I
Trump is
just
the
got
vice
a I just
president.
got an update. Shut up. I just got an update. House passes 2/3
Wow, finally.
of the bill that was given to them.
2/3. What's the
Open it for
third
the
they
baby
cut
girl.
out?
Open it,
What did
Mel.
they?
Open it.
Be quiet, man. Infinity. What did they exclude?
I'm trying to find that out. Hold on.
Okay.
Abra la puerta.
We'll have to do like a side by side comparison. What do you guys bet that they pulled out?
Click on that link. Hold
Uh
on.
oh.
Yeah, because they talking right now, but click on that link.
Oh, hey, precious. Yes,
Stop.
you're talking.
Farming
Hi.
stuff. I think it includes farming bill, disaster aid. But I'm not reading the one you post on the link because I'm on my computer.
They excluded disaster aid. No.
No, no, no.
Did you
The
guys click on the
bill.
link that I sent you? Oh yeah, Ruth got the update. That was the update. The government deadline hours. Leaders. I don't know. I don't feel like this article was saying anything. I guess I was supposed to hear the video. Let me see if I can. Never tried this. Audio is it?
Somebody messaged me they like the way I smile. When in the fuck have they seen me smile on Clubhouse? Because I ain't done it.
The attention focused on himself. So there have always been questions about what kind of tension there could bring when you put Elon Musk into this picture. But, on the other hand, sources say that this is a true relationship. This is a true friendship. And Donald Trump, of course, respects people who he believes are good businessmen. And Elon Musk right now has the status of being the richest person in the world. But look, if you look at the actual TikTok of how things went down, you are seeing Elon Musk tweeting about this bill, endorsing it before we've heard from the president-elect himself. And it was Elon Musk who is out on social media tweeting for almost a full day before President-elect Trump weighed in himself on that original.
Breaking news. They just passed the
At the
bill.
timeline, it appeared that Elon Musk was the one who kicked off the torpedoing of that original compromise
But it
bill.
doesn't have to go to
Elon
the
Musk had
Senate.
been talking specifically about
It does
Yes,
have
it
to go to
has to
the
go to
Senate.
the Senate. Yes, it has to.
wasteful spending, and then Donald
Yeah, it's
Trump
going to
weighing
the
in with a
Senate.
different demand on the debt ceiling. But look, when I push Trump world sources on that TikTok and the question of who's really calling the shots here, they insist that they are on the same page on both the government spending part and the debt ceiling, debt limit part, that it was Donald Trump driving the boat here, that he had made his demands clear to Speaker Johnson weeks in advance in multiple meetings, that it was not Elon Musk dragging Donald Trump into the chaos. But the timeline
Ha ha.
is
Told you so.
interesting. Yeah, that's very astute. That feels like spin to me. Spin trying to make a situation doesn't look great for Donald Trump. He looks, for the first time in a long time, like a second fiddle in this period. Let's go back to Abe's Jay O'Brien. So, Jay, the bill has passed. The government remains open. Congressman Raskin. There you go. Taking the debt ceiling out, did Republicans cave? Yeah, well, they certainly caved on the debt ceiling, which was what Donald Trump wanted. And we voted this way because we've got to keep the government of the United States open. We're not going to have a shutdown right before the end of the year, but I think that Mike Johnson has discredited himself as a negotiating partner because he caved in
Looks like the
to Elon
Democrats helped
Musk
pass it.
and eventually to Donald Trump. So we showed them don't mess around with the government of the United States. Don't mess around with the Democrats. We have a deal. Keep your deal. What does this say to you about the role Democrats can expect Elon Musk to play in the next few years? Well, Elon Musk amazingly blew up an agreement that had been negotiated arduously over a 4 or 5 week period among House and Senate Democrats, House and Senate Republicans, all by one tweet. And that tweet has derailed the Congress for the last 48 hours, essentially. But we've ended up in a pretty good place. But this can never happen again. And I think the Republicans have learned if you make a deal, you keep your deal. Thank you, Congressman. You bet. Sir, if Republicans were... All right, Terry, Jamie Raskin, Democrat of Maryland, obviously a prominent Democrat on the House Oversight Committee, soon to be a prominent Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee, giving you kind of the Democratic perspective of all of this. And speaking about one of those storylines that we have been speaking about frequently, which is the Elon Musk of all of this. That Elon Musk post early Wednesday morning when he came out against this plan and really shook the political ground underneath Mike Johnson's feet, forced Mike Johnson to essentially have to rewrite all of this, throw it in the wastepaper bin. That tweet from Musk doing that, of course, President-elect Trump coming out after Musk, also in opposition, doing that, forcing Mike Johnson to have to come up with a plan B, which failed last night, only to now come up with plan C, which doesn't give Donald Trump everything he wants, takes out that raising of the debt ceiling, as you just heard me talk about with Congressman Raskin there, and then, of course, passes that just late tonight, Terry. All right, so Jay,
Thank you,
you
Democrat.
mentioned the Elon of it all, and it was Elon Musk. I'm just going to call up the actual time at the end of this vote. He issues his own statement before the president-elect, before the person that people actually voted for. Musk says, in a rather grand way, the speaker did a good job here, given the circumstances. It went from a bill that weighed pounds to a bill that weighed ounces. Ball should now be in the Dem court. So that's quite a lot Happy holidays, Congressman Raskin. That's quite a lot of chutzpah there for Elon Musk. Before Donald Trump, who's supposedly running the Republican Party and soon to be once again president of the United States, the power will rest with Donald Trump. But it is amazing to see Elon Musk throw his weight around as he threw his money around, and the two go hand in hand in a way that he's really calling the tune in Congress. Yeah, and this is something that Republicans up here on the Hill, Terry, have told me that they've never really had to grapple with before. They were somewhat used to, after the first Trump term, dealing with the minute-to-minute, by sometimes postings of then-President Trump. But they weren't necessarily equipped to deal with the minute-to-minute postings and the influential level of this private citizen, Elon Musk, that he now has over the conservative apparatus, and the way he was able to, in some instances, change the way Americans understood this legislation, and in some instances pushes misinformation about this legislation, saying things that were paid for that weren't, or saying that there were certain projects that were being covered by the government, like the stadium in Washington, that was really just kind of a transfer of the stadium. All of that to say, this is something that Republicans up here on Capitol Hill said that they never really had to grapple with, the Elon Musk of all of this. And frankly, they didn't expect, but it obviously created some muscle memory amongst congressional Republicans for what they're going to have to contend with now for the next few years with Donald Trump in the White House and his close confidant Elon Musk keeping a close eye on happenings in Washington. Yeah, and
You guys, it's Trump's not even VP. I forgot. I should tell you, Putin is actually our VP. Elon is our president.
Well, Glorp's real geek.
I know you hurting, man, Fendi.
Not
Hey,
at all.
that
They're
was
all one
impressive
team.
to
I don't know why
watch.
y'all trying to make them separated like that. It's all one team,
That
Daryl.
that was impressive to watch them lay on their bellies and crawl towards the right decision after they bent the wrong knee, after they decided that they were going to listen to the friend of the president And now they all backtrack because none of that shit was going past because they still need the Democratic Party, which they claim they had some mandate. Like that was extremely embarrassing as a
Facts.
country. I want people to know that that's not a left or a right thing. That was like embarrassing because we're all about to have to deal with this now. That was a
Get
great
ready for
display
more,
of
Chris.
that was. Oh,
Get ready for more.
I've been a fuck around and find out individual because
Mm-hmm.
I was the person that
Exactly.
screamed that we might as well vote the woman in because at least she's not a criminal. At least even though she's not black, air quote not black, at least she has competency. Like I was the guy screaming that. So and I'll take full credit of that because what we're about to watch is none of the competency at all. Yes, he's the richest man, but why did he buy the election? Why did he buy himself a seat so he can do just this? Scream out the top of his lungs and then watch everybody cower to him as if they were Trump, as if he was Trump. And now Trump is going to double back and say, "No, I knew this stuff for weeks." Yeah, that's also a play to clean up the madness, which is disgusting. But you know what? A person that looks so highly of themselves will never let somebody else outshine them. So yeah, now I have to come out and say, yeah, I talked to Speaker Johnson weeks ago about this, and then we just passed the information, and then Elon just went off the hanger and just said everything instead of me saying it. No, you didn't know. Elon jumped the gun and he went out because he has a platform. He jumped out there first and got on this shit. And now you don't have the limelight for any of it. It's all Elon on the news. That's
But,
crazy. Like I said,
but don't.
watching the Republican Party actually cower, and I like the 38 that didn't. That was smart. That was genius actually to stand on business, especially when you guys said that you weren't going to raise any debt at all. You were going to clean up the debt, but instead we're watching trillions of dollars be asked for in less pages and think that yeah because you put less pages on a picture we're not going to people are not going to read it. But go ahead, brother. I know you want to get in there.
No, I agree with you. A lot of what you're saying is interesting. I just trying to figure out why you standing 10 toes down on a narrative that the media has put out there that Elon Musk has started with Trump. I mean, started with
That's
Elon Musk. Now it's
that's
possible.
not a
And
narrative.
I'm gonna give. Hold on, Chris. I'm gonna give it to you that it's possible it started with Elon. My position is I don't know, and I really don't care. What matters is that they interrupted a bill that had a bunch of pork in it that needed to get interrupted. Whether it came from Musk or Trump, y'all want to make Trump seem like he's the third vice president. What does that matter? Why don't we deal with the issue? The issue is that we had a pork barrel
Can I
bill.
ask you a question? Where did you hear
Yeah,
the word pork
me.
all week? Where did you hear the word pork? Elon Musk mouth, right?
No, not just from Elon Musk. I don't
No, no,
even
no. But
follow him.
that's
I
the
don't
but
follow
that's
him.
the but that's what everybody's been screaming since Elon Musk tweeted it.
No, but you don't
And so
understand. The term
hold
pork
on,
has been
wait,
used
wait.
for
Let's have a
decades. It ain't
conversation. I know,
about.
but let's have a
Okay.
conversation.
Okay.
Oh
It's
Lord.
been used in politics. I agree. However,
Yeah.
in this political climate, it was
Hmm.
used by Elon Musk. And
Hmm.
Elon Musk is the person most of these individuals because he's been tweeting non cynically just completely out of his ass.
Hmm.
But those are the things that are getting reported. You're speaking his rhetoric. Yes, you may say, "Oh, they use that rhetoric in politics." Nobody has said this year but him, and
That's not true, Chris. Chris.
Everybody has parroted what he stated. That's why
Chris.
Elon Musk. We speak about Elon Musk in this manner, and you say, "Well, why am I believing in the narrative of
Hmm.
what the media is saying?" No,
Hmm.
I have eyes too. I have
Hmm.
Twitter too. I have Blue Sky too. I get a chance to see these things coming off of the pages. It's not a narrative if it's true. You get what
No,
I'm
but you
saying?
don't know what's happening behind the closed doors, and neither
You
do I. So why
neither
do
do
we? I
you.
don't know what
So
happened, and neither do you.
And you
I
stated
have a
by saying
question.
I'm not sure. I hear what you're saying, but I'm not sure.
I have a
But
question too.
then and that but then is really like, well, why are you trying to
Meta.
make it seem like it's
My question to you is
not
my only question
realistic
to
if
you
it's
is
It's
really
the
meta.
term.
happening?
Uh,
The term pork. I didn't pick up the word pork from
We
him. I
got it. We
picked it
got it.
up.
Let brother ask his
okay.
question.
I
Okay.
wouldn't get
Let
my.
brother ask his question. We know where pork
So
came from. It's a common term,
yeah,
and people were saying it this week.
Yeah, but
We
either.
got it. Go ahead, brother. We got it,
yeah.
bro. We get
Um.
it.
So this is I like to dig in manfinity, but I do have a question. So Trump said that he had been involved in the negotiations for weeks now. How did those items get into the bill that Elon Musk was talking about initially? If Trump had been talking for weeks with Johnson, like it seems like those things wouldn't have been in there. It's just weird to me that Trump had been so invested, so tied to the discussion of this bill that all of a sudden, for all these weeks, that it took, what, 2 days before the deadline for them to finally announce that they were dissatisfied with the bill? How did they get there? How
Uh,
Go
did the
ahead,
bro,
man, Finity.
negotiations get so
I
far?
think that was a
Go ahead,
question
man,
to me.
Finity.
okay,
That's a
my
Yeah.
fair
fault.
point. That's a fair point and a good question. But what I do see, just like Chris
Yeah, I
saw with
know.
his
I
own
know
two
it's a
eyes
good question.
over the
No, no,
last
no. Just
over the
answer the
last few
question.
weeks.
Yeah,
Do you
no,
know
answer
the
the
I know,
answer?
but
question.
why can't I get to the point where I'm getting
Do
it?
you know the
What I'm
answer?
saying
Say
is
if you're
over
not,
the
say I don't know, because we're trying to do rapid fire. Other people want to speak. Do
no,
you
I
know
didn't
the
know you
answer
had
or
a
no?
rapid fire. I didn't know
Yeah.
you
Do
had
you
a
know the
rapid
answer
fire.
or no?
So what's the rapid fire question? One more time.
He just asked how they get in the bill if Trump had been involved for weeks. Do you know the answer or no?
Do I know it? No, I can only give you my opinion.
Do you have any clues based off what you read in
Yes, I can give you
reports?
an opinion,
All right, go
but it
ahead. Yes,
requires
do
me
that.
providing an answer that's not rapid
But
fire, and y'all don't want
you
that.
don't need to go back.
Well,
But
don't go
30
on for
seconds,
half a
just don't go
goddamn
back to
hour.
Chris. We don't care about the word pork. He's asking if Trump was
No, I wasn't
involved.
talking about pork. I
All
was
right, go
past
ahead.
pork.
All right,
What
answer.
I was
All right,
talking
answer.
about is that over the last few weeks, we've seen Donald Trump and Mike Johnson, spend time in Mar-a-Lago, the UFC games. They've just spent a lot of
Yeah,
time
we
together.
saw that. That has nothing to do
So it
with the
speaks to
question.
reason.
None.
What I'm saying is that demonstrates to me that they have been in each other's presence, and it's possible that Donald Trump made it clear to him what he expected this year. Now, it's maybe possible that Mike Johnson didn't get it wasn't made abundantly clear to him, and Elon Musk and others had to say, "Wait a minute, this isn't what Donald Trump told you.
All
Take
right, so
that
you
shit off
don't
the
know. All
table."
right,
That's
so
my.
you
No,
don't
I
know.
Okay,
don't. I said that. I said
hold on.
that's
All
my
right.
Hey,
opinion. That's my
hey,
So,
goat.
opinion.
all right,
Hey,
I really
goat.
don't know. I have a
Can I give
question.
you what my two eyes just noticed?
How can
I
I
just
know? No, I
noticed.
don't know.
Yeah.
I
I just
wasn't there.
noticed my. I just
All
noticed
right.
my man just said that. Hey, yeah. So maybe he did mention this weeks ago and talked about it weeks ago. So why would Elon Musk go on his social media um, platform and completely shit all over the thing that Trump said he been in contact with Mike Johnson about 4 weeks prior. He just did it yesterday out of the clear blue sky. If you telling me that Trump had hands in this and he knew everything that was in that bill, why did Elon Musk step all over his toes on his social media platform openly and go 40 tweets in about how he hates this bill if Donald Trump was the person that was involved in putting this stuff together? Let's answer that question.
To bring added pressure. That's the quick
Okay.
rapid fire
So
question.
another question
Answer.
I have. So you said, so they just passed the bill 10 minutes ago. So what's in
No.
it? You said it, huh?
Mhm. I said to bring added pressure. I was
No, no,
answering
no. So they
Chris's
just
question.
passed the bill 10 minutes ago. You said
Mhm.
it doesn't have all this pork in it. So could you give us three to five things that are not in it? That's it. Because I don't even know what's in the bill. I can't find it.
Great
No,
question.
I don't. I don't.
Yes.
All I know is what was in the bill before they took it down. I know some
I
of
know,
those
but what's in the
elements.
one they passed is different
I,
than. So you
we
don't know
haven't
what's
looked.
in
I
the
haven't
bill.
looked at that. I haven't looked
So
at
how do
that
you know
bill.
the pork is not in it?
I'm sure there is some pork. It's less
Oh
pork
my
though.
God, yo, you just,
I
you
know
just,
it's
you
less
have
pork.
no, you
It's
He
just.
not
heard
the
it on.
same
He
pork.
heard
It's
it,
it's
and
less pork.
So you
regurgitated it.
don't know what's in the bill. You were just praising.
I know. I didn't
Pretty
praise it.
much.
When did I
All
praise
right,
it?
that's what I thought. You just said it
I
was
never
better. How
praised
do
it
you know it was better?
because they took it from 1,500 pages to 15 pages or whatever the hell.
Oh
Obviously,
You
it's
shit!
do realize
improved.
It's
you
cause
do
it's cause
realize
they
the length
eliminated
of
some
a bill.
pages.
I got
I'm
it,
sure
y'all. Let
it's
me finish
improved.
my representation. Just based off the length of the bill. How do you know that?
That's an
What if
indicator. I
what if
don't
it
know.
refer? What if it has language in it that refers and it simply says to keep line so and so and so and so from law so and so? You can go back to things just based off one sentence in the bill. Didn't you study lawmaking? Didn't you study politics? You
Yeah, but
realize
I
the
guess
length
I
of
guess
you,
it's
hold on 1 second. You realize the length of the bill is not necessarily mean that the law is bigger
right.
and has
In
more
and of
pork in it.
itself, no. In and of itself,
Okay,
no.
so
But
so my
that's an
question for you
indication
is,
in
hold on a
addition
second.
to the
My
other
question for
elements.
you, I know, but you were talking with such surety. So I'm asking, how do you know? And can you provide for us where the new bill is? We would like to see it because you clearly have it. So can you provide it for us?
No, I don't clearly have it.
Okay, exactly. So you just talk out of your ass again.
Yes,
All right,
just
another
like we all are.
question. If Donald Trump has so much power, so forth, why did the one thing that he asked for not get passed? How come he doesn't have his party in check again? He asked for one specific thing, which I think was an excellent idea, by the way.
Money, money, money,
How come?
money.
No, it wasn't money stock. Why didn't they pass? Why didn't they pass the thing he wanted? It was a great
Which was
idea.
the
I actually agree with
what
him.
the debt ceiling thing?
Yeah,
So he wanted the debt ceiling to move to 2027.
suspended or raised or getting
Or
rid of
get rid of.
completely, which
Hmm.
which which is the best thing to do. So he asked for literally one thing. He got all this power, a sweeping mandate. It's a landslide. How come he didn't get the one thing he asked for? But Elon Musk got what he asked for.
I don't know if the debt ceiling wasn't moved to
It's
2027.
not.
Was it or
That's the
was it
whole
not?
point. They took it out. It was in the report we just listened to. That was the
No,
whole
no,
He
no,
point of
wasn't
the
listening.
bill. What are
He
you
wasn't listening.
responding
no.
to?
That
I did.
was in the report that they did not get that debt ceiling
Before
When
you
moved.
came in
that's
the room,
literally what they
go.
just
Remember when you
played.
walked in the room? I asked you to explain something to me. That's what it was.
No, no, but
I
that
don't
what
know.
they
I don't
just
understand
played
the debt
was
ceiling.
hold on. They just played it. You weren't here. You were the first one to come off mute. They said the main thing Trump wanted, he didn't get. Now you're saying you didn't know he didn't get it? They took it out of the bill.
I
So
did
now
not
that you
hear
know they
that.
took it, now they know. Okay, now I'll tell you now. They took it out of the bill. If Trump got a landslide, no one. Donald Trump won by a bigger margin than FDR beat Al Smith in 1936. Donald Trump beat Kamala Harris by a bigger
Get
margin
them.
than Ronald Reagan beat Mondale in '84. Now they won 49 states and 48
Get
states, or
them.
48 and 49 respectively, and he only won popular vote by less than a point and a half. But it's a mandate. So my question is, he asked for one thing. How come he ain't get it? And his
Uh,
party's in control because it's coming out of the House
well,
first. How
I
come
think
he
there
ain't
must. I
get
don't
it?
understand. I don't understand the debt ceiling issue enough to answer your question.
Okay.
So if you can explain it
No,
to me,
it's
I'd
not about
appreciate it.
this debt ceiling issue. I'm wondering, he asked for one thing. How
Right,
come
but there
he
must be a
ain't
lot of
get it?
politics around that issue that I'm
It's
not
about the
grasping.
mandate.
So
It's about the
Oh, so in other
I'd like to
mandate.
words,
understand the
so
politics
okay,
around the
so I
issue.
got it. So in other words, you're saying just like the first time with the wall and other things, he don't have his party in check again. Is that what you're
No,
saying?
there's already 38 Republicans that voted the other direction. There's some Republicans that don't rock
So
with
it
Trump.
ain't. So it's not a mandate.
No, 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 no.
Okay,
But
got it.
No,
no,
a
you're
mandate
missing
has
it.
nothing to do with his
No, no,
control of
you're missing
Republicans.
it. You're missing it. You're missing it. The 38 actually would be more on Trump's side. He asked for one thing. Again, I think it was an excellent thing. I agree with Donald Trump on this. He didn't get it. But when Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk asked for things, they put it on Twitter. People afraid to be primary. How high, sir? Sir, you asked me to jump. How high shall I leap in the air in this firmament of stars? Shout out to Hamlet. So why when Trump asked for
Get them.
something, he didn't get what he asked for, but Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk got what they asked for.
There must be a lot of politics around that particular issue. I got to do my research. I don't know
Oh,
enough of nothing
okay.
about that issue.
It
I don't
must
know
Oh, so
about
be
the
what you're
issues
two
saying, I
enough
got
to.
it, I got it, I got it.
sides.
So what you're saying is again is that we're now gonna have another Trump presidency where he talks a big game, but he don't have his own party in check. So it's like a
No,
lot of you conservative males that say you come on these apps, you say you want a woman, then you gotta get her in check. Y'all don't have your woman in check. How come Trump don't have
mm.
his woman or his party in check?
No one was ever under the fallacy that he was going to get the 200 and some odd Republican House members and get them to vote exactly how he wants. No one's under that fallacy. So
No,
I'm
no,
not sure
we
where you
asked
get
for
this idea.
one thing. Okay, so that's so his agenda's not gonna get passed. Okay,
I
hold
didn't
on.
say
So
that.
the
I
point
did not
was
say
he
that.
had so he asked for one small thing. He was not small. He asked for the debt ceiling and didn't get it. He has a two to anywhere from a 1 to 3 seat majority. You think he's going to be able to keep all these people in check?
I didn't say that he would, but I think
Okay,
he
so then
will be.
how is his agenda going to be get through? So I'll give you an example. You know the tax bill. Last time many Republicans voted against the tax bill. How are they going to get tax reform done?
Yeah, these are questions that will be answered as it comes. I can't give you
It just
hypothetical
came.
answers to. Huh?
It just came right now. It came 10 minutes ago.
No, but what I'm saying is, Trump isn't even in office yet. He hasn't laid out his agenda. He hasn't used his bully pulpit as
He he
president
he,
to,
he was
to
literally
really.
using it. Okay, so you just don't want to admit that he doesn't have his party in check and this is a loss for Trump.
I
That's good.
never
Why don't you
thought that
just
he
say
did.
that?
I never thought that he did.
You
I
never
know that
thought
there's some
Donald Trump had his
Republicans that's
party
going
in
to
check?
stand against him. We saw that with Mitt Romney. We saw that with others. There's no surprise
Mitt
that there's always going to
Romney.
be a faction that aren't
Mitt
rocking with him.
Romney voted for Trump with Trump for 90% of the time. I'm talking about the House, not the Senate. The Senate's completely different.
Yeah, I talked about the House. I said there's many House
Mitt
members that
Romney's not in the House. Why'd you
I
mention
didn't
Mitt
mention.
Romney?
No, but because Romney
You
is an
didn't
element of
mention
the Republican Party that ain't rocking with him. You want me to mention Kinzinger and Cheney?
they're
I
not
mean,
in the House
I can mention
now.
House members too. I know,
Hold
but they're
on.
House members who are very much against the Trump agenda.
Wait. No. Liz Cheney voted with Trump almost 100% of the time when they were voting. They didn't have the falling out till Jan 6.
That's true. But what I'm saying is,
Okay, so hold
we
on. So
don't.
we're talking about votes. So stop. We're talking about votes. You mentioned
Mhm.
Liz Cheney. They didn't have the falling out until after votes. So
Yeah,
she
I'm not
doesn't
talking.
count. So my point,
Right.
she doesn't count. So now we
She
have an
represents an
instance. Now we have
anti-Trump
an
mindset.
instance of MAGA Mike Johnson They're at the UFC with a big all wear Mike. He looks so uncomfortable. He's on the plane eating McDonald's, etc. Um, Donald Trump's been winning for weeks. Brother Messi asked you. He asked for one thing. He didn't get the one thing he asked for.
Let's
Musk
find
asked for
out, man.
things. He got what he asked for. Why? I'm asking.
Hmm. I gotta do more research. I don't know. I don't
Okay.
have the
Then
answer
you
right now.
thank you for that. Finally, an honest
I don't
answer.
have
I'm
the
done with
answer
this
for you.
guy.
You're asking me a question. I don't know the
I
answer
know
to.
that's you could have said that 5 minutes ago. I'm done with this guy.
But can you
Maybe now
explain
that
to me what
Trump's
the debt?
president, you
Can
could
you
be
explain to
honest.
me,
And
Goat,
those
what the
Brandon
debt
Tatum
ceiling
checks.
is?
No, I'm not going to explain to you what the debt ceiling is. Google
Oh
it.
man, you know how to do that stuff.
You're Mr. Politics, and you don't know what the
Yeah,
debt
but you
ceiling
explain it in a
is.
way
Hey,
that makes it much
hey,
easier.
being
This is
Being
insane.
Mr. Right Wing, but don't know what a death ceiling is
This is
kind of
absolutely
crazy.
insane. I'm a
I ain't Mr.
conservative, but
I'm
you
not
don't know.
Mr. Right when you got
You're
me
not a
wrong again.
conservative. You're not a
Nope.
conservative.
No, I'm a Christian.
Hey, telling me what that
That
Tell him.
hey, telling me
that makes
you a
literally no
Christian,
sense.
but you're not a conservative with an American flag and a cross in your PTR is
Right.
crazy.
He's a
Yeah,
liar.
yeah. You took the wrong thing away from it. Yep.
You're
I'm
just
an
a liar because
American.
the Christian
I'm an
stuff has nothing to
American.
do with it. Wait a minute. You talk
I'm a
about the wall and immigration all the time. Don't act like
yeah.
you only
That's
only into
to me. That's
Christianity.
Christian.
Oh, stop. Oh, but the debt ceiling is not Christian.
I don't know anything about it. I don't know everything about all things.
You don't know about the debt. It's been in the news all week.
I haven't done the research. I came to
Oh,
you to tell me because
But
you
you
feel
came
like,
you
here to run
can
your
break
I
damn
got,
shit
mouth.
down, man. I
but
like
Golly.
how
you
you
talk the
break it
most.
down.
You talk the most, but you haven't been following the news all week.
You need to
I followed
cash
a little
app
bit. I don't
goat and everybody
understand.
on
I
this
don't
stage
understand
because
it.
you don't know shit, but you want everybody to
You
teach
know
you
what
Hey,
the
bro,
debt
something.
you don't
ceiling
know shit.
is.
How about you don't know
You
shit?
don't
You don't know
know
what the
shit. I
debt.
know
You
Okay.
going
better than you
around
Hey,
know
doing
she's trying
marriage
to
to
now.
hustle
freak
you out your
interviews.
cash app. Don't fall for it.
I mean, you say you a Christian. You don't even know about the Sermon on the Mount.
Oh Lord,
The Bible is a
you doing
very
the,
big ass
you
book,
doing
man. It's
that
a
thing
lot of shit
again?
in there.
Not that I don't know the Sermon on the Mount. I said I didn't. I understood when I told you what it was. You was like, oh, that's what it is. I just didn't know it was called that. I don't have. I'm not a Bible thumper. Okay,
That's
I
I
not
know
thought
about.
what
You
you
I
don't have
was
to
a
know.
be a Bible
preacher.
thumper to
Wait,
know
All
the
right, but
Sermon
I
why
on
are
the
we
Mount.
thought you
arguing
was a
this?
preacher.
Right,
I
they're
didn't
taking
Oh,
you
know
Oh,
you
off
you
all
were a
are,
right,
point,
ain't
bro.
but
nobody.
Stay
you're
preacher.
in, but you
focused. They
talk the
try to
most.
distract you. Stay focused.
Yeah,
you're
it's
not
a
a
Listen,
Bible.
distraction.
you have an
Oh man,
inverse
I just
relationship.
asked you to tell me
Hold
about
on,
the
the
debt
inverse
ceiling. If you don't want to tell me,
relationship
that's fine.
between. So I talk a lot, to be fair, but I know a lot what I'm talking about. You talk the most and know the least. Can you
All right.
correct that?
Okay. Yeah. That's why I'm asking you. I'm trying to expand my enlightenment. What is the
Google
debt
it.
You could
ceiling
hey,
again?
Google
you
that.
could do
Okay,
you
I
could
okay.
do
Let me
see.
that
give you an
Yeah,
Google
he
it,
want
but
example.
to
I
help you,
prefer
man.
to
They
I
talking
use
got
about
you.
it.
I
Google
got
this
you.
I
I
shit. He
like
got
the
want
you.
to
way
help you
you
out.
I got
explain
you.
things,
I
Goat.
got you.
I wanted you to
Google it. No,
explain
no,
it.
no. Google it, and what you don't
But I
understand,
like the way
ask me
you
a question.
explain it.
He don't
Listen,
know it either. He don't know shit
listen.
either. He can't even tell you.
Okay, Bulega. The debt ceiling is in the book of Nicolations. Just stay on mute while I'm speaking. It's chapter 5 of Goats Again,
You don't
verse
know.
1
You
through
don't
7.
know.
Yeah, you don't know. So Google what the debt ceiling is and what you don't understand. Come back and ask us.
And don't you ever bring
but
up Book of
start by
Regulations in the
start
middle
by
of me
being
talking.
quiet.
I bought it. It cost me $20 and a pack of Newports. It was
That was
cheap.
an illegal copy. I sell it for way more than that.
Trump also said that anybody who voted against the debt ceiling would be primary. And I guess they said the hell with you and voted
Bring
against
that
it.
shit
I
So,
on.
think that was Musk who said that, not Trump.
oh, I forgot. Yeah, the president said
The
that.
president did,
Oh
but
yeah.
don't forget.
Gosh,
The,
Milky.
yeah,
Hey, isn't that funny? I just mentioned that dude was in charge, and he said, "Who said that? Who you running with a narrative?" And then he gonna keep parroting things that Elon has said.
I didn't do that. What you talking about?
Y'all
Great.
got your
Infinity,
own
go
George
read about the
Soros
debt
now.
ceiling and stop speaking.
Yeah, y'all got your own George Soros now. Aren't you
But I
happy?
prefer you to give me the breakdown, bruh. I want to hear
No,
from
I
you.
want you to ask a question which you don't understand. Then I'll give you the breakdown.
You don't want to do that work.
No, I
It's kind
do.
of
I
in the
do.
name. It's
I
kind of
do.
in the name. Think about it.
I
Debt
know, but
ceiling.
why do they want to make it from 2025 to 2027? What's the big difference?
Google
Why
it.
doesn't he want to operate under it now versus operating
He
under it
wants to
later?
get rid of it, which is the correct thing.
He's gonna keep asking questions to get answers instead of reading. And I'm starting to believe a lot of people just can't read.
People can read, but can they comprehend what they're reading? That's the problem.
I hate to say it, that's part of the reading.
That,
When I say they
Not to
can't read,
them.
hey, when I say they
Not to
can't
them,
read,
Chris.
it's all one entity.
They
Yeah,
took
but
that part
Just
you
because
out
you
of it,
can say
honey.
words, don't mean you read.
Yeah, but you can go online to ChatGPT and say, could you
Oh shit,
please give
getting
me
that
a
help.
simple explanation for what the debt ceiling is?
Man, Fendi couldn't even understand that, Ramona. Come on, you have to
I,
say to Chat GPT, can you explain this to me like I'm three? That's
and it
then
will do
Manfinity
that.
would get it. Yes, and then Manfinity might get it.
Well, all right.
Where did he go anyway?
Could you explain it? Could you explain it in Doug episodes?
Wow. I did get ChatGPT to give me a recipe that a blind person could follow bake a fillet of salmon, and that was pretty good. It was easy to follow.
Did you say salmon?
Yes, ma'am.
You gotta get all them little pin bones out, honey.
Right.
They got about 1,000,000. I hate that shit.
I know, but I got the thing where it showed me how to when you get done baking it, you take the spatula and put it in the middle and push down, and when you let go, it pops up and the skin all pops off the bottom. So I got that part down. The bones are just gonna have to be hunt and peck. But yeah, I don't know.
We just get a pair of pliers.
Yeah, little needle nose.
Yep.
Yep. Has anybody found a list of what the new bill has in it yet? I haven't looked.
Nope. Looking for it now.
I
Well,
shall.
Ramona, of course you haven't looked, hon.
Yeah, well,
I'm feeling silly today, hon.
it's all right. It's all right because I did that to my own damn self. It's okay. I say shit like that all the time, and I just ignore it because I don't think nothing of it. And I do have people that are like, "What do you mean you see me later?" I'm like, "Oh, shut up. I'll talk to you later. Bye." April, Lisa gonna have to tell you I got home last night from having my drinks.
You did what last night?
I went out drinking last night
Oh
and
shit!
I had a few drinks and I came
I
back
thought
and
you were smoking bowls for me. What happened?
I smoked some bowls too, ma. Um, I got back and Lisa and Alexander were still on, and woo, we sat there for 2 hours talking.
I want all these crazy ass men who keep trying to talk with me every 2 minutes and sending me messages and shit saying, "Oh, you love my smile." Hello, this is Clubhouse. I have never smiled at you. None of my PTRs have ever been of me smiling at any of y'all. So stop it. Leave me the fuck alone. Ramona, does my PTR right now look like I'm smiling at somebody?
Sure it does, ma. I don't know.
Cause you can't see.
That's right. I'll tell you
I'm not
whatever it is you
smiling.
need.
I've got my hand on my face looking like I'm highly pissed off, so it's not a smile.
It's resting bitch face or what?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
RIB.
Yep.
I mean RBF. My bad.
RBI. I got you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's okay, Herschel. We got you. Oh, dude, I'm gonna explain that. You know, Herschel Walker's the new ambassador to Bahamas. So he had this whole
Wow.
thing where he was going off about all the things that were wrong in the world, including CTR. You're like, what the fuck?
What did Bahamas ever do to us for them to get Herschel Walker
The
presented
fuck?
to
I
them?
don't know. At least they got him in a harmless position, hopefully. Tell him go have a Mai Tai. Shut the fuck up. Oh. He,
Herschel Walker just got a Make a Wish Foundation job. That's great.
exactly. But it'll keep him in a little corner over there.
They put him in a little box. Hey, you
They
did a
put him
good
at the
job,
kiddie
Herschel.
table.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They'll
he was
give you
He meant to say CRT and he said CTR. That's why I was picking on you about that RBI.
Herschel Walker brain made out of leather.
Oh, man.
I can't believe, man, listen, they could have just put him on any beach and told him it was the Bahamas, and he'd been just fine.
Look, they can just drop his ass off in Florida. He'd be all right.
He wouldn't even know.
Mm-mm.
Right in Orlando, he'd be like, damn, this is nice. Black
Cuba's
people?
nice. Oh.
That's crazy.
All of them a bunch of suckers, man. It's like the reconstitution of the Barnum and Bailey circus. Bring out the clowns. And that's what they're doing.
And I am kind of upset they had to come out and tell us that Joe Biden wasn't in charge, well, wasn't the main focus in the last 4 years of his presidency, or 3.5 years. But then I had to ask myself, well, who the hell did such a good job running the country?
It was Fig Newton of their imagination.
Like if he didn't run the country, and I believe he might have been a little, a little sundown in a little bit. I took care of the old parent before. I know how that works. But if that's the case, well, who was the motherfucker to help get us out of the pandemic? The country deserve a job. Like,
Right?
don't tell me
Whoever
it was
that
Kamala and
was,
she
yeah.
and she lost. Kamala and she lost because boy, they did her wrong. Because whoever helped us get out of the problem really deserves an opportunity.
Yeah, well.
And I believe Joe Biden had some bad days, but I believe he had some good days too. Again, I took care of an old parent. I know how that shit rolls. But at the same time, somebody was doing a hell of a job behind them while he was asleep.
Yep.
All that infrastructure shit, I mean, the chips deals and all that shit passing. Come on, man.
Student loan forgiveness.
Somebody was rocking it out. They deserve an award or something instead of
Man.
being overlooked.
Yeah.
But here we go. Here we go with this roller coaster ride. People trying to make excuses for other people that said shit that they didn't say because they didn't say it and because I said they didn't say it. And I don't know if they said it and meant it this way, but this is how I mean it. So I'm gonna tell you how I mean it because they didn't say it clear enough for you. So I'm gonna clear it up for them. Like what the fuck is going on?
I'm confused.
And you know what? You know what's really going on? This government shutdown. I really feel bad for people and folks working in that or whatever. It's just really bad, and they sitting on TV looking and arguing with each other. It is so
Oh, they
stupid bad.
passed it.
Nah, I'll be honest with you. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to people that work in the government, but I truly believe we shouldn't just pass every damn bill because they think they yelling shut down the government. Like that second bill was a bunch of bullshit, and they knew it was, but they said, well, the Democrats want to shut down the government because they don't want to pass the bill after the first bill got shut down. And that's like just that's spitting in people's face that don't pay attention to the information given, and a lot of people don't consume politics or just this type of information enough to see when the wool is being pulled over their eyes. So I'm okay with the government having to be shut down. I'm with you. It's the wrong season to do it, but they do it this way
Oh,
every year.
right.
But I truly believe we shouldn't just allow them to just push bullshit through so people can have a few, have their money because they will get furloughed. People get their money
It's
back
not just their
eventually.
money, brother. Air traffic controllers and
No,
all
I,
kinds of
I hear
people.
what you're
No
saying.
way.
I
Ashton, it's
no,
okay.
I hear what you're saying, but what I'm saying is I still don't believe that the government does it in good faith. And if they're not going to do it in good faith, we shouldn't just push it through because people need those things to happen. Because in the backside, if you do it because people need the money and people might need the holiday cash. Sorry if that was loud in my background. People need that holiday cash. That's when you get bullshit in those bills because they know we got the people by the balls. You get what I'm
Yeah, if you
saying?
hold them
We need to stop being
hostage.
so we need to stop being so we need all the money, we need all the amenities in our livelihood to make sure we got the proper stuff for our future. You see what I'm saying? And I get it. It wouldn't have directly affected me, but I understand that those people that take those government jobs have an obligation to understand that this shit is and could be played with in a way that ain't really right for people. But that's the part of the job. And respectfully, we need to stop looking at money as, oh, well, we really need that money. We really need that money. And we really need to be thinking as a people, we really need them policies. We really need them policies. And that's how the government plays them. They knew that to wait this long to do it so they can get the bullshit across. The problem is luckily they got hung up by the type of bullshit they was trying to pull. I'll leave it there.
It is kind of hard though, because you got people, and it's not just about the holidays though. You got people that gotta eat. You know, it's basic necessities, not just holidays and bonuses.
I agree.
I can understand why people
Hmm.
get so turned twisted about it because it freaks me out, you know? But I mean, I understand it. I also understand what you're saying too, but I don't know if that's kind of a little bit too logical for some of the people that are dealing with this shit right
Like
now.
I said, a lot of people just don't consume enough politics to see the forest between the trees. So they constantly looking at the scenery and not the whole picture. And I get it too, but respectfully, as a person that consumes politics enough to understand when bullshit is getting thrown across the table, we should be trying to be more consuming and more understanding of what really going on, instead of just kind of thinking about my pocketbook. You see what I'm saying? Because if he would have got those things passed, let's say the debt ceiling does get rose, and they do push it back to 27. Oh shit, them tax breaks is going. Them big corporation tax breaks, we probably still won't be able to hold back. Those big tax breaks were going, and we're still not going to win out of that situation. People just gonna get a few checks to keep their ass working and going to work and making some money, and that wouldn't benefit the people. That would just benefit the people individually, and that's kind of what we need to stop looking at as everybody as individuals in a place that they utilizing all of our actual benefits and policies as a people. Like, it's just a fucked up situation because so many people don't consume enough of this stuff to understand it. So it looks bad when people scream it on television that they're trying to shut down the government. They want to shut down the government, and one side is pointing the finger saying it's the Democrats while we all watching the Republicans fuck us. You know, the people that are consuming it, watching the Republicans fuck us. I land there.
It's like they pissing on your head and calling it rain.
Yeah.
Well, tell me, how do you separate people who work for the government and they take a paycheck because they work like everybody else, especially people who work in areas where that's all you have is a government job? How do you separate that paycheck from the bills that's being pushed? I mean, because I'm confused about that part.
You pick, okay, I'll break it down this way and I'll leave it alone. You pick that government job. Even if that government job is the job, the air quote, hold on,
What
let me
about if
finish.
what
Let
if
me
that
finish.
government job
Let
is the
me
only
finish.
job in your area?
Let me finish. You pick that government job, even if that government job is air quote the good job in your area. With that job, it's like the military. With that job, you have obligations that you may not have thought about you signed up for. You may get called to the war if you're in the military. You may have to deal with some layoff if you work in the government. It's just part of taking a government job. It ain't union based. It's nothing that you can do when you are at the man's hand. And that's respect because people need those jobs. We need people to work those jobs, and there's good money in those jobs most times. So it's just part of the game. If you gotta go through that and pick those jobs to have a living, I get it. But that don't take you away from being a part of a pawn in the system. You see what I'm saying? I hear what you're saying, but then you have to look at, all right, I'm a pawn in the system, but the system is a chessboard. So if everybody else is on this chessboard that could benefit from my work or lack of theirs, I should understand that I picked this spot that I'm working in, and I am more important because those things could benefit the masses for the time being. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna take a short for the time being, and like I said, this is a thought that most people wouldn't even have because most people don't even look at community as a community. Everybody's individualized. But you were taking the hit for the masses, yes. But the masses at the end can come out way better because of your hit. And you would benefit from that hit too in the long run. So that's what I'll say to you on that. And I'll leave that alone because I don't want to go back and forth on my belief because my beliefs aren't everybody's beliefs. I believe that the people need to come together and stop allowing them to separate us with all the bullshit when really most of the shit that Democrats push, some of the things that Republicans push are beneficial to the American people. But we get caught up in all the fluff and all the bullshit, which keeps us from getting real things passed, real policies decided, and real work being done in Congress. Congress don't do shit because they got us so separated that they allowed to not do shit. They could just put bills together and then say, "Nah, we cool. Hey, new bills coming. Ah, nah, we cool." And they do that shit the whole fucking year. And nobody stands on top of them because the American people don't work as a community or as a people. We work individualized. A lot of people don't consume it enough to understand that those things are even happening. So Congress don't have to do shit half of the time. And when we finally figure out that they're working for us and we're not working for them, and they're working for us, but the big corporations are actually controlling them, maybe we'll stand up and get the things we deserve. But until then, we just gonna keep being individuals. And some of us gonna watch it and consume the politics and understand what's the bullshit plays they're playing. And some are just gonna be mad that the government gets shut down because oh they playing with my money. That's it. I like that I land there, bro. I don't want to go back and forth with you.
The government is not getting shut down. The government is not getting shut down. Did y'all get the breaking news?
Yeah, I played it already.
I had got in here late, so I didn't know that. I just had got in here late. I'm just coming in inside tonight.
Yeah, it's not getting shut down, ladies and gentlemen.
The vote has passed in the House. It is over to the Senate currently right now, waiting
Hmm.
on their final vote.
Yes.
I hope so, because I tell y'all, we are the ones as a church. We end up helping a lot of people who, when they lost, some people when the government was shut down, a lot of those people found their way to us. So, I try to not only think about myself, but community. Yes, I have to think of community because of the job I do. I mean, we served 300 people last night, and a lot of those people in that room said that they were concerned about the government, being shut down. So I'm glad it is not, and hopefully next week they'll be happy because a lot of people had sad faces last night.
So I wanted to ask Chris a question. Are you still here, Chris?
Yeah, I'm still here. Go right ahead. I'll entertain you guys for a few more minutes.
So this is not for entertainment purposes, but okay.
Go for it.
Um, so when Biden was elected and the Democrats were in control of the House and the Senate, um, you were talking about, um, you spoke to how government is divided and how they stay divided and we can't get anything done um, for the people. So during that first 2 years, is there anything that stood out to you that the Democrats led the charge in um, that you believe was something that helped the people?
The
And
George Floyd Act.
okay,
That didn't get
that
passed, did it?
that didn't pass, did it?
No, and that's the point I was making. That there some things just don't get done in Congress and people don't know about it.
So that's the only thing that comes to mind for you.
You asked me and I gave you an example, honey.
My name is Deborah.
I don't know because I'm not looking at
Yeah,
my
it's,
phone,
it's
Deborah.
Deborah. Okay, well,
And this is what I mean by I'm not going to be here long to entertain you guys because I don't want to be the questionnaire guy because I gave my opinion.
look, I was just asking a
And
question.
I just told you,
If you
Deborah,
don't want to
and
have a
that's
conversation,
okay. Hey,
you
Deborah,
don't
that's
have
okay. I
because you
just
could,
told you, Deborah.
you could also
Hey,
say
Deborah, I
that you
just
don't
told
have.
you, Deborah.
Hey, Chris. Hey, Chris.
Yes,
Hey,
ma'am.
Chris.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, hey, Chris.
Yes, ma'am.
That was my Chris Rock version of Hey,
No,
Chris.
hey, that's okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah,
Again,
yeah,
entertainment. I don't want to be your
yeah,
entertainment, Deborah.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
other
You're
people in
not
here.
anything to me
Okay,
but a
so I
PTR.
did
That's
answer.
what
I
you
did
are.
answer your
You're
question, right?
nothing but a PTR.
I did answer your
And
question.
so
So
I'm not
thank
sure
you. You're
what
welcome,
I don't know what has you triggered.
Deborah. I did
Something.
answer your
Chris.
question.
Hey,
You are
Chris.
welcome,
Hey, Chris.
Deborah. I did answer your question. Now, what else would can I help you with anything else, Deborah? Because I
It was
don't
an
plan to help you
uninformed
with
answer,
much.
but I'll yield
Okay,
because
hey,
you got
that's
it
fine.
wrong. Thank
That's
you.
I got it
Thank
wrong
you.
because I
Thank
gave what
you.
my opinion was.
The
Okay,
George
that's
Floyd Act wasn't passed,
I
so
said
they didn't
that
get it
about
done.
the
You know you didn't say it.
you didn't hear a
You didn't
word that I
say it.
said.
You
You didn't
didn't.
hear a word that I said.
But see, it didn't even have to be like that.
It
But
wasn't.
since
It
you
wasn't
don't
like
know,
anything. But you
since you
wanted me
didn't
to answer
know,
your question the way you wanted me to answer it.
no, I didn't. But your answer didn't make sense because they didn't do that. They tried
I
to.
said they tried to, and a lot
No,
of
you
things don't get
didn't.
done in Congress.
No, you didn't.
I
That's
said
not.
a
That
lot.
wasn't my.
My
Okay, so
all
then
right,
you have a
all right.
hearing
Hey, Deborah,
problem.
Deborah, go
Then
ahead,
you have a
Deborah.
hearing. Hey,
Go ahead.
Chris. Hey, Chris. Then you have a hearing problem because that wasn't the question I asked you. What they tried to do, I asked you specifically. Was there anything that they did trying to pass the George Floyd? No, actually, you said George Floyd, and that was wrong
So
because they didn't get that
not
back.
only you can't hear me, you can't comprehend what I said from the first thing I stated, and that's okay, Deborah. Again, I'm not
Okay,
here to
but
entertain you guys.
everybody's
I was
listening,
here to give
so you do know
my
everybody's
opinion on
listening,
the
right?
conversation. Yeah,
Like
and
you do know that
and
everybody
people in the
can hear
chat
the
are
conversation, right?
understanding that maybe you not were so right in the head
But
that you
you
couldn't
Chris,
hear me.
can't. You do
Chris,
understand that everybody can hear you, right?
she was asking for something that passed. Did you hear that?
Yeah, he heard it, and he said the George
No,
Floyd
that's
Act
not
because
what
he
she
thought it
asked
was
me.
passed.
That's not
Yeah,
what she
not
asked me.
almost
Everybody
passed,
hates
not
Chris.
50% passed, passed.
That's not what she asked me. But again, I'm not centering myself here. Deborah wants to center Chris. So you
But
got
you
to get
did
clear.
center yourself.
Everybody
I simply asked a
hates
question.
Chris.
That's all it is.
All right. Did
Everybody
you
hates
figure out
Chris.
the?
I
Did you figure
simply
out? All right.
asked a question,
Did you
and
Thank you,
figure out the
God.
debt
maybe.
ceiling?
I did go, and I
Thank
got
you,
Do you have
some
any
God.
questions for you.
questions? All right. Go ahead.
Yes. So I understand that Trump basically wants to push this because it's going to give him a strategic, um, like a strategic economic approach to the to managing the economy over the next 2 years before 2027. So he wants to eliminate the debt ceiling, which is basically the amount of money, basically the total amount of money that the government is authorized to borrow. Is that right?
Exactly. To be in debt, how much debt they can incur. Very
How do
good. Look
you
at you.
eliminate that?
Keep
So,
going. So go ahead.
so the political leverage it poses to Trump to push for it is that it reflects a strategic economic approach in an effort to position Republicans for greater influence over federal spending in the coming years.
Not really.
So,
Not really. It's actually just a good idea. Only two countries have it the way we have it, us and Denmark. It creates unnecessary political theater and what we're seeing, like these silly fights. It was actually a common sense solution. Donald Trump was 100% right. But see how you've learned it on your own and you didn't need
I
me to
know,
teach you?
yeah, but I like the way you
See?
put it down sometimes. That's all.
Pause.
No, come
Put
on, man.
it
I didn't got to say
down.
no pause. Everybody knows where I stand on that stuff.
I
You
clearly,
already.
now you're standing on it too. You're also doing splits on it.
Come
Pause.
on, man. Let's not go there. I just know that when you break
Whoa.
things down, I pick up what you put down when you break
And you
things
did
down
it again.
politically.
What is going? Are you coming out? What's going on with you? You like what I break
Oh,
off and put it
Lord.
in?
No, that's not what I said, man. I said, remember a few years ago when you schooled me on how Trump had you basically schooled me on a few things politically, man. And it was
I
just like
appreciate
a bare bones approach, this ABC, and just mechanical. And I appreciated it. So
it. No, no, I'm
actually was
glad you
gonna
read
do
it.
my research, but I wanted you to break it down because usually when you break it down, it's understood right off the
That's
bat.
true. No, but you got a better understanding because you did it yourself. But again, notice I said it 7 times. Trump's idea was a good idea, and it should be done.
So you think it's gonna happen, or you don't think they're gonna, even though it's
No,
not
Congress
addressed
is
in this
never
bill?
gonna. No, they're never gonna let it
Why
happen
aren't
because
they going to
that's
eliminate a
how
debt
they
ceiling?
they. Why would they get rid of the debt? Why would you have a debt ceiling?
I said they should get rid of a debt
Yeah,
ceiling
exactly.
because it seems a hindrance to the United States.
Oh, you're in and
Many
out,
other
Ashton.
countries have
Hold on.
this debt ceiling.
Is that just me or is she going out? Is that just me?
No.
Sorry,
Okay.
what?
Say it again because we couldn't hear you were far away.
My bad. I'm sorry. I said this debt ceiling. How many other countries have this
Just
debt
two,
ceiling?
like us. It's just us in Denmark. It's so stupid.
Oh, we got to get rid of that. Okay, I didn't know that. I
Yeah,
thought it was a bunch
yeah.
of them. Well, we got to get rid of that.
No, Trump is
Not
exactly right on
You
this
see that?
issue.
When you speak, other people listen. It ain't just me learning, it's everybody in the room,
Calm
man.
down, calm down.
I
But yeah,
tell you,
Trump
man.
is correct about it, and I wish they would get rid of it. But the reason why Congress doesn't get rid of it, this is where they get their goodies. It's debt ceiling negotiation. They get to be on TV. They get to act like they're smart. They get to add their pork and stuff in. There's no
Hmm.
reason for us to have a debt ceiling. We end up paying the bills every time, and it produces unnecessary politics.
So if we
Now,
didn't have a debt ceiling, how would that change things? Doesn't that mean they can just
nothing.
spend however they want?
No, you still have to spend it by law, but you just wouldn't have to pass another law to pay for the debt you've already spent. It's really stupid. But did you find any of the bill to see what was taken out? I
On
found
the
some. I can
CNN
tell you some.
report, on the
Yeah.
CNN report, all it mentioned is like what you just said, that it didn't. It was
Oh,
silent on the debt ceiling issue.
yeah,
Um,
took it out. I found
but it
some. I
doesn't.
can tell you
But
some.
Yeah, they
I
took it out.
Let me tell you what they took
mm.
out. They took out the pay raise, which for some reason people didn't like. I don't care about the congressional pay raise.
You
They
don't
took
care
out the
about that. That's a big one.
no. They haven't gotten paid since raised since 2009. They
I
should
know,
get
but the
pay raise.
problem is that we're living in a country in a situation right now. A lot of people are struggling, so it's just
They were
terrible to
struggling in
vote yourself.
2009. There was people were
Huh?
struggling more in 2009. They got a
Shouldn't
pay
have did it then
raise.
either. Should have done it then either.
Why?
Because if they can't get their act together, they shouldn't be voting themselves raises. They're doing a terrible
See,
job leading this country.
this is actually bad leadership. Let me give you a leadership lesson. You should always raise the ceiling. I'm sorry, raise the floor and show people that you do that because it creates trickle down effects. So when people come in behind you, you want them to also raise the floor of salary for other people behind. It's a leadership thing. I could teach it to you another time. It's very big in academia. That's another discussion. But anyway, you should never people should always want people's pay to go up. Always. But I don't want to get into that. They took out the RFK deal, which is very frustrating for me as a Washington fan. There was no money involved in that. All it did was transfer land back to the city so we could build a stadium that we were going to pay for the team. That was out. It took out the revenge porn provision. I have no idea why they took that out. And they took out a lot of pretty good stuff. They got a lot of pretty good stuff. It wasn't all pork. They took out restrictions on businesses in China. I have no idea why they took that out. They did take out some money stuff too, but some of the stuff they took out, man, Finity, was not good. There was some good stuff in that bill, man. This is what I don't like about Elon Musk and non-government people being involved. They have their own interests. Elon Musk has a interest in having revenge porn and also China, because Tesla's gonna have to go to China. It was actual restrictions on business in China, and it was the Ted Cruz Klobuchar revenge porn bill. Why would they take the revenge porn bill out? Come on, man.
I don't know about the revenge stuff, but I know a lot of stuff they want to kind of look like pulling out of China. Not everybody, but China steals a lot of patents, not just from us, but a lot of countries have their eye on China simply because they steal intellectual properties and other things, and then they try to reproduce it or blah 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 at lower cost. So America and other countries, for that reason, may have their eye on that. But a lot of people still go over there. I think the NBA and a bunch of other things may still do business there. So I mean, I don't think people are just gonna go away and stop doing business with China. Some, but not all.
I think they pulled that out of the bill so it makes way for Trump to slap down the TikTok situation so that they can continue his business as usual because he likes TikTok. So,
No, the TikTok thing is still in. He could do a 90-day extension to allow somebody to buy it, but TikTok is going to be gone in
you
March if they
think?
don't. Oh, unless they pass another law.
Well, that's what
Yeah,
I'm
it's
saying. You don't think he's going to do an EO for that?
no EOs don't trump law.
That wouldn't.
They don't need TikTok anymore. They won the presidency. It's about to be gone.
Isn't
I
that in
th-
the Supreme Court though? The Supreme Court got that now. They
Yeah, they're
said they're
looking
gonna
at it
move.
now. Yeah, they're
okay.
looking
I
at it now.
thought maybe he could do something about that because that was just weird the way he started talking about TikTok for a while there.
A lot of people make their money on TikTok. I was looking at just the different people who are on there and views and stuff. A lot of people do make money from that. So I feel bad for the vendors and folks who I guess they sell things on the shop that they have set up there. So but some people could be affected if they sell things on there or if they can transfer what they sell. I don't know how that works, but I would feel really bad for some of those people.
It's not going
Remember,
anywhere. It's not
they were
going nowhere.
focused on TikTok because of the Israel thing. Remember, that was one of the main reasons they were focusing on trying to get rid of it, because a lot of the Gen Zs and whatnot were promoting or showing in real time all the killings in Israel, and that was one of the main reasons why they wanted to shut down TikTok.
If they got rid of slavery and people were able to find new businesses with slavery, they can get rid of TikTok. This is like, oh, people make money on TikTok. I don't
They
know.
could definitely
And
get rid of
and and
TikTok.
Beauregard, Billy Bob John owned 5 slaves, a
I
Mandingo
bad,
and
bro. I'm
and
just
a
saying,
breeder woman named Big Sally. And actually,
my
you know what?
bad,
It
bro.
was actually the other day was the
Oh, okay.
anniversary of the passage of the ratification of the 13th Amendment. If they could ratify the 13th Amendment in December 13th, I believe, of 1865, December, whatever it was, people will have, oh my God, I no longer can own a slave and I no longer can do TikTok. What will I do? Here's an idea. Get your ass up on a roof and fix
Oh
it.
shit.
Get a skilled trade. Go drive a truck. Go actually do contribute to society. Get your ass off TikTok and go make some money with your motherfucking hands or your brain. How's that for that? Is that
Hey,
is that
look,
answer?
I'm not one of them, bro. I make money with my hands. I've done construction work and all
Pause.
kind of stuff, so I'm not one of them folks on TikTok selling something. Believe me, I just said it because someone was mentioning about it and that kind of stuff. But no, I don't sell stuff on the internet and
People
things like
selling
that.
ass on TikTok. That's
It
the
was
problem.
it was
Yeah,
two it was
I
two
don't do
reasons they have to get rid of TikTok. One, because the misinformation was extreme. Luckily, it helped win an election. Two, like somebody just stated, it was boots on the ground in the midst of a war that they could not propagate anymore. They couldn't shoot the propaganda to American people while people are actually getting direct footage from war zones with children dying, and that started to become an issue. Trump doubled back while he was getting elected and said, I don't know why they would get rid of TikTok. Maybe they're just not hip enough to want to understand it. But now he's back flipped and said, hey, we don't need it. It's troublesome, X, Y, and Z. And it's because he used it while he could. And now it's pointless to use it. Let's clean it up again. So it's smart when you're running for elections. It's terrible once you have won the election.
Does Trump want TikTok gone as well? Cause he got numbers on there too, and folks, he wants it gone as well.
He got friends. He has friends that big $1 billion investors that have stock in TikTok. So, from what I understand, he doesn't want it to go. I don't know any new information. I do know, folks, to Ashton, to your point, that people are making $30,000 and $60,000 a month on TikTok. So I don't see it going anywhere, but I could be wrong.
Has Elon Musk tried to buy TikTok yet, or
Well,
China not having it?
there's some billionaires right now
Who's making
trying to
sixty
buy
thousand
TikTok.
dollars a month on TikTok and won't be able to make it on another platform?
Mm.
What me? I'm sorry.
I was just going to say that. I mean, there's teenagers pulling down six figures on YouTube.
Right. So I'm asking, what can they do? That's what I'm asking. What can they do on? This is a serious question. I'm not like trying to be like, oh, get rid of it. I really want to know. Why is it on TikTok you can make that money, but not another platform? I'm seriously trying to ask what's unique or special about TikTok to
Younger,
make the money.
it's a younger demo, much younger demo than
Okay. So when it's
Instagram.
gone, why won't they move to the other one? I don't. That's what I don't.
Facebook
I
is
don't
Yeah, they
Facebook is out
I
of
possibly.
think
date.
the algorithm as well, it rewards. I think it's more rewarding than Instagram or Facebook.
And you can make more money on TikTok
You can make it a
than
lot
Instagram.
faster. That's what it is.
It's
So when it's
it's
gone,
Yeah, it's
so
also
the
when it's
a
gone,
algorithm. It's the algorithm.
no, I understood that. You
it,
could also make a lot more money breeding slaves and selling them in 1840, but you couldn't do it again in 1880, and people still got richer in 1880. So I'm asking, when TikTok's gone, what can they not do? That's all I'm. I don't see. I don't get it.
I'll give you guys a NPR link in the chat, but it says Trump signs executive order that will effectively ban use of TikTok in the U.S. That was August 6, 2020.
2020. Yeah, yeah.
He has currently flipped and said that he does no longer want to ban TikTok. They just have to sell to a United States um company or somebody that can buy it from the States. They cannot run
Yeah.
TikTok from China in the United States anymore. And that's why they're trying to push back the dates on getting it banned so they can find them a seller to keep it as a United States based company because he won the election due to TikTok misinformation. He needs it now. He did not want it in 2020 because he didn't see it as being effective. Now
That's
it's
what I was
effective. He
talking
needs it.
about. That's what I meant by he likes TikTok. That's his groove.
But
That's why
Biden
I
signed
meant.
the law. I don't. This is not. I
Yes,
don't.
Biden signed the law because TikTok in his presidency was a form of information coming directly out of Gaza, which was pushed, which was tearing down the narrative that I don't want to say it because obviously it's anti-Semitic, but one side was doing more war crimes and they were being publicly ousted on TikTok and they couldn't control that because the Chinese company would not ban it. They have no restrictions on our TikTok in America like they do in other countries, i.e. China. So they wanted to ban TikTok in America, or at least Biden wanted to, because it's really not helping the cause while we're sending all this extra funding over there, and they really are doing real war crimes. It's kind of a double-edged sword.
Yeah, but to Goat's point, so quick numbers. Apparently, YouTube's pulling in 2.7 billion with a B users monthly. TikTok 1.1 billion. I mean, that ain't nothing, but clearly TikTok's not the only apple cart in town.
There was I maybe can look up this link too, but I did see that they said 50% of younger adults were getting their political news off of TikTok.
Yeah, a lot of younger adults are not on, Facebook and stuff like that. They're more on Snapchat and other, things like that. Those trends are rising in younger demographics.
So if you give me a second here, I'll break it down a little bit further. What I was saying to Goat's point, I mean, Goat is absolutely correct. But with TikTok, there's something called the TikTok Shop, which is an affiliate program, and there's people, and it's more users who are able to benefit off that at a quicker pace. You'll have people, getting $500 to $1,000 in a night, real quick. And it's just several more users that are on it. With Facebook, you can actually do the same thing. However, Facebook's algorithm is more likely to get you kicked off the platform, not even for doing anything wrong. It's just, well, they figure you're doing something wrong, but you follow their rules, but you find out that more and more people are get kicked off of Facebook a lot faster. And with TikTok, it's more acceptable to a lot more people. So yeah, to Ghost's point, yeah, you could do the same thing on any other platform, but I think there's a lot because TikTok, I don't want to say it's new, but it's just a lot more. It's just a lot of people on it. I think benefiting a lot more. So
Yeah, you don't get kicked off and censored like you do on Meta and all that other stuff. Like my page got, kind of blocked because I said something about, Donald Trump. It's like, well, on TikTok, they don't give a damn.
No, no, that's not true. TikTok has rules. You can't say the word RAPE. They have to say grape. There's certain words that you can't say, or they
Yeah,
will
about
flag
Donald
you
Trump.
and can take you down. So
Wait,
TikTok,
Yeah, I
if
know
you
what
are
you said.
driving and you are on a live, and they sense the TikTok sense a blinker, a blinking or horn, they will stop the live. So they
wait,
do
hold on,
have a
hold on,
lot.
hold on, hold on. You're telling me that my whole say I'm so confused. Somebody needs to write a book. That's the only way I'll get it. I need to read it. I need to read 250 pages on this. So my understanding from the conversation I was just trying to get it was that there was more latitude in what you can do and say on TikTok. Now you're telling me that if you say rape, they shut down the
Yes,
live. So
yes.
how is
I've
this
but
more
listened to
but
a
free
you
than the
lot.
can't.
other stuff?
But
Okay,
but
so
the,
how is
but
I've
it
you
more
can't.
free?
listened.
You
I've
can't
listened
say
to a
rape on
lot of
social media.
TikTok lives, and the host will say you can't say the word, and you'll hear them. They say grape. They don't say the word
Yeah,
RABE.
they say grape now.
They don't say abortion. They say AB. So certain
Huh?
words. Yes, I
No,
listen
but
to.
you
I
can
listen to
say
a
it on
lot of
YouTube
TikToks on
either.
elections.
I
If you
believe
are
it.
you're driving, they'll say, "Are you driving?" And they'll say,
Oh,
"No." They say, "Yes, you're driving." I heard a blinker. They were like, "You have to," and they'll drop them. I can't talk to you because
I believe it's
TikTok has
less
the censor.
restrictions. But
But that's
what it also is the ability to reach out to newer people is way faster than any other algorithmic app right now. Basically, if you post something new on your TikTok, random people will see it. It will go through random people's feeds, so they'll get an ability to follow, friend, or like them, and that you don't get that on any other app. If you post on Instagram, the random people not gonna see it in their explore page. You gotta be the big titty girl or the exercise guru. They have their algorithm set for that. TikTok is just a free for all,
Let
and
me ask you a question, Chris.
and it does provide the
Oh shit.
newer active members the ability to be upfront as long as you're using I won't say the restrictions as long as you're working within their parameters, they will push you to the front and
Let,
allow you the viewers. Go ahead.
let me ask you a question, or anybody, but Chris, you sound like you know it, Deborah, anybody
A
else.
little bit, just a
So if
little bit.
I'm in the, I'm an activist, women's rights activist. Hold on one second. Okay, I'm a women's rights activist, and I'm talking about reproductive rights,
Yep.
and I want to talk about the draconian policy measures of some state that has very few exceptions for abortion. You're telling me that TikTok will shut down my, I could be at a table with a herbal tea, glasses and books and all this kind of shit. And if I talk about the importance of having an abortion because someone is raped, they'll shut that down. But if I am a male influencer in you too, thank you, in gray sweatpants with my schlong flapping, and then my big booty girlfriend comes by with her titties and ass out.
Oh yeah, you going
TikTok
to the
will
top.
allow that?
Yeah, you
Are
going to the
you
top.
kidding me?
I'm not saying that because I've done it, but I am saying that because if you follow TikTok enough, you will see those more than you will see the active randomly you won't see the active influencer doing political push narratives. Now, if you follow and like political push narratives, you'll get that directly every time. But if you just
you
click
can't
on your
say
TikTok, you will get more dancing random people than and this is before you add all your new followers and have 10,000 new people you follow. You will get those random dancing and singing TikToks in your algorithm from random people, not
yeah.
just the
You
most
can't
influential, but random people
yeah.
also.
No, but what I'm saying is, if I'm doing a live and we're at a conference and it's the Southeast, let's say the Southeast Center for Reproductive Rights and Justice. I just made this up, y'all. I don't know. And there's someone giving a testimonial about why she needs to get an abortion. Or let me get away from abortion. Somebody said they can't say gun, and
No,
somebody is doing, a pro-gun thing. You're telling me, or anti-gun thing, whatever. They'll shut that down. But if I'm the big boobed, big
Oh
bone,
yeah.
big dick, I'm the big dick Pilates man, and I just do it in a skimpy short, they'll let that live go. That's what you're telling me?
yeah, you cannot
Yeah.
say G and you have to say pow pow. I've seen that
What?
yes,
Yeah.
I've seen that on TikTok.
To be fair, you can't do this on YouTube either. You can't say
You
those
gotta say pow
words.
pow.
No, no,
Yeah,
I know. I understand, but I thought the whole appeal of TikTok was you have more latitude, but it seems just as restrictive.
Yeah, with certain words, I can tell you, all I can tell you is I listened to a lot of lives during the election, a ton. And every live streamer that I listened to, including Republicans, they were all using the word grape. And if somebody said RAPE, they would immediately correct them and say, no, you can't use that word. You have to say grape. They don't say abortion. They have to say AB. And if they say GUN, they got to say, no, you got to say pow pow, or they'll say F1, F1, F1. Like, go ahead and press F1, F1. I don't know what F1 does, but I hear,
F1. What?
yes. I don't know if that
and you
cancels it
can't
or
say
something. I
sexual
heard that a
assault
lot.
either. You got to say essay. You can't say sexual
Essay,
assault.
yes, I heard that a lot. You got to say essay. Yes.
Again, I'm not saying that they don't have any restrictions. I'm saying that they do push um, content to newer people and they push it in a higher rate to the people. Obviously, they have a huge following, so you're going to get the opportunity to be seen, but they do push content extreme. A lot of people do work around those parameters, like the two people who just spoke said. because you do most apps obviously do have some standards of parameters that you have to follow. But that doesn't mean that if you're not speaking within your code that you won't be seen or heard. You will, and you'll gain followers and people that and likes.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I've seen on Instagram, when people will load up on Instagram, they'll load up a TikTok video, and I've seen people on Instagram. It's like, this is how you keep a man. I drain him in the morning, and I got, and they make the noises and stuff. Or they'll do something where it looks like they're actually doing for. It's like a big thing. So you can do that on TikTok, and that's fine, but you can't say gun.
so I don't know because I never followed that type of feed. I just know my feed was a lot of political stuff, and that's what I saw. I will also tell you that also with TikTok, you have a lot of like stars and different. You have a lot of stars and different like pictures or icons that you can use to make money, subscriptions. It seems a lot easier than Instagram and Facebook. And like I said, the algorithm rewards you faster.
Okay,
That's the
so
one. The
okay, all right.
algorithm
So
rewards you
Deborah,
faster.
that's cool. Deborah doesn't know what Gawk 3000, but let me tell you, on Instagram, I saw one of these videos today, and I was so appalled because at the end of it, the woman, this is trigger warning, whatever, she spit, and those of us who know what I mean by spit knew what she was doing. She wasn't spitting
Aqua,
something out. Yeah, she was doing that sort of thing, and it was a TikTok video, and I said, "Oh, Instagram's going to take this down." But I see TikToks on that. But you're telling me I can't say sexual assault or gun or rape. Yeah, I don't see the utility of it. Yeah, they can shut it down. I'm done. I'm done speaking. Thank you for
And
educating me.
Twitter is like that too. They allow all kinds of stuff, and it's, at a certain hour, it's like, well, why do they allow all this stuff on their site? Twitter allows a lot of stuff and hate speech and things, but that old thing, they ain't shut that down. That's probably why they created that thing called
Twitter is
Leash Down.
successful.
I'm
Since
sorry.
Elon took over, there are no like, I mean, they have community notes, but they allow porn. They allow a lot. It's accessible.
Yeah,
It's
that's what I'm saying. Thank
Well,
you.
Twitter's had porn, I think. Twitter's always had.
yeah. Well,
Porn.
compared to how Jack ran it, Elon Russ Musk, President-elect Elon, allows a lot more stuff than Jack wouldn't have allowed before it was sold.
But I think Twitter has always been a haven for amateur porn. I believe that Twitter took the place of, I think it used to be called Vine. Are you all familiar with Vine? Yeah, some of you might remember Vine. But it did the kind of thing that Vine used to do, but even longer short videos. They have that. But um, I'm new to Twitter. I got on it just for the election. I've never seen that level
That's crazy.
of rank anti-Semitism on a public platform. I was just giving an
Man,
example.
Twitter was
It's
the
stuff
wild wild
I've
west
never seen
before.
that.
Twitter was the wild wild west before Elon, but once Elon got there, it became the deep south. KKK.
the
Uh,
hatred.
it
Oh my
used to
God.
be. It used to just
It's worse
strictly be the
now. Yeah.
wild wild west. Anything could be said. Not like anything, but it was raunchy. It was funny. It was dark jokes. It was real comedy. It was a little bit of trolling, a lot less trolling, but a little bit of trolling, but a good time. Air quote, a good time. Once Elon bought it, it became a Trump ad, Elon post, racist white guy on your news feed after you listen to some De La Soul song video. Like it became some algorithmic thing that basically pushed you back towards the right side once you decided you want to go middle, once you want to go left. Hell, I was watching some leftist videos, and they only leftist because everybody there on CNN clips and some of the Fox Walter videos. Uh, not really owning him, but letting him say bullshit. But then down the road, it was just a whole Elon TED Talk conversation. It was like, where the fuck did this come from? But he pushes his that's how he pushes the algorithm now after, while the election after he bought it. He really used it properly. Like I try to explain to people, he did what you should do if you want to be in the position he's currently in. He did it 100% right. He bought it, he trashed it. He told people if you don't like it, you can leave and it's gonna be this, and then he made it this. And then people stayed because people have been on Twitter since 2008, 2009, a solid application that allowed freedom of, I'll air quote, freedom of speech too, but allowed a good time. You could always joke. There was always people to joke with, people interactive, all of the above. When he bought it, it was in top tier shape. Now, after he bought it, it still works because people have that slight addiction of not wanting to start a new app, get new friends, new followers, all the X's and O's. But now he just sprinkles in his conservative uh, ad. He sprinkles in his conservative speaking points. The conservative videos get the boost, kind of like we are just speaking about TikTok pushing new people to the front. Now all the conservative information gets pushed to the front, and that's just the way it is now. But that's just the difference in what it was and what it is currently. It
Well,
wasn't
he's
this
lost.
way prior to Elon getting elected.
He's lost a lot of advertisers, and he does push the right wing narrative. And he's supposed to be Mr. Free Speech, unless the person offends him, then he bans them. But Blue Sky is I mean, they're not close. They're not even close. But that's an up and coming competitor to Twitter.
How many subscribers are on Blue Sky?
It's nowhere close, but it's growing. But Twitter still remains why a lot of people stick with Twitter. It still remains the number one place to get news in terms of. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't even watch TV, but my Twitter app is my newsfeed.
500 million is how many users are on Twitter.
Oh,
No, when he bought Twitter, he bought it in prime shape. I mean, he all the followers, all of the content, all of the big corporations have followings and have Twitter feeds. What's up now? Everybody literally was there when he purchased it, and then he just put his little sauce on it, which wasn't good sauce, but like I said,
Remember,
it's
right,
hard to
a lot of
leave somewhere you've been for 10, 12 years, and it's been I air quote a positive 10, 12 years. And now you're looking at it and like, well, this ain't the shit I know. This ain't the shit I remember. It is what it is. And people look at it as it is what it is because hell, they've been on it so long. Like I said, it
he
was a
fought.
perfect purchase. It was a perfect purchase.
Yeah, he fired a lot of the staff as well. I mean, he's lost a ton of money because quite a few of the advertisers left when he took over, and he did term a lot of his original staff.
Imagine losing all that money and then gaining it all back when you finally get to what you want out of it. So he lost a lot of money with it and then gained it all back after this presidency.
Well, yeah, he uses it as a bully pulpit.
Yeah, it's different for sure.
Wait, who lost a lot of what?
I'm talking about Elon.
What money did he lose? He didn't lose any money. What?
Yeah,
No. When he first purchased X, he did lose a lot of money. He did not. He gained it all back,
when
yes,
he bought
but
it?
when he first purchased it, he did. A lot of money disappeared. A lot of people left. A lot of the actual ads that were running left. So he lost a lot of ad dollars. And then he tried to add back with ads, but the ads are less. The ads are, I ain't gonna say the pillow guy, but equate the pillow guy, the guy from Fox or whatever that is, equate his type of advertisement to the advertisement now. Now you'll get on there and it'll be a t-shirt guy that sells Trump t-shirts. And it's like nobody knows his company, but he's probably like selling them off of fucking Etsy. So it ain't really about the ads at this point. It's about the content that's going into people's brains. So he's making his money back because obviously he's next to the fucking president and he's used his platform to help raise the awareness of the right side. So he's not really gaining off of the ads as he used to, but he's definitely gaining in every other aspect of it.
Well, and he's gaining an influence, and he's also pushing the 12.99 subscription and the 12.99 verification check. So that's another source. But yeah, he doesn't care about money because he's using it to influence.
Also, he's allowed more bots. If you own Twitter, a lot of those when he got rid of the blue check for being just famous people, people of influence, they allowed the blue check to turn into the bots. So now the blue check is pushed to the top of your comments. The blue check are pushed to the top of your For You pages. The blue checks are pushed to the top of
Same thing
anything
with
left wing.
Instagram and Facebook.
Say
It's
it again.
same thing with Facebook and Instagram.
I agree, but it's less on those apps because your Facebook is basically the people you know. Your Instagram is basically only the people you know, unless you go to your Explore page. And they only gonna give you, let's say, 10% of the people you follow on your Instagram and Facebook. But
I,
on
I
X,
respectfully disagree.
and I understand you may disagree, but I'm on both apps and I've been on both apps for as long as I can remember because I'm about 39 now. So as long as I've been a young teen to an adult, I've been on these apps and I've seen the trajectory of all of this stuff. X is completely different. X, every comment you go and watch on X and you go through the quotes, while you could go through the quotes, now you really can't because they hide them, most of them. When you go to the quotes, you see only blue checks first. You won't see anybody else. And the blue checks will be, let's say it's a CNN post. The blue checks will be completely shitting all over the CNN post. Now, should it be an echo chamber? No. But when you go look at the comments of those posts, you also aren't getting both sides. You can go down that post. It could be 500 posts. You can go down that post to the bottom 100, and you'll finally see people speaking without a blue check. Like I said, he used the blue check to allow bots to get to the top of the comments and the top of the replies. And hey, like I said, I keep saying it. If you want to be in the position he's currently in, he did exactly how you supposed to do it. Throw the money at it, control it, switch it up for your better usage, and sell it off to somebody that could utilize it. Maybe Trump's not on X as much as he is on True Social, but the right wing propaganda is. And that's all he needed to say, hey, look, concept of plan of you get what I'm saying. The concept worked. I'll help you, you help me. And that's why he's where he's at now. That's why they're best friends.
And it's
Uh,
worth
um,
$10 billion as of today, or as of recently, 10 billion. He bought it for some 40 some odd billion.
how much money did he borrow to help buy that platform?
Yeah, I don't know if he did. He cashed in a bunch of stocks. I think. I don't think he borrowed any money. I don't. Who knows? I don't know that question, but I know that he had to cash in a bunch of stock to
I
be able
thought
to
he got
purchase
money
it.
from the Saudis to help buy it. No? Hello?
I
Yeah, it was
honestly don't.
financed.
I was gonna say I honestly don't know who he got the money from, but air quote, obviously he's the richest man in the world. So even if he didn't take none of the money and he only spent $10 billion to throw at it, so he can have this type of control, that
He,
is an
he,
easy investment. That
yeah,
is
he
an
ain't spent shit.
easy investment,
He financed that all over the place. He ain't spent shit.
and that's cool too. But whatever investment he did make, it was the easiest. Yes, I'll do it. And I
Well, the best, yeah, for sure.
for that money, I would do it too if I had as much money as he had.
100%.
Look how much he's gained just since getting Trump elected. And now he's basically de facto president because everything with Trump is transactional. Same way with the new Soros of the right. Musk is the new Soros. I want us to carry that forward because that's what they yelled all the time on that side. Elon Musk eats babies. Pass it on.
What is it?
I'll let you have that one. I did not want a defamation case. They are throwing them around like candy.
They are throwing him around.
Allegedly, he can't get shit from me, Mister Trillion Billionaire. Hell,
They allegedly equal, but why didn't ABC cave like that? A lot of the scholars are saying that was an easily winnable case, and they just like caved and gave him $50 million. That's like ridiculous.
I don't think he got it. Aren't they donating it to some cause, or he
That
got? I thought it was to
No,
some.
it's to his
it's for,
campaign. It's
it's
directly
for
to him.
his
They said
presidential
it's to his
library.
library. Yeah, they
His
said.
birth,
Yeah, yeah. I think
Yeah.
it's. Yeah, I think. I don't think it's him. I don't know.
Easy more ways to wash your money. Yeah, send it to my
uh,
library. We're gonna
charity.
add more books.
It's
Trump
to his
Bibles.
charity. Hello, it's to his charity to fund his presidential library. Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Did you see right after that George Stephanopoulos got a new contract? It's all very fishy.
No wonder.
Stephanopoulos got a new contract too.
This is
I
my
don't understand
assumption.
why
Go
they
ahead.
would
I'm sorry.
say they want something to come to light. I don't understand why you would cave. Like, why you? I don't get it.
My
Do you think
assumption on
Do you think
caving,
ABC would have backed down? Do you think ABC would have backed down if Trump lost? I don't.
yes,
Trump
yes.
has lost a lot of lawsuits. He hardly wins lawsuits, but
That
No,
was
no,
he
no.
always.
I mean, if he lost the election, if he
Oh
taking on the
no,
president, taking on the president's a tough look for a network.
that was the ultimate kiss the ring. We just
no.
watched it live.
He
That's
was
all that was a kiss the ring. They could have beat
he's
him, but why would I try to fight him? And I know that he can pull any string he
no, he
wants at
just
this point.
didn't run his first term. He had lawsuits, and this was an easily winnable one.
No, but this is different. A lot
Unless
of
they're afraid that he's going to sick the SEC on them. But this was a winnable lawsuit.
he wants to sue CBS because of the way they edited they edited Kamala Harris's interview. This guy's going crazy, and I think that
Like,
most people are just trying to capitulate because they don't want to have nothing to do with him.
no, he always sues. If you go back and look at Trump's history, this is nothing new. He files a lot of frivolous lawsuits, and he's lost a whole bunch of them.
This is 101 dictatorship. Hey, I'm going to start
Exactly.
suing you guys if you guys want to say anything bad about me. So, and you know I have the control to do so. Even if that means me just putting people in place to investigate you guys and make you spend more money and making you say, "Hey, you know what? Why would I want to fight this and I don't have to?" That's what it is. I'll give you the 50 million. I don't want to force my hand and make you have to
Wait,
use all of your power to
But then
hate
he's
me.
wait.
president.
That's
You
what it
you
is.
mean wait? You talking about the lawsuit against CBS that they could have easily won? What the?
If
Yes.
he,
They gave that
if
up, bruh. That was an
I
easily
just explain.
winnable.
I'm trying to explain why they gave it up because it's the kiss the ring moment. I'm not going to go against the person. Basically, he's been the defamation case. They're basically telling people, don't say shit about me. Negative. Period. I'm coming for you if you do. Regardless of how that sounds, maybe they'll win, maybe they won't. Maybe I don't want you guys to have to investigate my background. Maybe I don't want you guys to have to go further into legal disputes over something that I can just say, you know what, fuck it. It's going to just come
that's a
down to
bad
anything negative comes out about me. Man, I'm gonna just send my lawyers to go handle it until nobody says anything negative about me again. And that's when the dictatorship walks in.
that's
It's
why it's a bad
obvious.
precedent. No, but that's why it's a bad precedent. ABC has been sued multiple times before. It's not in their nature to cave on a winnable case. It's sort of
not
silly.
not by a crazy dictator or a
You
crazy
know how
man
much
that wants to be a
lawsuits,
Here,
you know
no,
dictator.
lawsuits
here's the
Trump has
thing.
filed
Here's
and
the
how many he's
thing.
lost?
Yeah, yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. But I think that you remember the L.A. Times and the Washington Post capitulated to Trump during the election. Whatever they said, we're not going to do an editorial. We're not going to endorse a candidate. I think that that they're afraid that Trump is going to use the resources of the federal government to go after these people, and they don't want nothing to do with this. This is why these people are capitulating. If you remember, I don't know if you guys talked about it before, but a couple weeks ago Morning Joe had this guy on there, David Frum, and he said something about Pete Hegseth. And the next thing you know, David Frum was removed from the set. They went to a commercial. They came back, and Mika Brzezinski pretty much apologized for what David Frum said. And it was a big talk on social media how Morning Joe capitulated to appease Donald Trump even after going to Mar-a-Lago. So this is all about appeasing the dictator so that you won't get so that you won't have any bad relations and you won't get hurt in the long term.
Yeah, but have you seen what happened to Mika Presidency and Morning Joe's ratings? It's trash.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Their ratings trash, and the left is revolted against them because they consider that that they have tricked them, and what's the other word they said? You've seen MSNBC, CNN, all of the left is pissed off at them. Their ratings has completely collapsed. YouTubers have higher ratings than MSNBC and CNN. So you do that at your own peril. So you Trump's ring, and now you have no audience and nobody trusts you. So what are you doing that for? You're going to end be off the air, you're going to end up having your show removed off the air because you have no viewership. So that's sort of silly. It's like self-defeating.
Hey Levon, can I say one more thing and I'm gonna leave?
Well, they're
And I'm
has-beens
actually gonna leave
anyway.
out of here.
Nobody cares.
I'm actually gonna leave out of here. Hey, I'm actually gonna bend the knee for 4 years. I am just going to
You
allow this
already
to
bend
go
the knee
past.
every night.
I'm
Why
just
should
going
we
to
care?
allow this to go past
You're
for
gonna that
4 years, for 4 years straight. And then after that, I'll come back and I'll get back to regular scheduled programming in 4 years, and
you don't need
hopefully I
to
get
save you
and
Jesus Christ.
hopefully I
Oh,
get my viewership back. But right now, I don't have the fight in
Who
me
are
or
you
the
talking
ability to fight.
to? What is this
Hold
Breaking
on,
third
news,
hold on,
breaking
wait,
person
news,
weirdness?
breaking news.
hold on, wait. I think
I
y'all
didn't have
missing the
my
point.
nap. Don't be
Somebody just
annoying.
said
Goat has
breaking news.
breaking news,
Go
people.
ahead,
Goat has
go.
breaking
We got
news.
two.
Break
We
it
got
down.
two pieces of breaking news. Joseph Biden just confirmed the Senate, the 235th judge, surpassing Trump's total of his first term. That was a thing that they were trying to do, and they've been cramming the judges out, so they passed them. Also on Joseph Biden, it looks like, I guess it might come out next week, but people are reporting that he is going to commute the sentences of most, if not all, of the people on federal death row. So Trump will not be able to put them to death. Because remember when Trump was in office last time, he restarted the federal death penalty.
yeah.
And so if he commutes the sentences, they won't be killed. So that should be coming down sometime next week as well.
He need to pardon Marilyn Mosby. I go back
Did
on
you
mute.
see that he pardoned the BMF dude too? I was like, go ahead, Joe Biden. I didn't even know there were.
Southwest T.
Yes, that's who he pardoned. I was like, go ahead, Joe.
Wait a minute, who got pardoned?
One of the now I don't know anything about this. I just learned what BMF
He
A drug
stands
pardoned
dealer.
for.
he pardoned Southwest T from Detroit, BMF leader with like Big Meech. Southwest T is his brother that was a part of BMF. They both got basically
What is
20,
CMF?
30 years for.
Oh,
All
are
right,
you
never mind.
serious?
Never mind.
Wow.
Did
Who is
they?
what's CMF?
Doesn't matter. It's a drug dealer. It's a drug dealer group. Okay, that's it.
Just no Big Mish.
But
Larry, the other guy.
It's that TV show, isn't it? Isn't there?
so
What up,
so what's the boy?
though?
Wait a minute, hold up. What's the boy that's on Clubhouse? That's part of BLM, the
No,
album.
it's
Oh,
BMF,
this is BMF.
not BLM. Is it big?
Oh,
I don't know what it stands for. That's
I
sad, but
forgot, but
I don't think
I was gonna
BLM
say
is on
why
death
ain't they
row.
partner?
Black Mafia family. It
Black
means
Mafia
black.
Family. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't.
yeah. But it's drug dealers. Don't worry about it. It's he pardoned them. That's it. There we go. Next topic.
No,
But
I
this,
mean
yeah,
Biden
Oh,
is doing like what Trump did, and of course they're celebrating this on Black social media. But
is
the
everybody okay? What's going on?
the death
no,
penalty thing is good because they're definitely going to start killing them because Trump killed Trump death penalty. I think a dozen people when he was president. So that's good. Death penalty is stupid.
but Marilyn Mosby don't get a pardon though, right? That's crazy. But okay.
I mean, she might, but I mean, she just has house arrest. She'd be all right.
Yeah, that's true.
capitulate yourself out of the room, sir.
So let me ask you this quick question. So based off of ethics, is she still gonna be able to practice law?
I don't know if she was disbarred. That I don't know. But
Oh, okay. Do
I'll
you think
Google it
they
though.
will disbar her?
Probably.
Mm,
Oh no, 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 probably not because I don't think it had anything to do with law.
okay.
BMF. I don't know if anybody. I don't know if anybody. Just real quick, did wasn't one of Puffy's bodyguards part of that group back in the day, or that's somebody else? If
Who
nobody knows,
cares?
never mind.
Who cares?
I care. That's what I was asking. It's like no.
They need to pardon my nigga Jesse Jackson Jr. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm going on mute.
Okay, Duran. Shout out to Biden pardoning the Black gangsters. What's up?
Oh, that's what does it for you, Lucy? Okay.
You know they care more about that than all the Black judges. I mean, got to get the people what they want.
Did he pardon January 6th? I mean, yeah, the January 6th people team. Yeah, Cheney.
Trump is going to do that.
Yeah, that's
No,
Trump's
not
job.
no women, not those January 6th. I'm talking about like
Oh, the
Cheney,
committee. Oh yeah,
the
yeah.
committee.
I don't know.
Oh, he might before he leaves.
All right, so that's what we're gonna be looking out for. Anybody else y'all want on the wish list?
He didn't make them immune because they wasn't charged with anything. So
President Elon is trending. That's gonna piss some Trump off.
It's been trending for a couple days now.
Yeah.
I think more people should hashtag that ASAP.
President Elon and Vice President Putin. Trump is not even in the speakership.
Does any
Hashtag President Musk.
does anybody think he'll get fired over this, over outshining Trump?
Oh, is that why Elon said that they should stop using hashtags on Twitter? He's gonna ban them. Watch, just because of this. That's funny. Now this makes sense.
Mm. Who's asking for wedding rings? What's going on? Somebody proposing on stage? What's her? What's her? Hello?
You said what? Wedding rings?
Poor JD. He doesn't even have a role. I guess maybe he can be the caddy on the golf course down there at Mar-a-Lago.
You're too beautiful.
He does
He
have a
go through.
role. Actually, he does have a role. He's been promoted to policing all those Haitians eating their neighbors' pets in Ohio.
He doesn't get to eat with Trump.
I can't believe that that was even a thing after the election. I still can't believe that that
See,
was.
it's crazy. These people lie, do all kinds of crazy shit, and that's how they get a vote. It's just nuts.
And I still remember the Haitian people on Clubhouse that said that that was the case. Sad, sad, sad.
That's not true. I'm down here in South Florida. I've never heard that. I work with a ton of Haitians. A lot of Haitian nurses traveled here. And there are a lot of Haitians in my country. I've never seen or heard that. Now, if you tell me voodoo, I'll tell you yes, that's the thing.
Wait, what happened?
Nothing.
Hmm.
Voodoo.
She said that she's never heard Haitians eating animals or cats or dogs, but if you say a Haitian does voodoo, that's something to
Right.
believe.
I heard her part. I didn't hear what Mickey said. I was trying to figure out.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
there were some MAGA Haitians on Clubhouse that were
Mm-hmm.
saying that this was true.
Mm,
That's all.
got it. Yeah, I didn't believe that when they were saying that or something else.
Yeah, they probably fake Haitians.
No, they wrote Haitians, but again, just like how you hear some of the melanated people say stuff in favor of Trump, the Haitians that are voting for Trump would say that as well.
Okay,
Hmm.
okay, okay.
Yeah.
Not vacations.
Well, well, let's be honest. If you wasn't born in the island, that's what they call you, right? So that's why I said fake. No,
Ooh.
no different than I would be a fake Puerto Rican to a real Puerto Rican, to a Puerto Rican that was born in PR. Yeah.
Mm.
So yeah, they'll let trust and believe. They got no problem letting you know that. It's Friday and y'all quiet. Wake up, wake up.
They just got paid, honey.
Friday night.
And it's dumping. Oh, na, na.
Oh, that movie's on Netflix now, the 6888, Tyler
Yeah,
Perry movie. Who's gonna take one for the team and tell us about it?
I am. I will.
Thank you, First Lady.
No worries. I think it's gonna be good. Um, Madness is also out. I started that. That's really good. It's a series.
Wait, is that in the theaters or on Netflix? The six
Flicks
triple
net.
eight. Okay,
Flicks and net. Hmm.
I'm fine.
Oh, Rosalind, you watched it. Oh, is she up here? No, she's not up here. Yeah, that madness. I'm on episode 3 already. It's really, 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 really good. Yes, Coleman Williams. He's a nice looking brother. I heard he don't play for the opposite team.
Yes, Coleman Williams. I mean, Coleman Williams. Coleman Williams is my son, but Coleman Domingo is a friend of mine, and he's really good. And he's on the other team. Yes.
I didn't know that until today.
Oh, he's
Somebody.
a Democrat.
No.
He likes gentlemen. But he is supposed to play in
How
Marvel
black is
soon.
that?
He's a great actor.
He's a great actor. You can't even tell what team he's
I
on.
believe. Yes, you can. I believe he's a tether as well.
Is he?
Yeah, his name's Coleman Domingo. If that's not tether, if that's not gay tether, I don't know what is. Coleman
What's
Domingo.
tether? What's tether?
What does that mean?
It means he's not a black American like you, Rosalind.
Oh, he's
You
from
don't know the
Philly.
xenophobe. He's from Philly. I'm dead. You don't know the FBA tether Tariq Nasheed when they did their diaspora wars. They call black immigrants tethers. We just use it as a joke.
He played good in Rustin. Why are you laughing, brother?
Not my
Mm.
Going over
favorite.
there, sneaking.
Yeah,
I'm
Rosalind said not my favorite.
not
He
my
was good in
favorite.
Passing Strange 20 years ago.
Oh my God, his best, his breakout role.
His dad is Belizean.
Yeah, it's a lot of black. It's a lot of black, not in Belize, but a lot of black Americans were in Panama. So there's a
Yeah.
chance he might have some Adosian blood. Rosalind, what do you think about the controversy? Well, Rosalind, wait, Rosalind, you African? Wait, yeah, you African American. What do you
I'm
think about
straight
the?
slave on both
Yeah,
sides.
no, but you could be slave from Caribbean, but you slave America. I remember your name. Um, what do you think about the controversy, so called, that Sam Jackson started, or added the big fuel to the fire too, when he talked about non-black Americans playing African American heroes and stuff? Did you have any thoughts on that
Oh, I didn't
convo?
hear it. I didn't hear it.
Yes, you did. It came out when what was the movie? Get Out came out because Daniel Kaluuya played the boy. You don't remember this clip with Sam Jackson talking about this?
No, I don't remember.
Oh, this was a big. You don't know the
I'll break it
controversy
out.
of
Work it
British
out.
actors and Caribbeans and Africans playing like Malcolm X and MLK and Harriet Tubman. You don't know this,
Oh yeah, I
Rosalind?
remember the thing about Harriet Tubman when
Oh, okay.
Miss Thing played Harriet Tubman. I remember that.
Yeah, Miss Thing
Yeah.
should not have played Elphaba
Thing.
because Miss Thing cannot sing it. But I'll go on mute.
Yeah, I did have a problem with that because she kind of put African American actors down. You know, the
Our
way
whole
she was
people she put
talking.
down.
Yeah. That was bad. And she could have found an American to do that. Casey could have found an American who could have played that role.
I said Kiki Palmer if they had just lowered it because I don't. Anyway, but yeah, I'm gonna send you the Sam Jackson thing because he was talking about how the black actors from abroad are seen as better trained than y'all, and they
That's
have
bullshit.
accents. I know it is. That's what he was saying, but he was saying that's what Hollywood casting people say, and they're cheaper than y'all. I'll put it in the chat. I'll try to find it for
That's
you. It was a big
bullshit.
controversy.
That's a
You don't remember
lie.
this?
I
Wood
remember the
Harris supported that
discussion.
Joe Jack put a
100%.
link. Joe Jack
Oh,
put
Jesse Jack put it in
Jesse
there. You
Jack
can
put
see.
Joe Jack
That's
put
what
it
I'm
on there,
talking
but
about. Research assistants on demand.
I'm mad though. That's a
Um,
lie.
Idris Elba was like in New York selling drugs and shit before got on the wire. So that is that part.
Wood Harris supported that position. He said that UK actors are better trained. Wild position. Wild position.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, it was a lot. Rosalind, you must have been deep in the
Wait,
trenches
who
for
said
you to
that?
miss
Black
this.
Freedom?
Wood Harris.
Wood Harris did.
Oh,
Wasn't Idris Elba a DJ? Or is a
Probably.
DJ?
Now he's a DJ now.
I thought he was back then too. I mean, I'm not that old, so I don't.
So Wood Harris's
I
argument
wasn't
was
at the
that.
party.
What's not that old?
38.
That's old.
So,
That's
so
not
Wood
that old.
Harris's
Idris
argument.
Elba's
We're
almost
20.
50
We're in our
plus.
20s, sir. In our early 30s. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Wood Harris's argument was that a lot of these British actors are exposed to Shakespeare and other
Yeah, they always go to Shakespeare. Yep.
exactly yeah and other forms of drama that American actors aren't exposed to
They
unless
say
they
they're
end up going to
classically
art school.
trained. They're
Yeah, exactly,
classically trained.
exactly,
There are
exactly.
African American actors are classically trained. There
We
plenty of them.
know. This is called negrophobia, Rosalind. This is negrophobia. But the
I
main
s-
reason, they're cheaper than y'all. Like they say, the white actors are cheaper than y'all. They say they're cheaper than y'all.
you mean get paid less?
How is that?
Yes.
They get paid less.
Yes, they're saying
Yeah,
Daniel Kaluuya. So Daniel Kaluuya was in Get Out. He would have been cheaper. I don't know who was big at the time. Then say Michael B. Jordan. I don't know if he was big at the time. Or the guy that played MLK, the little short guy from I forget. You know who I'm talking about in Selma. He's cheaper than I'm trying to think of a black American, but I can't think of one right now. Ex black
let's say
American. They're
Jonathan
saying they're cheaper.
Majors. Let's say he was
Yeah, or
big.
Don Cheadle. He's cheaper than
Don
Don
Cheadle.
Cheadle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
That's a
So
lie. I mean, there's I can think of course I know a million actors who could play the role, but that's a lie. I hate
So
it's
that.
Idris, yeah. So Idris
Well,
Elba
white
talks
people
about
can't.
how when he was killed off in The Wire, he was pissed because he really didn't have anywhere to go. Like that was some major income from it for him. Now I don't know if it speaks to how cheap he was, so to speak, in terms of selecting him for the role, but he was devastated because like that was his meal ticket.
Well,
so there's
every
a
actor
thing.
is upset when you lose a job on TV. I mean,
That's for sure.
that's common.
So there's a thing where Americans fetishize the British and they hear that accent and they think they're smarter. And so for whatever reason, what was it called? Snowfall. People were like, "Oh my God, he can do a black American accent. Oh my God, oh my God." So they're seen as better actors because they can do accents. Y'all can't do accents, they said, Rosalind. That's what they say.
But what do we think of Will Smith playing, you know, an African dude? Forrest Whitaker playing what's his
Idi
face?
Amin.
Exactly. Like it seems like in some ways it goes to a certain degree. It goes both ways. I
Well,
don't know how far that degree is.
those are superstars, and uh, you know. But the point is Rosalind, y'all are you are ghetto, you either ghetto trained or you're not classically trained. You can't do accents. You're too expensive. You're more difficult to work with. All the things they say about Black Americans. That's why they have British people playing Malcolm X. Have y'all noticed how all the people playing Malcolm X aren't American? Has anyone noticed that? Or am I the only one? It's a lot of Malcolm X. These people are not American that plays Malcolm X because they find some British dude who's Caribbean that's got red hair. Y'all just not as good as the
Um,
Brits.
what's the actor that played Jeffrey Wright? He played Martin Luther King. Jeffrey Wright. Where's he from?
No,
He's
he's
American.
American.
He's
He's
American.
old. He's old and he was cheap then.
yeah, he's not cheap
Yeah.
now.
I got another take. Maybe they don't want to give black men a vision of black success from coming from an African American in film.
Maybe. Ding, ding, ding. That
Hey,
would
I'm
be
trying to
part.
wake it
Ding,
up.
ding,
Let's
ding, ding,
wake this
ding, ding, ding,
motherfucker
ding,
up
ding.
for real. Let's
I
get
mean,
around the bullshit.
I was
Maybe
being
they just don't want.
sarcastic, but
I
yes.
get it. I get it. Maybe they just don't want black men, American black men, to have an outlook and go back to their
Hello.
community and tell the black boys and say,
Ding,
you could
ding,
be
ding,
actors
ding,
too.
ding. Ding,
It's
ding,
real
ding,
money out
ding,
here.
ding.
You could cry and fake tears and all that shit. You got the trauma to cry, right?
Ding, ding,
Go ahead and
ding,
put it
ding,
on film.
ding. Dong,
I'll leave it
dong,
at
dong,
that.
dong. How
No,
many
good. I'm
bells do I
curious
have
about
to
your thoughts.
ring?
It's just regular
All the
old
motherfucking bills.
anti-blackness. That's all.
No, it's
So
not
good.
anti-blackness. This is specifically Negrophobia because it's not anti-blackness can be global. In this instance, you got to call it Negrophobia because it's specifically for y'all's ethnicity.
But
Black
Denzel played
American.
Malcolm
So, so,
X.
so, so, so
Or,
I think this
or
is true in a number of spaces. So, for example, Go can speak about this. For example, in academia, where there is not only I think an increase in non-Black Americans are getting matriculating into colleges and universities, but also when it comes to the profession itself. So, as I like to
I
call
can
them,
only
happy
speak
to
on
be.
Clubhouse. I'm a Clubhouse
Okay,
media
there we go.
pundit, sir.
There
Mhm.
we go. Like happy to be here, Negroes, where it seems like folks are getting hired who are non-Black Americans because of their proximity to the American experience isn't as close as ours is.
Look, they don't have a politic. We were talking the other day in the room. Somebody, do y'all know that in the UK there was a black woman in 2019, the first time to have a professor of history in all of the UK, a black woman for the first time.
In 2019,
Yes, ma'am.
that's insane.
I mean, now
Well,
I'm gonna say this about the actor thing. Have y'all ever seen Denzel Washington, that movie where he had a British accent? Has anyone seen that before?
No, what
the only
movie?
film
All
in
right,
which he had an
I'll put it in the
accent,
chat.
yeah.
I'll put it in the chat. It is.
I watched Denzel Washington Gladiator 2, and that motherfucker ain't Roman.
Did you hear why he said he doesn't do an accent in that role?
Yep, and he's right.
Not at all. Why did he say it? I didn't hear that.
He said because nobody knows what they sounded like, and he said I'm not doing
Oh
that
man,
nonsense. He's
that's
like I'm
why
not
they don't
doing
want
it.
black Americans right there. That's why they don't want black Americans, because that's the fucking truth. Real motherfuckers don't know what the fuck they sounded like. And you want me to go talking like who?
I don't know, man. Jonathan Majors was a miss, man. That's a good actor.
Why was Jonathan Majors? You said a miss?
Yeah, man. I mean, I think Bragg stayed. He railroaded him. Keep it real. Fuck this whole shit up.
Jonathan Majors was a conspiracy theory by the man against black American men to show not
There it
only
is.
brilliance and beauty, but also class grade. His brother went to Yale. Now, we're not going to hold that against him. We know anybody that goes to Yale should be put in the gulag, should be put in prison. Is Rosalind still here?
Yes, I am.
I know. I wonder where you went. So you go ahead and mute up because we're putting you in prison. That's the discussion. We're talking about Black American excellence. This brother had it all going. He could play drama. He could do action, clown roles. I mean, he did. I think he did Leclerc, Rosalind. I think he said he Leclerc too. But anyway, he had the whole nine. And
Put
somehow,
put that nigga in his place.
but he had the white girl running after him, but he got charged. Make that make sense. The white bitch was, I'm about to crash. I'm about to crash. Let me mute up. The white bitch was chasing him down the road, but he got the. Let me. I'm gonna mute up. No, never mind. I'll mute up.
So Joe, I did Google the accent that Denzel Washington had, the British accent. Yeah, I thought it was great. I thought it was spot on.
reminding you of reminding you of Laurence Olivier and Sir John Gielgud, didn't it?
Peter O'Toole couldn't have had a
Peter
better accent.
O'Toole.
Okay.
Not that man got on and tried to dump his white woman, and they said, "Hold on, nigga, you gonna be acting. You better date a white woman. If you don't
Let me
want
tell
her,
you
you ain't
something.
gonna be acting, goddamn it."
When him and Megan Good come back and do Antony and Cleopatra at the RSC, it'll be all worth it. That is black American royalty right there. We're talking Megan Good. This woman, Megan Good, was in Stomp the Yard. This woman, Megan Good, was in Deliver Us from Evil. She is a black American princess. She was in Think Like a Man, Act Like a Lady. This is where he should have been the whole time. Saw an old friend on the street. She said, "Today's your
Now,
wedding."
Goat,
Shout
you
out to
correct.
Vesta. Shout
Hey,
out to
you
Vesta.
correct, Goat. She should have been there the whole time, but we can't defend his outfits. He wasn't gonna get no Megan Good dressed like he was dressed at the early stages. That boy looked like he was in civil rights, and not the civil rights with a little suit on, with an apple
Not,
cap at the bell bottom.
not the John
Hey,
Farmer
hey,
Jr.
hey,
Not the
didn't he? Hey, didn't he have a
Roy
muscle on his
Farmer.
body? No disrespect, not a muscle on his body was toned up as they are now. That boy wasn't gonna get no looks, but now he got what he deserved, and I think that he will still get his looks back. But they definitely tore his ass down for chasing down that white girl chasing him down, him trying to get away. You supposed to take that abuse, black man. You supposed to show us that you got beat up, and we supposed to tell you that it was okay. That woman didn't hurt you. You big black strong man.
That was the CIA. What they call them, psyops or whatever. That was from the FBI. Who did psyops? FBI. I can't remember who did them on the black man. I think both. You'll never convince me that wasn't a conspiracy theory. Have y'all seen The Last Black Man in San Francisco? The acting that this brother does in that film. Has anybody seen that film, The Last Black Man in San Francisco? Has anybody seen this brother do real stuff, not this penny ante action stuff?
Yeah,
Who's seen? Y'all never saw The Last Black Man in San Francisco?
yeah, no, it was a great movie.
I've seen it. It's good, really good
Oh my,
independent
I'm gonna
movie.
have to watch it. I've never seen.
oh my God! Motherfucker was giving you giving the Negro version of Meryl Streep. You can call it a Kramer v. Kramer, call it Jenkins v. Jenkins. They was killing it.
Wait, was that the one with Jeremy Irons? Meryl Streep and Jeremy? No, no. Who was that with? I don't know what's that.
All right, black men and women. I hope y'all have a good evening. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here finally. Uh,
Goodbye.
hey, I'm gonna go ahead and call my wife to make sure she's making her end of the mortgage. And y'all have a good evening on
No
this
announcement
Friday.
needed.
No, you
Hey,
not. You running from a white woman in the street. We know we hear
y'all
you running
go
from a
ahead,
white
y'all
woman down
go
the
ahead and
street.
have a good night this
We
evening.
hear you running
Hey,
from a
go,
white woman in the
hey,
street.
go. You
Peace
impress
out,
me
young
every.
boy.
Hey, go. You impress me every time you come in this motherfucker, man. And
You
hey,
impressed me
that's
too.
very hard.
Running from
That's
them
very
white
hard
women.
to do.
You
That's
impressed
very
me
hard
running
to
from them
do.
white women, brother.
Hey, man, my
Wow,
wife
this
is
this dude
a
this dude's
beautiful
got to
lady.
you got to go see The Long Goodbye. It's a good movie.
Listen, I've been trying to leave for 2 hours, but they told me I need to
Goodbye.
stay because
It's
they was
not
being
hard. Do
assholes.
you need some help? Do
Look
you
at all
need
these
some
women.
help?
Look at all these hurtful women. Don't be
Oh,
mad at
yeah.
me
Bye
because I
bye.
found.
The silence is golden. Hmm. What? He attacked Miss Deborah. Whatever, crackhead. And what was that weird third person thing? Oh my God. This. Maybe I'm just in the mood. I'll go back on mute. Thank you, Mickey. He ain't gone yet. Oh, he been gone. I have a feeling he been gone for a long, long time.
So what y'all talking about?
Patty! Where Patty go?
I'm right here.
Hey!
Hey. So what were they talking about? Nothing.
Daycare was okay today. We had a little incident, but everything was fine. Your kids are great. They're here for pickup. Pick them up. Oh, wait a minute. Somebody
My
said they
said,
discussed Elon's brother being behind the drone situation. No. The brother owns a drone company. Shut up.
Oh my goodness.
Hmm.
come up, Celie. Oh, Coley. Come up, Coley. So
Not
we can
silly.
find out where you got that information.
Silly.
Let me see if I can find it. Let me.
Rosalind, you there? Oh, she ain't there. Am I the only? Y'all remember the controversy, right, with that British actors? Oh, y'all remember that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think also Spike Lee had said something about it as
Yeah,
well. Yeah.
yeah. It was a big deal.
Yeah, it's coming back to me now.
Yeah. I was like, what's going on with you? You been in that Hendrix again?
Nah, it's just, I keep things on the cycle. Keep them in the
Oh, did
front
you
of my
see Our
mind as I
Town?
need them.
Did you go
Not,
see it yet, Rob? Did you
not
see it?
yet. I went to see Blood Quilt last night, and they canceled the play.
Why?
Technical difficulties. I
Oh,
hear
okay.
that one actor didn't show up.
Oh, he was drunk.
Yeah, we sat there until 7:40, the whole entire audience, from 7 o'clock till 7:40. Then they canceled the show.
They
Oh
didn't
wow.
have no covers.
I don't know what the hell really happened.
Oh wow.
It was weird.
You gonna go see Othello? Y'all gonna? Everybody here gonna go see Denzel on Broadway and Othello?
It's gonna be bad.
And I know it is.
Yeah.
I know it's gonna be bad. I've seen Denzel do Shakespeare
He
live.
was terrible in
It
Julius
was.
Caesar.
I left at intermission. I think I spent $300 on the ticket. That was 15 years ago. I left at intermission. That's how bad it was. I wanted to get soup and champagne. I said, I need some comfort food. I need some champagne and some French onion soup. I got out of that bitch. It was terrible.
And he was terrible, Richard III in the Park. That was awful
I didn't
years and
see
years
that.
ago. Yeah, he was
Th-
bad.
These black movie stars, I don't want to do it. But all y'all's favorite, I hate to do this one. Did you see Angela Bassett as Lady Macbeth?
No, I didn't see that.
I'll meet up.
I saw Wendell Pierce in Death of a Salesman last year, and he was really, really good.
I loved it.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's good.
Oh, he's a great actor.
He's a friend of mine. Don't say nothing.
He's a great actor. I think he's probably the best mainstream film theater like crossover actor probably in America. He does both. I saw him do Chekhov 20 years ago, and I still see him in my mind. Like he was fantastic. He was on. Everybody should watch the episode of Ina's Be My Guest that he was on. So good. Anyway, it's martini time.
You like it dry?
All right, Rosalind. So what else do I need to see?
Um, you know what I'm watching? This is a guilty pleasure. No, I can't even recommend it. It's too bad. But my friend is in it. Earth Abides. You know that TV show?
The Bides?
It's called Earth Abides.
Oh, Earth Abide. No, I never heard of it.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Oh, I was gonna say Felicia Rashad is producing a play out here. You heard about that one?
Where? Here in New York?
Yeah.
No, I haven't heard about it yet.
Mm-hmm. I think they're selling tickets already.
No, I'm gonna see Our Town for sure. What about that Sunset Boulevard? Everybody says it's so good.
Well, you know, whatchamacallit got like booed. Nicole Schwarzenegger, or whatever her fuck her last name is. 'Cause she came out supporting Trump.
She did? Oh, good to
Yeah.
know. I've seen Hell's Kitchen several times, of course.
Oh, I
My,
saw it and I got the understudy and I was so
oh no.
yeah.
Yeah, Keisha's amazing. Did you see the woman who won the Tony, Keisha? Is that who was
No, that I no, I had
oh,
the understudy. Yeah.
oh, too bad.
Yeah.
Lisa, check your messages. Lisa. Oh my God.
Hello? Okay,
Check
so
your messages.
I'm in the gummy store right now. I'll check them in a minute. Okay, so the gummies versus the tincture.
Lisa said it's the weekend.
Like, no damn gummy.
Ha ha! I heard y'all. You think I ain't listening? Oh my god! I got. You guys know I got tons of flights. I gotta do this week. Shit. When I go to the airport, I'm gonna be ready. Y'all ain't gonna upset me. Totally ready for all you crazies in the airport for real. So let me check the message real quick.
This is funny.
Breaking news for those interested, Neil Cavuto has resigned from Fox News.
I don't even know who that is, Patty.
Wow.
Okay, thank you. But I'll double check my guest list.
Okay.
Those who don't know, Neil Cavuto was one of the few remaining truth tellers in quotes at Fox. He actually stated that the 2020 election was not stolen. He also said hydrocortisone during the COVID would kill you. MAGA don't really like him because he sometimes goes against the grain when Trump lies. He just resigned, so we'll see where he ends up at.
Why y'all so quiet now? I guess y'all been talking.
Patty, that's a negative. Not on the
Oh, okay.
VIP list.
Did they
Oh, they
give you any
got a
samples while you were there?
nah, but they listen. What happened was they got a band here, right? And I went. She says, "Oh, we got a band tonight and free food. You want to go to the back?" So I'm just getting off work. So I said, "Let me go check it out." And so you go in there, and it's like you going through a cloud of. So I sat there and listened to the band. I got video. I play it. I see those eyes, brother. Get a life. I'll put video in Telegram. It is so cool. They're starting to do some really cool shit with these places. Now you have a part in the back with a freaking band that people can sit in there and enjoy the air quality. So yeah, it's cool. Live band, air quality, food. What else? Let me say it like Harlem. Food. I can't understand why they say people in Harlem go food. Hold on to it like for like a sec. I don't understand that. I'm gonna go get some food. It's like, why are you holding on to the syllable like that? That just drives me crazy. But yeah, it's really cool. It's almost like an Apple store. Brother with his eyeballs. Get a life, brother. or
Say
get
food
some
one more time.
cannabis.
How do they say it,
Food.
Lisa?
They hold on to it. I don't understand it. Listen to them. Anybody from Harlem, watch them go food, food. I'm like, you just gonna say food? It's just this little shit that I pick up from New Yorkers. They're hilarious. This place is so nice. They got people walking around with iPads, and they basically say, what's wrong with you? Why are you here? What you need? Whatever. And they go through, and they got, and everything is like an iStore. This one is really nice, very nice. I'll put the address in the chat for you New
Well,
Yorkers.
you gotta you
Hey, Dr. AG, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, who is that in your PTR?
Oh, that's me.
It is. Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Thank
Beautiful. I,
you.
I
What
figured
pretty
I said
eyes you.
I think that might be her. Go ahead, Dr. Deborah. Go ahead, Dr. Deborah.
You call me Dr. Deborah?
Yes.
Why?
Because I
Everybody's
was
a
getting ready to say
doctor on
Dr.
Clubhouse.
AG, but then I put doctor, but I was really saying Deborah. So
Not everybody.
Oh, okay.
You are beautiful, Dr. AG.
Oh, thank you, Lisa.
I need to borrow your skin, girl.
Thank you.
See, all right.
Beautiful. Just flawless.
She kind of looks like Viola Davis.
Oh,
But
that's a
no, she
new
reminds
one.
me of somebody else. Let me
I
see.
get
No, I don't.
I get
Who?
Cicely Tyson a lot.
Oh
No, I
yeah,
don't even
yeah.
feel
I
Cicely
see that
Tyson.
too. Yep. Ooh. Do you ever get Viola Davis?
Nope, I never got Viola Davis.
Okay.
Sometimes I get Kimberly Elise.
Yes, I see Kimberly Elise in this
I see
picture.
Kimberly
Yep.
Elise.
Yep.
Yeah,
I get
sometimes I get that.
you giving me all the way beauty, all the way black beauty. I'm loving it. They better hurry up with my order. I need to go home.
the candy store has you waiting? Oh my God.
Ciao. It's Friday night and everybody's all right. Mm. Yeah, this is. I wonder what my order is. Hold on, y'all. I gotta go get my order. What's going on?
Not the candy store. That's the name. Somebody should name a club like the candy store.
I think Diddy had the candy shop. Hmm? What wasn't that him? Well, no. That was 50. Welcome
Oh
to
yeah,
the
that was the.
candy.
Oh yeah, the candy shop. Oh yeah, never mind.
Hey, Jamal, how are you? Dang, he gone. So I love silence, but I just feel like this is abnormally um silence. It's too abnormal for me. Hello? Y'all okay? Are y'all out shopping?
Like, what are you
No,
putting it?
I'm home lamenting the
You
fact that it's so hot in Houston. My God.
what? What's the temperature?
Like 70 something. It's
You
just,
mad?
it gets hot, it gets cold. Oh, sorry,
Mm.
it's 57. It's hot.
Sis, I hate to be the one to break it to you, but 57 is not hot.
It's hot. Remember, I
Ah.
have European blood. It's hot. It's hot. No, no, it feels like it's 70. You know how the temperature inside the house is just way warmer? You put on
Mm.
the air, you put on the it's just I'm just venting y'all. That oh my goodness.
You been to the candy shop too?
I need
Stop.
to go. You're like the third person to tell me to get an edible. They're like, just get
I
the
didn't.
edible.
I did not suggest that. Excuse me, Clubhouse. I am not promoting candy. I'm just saying. I was just
I don't even know if
checking.
you can get it here. But I would have to ask my doctor because I'm the person that's paranoid about like doing wrong thing and going to Jesus.
Oh.
Ooh, imagine Nikki high. Ooh, just don't get on Clubhouse.
No, I think it would relax her nerves. What are you talking about?
Mm, okay.
No, you don't think so?
I have supreme ADHD. Supreme. And then I was reared by older people. So, you know, you'd be like 5 years old talking like a 7-year-old. That's
Mm-hmm.
me.
Mm. Okay. Hmm. That's interesting. I don't know what to say to that.
But are we still in the house on a Friday because of COVID? Because prior to COVID, the chances of me being home on a Friday were slim. But now it's like, mm, I have no inclination to leave.
Neither do I. I enjoy my house. Every last bit of it. I love 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 it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I never understood why my mom was always like, "No, I'd rather cook here," or and I'm like, "Oh, it's just being home. It's yeah, it's pleasant."
Yeah. Now before the pandemic, I was a road runner. I was always out. Early Saturday morning, I'm out in the streets. But yeah. Now it's just like you can't get me to just want to go to the mall just to go to the mall anymore. I used to just go to the mall just to get out the house. Now it's just like, no, I'm okay. I don't want to look at anything that's going to make me spend money. I'll just stay in the house. You know?
No, that's me too. The Galleria literally used to be my second home. Chances are, if I wasn't home on a Saturday, I was at the Galleria. But now it's like, oh, that's a lot of work. And my favorite restaurants are there too. But yeah, I mean, it's not a bad thing. Like you said, you do save a lot of money being home. That's a good thing.
I actually enjoy going out more now because of staying in the house so much. So when I actually do go out, it's just like, okay, I'm really going outside today. So, yeah.
Agreed. And we have an exercise park in the neighborhood, and it's within walking distance. And I'm like, that sure would be nice. Yeah, it's nice. And I'm in the house. You know what? Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Just do like the little walkie thingy and look at the get some sun.
Mm. Patty, did you hear about Syria? Party. Party. Haitian, did you hear anything about 2,000 US troops going over to Syria?
They've been over there. They just didn't disclose it. We was there. We were there while the whole shit was going down. It was more
So
like
now they
eleven
just
hundred.
wanted to
It
solve
was
it?
like 1,100 soldiers that went over there.
Why are we over there?
We have a base in Syria,
Oh, well, that makes sense. Okay.
but no, they you could put two and two together on why they sent more during that time frame.
What's the two and two?
What just happened in Syria, Lisa?
Please don't ask me no hard questions right now.
She's
It's
at the
just
candy shop.
just feed me information. Just
I'm
Yeah,
saying
she's
the
already
side.
gone.
They,
Lisa is
they,
already gone.
I'm saying the side got
ho
a.
ho, hold up now.
She had a
Relax. Slow
sample.
down. No, they don't do samples.
Blasting.
So when I
Three
said the
Man, Lisa,
sheets
U.S.
to
was
the wind.
involved, when I
Slow
said the
Lisa is
down.
gone.
U.S. was involved, everyone said I was crazy. So the U.S. is involved, apparently.
I can't confirm that, but you could like you could use your brain like you did,
Two
Tim.
plus two equals four. I got it.
Yeah, you know what I
We're
mean.
not
So
fighting in Syria. We're just there for other
yeah,
reasons.
yeah. No, I'm not saying I'm not saying we're fighting, but with the rebels, you don't think we supported them with anything?
That's what I thought.
You know what I'm saying,
That's
Patty?
what I've always thought.
We increased numbers in Syria, like you said, we always been in Syria, right? Since like 2017, but we increased numbers during the
Even
same
before
time.
that, we were in Syria.
Yeah, but I'm saying as far as the base over there, right? But with that being said, when they started the uprising during that time frame, we deployed 1,100 troops, and you don't think we provided any type of support?
Well, today, CNN, like, you know how like they post stuff at the bottom?
Yeah,
They were going to commercial. It said 2,000 US troops over in Syria because I guess Syria, do they have the ISIS prisoners in Syria?
they supposedly killed them, but I'm pretty sure. But the rebels who took over now, the person in charge of the group, we basically looked at him like he was a terrorist also. But now I think they
They're
accepting
trying
him. I
to
don't know.
work with them. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
trying to work
yeah,
with them. But
yeah.
yeah, it was something about 8,000 ISIS prisoners to be released.
So that could be the
So
reason. That could be one of the reasons. Then.
exactly that
Yeah,
that's what I got from it. But then I never saw the story. So I don't know if the Germany story kicked that to the side and they just started focusing on that and the government shut down, or what, but I never saw it come back. I haven't really been fully watching or engaging, but yeah, I didn't see the story run again.
yeah. I don't know. I didn't really west with the news today besides the shutdown. But I'll take a look and see what I see.
Thanks, buddy.
No problem. So what they do? The shutdown is not for what 3 months. They agree for the budget.
Yeah. So they took the debt ceiling off and then they took out a few things and focused on the farmers and some other stuff and to push it until for 3 months. That's what I
And
got from
it's gonna be the same shit in 3 months.
But
it.
we
Not
ain't do
unless
nothing in Syria. Trust me, we ain't do nothing.
No, it's Patty. I'm not saying boots on the ground did something. I'm saying I'm sure we provided some type of support.
Right.
whether it's intelligence or whatever. I'm not saying that our
Yeah, it
troops
was
went
more
there.
intelligence. The only
Yeah,
reason why they're adding more troops now is because of stabilization. That's it. And to keep ISIS at bay.
And they're freeing some prisoners, some of whom are intelligence officers. Patty, that's what I was asking you about yesterday. That was the briefing that I heard yesterday.
When you asked about the rip tour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
anything positive going on in the world?
Dr. AG, you know you pretty when you could wear a short haircut like that. Cause I'm like, I am so scared. I don't know if I could pull it off.
You probably could. You just have to shape it to your head. Because a lot of people, they cut their hair short and they don't think about the shape of their head. So you have to make it complimentary.
I got a big ass forehead, so that ain't happening.
I was
Just
getting
bring it
ready to say
forward.
that.
Bring it
Shout out
forward.
to the big foreheads, big brains.
Yeah, I also
Come
have a
on,
big
Patty,
ass forehead.
embrace that forehead.
My mom said the prettiest girls have big foreheads.
Aw.
That's sweet.
It takes a mom to say that.
Yeah,
Lisa.
you fucked up, Lisa.
Oh, shut up. No, my mother tells me all kind of lies constantly.
The
You're so
mother
smart.
lies.
Well, what about the comment
Yes.
when your mom says only a mother could love you?
No, no, my mother's lies all the time. You're so smart. You're so this. You're so that. And then she be telling her sisters, "Oh my God, you see the dumb shit that she be doing all the time." I said, "Wait a minute, I'm so
My
smart."
mom lies all the way around.
Yeah, for real though.
Like, you did so good, mom. I failed, but you try real hard. You, my baby, my baby, always try good, right? Yeah, ma.
I know I'm the best son, so
Oh, when they tell you their favorite
Hey, I
child, you
just asked my daughter. I said, "Who lies the most to you, grandma or grandpa?" She said, "Grandpa."
when they tell you the favorite child, you the only child, or when they tell you the favorite son-in-law, but you the only son-in-law.
thank you. That's what I hear.
Or when they tell you you're the favorite, only to find out that they tell everybody that.
Mhm.
But everybody is my favorite.
She said, "Grandpa lies to me about." He said, "I'm his best friend. I'm his best," and I know it's a lie.
But you are Grandpa's favorite.
She said, "I know I'm his favorite, but I ain't his best friend."
Uh, it's true though, because grandparents be liking the grandkids better than the kids.
No, honestly, she's the first girl, so maybe I don't know fast ass. I'm not young.
Hmm.
She's the first girl, so my dad like always does everything for her, and he had to raise her in the beginning of her life. So that's his daughter. He don't play about my daughter.
The first grandchild gets everything.
Yeah, she does, and she does nothing wrong. She called my dad and said I didn't do something. He be like, "Nigga, have you lost your motherfucking mind?" I be like, "Have you lost your mind calling me about my child?"
Get a Grandpa.
Yeah, grandpas are the best. But my daughter still
But it's
knows he's
also
the
the
biggest
girls,
liar.
the girls' parents spoil the kids more than the boys' parents.
Oh, that's a definite. The girls, I think
Hmm.
the girl's daddy always spoils them more. than the man's.
Yep. Because the men get married and they leave usually. They don't come back. So the the boys' parents, the kids are not really close to the boys' parents. They're closer to their wives' parents. I think I'm explaining that right. I think so. Yeah, I know what I mean.
Yeah, I got you.
You understand what I mean, right?
I
I
think
kind of I
Like
kind
for
of
me.
get it.
So basically, for the people that have both genders of kids, if you have only one, so if you have a boy and a girl, so my mother had two girls and a boy. We came back with our kids. Our kids are closer to my parents than to my husband's parents. But when a boy does it, the boy is like, he's not. They don't. Boys don't come back. Where you go to the holidays is usually to your wife's house, family's house. You really don't go to your mother's. I don't know. That's what my mom said. So I expect that the same for my kids.
You take turns, yo.
Like my mom got 10 grandkids, but the ones that she's closer to is the ones that came out of her two daughters versus her son.
I feel you. Know, I get you. I get what you're saying.
Because they were
She,
rarely
she
around.
and she might not like the baby moms of the other ones.
You so dumb.
Nah, it's because they were just rarely
that's a
around.
fact. That's a fact, Haitian.
But
That's
it's
a
also
fact.
that when
Yep,
you don't
yep.
like your daughter-in-law, you don't even want to fuck with your grandkids.
Or if it's baby moms, you don't fuck with.
They shit on some hood shit. Your name Leon tonight.
And then
Oh
even
yeah,
my in-laws, they're not close to my kids, but they close to their daughter's kids, and I'm okay with that because
I'm
it is
saying
what
my
it is.
mom. She don't discriminate against any of her grandkids, but she don't talk to my twin mother at all. So that's what I'm saying like that.
Lady, I have another show for you. The Agency.
I
I think
started
it's
watching that. I ain't really like it.
you
I
don't like what's
I
that
keep
dude's name? Michael Fitzbender, whatever his name is, and then that black guy is on there. What's his
the
name?
black guy. Yeah,
Jeffrey.
that's who I
The
picture.
black
I
guy.
love
Thinking like
him.
He sounds so
The
white. The black
black
guy.
guy.
Not the
I
black
know,
guy.
right?
The black guy.
The
It's the black
brother, the
guy.
brother.
Okay, the brother. He's on there. What's
You've
his
said
name?
it
Jeffrey
before.
something? I like him. I really like him.
Yeah,
Didn't he play
Jeffrey
Martin
Wright is
Luther
on that
King or
show.
something?
That's a good
Yeah,
show.
Jeffrey Wright. Yeah. Didn't he play Martin Luther King or something? What did he play?
I know he played what he played in recently was about the black fiction or it was something
American Fiction. American
American
Fiction.
fiction. Yeah. Hmm.
Oh, I haven't seen that. I'm gonna check that out then.
Oh, you
But
haven't
I
seen
like the
that?
agency. No, girl, I gotta catch up. So this will be the night. I'm gonna catch up on a lot of stuff. So the agency, I like it though. I mean, just the fact that he was sleeping with that African girl, just really just I said, okay, I can rock with this. Um uh where I lost my
The
earpiece. Hold on.
plot just ain't right. I'm not getting with the plot.
Another one. I can't think of it right now. Poof. Agency. I gotta get that other one. I can't think of it right now. Are you guys watching that elder dating show on HBO with the older
Never.
people?
Ew. That's
Yeah,
No?
disgusting.
that's Michelle
Ew.
Obama's
That's
show.
nasty.
Later
Yeah,
Dater.
I started watching it. Yeah, later dater. I
Yeah,
started watching it
that's
and
Mrs. Obama's show.
I
How,
saw that. That's why I'm watching it.
how
Just
old
to
are they?
support my sis.
When you
How
say
old
they're
are
I
older,
they?
don't remember.
like the
Yeah.
range, I'm
Mm-mm.
saying.
I don't remember.
They have 40,
Um
50, and I think 60.
So
Oh, okay.
okay.
40 is like super old right now?
Man,
It's
we
because they're
old.
Because
dating
I'm close to
just,
40. I'm just wondering.
but they're just
No.
dating later than
Yeah.
the, general dating age,
Let me tell you something.
standard
When I
age.
turned 35, I knew my life was over.
And they're
I
like
when I said
divorced,
30 is I
widowed.
started
What you
crying.
mean your life is over at 35?
No, I
Girl.
started crying at 30 and called my mom.
Oh,
I
I
said, "Mom,
cried
it's
when I was
over."
30.
Yeah, I did too. I said, Mom, my life is over. She said, What are you talking about, fool? I said, Mom, it's
That's
over. It's
funny.
downhill now.
I
And
haven't reached.
I
Well,
was right.
I'm 29. Thank you. So I haven't reached my 30s yet.
Well,
Girl, leave it to
hello. Well,
goat.
get
I'm
ready.
I'm
22.
76 and I'm here to
Yeah,
tell
right.
y'all.
I'm
I'm
gonna push mine
76 and I'm
back
here
to.
to tell y'all it's not over.
I didn't feel like that when I turned
it's
30.
not
Oh,
over.
it's never
I
Dr.
over.
probably feel
AG,
like
you
that when
ain't
I'm
nobody
40.
76. Dr.
It's not
AG has to
over
stop
till it's
telling these
over.
lies.
She
It's
really
not
do,
over
brother.
till it's over, baby.
Dr. AG has to stop telling these lies.
Dr.
Listen,
AG
if
Mm-mm.
she want to be
says,
76,
Just
let her be
Dr.
76.
Yeah,
AG
she
says
If
looks
she
like
she
gonna be on
76.
in the
29,
She
then
newspaper
she
working
can
having a
from
be
baby
her
at
76.
rocking chair.
76.
we have all seen her skating pictures. Okay, this is let me go on
If
mute.
that's
That was in the
76, I'm
70s. What are
loving
you
it.
talking about?
So you don't
Hmm.
think that somebody's in their 70s can be skinny?
That's funny. Fat 70.
I plan on being skinny at 70.
Who said that?
Did First
I'm
Lady try
probably
to
Right.
gonna
get
be
me?
big as a house.
She tried to
He,
get me caught
no,
up.
I don't.
See,
I don't want you to
wow,
get banked. I don't
that
want.
sounded like a setup.
No, I'm
That was
sorry. Let me go
not.
on mute. Let me go on mute.
I plan on being skinny at 70. That's why I know I'm gonna be big as shit.
Wait, what?
You probably got good
I
genes.
just,
No, my
I,
mom's 60 and she's like 98 pounds, so
Yeah, so you should be fine.
I just miss the days I didn't have to take Cialis.
What?
What's
If
what?
you
Cialis?
stop,
Is
if
that
you
What
the
is
stop,
pill?
going
Not
on?
Cialis.
hey
Oh
What
my
Matt,
is
God.
going
Matt, if
Is
you
that
stop
the
eating
Thanks for being
burgers,
vulnerable. We
Come
weren't
on,
ready.
Thanks for
come
the
on,
honesty.
Haitian,
Oh my
if you
Haitian.
stop
God.
eating them burgers, you'll be all right, bro.
Come
is
on,
that the
Haitian.
blue
Cialis and
pill?
prep.
Nah, they ain't the sleep pill.
Go ahead,
That's
Matt, with your
that's the
I
facts.
said
Woody.
the blue
Oh, the
pill.
blue. I don't know what color it is.
No,
No,
no, no,
it's
no.
no,
Okay, I'm
no,
trying to figure this out. Is the blue pill? You know what the
it's
blue
the same
pill is?
thing. Yeah, yeah. Viagra,
Yeah.
it does the
Okay.
same thing.
Yeah, it does
Okay.
the same thing. It gives him, a hydraulics effect.
Oh, I like
You said
hydraulic.
hydraulics?
not
So it be
hydraulics?
jumping like a car?
Gives them a rise to the
Like a
occasion.
1969 donk? That's how it be jumping.
Matt, you only 50 and you already taking the blue pill?
Oh shit!
He's almost
Yeah, I'm
he's
getting
almost 60. What
old.
are you talking about?
Oh Lord, you probably use drugs in your life.
No,
Who?
never used drugs. Actually, never
Uh,
have.
No, that's about right. That's about right.
mm,
Women, I think we be in our prime like in 30s, our 30s. Like,
What?
I don't
Probably.
know.
let me tell you so crazy. And Haitian could tell you this. When you're 30, 31, your PT score is still going up. I was like, fuck. Like, say my run time has to be, to max my run time at 29 would have been 16:38. To max my run time at 31, it was like 15:30. So it's like, I was
Mm-hmm.
like, wait a minute, I should be like, and they should be giving me more time. Like, and this is a 2 mile run time. So I'm like, damn, like they should be giving me more time.
Not only
But
that, by the time you hit that age, if you've been in, you got some broken bones or some shit was broke. You know what I mean?
mm,
Haitian, you're not 50 yet, though, are you?
now I
Nah,
got a
nah,
good
nah,
run time though,
nah.
y'all. Let me show y'all my PT
I'm
You,
score.
I'm
you're
turning. I'm
44.
turning.
Just wait.
Yeah, I'm turning 44 this year.
Just
God
wait.
willing. Yeah.
I got a
Oh yeah, you still
600
got.
Haitian on the new PT test. I maxed out everything. I maxed out on my I did the pull, and this is with y'all, this is with screws, everything. I did the new PT test. I maxed everything. And I beat a lot of you dudes.
There you go. There you go.
I hung on that bitch. I did my damn I did y'all motherfuckers do pull-ups. I'm gonna do pull-ups too, motherfucker.
Let me give my girl a whap 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 whap. Whap, whap, whap.
I'm gonna show y'all my PT score. Cause I was like yo, motherfucker, I be doing it with the soldiers too, so I can show off. Cause I'm older than them. They're like 18, 19. Those girls be running. I be like, hey baby, if you here with me, I'm about to smoke your ass. You might want to motherfucking speed up. And the dudes, when I be running past them, I be like, "Hey, you're a little bit slow. Let's go."
I just read. Wait, stop. No, because you're not listening. I'm going to hit you. Uh, I'm laughing at what you put first lady together. They are over 100. Be nice. I'm gonna send you to daddy's office. No, because you hit me my toe.
Haitian, just wait. It happens. I promise you. About 45.
That's a
45 is the
lie,
time.
Matt.
Nah,
That's
bro.
a
Look,
lie.
it's not genetic in my
I
family.
haven't found no blue pills in my house. What are you talking about?
Matt, my grandfather was 76 when he had his last kid,
Oh, hero.
and I don't think there was any Viagra back then, so we good. We good on
No,
this
but
side.
they had stimulants.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Natural herbs you can use,
Hmm.
but not
Hmm.
no shit that's gonna make your heart like speed up and all that crazy shit.
First
Oh,
lady.
is that what it does? It makes
Yeah,
your
Yeah.
heart
shit.
speed
Yeah,
up.
man, you
It
drink
was
some
originally.
drink some beet juice every day. You get your blood circulation going.
That's why I think what was his name? The guy that passed away. Um
Kevin Samuels.
yeah, I think that he was probably on blue pill too. That's why he fell over like that.
Mm.
It was originally what it.
He
That's how
was
they
on a
discovered it. It was a.
narcotic
It
and
was a blood thinner.
using heavy drugs.
What you say, man?
Well, that's slow.
It was
Did you find
originally
that?
a blood. It was originally a blood thinner, and the it wasn't Haitian. Will correct me here. Viagra was originally discovered because they used it as like a blood thinner, and they're like, oh, okay, this is what happens when you take this, and then they
Why
tweaked
would
the
I be able to
drugs or
correct you?
whatever.
I'm not a doctor of the
I know
medical
you
field.
hear him
Oh
like
Shit.
Haitian
Fuck you
no,
knows.
mean?
Haitian
Haitian.
knows.
If it ain't about killing, I don't know what the fuck you talking about or IT.
You said Haitian is a specialist. He would know. If anybody would know, Haitian would. Damn, that's
Haitian knows
dope.
firsthand. Go ahead, tell him Haitian.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nah.
I don't know.
I'll tell you the natural herbs, Matt, to help you.
Why would Haitian know?
That's what I'm trying to figure out, Lisa.
Because
He
he's
just
he's
threw
all in
Haitian under the
authority.
And
bus.
He
Haitian
said
said
he
he was
said
trying to
Viagra was
figure it out.
considered a blood thinner back in the days.
It wasn't.
Hey,
What?
hey,
Not a blood
Haitian,
I
thinner,
look at
never
my
heard
but
that.
PTR.
That is
Look at
not
my
true.
That
PTR,
is not true,
Haitian.
not
sir.
a blood thinner, but a
It was for
like
cardio. It was for
yeah,
cardio. They used it for
something.
cardiac cases,
Oh
Yeah,
my God,
and
That's
that's
what
they
I'm
didn't
talking
funny.
about.
realize
Promote ahead of
they re-
peers.
Nigga, look,
they realized that all the blood went
1338.
to the penis, and then that's when they started using
That's what's
the
up. That's what's
Viagra.
up.
Damn,
Y'all,
Slowly.
look at my
you
PT
did
test,
two
y'all.
miles in
Let me see.
13 minutes and
Wait, wait,
38
wait, wait,
seconds.
wait, wait. This is the new PT
Okay.
test. Wait, 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 wait. This is the new PT test. This is after you have to
What you say?
drag. We do this thing called this drag. Dudes be coming in, their legs be wobbly. Motherfucker, I still did my 2 miles in my 13 minutes.
Damn, 2 miles in 13 minutes. I can
But that's
barely do
after. So if
one
y'all
mile
see
in
the
15.
drag, it's like a sprint drag we got to do, and it's with weights. And that's the sprint
Mm-mm.
part at the top.
Okay. All right, Gia. Jane.
No, I'm a runner though. I've been running since I was like 6 years old. So I'm just,
It's in your DNA. You Sudanese, yo.
yeah. And this is, y'all, this is with, that's why I be telling people, this is with freaking screws in my leg. I got screws, I got freaking plates, and I got a pin. And that was my last PT test.
You
You,
must light up the metal detector at the airport. No, seriously, because every time I go through there, it's like, come here, come to the
No,
side.
no, they don't. It doesn't. I thought it would when I first got them, but
Mm-hmm.
I be going through the metal detector test, not metal detector test, through the metal detector, and they let me through.
Hmm.
They let your ass through because you military.
Probably so, because
They're
Mel,
like,
they
what
be
she gonna try to bring through here?
They be
That she
rubbing me
already got.
down with those little paper napkins for drugs and shit
Oh,
every
Cause you,
fucking time.
cause you
I
probably
get
go
Lisa,
there
singled
looking
out.
high and shit,
Lisa,
Lisa.
you must got
I look
something going on,
high. I
Lisa.
never look high. What does high look like? I don't look
Mm,
high. But
but
every
ma'am,
fucking
nurse, come to the
time.
side, please.
for real.
Yes, and then they
No,
What
take
you
those
say,
little
Haitian?
swabs
real
and
quick,
wipe
slow.
me down with those swabs. And I was like, what
Hmm.
is this about? Then they put it in the machine to see if it
Oh,
really,
that's awful.
yeah, every time. And then I have to have the female come put her hand up. Have you had that done? When she puts her hand
Never.
up
I've
between your
never,
legs?
Between your legs, beneath your bra.
never.
Yeah, yeah, and underneath
Yeah.
your
So,
titties.
so you
Yeah,
get
she does
pulled.
that
You get pulled to the side, like
almost every time. Ask my kids. They're like,
You
"Oh
you
God,
must
she's
be on the
getting ready to
watch
get
list.
pulled to the
you
Yeah,
get
side."
pulled
Yeah,
to
she
li,
on the
crystal.
watch
she on the
list.
I
watch
had
list.
that done
Yeah.
when I was going to Houston.
It could be the watch list because I'm with my kids. I don't be being inappropriate around my kids. You know how I feel about my kids.
Well,
They're
how
like
you
the
dressing
world.
when you go? Like, what's going on?
Girl, I be trying to look cute. They said I always go to the airport looking fly, so I don't be
Right.
looking. Yes, I go. It's every fucking time. I say,
Why you
here
gotta
we
be
go.
fly at the airport?
Oh, you
That's
got to
that's
be.
what I heard.
Yeah,
Because you never know.
you
You could
gotta
meet the
be.
love of
You
your
gotta
life.
be.
I got to ride. I got
Uh-uh.
to
I
Yeah.
ride
gotta
the
look good
fly.
on the plane.
Yeah,
I'm
but
I'm
she's
sorry.
married. She's
I
got
got
the
to
I'm
love
ride
of
the
her
I'm,
fly.
life.
I'm,
You
I'm
could
rocking
you could be a
sweats.
rich man.
I'm rocking sweats and a hoodie on the airplane.
Oh
Shit.
no, 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 no,
Quick,
no, no,
Oh,
no.
you're
get in
not
there
getting a
quick.
second look.
I'm not looking for one.
You
No,
never know,
Haitian,
Haitian.
Haitian,
Like,
I ain't gonna lie to you. In my older years, I do be putting on sweatpants. Now I still be making it cute some kind of way, but it's too cold on the airplane and I can't get warm. So I bring socks, I bring blankets,
I don't believe
sweatshirts.
lady. She's too
Yeah,
pretty. I don't believe her. She probably be having them cute sweatsuit outfits all tight and stuff. I
yeah.
don't believe her.
No, of course, that's what I said. I get cute with it, but I had
Okay.
to find a way to
Yeah,
stay
man,
warm.
man,
Before
man.
I used to try to do it like, half no clothes on. But the
Have
one
no
time
clothes on.
there was one time
That's
I
why
was
they was never searching you because you was with half with no clothes on.
yeah, that's probably true. Um but I can't stand to be cold. I can't stand to be cold. I'd be ready to fight. Mm-mm. Just talking about it makes me cold. Ooh.
I wore a
But
sweatsuit on the plane one time, but I wore heels with it.
Look at
You,
this one
you
with
one
his
of those. You one of
sweatsuit.
those. Velour suit with the heels.
Yeah, my sweatpants with my heels. I mean, you can make it look cute. That was one time.
Sloan, did you ever find that video of
Which video,
the
buddy?
dude, the dude with the no arms?
Oh yeah, yeah. I sent it to Alex to send to Lisa.
I
Oh,
didn't
okay.
get it, boo boo. There did I?
Oh,
I don't
You,
think I got it
you
because
did
probably
you
had
find
you.
it, Haitian? You never
Nah,
saw it?
nah.
Okay,
They
I'll
said,
put it in the chat. Hold on.
all right, cool, cool. Lisa, you must have found the gummies first.
ooh,
would you guys get off me? You don't even know why I was in the store. I could have been getting some Christmas gifts.
I
So,
said you was in the candy shop. I don't know what they
Hmm.
talking about.
I don't know what they talk about either.
Exactly.
Because,
You were at
You heard, you
Shore.
heard, you heard what 50 said happened in the candy shop.
oh, okay. All right.
Ah,
You know, just getting
wait a
some
minute. So
gifts
what's
for the
going on with the man
season.
with no arms? What happened?
He got
I
somebody kicked him in the back, right? Or if he kicked somebody else in the back. I don't know what happened
Wait,
please don't
what?
in
joke.
New
Wait a minute.
York.
Please don't joke. Don't joke about this because
No, 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 I'm not
I'm
joking.
not
He was
supposed
in New
to.
York on the platform in the
Mm,
subway, and that's why I said if somebody with no arms, well, he called
mhm,
somebody, well, what did he call him, Sloan? And then the person's boyfriend kicked him in his back. But I'm just saying nobody died that
mhm.
night, and so that's why I know that Daniel Penny stuff is bullshit. If you can get kicked in your back in the subway and no one dies, it's normal day. It's a normal day on the platform.
Do
Okay, there you
not
go. I just
invite
put
the
it in the
person.
chat.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Do not invite the person up that just asked to speak. Do not. Do not. Not unless Lisa wants to be entertained.
Now, why y'all put this in the chat?
I'm not clicking.
Now, why the hell y'all put this in the chat? Y'all messy.
Ah, brother. It takes you, brother. Brother, why? Why? Why would you even say something?
Mm, you can't even talk without. We can hear the smile, First Lady.
It's your voice. I'm
Mm-hmm.
laughing at your voice. The way your voice sounds
Mm-hmm.
is just, it's messy. It definitely is. It's just,
Damn, that was savage, yo.
Why y'all put this in the chat? Y'all.
Everybody ready for Christmas?
Ready, ready
Yes.
for this shit to be over.
Facts,
mm.
yo. Facts,
I've
facts.
been ready for it since January 1st, 2024.
Oh, okay, okay.
I was ready before you since the last day after.
Oh, Jesus. I don't know, Lisa. I think that candy shop was contagious. I think we got whatever was going on in there here as well. So thank you.
You're welcome. That place was lit though. I like that place. They were just all in there. Just the music was good, live band. What is wrong with this crazy person who's driving in circles?
I cannot take social media. Look at
The hell?
why they took the SWV video and they put P Diddy in it as one of the girls. Let me see who's the other two people. Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Oh, Usher's one of them. Is Usher, Diddy, and
Not Ursher.
who the hell is that third person? Oh, I think that's McMill. Rain down, fall on me. Crazy.
So, Lisa, the candy shop is like the one you watching Toulouse King? King Toulouse? King Toulouse?
Yeah, I started that too,
Oh,
but it was hard for me to follow.
really? Why?
Well, okay, so the first episode, he meets up with the
What's the name of
black
the thing
guy,
again? Am I saying it? Oh no, Tulsa. Tulsa.
Tulsa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Toulouse.
and I don't know why, because Sylvester Stallone, how old is he? Isn't he like about?
He's 78.
Wow, he actually looks good for 78.
Yeah, he
Okay,
do.
yeah,
That's why
he
I'm gonna
does.
start my
Yeah,
Botox treatment soon.
Oh God.
it's so corny.
Mm-hmm.
Girl,
Oh
my
my god!
sister started getting Botox at 28.
Wow. You know that is muscle paralyzer. I wouldn't have started so
Right.
early. Yeah. Well, I mean,
No,
where
thank
is
you.
me and
You've been
Levon
sitting at the
and
light for a long time now with those blinkers on.
how'd you know that?
Okay.
Oh shit. Let me tell you that. Uh you should wait, Patty, because me and Anthony are gonna open up a liquid bar.
Wait a minute,
Yeah, I can't
Anthony
wait for
who?
y'all.
You
Anthony
can't
I'm
wait
who?
for
trying to
how
freeze
soon are you
The
time. I'm trying
making
to
it?
MAGA
freeze time
Anthony?
now.
Yeah, the MAGA Anthony.
Oh my
Child.
God.
Mm.
Now calm down, ladies. He has a better bedside manner than he does on Clubhouse. Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know about that.
You talked to him off Clubhouse? You
No,
crazy.
no, I haven't. No, I
You
Yeah,
really
heard his
have
yeah.
wife,
not.
right?
Huh?
He ain't too smart.
I've
Nurse
never talked to
Nurse
him.
Oh.
Kevorkian.
A nurse Kevorkian. Y'all mean. Y'all mean people. Okay.
We're realist.
This is messy hour. I can feel it.
Yeah, it's gonna get worse. I know I have not talked to him, off the app, but I told him, I said, I'm interested in doing this liquid bar, and he's like, yeah, let me know. But people in Clubhouse are flaky. I don't really need him, but I do need another license. So I won't have to be there all the freaking time. But that's the new shit now. Everybody's open. All you need is a little space. Have somebody come and design it up. Have it looking all
You gonna get
comfy
like a
and.
drip bar?
I'm sorry.
A drip bar?
A drip bar, and also doing fillers and Botox and
Mm.
everything, like a one stop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know, a lot
Okay.
of men are getting Botox.
Lisa,
So are
have
you
you heard
giving to his
anything
areas?
Yeah, they're getting Botox. They're wearing girdles. They're getting
Myrtles,
myrtles.
Weaves,
They getting
weaves,
weaves.
lace fronts,
penis
La-
implants, pec
Lace
implants,
fronts is
booby
penile
implants.
crazy.
extension.
No,
Fake
they are.
abs.
I've
What y'all
seen them. I've
talking
seen them with my
about?
Men
own
worse than
eyes.
women.
They have
Yeah.
penis
And
implants,
violence.
Lisa.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's crazy. So what?
They
And
Somebody
getting
wants
height. They getting their knees
they want
knocked
some
and they
girth.
damn hips
yeah,
adjusted.
Yeah, and they're
and
getting the what do you
body
call it?
makeovers,
The
BBLs.
their faces, their faces done. Well, blepharoplasties and stuff are normal for men, but all the other procedures they're getting is just really high end. Most women are getting it, but now men are doing it. So
I thought
yeah,
Drake was the first man to get the BBL. No,
Oh
Drake got
yeah,
a
men are getting
BBL.
BBLs too. Yeah, they are.
What is that? What does it encompass? For I haven't now. That's one thing I have not seen. So for a
and
male BBL, what is included in that?
Probably
I think
lipo 360.
it's the abs.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, this one lady today, this one doc, I'm gonna check her out because I was gonna go to Florida, but I was checking her out, and she has this new, I think it's called Venu. So when she does the liposuction, and they do the liposuction, and you have to wear the garment, whatever. There's this new machine that this lady was using that actually I don't know. I can't get the
Cryo.
concept of it. No, it's not cryo. It tightens the skin as she's doing the liposuction. I said, "Oh hell yeah!" What?
Oh
She's like,
Mm.
yeah, they
"Yeah."
do, and it's like an extra $1,000 or something.
Extra. God, see, I didn't know that part. I was like,
Well,
she
that's
was
not
No,
trying to
but
bad.
tell
if
me
you're
about
if
it.
you get it
Yeah.
done in South Florida, I think that's a good deal because I think South Florida is anywhere from like 2,000 and change to almost 4,000. So extra adding an extra thousand ain't shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. If you're gonna do all that, an extra 1,000 is nothing. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I was like, word? And she said, yeah. I said, wow. So she didn't do it today. She just did straight liposuction, breast lift liposuction, and what did she do in the lady's face? Oh, and a fat transfer because she took the liposuction. We spun it down, and she did the fat transfer to the lips, to the cheeks, and where else did she put it? I wasn't paying too much attention to that part, but yeah, yeah. That was this lady said, "This is my Christmas gift." I said, "You go, girl." Shit,
How
I
much is a
don't
fat transfer to lips?
Mm.
know. You know what, Patty? I will ask her. I didn't. I was, I try not to do pricing, but I will ask her because it looks good. Now, look, when they first do it, it looks good. I don't know how that settles. I
Mm.
don't know. And I asked her how long it lasts, and she said 10 years.
Yeah,
Mm.
I want fat transfer to lips.
What?
10 years.
I get fillers in my
No.
lips. I get my Revlon,
And I'm gonna do that thing
Juvederm.
you were talking about, the what did you call it? The flip?
Oh yeah, the lip flips. I get those too.
Yeah,
So they put the
because the
little.
girl, yeah,
Huh?
she told you told me, and I asked the girl that does my laser, and she
Mhm.
goes, yeah, 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 yeah,
What
I
is a
can do
lip
it for
flip?
you.
So like it's
They curl
cheaper
your
than
lips.
if you already got like somewhat enhanced lips. A lip flip is they put like I think it's like three on each side little Botox injections, and
Mm.
it forces the lip to go up. It's the
No.
top part,
Nope.
so it flips the lip up so it looks fuller.
Nope.
Nope.
That shit look like it hurts, Patty. Even though they have like a 30 gauge needle, it it just looks like it's anything
Mm-mm.
around my damn mouth.
My
I'm
lips are
thinking,
too
So I'm
sensitive.
gonna tell you what happens to my lips every time I get injections. And so what happens is like the first 2 or 3 days, you have to put a lot of like
Ice.
I no, I don't use ice. I put a lot of
aloe
I use a
vera.
lot of gloss, vitamin E gloss, because
Oh,
like
okay.
your lips will peel because they're like
Mm.
spreading.
Oh
Mm.
shit.
But
Oh
it's only
no.
like that for like 2 or 3 days, and then
My,
after
my,
that,
my.
you look like a superstar.
Wow. Like my lips are very sensitive. Like even certain lipsticks, my lips
Mm-hmm.
will like be irritated from it. I just I don't I can't I couldn't imagine. Well, I don't need it, but I wouldn't imagine if I did because that's the first thing. If I eat something that I'm allergic to, that's the first thing that swells is my
Yeah,
lips.
your lips.
Hmm.
Well, doesn't those the gloss pumpers, do they work at all?
I
Hell
know
no.
Not at
that they
all.
irritate my skin. I mean, my lips to feel like they swelling.
Hmm.
Yeah,
They don't work for me.
Mary Kay products make my lips like I'm allergic to their products. Every last one of them. So I've did like that sugar scrub. Y'all ever did that? Oh my god. Mm.
Very care. Uh-uh.
So I do sugar scrubs too. I buy the Mac because they taste good. Yeah,
Mm.
and they got different ones. They got different flavors.
So Patty, you know they have a laser facial. I haven't had it done yet. Because every time I go into my laser girl, she's always trying to tell me all this. I said laser facial. So I'm just
What's
thinking
that
that
for?
maybe I don't know. She was trying to explain. I think you know how you go in. I think it might take the first layer of your dermis off
Oh,
to
oh.
get to like the dewy skin underneath. And she said it also is a correction if you have any imperfections in your skin or your skin is not 100% perfect. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I told her I might try the laser facial, but it's going to have to be like when I don't have to go to work or anything like that. Because
Mm.
if I'm thinking, if it looks like I think my skin's
Nope.
going to look after, that particular procedure, I don't want to be outside. Because she said you have to wear tons and slather on SP 100, 150 just to make sure you don't fuck it up. So I'm just wait.
I wouldn't do it. My mom got it done, and she's really
Oh,
fair. So it looked like her skin was really, really red. She had to wear a lot of like the SPF. She
sunscreen.
had to
Yeah.
carry, yep. She had to wear hats if she even walked outside. Because you really don't want any type of rays touching her skin. And I could
Yeah.
tell you, she ended up having to get Obagi. Y'all heard of Obagi?
No.
So it's a set that they sell at the well, anyway, she had to
At
get
the
Obagi bleach
dermatologist.
at the dermatologist, yeah, and she had to get the bleach because of the ultraviolet rays, and this is where her with very fair skin, she had little burns on the side.
Oh my God.
So like the problem with that is like it really gets. I don't know about the first layer. I think it goes deeper than that because her skin looked like she was almost bleeding.
No, no, no. I'm
It was
good.
like really red.
No, no, I'm good. I
And
don't
you
need it
really
that
need to stay
bad.
at home.
Yeah, I don't need it that bad. I really don't. I was just trying to, whatever,
But
because
I
I know
tell
there's
you, her
a,
skin,
you
the
know,
parts that weren't burned, look real perfect.
you're right. I'd have to stay at home. I literally would have to stay at home for a couple of weeks.
I'm okay
Uh-uh.
without being perfect. Cause the moment I
I
try to get
agree.
perfect, something's gonna happen for real.
But you know what? Just to like I was telling y'all, I go to Platinum Skier. Let me look it up. So I order I do my own at home. I do it over the weekend. Platinum.
What, laser?
No, I do
Like a
peels at
chemical
home.
peel.
Yeah. So you got TCA peels, everything. It's called Platinum Skincare.
Uh-huh.
Nice.
So I'll tell you the ones that I buy, and I'm gonna tell you, when you see me in person, my skin is like everybody be like, your skin looks so good, and I wear
Yeah.
makeup,
I
Mm-hmm.
get the same.
hmm
Yeah.
Oh,
and
I want to do that then.
But
so I
I
do
just
the
use
TCA pills, and they
hydrocortisone.
got 7%, 13, and 20. Wait, 7, 13, 20, and 30. Right now, I use 20% peels, and on top of the 20% peel, I put a vitamin A. It's called a Dream Peel, and you put that on your skin overnight. I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna look disgusting the next like 2 or 3
Oh
days.
God, Jesus.
But it's like and I buy Luminosity. It's just I do those. I do Jesner pills, but I do Jesner pills like once every 6 months. I really don't need it. That's for teenagers. But I do it just like to break. That's when I do my Jesners. But for TCAs, you do a TCA pill 6 times, and you're only gonna be able to do it like depending on how your skin is, you may be able to do it every 3 weeks or a month. I did mine every 3 weeks. So every 3 weeks I did a peel, rested my skin, didn't put no makeup on. And once you're done with your sixth peel, after that, it's just maintaining it.
Hmm. I'd rather do that than the laser thing, because I don't need to be like worried about any contact with my skin with the sun and then have the black marks. I don't need that. So I might try the pill and just do that. Should I start at a higher percentage or a lower percentage? Because I don't know if it's gonna burn my skin. I have sensitive
So
skin though.
try the 13. It's gonna burn. They all burn. Try the buy if you buy one, buy 13 and 20 because you're lighter. So
Mhm.
do the 13 as your first time. And if it burns a lot, I mean, they'll tell you when it frosts, when your skin is turning like really white when you're putting it on, that means it's frosting. Don't put no
Yeah.
more extra. And the woman that owns this business, she actually like when you buy it, you go online and she actually goes through it with you. Like it's a video, but she'll go through it with
Mhm.
you. After the 13, if you don't really frost well with 13, go ahead and go to the 20. And that's why I said buy 20 and 13. I got 30 also, but what I use 30 for is if I see a tiny little mark, I have these little, I'll use a toothpick and I'll put like, or a cotton swab, and I'll freaking like, or if I think I have a little hole or something, that's why I got a toothpick. I'll dip the toothpick in it and put it inside the little hole. Or like
Oh my.
if I have like from like a tiny pimple or something, or if I see any type of discoloration or something different, I'll use the 30% to like put the swab in, and I
Mm.
put it right on that dot, and because 30 is really high, like you could really fuck your skin up.
Ooh. Oh my
So
God.
like that's
Okay.
why I use the 30 just for like if I see a little dot on me, that way I know I can protect that better than protecting my whole face.
Do you put it on with a brush or how do you apply it?
So if it's 30, I use a little like I told you with a dot, and I use a Q-tip. Now when I do my face, my whole face, I just use a brush. You can buy a cheap
Okay.
little elf, ELF from it's like $2, $3 at Walmart or at Sephora. But elf has some decent brushes you can use to wipe your face with.
Okay.
Then
I'll definitely do that. Yeah.
Uh,
So when it frosts, is it really burning bad? Does it hurt? Because I've seen them do the pills, and it does frost up. It turns gray, and I
right,
never
right.
be asking no questions. I just be going, "Oh my goodness."
Yeah, it burns, but it only burns so long. You'll be
mm-mm,
like, oh my God, oh my God. Like,
mm-mm,
I just
Is
like
it burn? Like I gotta call the fire department burn?
mm-mm, mm-mm,
no, but like it
mm-mm,
hurts, it stings. But what I do is I keep a
mm-mm,
bowl of water and ice,
mm-mm.
and I'll put
Hmm.
my rag in, put water in there, and then I put the ice on top.
No.
So as soon as my time is up with my peel, I like take the rag out. I put it on my face to cool it down because once you add water to the peel, it automatically like